Trayce Jackson-Davis, the son of Dale Davis. I like his power inside. He's a big guy, 6'9", first-team All-Big Ten. I'm not mad at the pick. But obviously the big news is the proposed trade where Jordan Poole is going to the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., alongside Ryan Rollins. And it looks like in a separate deal, Patrick Baldwin Jr. is going to Washington as well for Trayce Jackson-Davis. And Jordan Poole is going to Washington alongside Ryan Rollins and a couple picks for Chris Paul. That's right, Chris Paul will be a Golden State Warrior in the next couple weeks, and he talked about it on his book tour. And I mean, what a wild scene. I mean, good morning to everybody out there.
Paul.
This is going to be one of them shows. It's going to be one of them shows. We're going to take your calls, 888-957-9570. D in Portland, Hayden in Austin, Texas. I see you already on hold. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to everybody out there who's a Warrior fan, a sports fan. Yesterday was a very interesting day here in the Bay Area.
Look, I want to start a couple things. Number one, if you want to move Jordan Poole, I'm open to that. No one is saying he's some perfect player, okay? He's got flaws. He is a 23-year-old player. He had a down year. There's no doubt about it. You could say, Joe, well, he had one outlier year. Well, you scored 20 points a game. You know, someone wants that. And he did it back-to-back years, essentially. Somebody wants that. You want to trade him? Fine. You better bring in something that solves some of your issues, okay? You lost in the playoffs because you had lack of athleticism, size, and two-way players. I would also say you didn't have enough shooting. Could always use more shooting.
And I would also add the cohesion on a roster.
Agreed.
Was not there.
Agreed.
And Sean Livingston talked about that on the All the Smoke podcast with Stephen Jackson and Matt Barnes. You have to have continuity. You have to have cohesion. You've got to have a locker room moving as one. One drum beat. One beat, right? One beat. We remember the movie Drumline, right? One sound, one beat. You did not have that last year with the Golden State Warriors. And you needed to figure out how can we gain that back?
Yeah.
How do we get that energy that was, I mean, it ran throughout the locker room in that championship season. You could feel the vibes.
Absolutely.
You didn't feel that vibes last year. And we know why.
No doubt. Now, you could also make an argument that, and I think it's a little extreme, you could say, oh, Joe, Jordan Poole's contract going forward is worse than D'Angelo Russell's contract was a couple of years ago. It's one of the worst deals. Fine, fair enough. Okay, no problem.
One band, one sound.
What does that mean?
Sorry, drumline.
But like, get me multiple players. Get me multiple guys who can help out. Depth was a problem. Size was a problem. Athleticism was a problem. Perimeter defense was a problem. And you go and get a guy who's literally was going to be bought out.
Yeah, but here's the deal. If he was going to be bought out, there's no guarantee Chris Paul's joys are going to say Warriors.
Yeah, but you don't pay $30 million for that guy.
But he's got an expiring contract.
Okay.
He's got it from the money aspect. Let's play both sides here.
Okay.
From the money aspect
what about
here.
This year?
But what about this year? You got to see let's see where the roster is this year in a couple weeks. As far as Chris Paul, they do have a team option. You can move off this deal after the season, so you release that money. Hell, you may even trade him at the deadline. Am I a fan of the trade? Originally, no. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around the trade from a basketball sense. In a read and react offense, how does Chris Paul make your second unit better? He's a ball pounder. He plays slow. He's older. He has health issues. There's no doubt you're going to have to load manage him, and there's still no guarantee that he's going to get you through a playoff run.
Also not the greatest teammate from what people have said at multiple pit stops.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. But one thing was crystal clear yesterday. Jordan Poole and Draymond Green were not going to be able to coexist in the locker room together. That was made crystal clear. And so the Warriors essentially looked at the money of Jordan Poole, said, okay, the 4-year deal is going to kick in for $123 million, and can we go through another season the way we did? Jordan Poole, listen, man, the energy last year was bad. You could say Jordan Poole was bad at Draymond Green. Hell, I'm hearing rumors that it was also at Steve Kerr because of the lack of minutes or the consistent minutes. It was not going to work here. So they picked the guy who helped them win 4 championships as opposed to the guy who helped them win 1 championship. That's basically what it comes down to. Now, the money, again, is another avenue here because the new CBA is going to have teams flipping guys left and right. You want to stay under that tax threshold, so it helps the Warriors. It helps the Warriors in the future when it comes to this contract here. But it is a hard pill to swallow that Chris Paul, like, I can't think about a guy. Now, if the Warriors win, we will all start to cape up for Chris Paul. That's how fans work. They love winners. They love winning. And if he helps you win, we're all going to say, you know what, that was a great deal.
But Jordan Poole did help you win, and it feels like yesterday, the one thing lost in the sauce, look, last year wasn't great. I'm not here to, like, cape. It wasn't great. I was as frustrated as everyone else. There were times where I was like, get him off the floor. I don't want to see him. Trust me, I was right there with everyone. But he did help you win a championship the year before. People are acting like he had no part of that championship, and that's just not fair. We're kicking this guy on the way out the door, and to me, like, Jordan Poole is a part of the many reasons of why this team had systematic failures. You know, you could say Joey's a large part. Fine, he's a large part. But there are other components to why this team had failures. And to me, we have over-exaggerated how bad he was and that he was the reason we weren't good enough. Was he on the floor in the fourth quarter when Lonnie Walker was cooking?
Nah, he wasn't.
Was he the one who couldn't guard Anthony Davis?
No.
I mean, so again, if we're going to be honest here, like, let's play all sides of the equation.
Let's do it.
I'm bummed out, man. And this is one of the all-time most hated Warriors. Like, it's LeBron, it's Harden, it's CP3. I can't stand CP. I very rarely actively root against someone to fail. I have rooted against this guy since day one. He's kicked Curry at every turn.
Well, you know what?
Rooted for his failure and his demise. And now, if you can't beat him, join him. He's on the Warriors.
Well, guess what?
What are we doing?
Guess what? Get out your feelings because you will be rooting for him this year.
He's on the last stop of the railroad.
Yeah, but you know what, though? If you can root for Richard Sherman, you can root for Chris Paul.
Look, Richard Sherman had an all-pro year in his back pocket.
Richard Sherman played.
CP3 is one step away from collecting 401k checks.
Well, let's be real, though. He's still getting you 14-9. He's 38 years old, and he doesn't turn the ball over. That's one thing. You had a lot of Jordan Poole was number 4 in the league overall in terms of turnovers. And let me just say this.
He's not the only one who turns the ball over on this team.
There's no doubt.
Yes,
he's not.
He does.
He's not. But I will say this. I think for Jordan Poole, looking at Jordan Poole, I think he's going to relish this opportunity to be on a different team in a different setting. He needed a change of scenery.
I wish him well.
I wish Jordan Poole nothing but the best.
I think we're kicking him on the way out the door, and it's not for not
that's
you.
Not gonna that's not going to happen on this show.
I feel bad. We treated him like crap.
I called Willer's show a couple weeks ago because I didn't like the rhetoric that was going on that show. The slander of Jordan Poole on that show, saying that he deserved this and he deserved that, yada. He's the reason why things are going awry. No, that's not fair. Jordan Poole was a great kid. I remember him to this day when Guru and I sat there at his rookie introductory press conference, and we were vibing. Guru, Jordan Poole, and myself. And that same kid was still there last year. But how can he trust an organization that really didn't seem to have his back last year when things happened the way they happened? There was like, whoa, really? But he was able to get over that. Then you get the inconsistent minutes. And for Jordan Poole, I don't think he per se went to the Warriors to say, get me the hell out of here. Get me out of here. No, that's not the case. But I think Jordan Poole, as he sits there in London, or I think he's in Switzerland now, he's going to say, you know what? It's good for me. He needed a change of scenery. He needed to get away from here. He needed to get away from Steve Kerr and Draymond Green. He needed to get away from both guys and say, you know what? I'm going to go to a team that I'm going to be able to start. I'm going to be able to figure out my game. I'm going to be able to work on defense, and I'm on a rebuilding team. You know what? Jordan Poole may average 30 points a game next year. They're not going to win a lot of games, but Jordan Poole's going to be a borderline all-star next year. Let's just face it. And so now the hope is, are you going to regret this trade 3 years from now? Are you going to regret the Wiseman trade 3 years from now?
Let me ask you right now.
Because this is a win-now move. This is a move that says...
But does this make you better in the West?
I think it makes you slightly better because Chris Paul in the half court can facilitate for you.
Yeah.
Let's
Isn't
be real.
it redundant with Draymond? They're both holding the ball at the top of the key.
Well, I don't see Draymond and Chris Paul.
Move.
But see, I don't see Draymond and Chris Paul playing a lot together. I really don't. I don't know how that works from a basketball sense. I don't know how that works from a basketball sense. Honest to God, I don't know how that works.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know how it works. That's for Steve Kerr to figure it out here. But in terms of facility, the thing with the Lakers series is they couldn't even get a shot in the fourth quarter of Game 4. They had nobody to get them a shot. At least I know Chris Paul in the half court is going to be able to at least create a shot for you.
So now he's closing games?
I don't know if he's closing games.
So now I have a backcourt. I don't know. This is the other part.
But in the first 6 minutes of a fourth quarter where you're trying to stabilize a game, at least I know he can get you a shot.
He's more reliable in terms of, consistent play than Jordan Poole.
Exactly.
But here's the other part. Poole did provide some spacing. Teams did honor him from far away from the hoop.
Right.
Look, he was erratic as hell, okay? Yep. He's not the great person to try to back on certain things, but we act like he was some net zero his entirety of his Warrior career, and that's not true. There's somewhere in between. He wasn't great this year. In terms of facilitating, I get all that.
Right.
They need defense.
They do need defense.
They need major defense.
They do need
the reason they lost is because they couldn't stop a nosebleed on the perimeter. They have one two-way player. Andrew Wiggins. Yep. And they need reinforcements on the perimeter. If you're going to roll with Clay and Steph, you have to supplement them with elite, not good, elite perimeter defense.
Listen, we just had a conversation 2 weeks ago about Chris Paul. And I yelled at you and I said, this guy's a traffic code.
I thought they were getting
this guy's a traffic code. This guy's a traffic code. Listen, and I'm not a big CP3 fan, man. I went out with Casey and D'Lo. They're reading no tweets about it. I'm like, damn, I was going in on Chris Paul. You did that
yesterday?
Oh, man, I did. No, I was all over. I did Giants post-game live with Carlos and them. From the car.
You did?
Oh, yeah. I was doing post-game live. They had me doing Warriors hit. They had me doing Warriors hit.
So you made Giants post-game live before me?
Yeah. Could you be part of the NBC family?
I know.
Come on now. Well, George Contos, too. It's my second time I'm talking to Contos. And he agreed with a lot of my takes there. So,
did you have your shirt on? Because when we FaceTimed each other, you didn't have your shirt on.
So we're going to get to the calls. We're going to get to the calls, but listen, I was in swim class, 11:45 on Thursday, La Petite. And Baby Chaz and I had a great day in the pool, right? She's doing her thing. She was swimming fast and doing her thing. And so, it was just me and her and an income. She was doing work stuff at the house. And so, give her a shower, shampoo her hair, condition it, and then I'm getting her dressed. And I was away from my phone for about, I want to say 45 minutes, which is a long time for me. I can't go without my phone for 5 minutes. And I see all these texts. Wooly calls me. Shasky calls me. So Shasky calls me, and I'm thinking, okay, what happened at the station now? Something's happening at 95.7. What happened now? I got to play Dr. Phil. And Shasky goes, I'm like, what's going on? You didn't see what happened? I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, Jordan Poole's gone. And I'm saying, for who? And it's Chris Paul.
And they stapled the first rounder.
I don't care
if it's
20, 30.
21-91 first rounder. You stapled the first rounder?
Yeah, no doubt. And I'm thinking to myself, Chris Paul. And so for the next 5 hours, because it was radio hit after radio hit, and it's doing this, and people are blowing me up, and I'm talking to people trying to figure out what's going on. And I was like, you know what? I just need to go to the draft. So I went to Chase Center yesterday to see what was going on and kind of figure things out. And I understand it from the money aspect. I understand it. And I understand that it just wasn't going to work out with Jordan Poole and Draymond Green here. So they chose up. So I understand the vision. I see the vision.
What is the vision?
The vision is we got to get under this new CBA somehow, some way, and we got to move a guy. And you know what? There's a lot of friction between these two guys, and we're going to bet on Draymond Green, the 4-time champ, and we're going to take a backup point guard who, let's be honest, we've seen a lot of backup point guards here. They were trying to find Sean Livingston's replacement for years. They tried Brad Wanamaker. They tried Nico Mannion. They tried who the God knows what, Ryan Rollins. Chris Paul's the best backup point guard they've had since Sean Livingston.
No, I agree with that.
And I agree. And I see the vision with the money. And I understand it. Doesn't mean I like it. It does not mean I like it. Because I like Jordan Poole a lot. And I think, did they sell low on Jordan Poole? I believe they did. But I do see the vision.
Okay, so let me play devil's advocate. To me, when you have something, people can say, he's not an asset. It's not worth anything. No, someone's always worth something. To me, I would have broken the Jordan Poole trade. If you're going to trade Jordan Poole and you're not going to get one piece that's going to help you in their prime, give me 2 two pieces. This is
Yeah.
a team that can use two role players. And then wait the CP3 market out till he gets bought out and have back channel negotiations with him and
Right.
bring him in that way.
But you know what? I don't think they would have been able to get him in the buyout market. I think Chris Paul would have gone down to L.A. or something. There's no guarantee you get him in the buyout market. There's no guarantee
that I agree
whatsoever.
with. That I agree with.
So they said, you know what? And the rub, we're going to play a Don't Leave Me soundbite, and we're going to play some things. We're going to really break down what he said the other day about Jordan Poole being here at least 4 years, because he did add at the end of that. A lot of teams are calling because our players have value. Jordan Poole has value. One thing I did hear is that Kuminga will not be going nowhere. Is that they're going to really try to make Kuminga work with the second unit of Chris Paul.
He's the only Bob Myers guy left.
Right, but didn't you feel like at some point, Kuminga may get stapled with the 19th pick and get traded too?
But they traded Patrick Baldwin Jr. to save $10 million and got a guy that they could have traded money, just straight up money. Remember back in the day when Lakeland first got here?
Yep.
They traded money to get a 57th pick. And then this one, they traded a first rounder who we didn't even get a chance to see for a 22 year. And we'll see if it ends up working. But it just feels like in one day, all the Bob Myers guys gone. Right. What was going on behind the scenes?
Yeah, who knows? But here, again, we don't know how much value Jordan Poole had coming off of that season. Maybe some teams just see him as a one-dimensional player. He's a scorer is he going to get your team involved? Some teams, I'm just saying. I don't know if that's the truth or not.
There might not have been a market for him.
Defensively, he was awful last year. He's one of the worst defensive players in the league last year. There's no doubt. The turnovers, the slips. In this system, it's just like and then but he also wanted to start. There's no secret he wanted to start.
I'm sure that's an element
because the rumors after Game 4 in that locker room was Jordan Poole's kind of sitting there like, I'm no Vinny Microwave Johnson. That's not who I am. Not on this team. He views himself as a starter.
But he's one of the few guys who can get to the cup on his own will.
I agree.
And dribble, drive, penetrate.
I agree.
I'm not saying that he's some great player.
He's
useful. The problem
is useful, but he wanted to start Shasky. Okay, who's he going to start over?
Fine.
Who's he going to start over?
No, if you want to move off him, I'm here for that. What I'm saying is, you sold as low as you could, and you got a guy that, to me, is overvalued. And all you're doing is basically going, well, let's see what happens this year. What?
Well, we're assuming we sold low, but how many teams would have taken on that contract?
I don't know. John Bonte,
how many teams are going to take on that contract? We got to be real here.
Team X acquired Chris Paul, not your team. Team X acquired. We'd be like, come on, give me a break.
Again, I don't necessarily love the deal. It's going to be tough for a lot of Warriors. Hell, I got to do TV. I got to talk to Chris Paul. It's going to be weird.
23-year-old for 38-year-old.
Right. I mean,
You had a 38-year-old this year. He played 5 seconds and potted 85 times this year. His name was Iguodala.
Yeah. I
asked him to do a fraction of what I'm asking Chris Paul to do.
There's no doubt. But you move off that money because what if Jordan Poole doesn't rediscover his gift that he had during the title year? But listen, because you got 4 years. Because I'm
with you on that.
You know what I'm saying? That deal's going to kick in.
I'm all about the money. I told everybody, you can't have the venue not get to the Western Conference Finals and expect them to dump into the luxuries. I've been screaming this to the high heavens, which is why right now you're at $280 million.
There's no doubt.
$280 million.
There's no doubt.
Draymond gets a 3-year deal and comes in somewhere around the $30 million mark, your payroll skyrockets to $410 million. I actually think Draymond's gone. I think they've got the 2 expiring deals, Clay and Chris Paul, and I think they're sitting there going, who is the disgruntled superstar we can get? And if that's their strategy, then you know what? I'm in on that.
I think Draymond is a lock to be back.
You do?
I do.
So you're going to pay $400 million this year for a team that's incrementally better than getting bounced in the second round by the Lakers that could have easily lost to the Kings.
Absolutely.
Wow, that's bad bang for the buck.
It feels like it. It feels like it. It certainly feels like it. But again, you had to move. You couldn't have Draymond and Jordan Poole in this locker room again. That is one thing. That was never going to be right. And Jordan Poole basically soured on Steve Kerr because of the lack of playing time, the inconsistent minutes.
Who does Steve Kerr like? Clearly nobody.
Well, no, he likes the veterans. He loves his veterans. And you know what else?
Good job.
And you know what else? He's going to love Chris Paul. He's been looking for a guy like Chris Paul for a long, long time. So Steve Kerr feels like in a second unit that's going to have Jonathan Kuminga, at times Andrew Wiggins, at times Klay Thompson, you do have a point guard who's going to be able to get you in the half-court offense. Now, how long does that last? Because of the injury history of Chris Paul, that is one thing. That is a very fair argument. The guy cannot stay healthy. But if he does stay healthy, you got a guy who's going to be able to get you into your set a lot better than Jordan Poole did last year. And was it going to work out for Jordan Poole here? Mentally, was it going to work out for Jordan Poole here? Probably not.
So we got smaller, less athletic,
yes,
and significantly older.
You did.
Damn.
You did.
We're way closer to that Larry O'Brien, doggy.
But Podziemski, Brandin Podziemski for Santa Clara, 40-inch vert.
So now we're going to play that youngster.
You're not going to play him, but he's a lot more athletic. He is athletic. You got to give that one.
But I cannot quantify any young player's impact on a team that hates young players.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
A coach that hates everybody who's not some G League two-way player.
Phil Jackson didn't like young players. He didn't like them. Let's go to break here for Lubbock goes crazy. Must-win game yesterday for the Giants. They did not win that must-win game. This segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Shameless shout-outs today, 745. Hayden D. We're going to get you on the other side as well as you, Rich, and Pops. Stay on hold. 888-957-9570. I want to hear from Dub Nation. How are you feeling? Chris Paul, a Golden State Warrior. Jordan Poole going to the nation's capital. How you feeling about that? Rich, Hayden D. We're getting to you on the other side here, and that'll be brought to you by Save Mart and Lucky, California.
Lucky is helping to fuel your...
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Jordan Poole, best of luck to you in the future. Let's get to the lines real quick here. Let's get to the lines. Got people. I'm going to take a lot of calls today. I want to hear from Dub Nation. We'll have our opinions, but it's about you, the listener. We talk with you, not at you, as Matt Simons likes to say here at 95.7 The Game. Let's go to Hayden in Austin, Texas. We'll get the D and N Dre in Oakland. What's up, Hayden? Good morning. How are you doing?
What's up, Bonte? Love seeing you pre and post. Long time.
Thank you, brother.
Was wondering how you think CP3 will adjust to an off-ball role, or will he adjust to an off-ball role, or will Steve Kerr just demand he plays an off-ball role once we put Draymond on that high post?
Right.
Everyone runs in circles around him, like we know the Warriors do.
Yep.
Another one is Trayce Johnson, who I believe we described.
Trayce Jackson-Davis out of Indiana. Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's another non-shooting big we just stacked on top of Draymond and Looney. So I'd like to sort of hear your thoughts on that. Well, and I'm gonna finish off with asking you who were we bidding against in this CP3 action?
Yeah.
I know he could have been waived. I know anyone can grab him at that point. So the trade was worth it. But I mean, the trade capital's far out. I understand, but who
I don't think against? Hayden. I don't think they were bidding against anybody. I think there was more so. It was two things. One, you had to move off the buddy, and two, it was the locker room fit. And two was the locker room fit. Yeah. Now, Trayce Jackson-Davis, 6'9", 240. He's physical. He's a guy who could finish. They don't have anybody outside of Jonathan Kuminga or Andrew Wiggins who could finish at the rim. So at least Trayce Jackson-Davis, who I don't know how big his role is going to be as a rookie. We know Steve Kerr is going to he may be going down to Santa Cruz at some point.
He's like a bigger, I don't even know how, I'm not even going to try to pick comps, but I see a lot of the tough, I know you don't like this player, but those Grant Williams toughness around the rim, physical
Grant Williams is not tough around the rim. He's a three-point shooter.
But he be banging.
He bangs. No, Trayce Jackson Jr. is legit
but
in the paint.
Taller. I know, but I'm saying in terms of physical banging.
No, I like this move.
I do too, but they need other bangers, other glue guys, so I'm not mad at that. CP3, if you want, we're going off of 10 years of CP3. That's what a lot of people are going off. So this isn't the prime of him. This is the twilight.
Right.
But for him to be good, you do need a roller. And that's where, if you're making the argument for why this is good, well, Kuminga as a roller would be great with him.
Exactly.
But again, CP3 also doesn't play well with others. DeAndre Ayton and him had their issues.
They did.
Right? And DeAndre Ayton, to me, has more upside currently than maybe what some of the youngsters on the Warriors. Now, we'll see. Time will tell. But you need a roller.
Right. But DeAndre Ayton has his own issues, too.
No doubt.
His attitude in the Denver Nuggets series, he had a chance to prove to everybody, I'm one of the elite bigs, and he got played off the floor. Jack Londale was a better option than him against the Denver Nuggets and Nikola Jokic. So, but Chris Paul off the ball, Hayden was asking about off the ball wide open. He could hit an open three. He could hit an open mid-range jumper. His jumper, let's be real, even at 38 years old, Chris Paul's jump shot is a lot more consistent than Jordan Poole's. Jordan Poole shot 32.5%.
Consistent's a different word. When JP, I just think his shooting was bad in general this year. To me, he's a better shooter than whatever the numbers were this year. And to me, it boils down to shot selection. I think that's part of the biggest problem with Jordan Poole. When you look at his raw numbers, I think shot selection does his numbers in, but he's a streaky as hell shooter. When he's hot, there ain't nobody hotter.
Yeah, no, he gets hot, but consistently, Chris Paul is a better shooter. Let's just keep it a buck there.
But I don't think CP3 is blown by anybody at this point in his career.
He's not going to blow by anybody, but off the ball, if he's wide open and teams are paying attention to Stephen Curry and they're going crazy trying to chase around Klay Thompson and they got to focus in on Andrew Wiggins, I'm just saying, Chris Paul off the ball, depending on the lineup, off the ball, Chris Paul can hit an open jump shot. Let's keep it a buck. As much time, and trust me, I'm at the top of the list when it comes to guys hating Chris Paul. I loved Chris Paul in New Orleans. I don't know what happened in Lob City. I mean, somebody posted a video that I had with Willie, and I was clowning Chris Paul.
He's been on 1,000 teams.
You saw that, Spinoni?
He's been on 1,000 teams.
His sixth team. Let's go to D in Portland real quick. D, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hi, guys. Love you. First-time caller.
Thank you, D. Appreciate it.
I agree with everything you guys are saying. I think this doesn't feel like a win-now move. This feels like the most I hate to say it, but the most Lakerish move that we've made. But when the Lakers made for bad trades for old guys, so and I don't know who's going to play 82 games at that spot.
Yeah.
And the last point I'll make is Draymond is like your worst toxic coworker, right? First KD, now Jordan Poole. Like I'm happy for Jordan Poole. Actually, I'm glad.
But I am too.
I'm with you.
He needs a fresh start, D.
Thank you for that perspective.
Go
I'm
ahead,
with
D.
you on
Finish
that.
Finish strong, D. But I'm with you. I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the reason why he probably soured on Steve Kerr is look at the environment that they allow Draymond to wreak in the
100%.
locker room.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to get rewarded with the payday. Again, objectively, not making the Warriors better or extending Steph's timeline. So, anyway, love y'all. I don't know what I'm going to do with this team. Now there's two people I can't root for, Draymond and Chris Paul.
Wow. Yeah, D, I love you, D. Great perspective. There is a Draymond conversation I want to have a little later. Dre getting his way again, basically, after the litany of things that have gone on with Draymond Green. Whoo! It's going to be interesting. Let's go. Speaking of Draymond, let's go to Dre in Oakland.
Oh.
Dre, what's happening?
Hey, Dre.
Hey, how you guys doing? Good morning. This is what I want to tell you guys. Nobody talked about. Warriors just drafted a point guard. Mm-hmm. I don't believe that the Warriors are keeping Chris Paul. I believe they're using him as a trade piece.
I hope.
Draymond Green is not signed yet.
Yep.
I believe they're going to use Chris Paul as a package, and one of our young guys are probably going to be gone because it doesn't make sense. We just drafted a point guard. We got Steph. DiVincenzo's still on the roster.
Well, DiVincenzo's a free agent.
He's got to play. Yeah, DiVincenzo's got to play a roster.
He's technically going to be a free agent.
And right now, he's probably going to opt out. Go ahead, finish strong, Dre.
I'm with you, though.
But this is what I want to say. I believe he's going to be a part of a trade package. I believe Kuminga, I don't think they're going to get rid of Moody, but I believe Kuminga and Chris Paul are probably going to get traded together. And Draymond, and probably, because Lillard want to leave. So I believe he's going to be, it's something going on because the Warriors they're not going to get Chris Paul and believe that this is who we going into the season when we going to win a championship. We don't have a big man. So I believe he's going to be a part of a trade package. That's what I just truly believe.
No, there is a possibility that you get to the NBA trading deadline in February and you say, well, it's not working out with Chris Paul, and he has a team option, which another organization will say, okay, we can move off of Chris Paul in the future and move off that money. There could be a chance that the Warriors flip him at the deadline. There's no doubt Dre's onto something there. Well, as far as Jonathan Kuminga, Warriors are keeping him. He's cheaper.
You sure?
He as of right now, he's going to be on this roster.
Okay.
He's going to be on this roster.
Well, because I think the number one thing that I'm looking at is like,
there's no chance Joe Lakers going to trade Kuminga right now.
Well,
no chance.
Right now, you traded everything away. You have nothing. It's crazy. It feels like to me,
was Lacob or Dunleavy? I know Dunleavy was a Jordan Poole fan, but for that money, was Lacob said, you know what? I may not want to pay Jordan Poole. Jonathan Kuminga, Lacob loves Jonathan Kuminga.
Maybe you just want flexibility. So forget the Jordan Poole aspect of it. I understand wanting organizational flexibility.
And that's what this is about.
Absolutely. And getting under the apron, which, again, I've talked ad nauseum about finances and the luxury tax, and it probably gets annoying to some of the callers, but that's baked into how the NBA is being produced right now. All these moves that you're seeing from other teams are to get under these first and second aprons. But B, having Clay and CP3 on expiring deals does have value.
No doubt.
If there is and that is, to me, that's the biggest selling point
that
on
is.
the CP3 thing.
Is.
Now, but if you're standing back, let's take an emotional step back, and you just say, Joe, they're going to roll it back with the big three. And I would sit here and say to you, you got incrementally better with your six-man. That's not good enough to compete with the Denver Nuggets and the Lakers currently. That's my standing.
Now you're starting to get it. The financial flexibility is and it took me a while to understand it, and I had to sit back for a second and let the emotions subside because I get it. We're all emotional. We all can't stand Chris Paul, who, by the way, he has multiple All-NBA selections. No player with multiple All-NBA selections has been traded more times than Chris Paul. Chauncey Billups been traded 5 times. Glenn Rice, Adrian Dantley traded 5 times. Chris Paul involved in a 6th trade.
New Orleans, and then the Clippers. He should have went to the Lakers. Clippers,
Rockets.
then OKC, Rockets, What was the Phoenix?
Yep.
And now the Warriors. Are
Yep.
those all the teams that did I miss one?
Well, Washington and now the Warriors.
Oh,
But
Washington.
I don't even know.
How could I
Or as
forgot?
Spinoti says, he was a Laker for a day. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, wide open phone lines, 888-957-9570. Dub Nation. How are we feeling this morning? How are we feeling this morning? You going to be able to stand up and clap for Chris Paul? We're going to be able to do that, Dub Nation. 888-957-9570. Or to break down this trade ad nauseum. We will have a Draymond Green conversation. Jordan Poole, final thoughts on him. Can they salvage that relationship with Jordan Poole? A lot to get into. Only 3.5 hours left here on the Morning Roast.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind.
all of a sudden he's an actor. And he's brought it over to the basketball court where all he's doing is flopping and acting. And it's just too much.
Hey, it's Ryan Rollins with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Man, Ryan Wallace, smooth there. Barely got to know you, Ryan. Good luck in the nation's capital. Second-round pick from the season to go out of Toledo. He gets packaged alongside Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. Also, the Warriors sent a couple picks to the Washington Wizards as they are in a full rebuild mode. Boy, I was describing Chris Paul there. The flopping, the antics.
What year was that?
That was
Sounds so young.
It was young. That was a young. What do we all expect? The guy's putting on a clown show here in the second round of the playoffs. 2019 second round.
Pre-TVB.
Alongside Whitley Sanjurno. I miss those videos. Shout out to Whitley, who's living her life in Cabo right now, Mexico. Of course, she's got all the receipts. Casey and D'Lo's got the receipts. Chris Paul's a dirty player.
This is you.
That is
you.
me.
Wait, give me that one more time. That's you in 2019.
Chris Paul's a dirty player.
Hi, I'm Bonte Hill. Chris Paul with us, player of the game.
Well, I never say player of the game, but, hey, 18-year vet, future Hall of Famer Chris Paul.
So you've been brushing up.
Oh, boy. Y'all ain't seen nothing yet. TV Bonte in full effect, baby. CP3, welcome home. Welcome to the Bay.
Let me ask you this one. Does this deal, for right now, does this deal make sense on the court with or without Draymond? What does it make more sense with? Because I can make an argument that if he's just running exclusively the second unit, it makes a lot of sense.
Right.
I get all that. But part of what made JP really good is that you could play him with the starting unit when a guy was out.
Yeah.
And occasionally he can close games. Now, he wasn't reliable in the playoffs. I'm not here to cape up, but he was awesome at times. Awesome. And horrible at times, but awesome at times alongside Draymond. Can CP3 and Draymond coexist offensively?
I don't know.
Because there's a lot of redundancy in terms of ball usage.
I was trying to play this out. I was trying to wrap this in my head in terms of just a five-man lineup, right? And what if they went? Wiggins, Clay, Steph, CP3, Draymond Green. Know that Wiggins loves to operate on one block or in the corner. Clay loves to come off multiple screens. We know that Steph Curry loves to come off multiple screens. And Draymond Green dominates that area at the elbow or in the low block in the split action, where he's got the ball and guys are screening for each other. Now, is Chris Paul going to be able to move around like that? I have no idea. I have no idea if that's going to work out. But let me tell you, you do need Draymond Green. And look, again, I want to make this clear. Draymond Green on the floor last year was a really good basketball player. He was. Now, it didn't look good in the last 13 games in the playoffs. It did not look good. But he had a very good year. All second team, defensive team. Is that leadership back with him? Obviously, the veterans like him. Obviously, Steph Curry does not want to part ways with Draymond Green. And what Steph wants, Steph gets. He's earned that equity. He's earned it.
Can I ask you a question?
What's up?
So he retweeted, or I guess reposted on his Instagram. Someone said Draymond's worth $3 for $100 million.
Yeah, I know.
So let's just say, hypothetically, it's a $30 million contract for 3 years. Is he worth, if you're the owner, okay, right now you're at $275 million. Right now, that's what your payroll and your luxury bill is going to cost you. $275. If you bring Draymond back, as we talk about money and shedding this guy's salary, shedding PBJ to save $10 million, boom, boom. You bring Draymond back, your payroll for next year, including luxury tax, is over $405 million.
Yep.
Is Draymond Green at $30 million a year, which is going to cost you $105, is $120, is that worth it? Does that make you a team that is a Western Conference lock?
No, you're not going to be a Western Conference lock.
Man,
Not a Western Conference
I'd have
lock.
a hard time doing that.
You're not a Western Conference lock. But you're a hell of a lot worse without Draymond Green. Let's be honest.
Currently constructed.
You are a hell of a lot worse.
Probably.
Let's think about it.
Probably. And I think this is why I wanted more for JP in the terms of multiple pieces. If you need, it feels like you have to bring Draymond back to partly justify
and
the
let's be
CP3
real.
deal.
If you play a Denver Nuggets team, let's be real. Kevon Looney and Draymond Green, you're not shutting down Nikola Jokic. But Draymond Green and Kevon Looney play Nikola Jokic as well as anybody in this league. Those are facts.
They were, but there was no Michael Porter Jr.
There wasn't.
No Jamal Murray.
There wasn't. But now you got Andrew Wiggins.
You're right.
You got Andrew Wiggins, to play defense on Jamal Murray. We'll see about Eric Gordon. But they play Nikola Jokic as well as anybody. If you don't have Draymond Green, well, then you're a lot worse. You're a lot worse without Draymond Green. And I have my issues with Draymond Green, but as the basketball player, you're a hell of a lot worse without him. Now, in terms of pieces with Jordan Poole, we don't know what his market value. We don't know how the league felt about him. But here's what Dunleavy Jr., we're going to get to the calls. Coach Alex and Father Time.
Yeah.
Here's what Dunleavy Jr. said this past Monday about Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga.
We love having those guys here. Jordan, especially with his contract extension, plan to have him here for 4 more years at least. And then Jonathan's, he's shown really good progression and growth, I think, in his first couple of years. Unfortunately for him, I think the playing time hasn't been there. And so that's on all of our shoulders to figure out how do we get him in the game more. That's on Jonathan's shoulders to improve and make the right adjustments to his game, as well as, our front office, our coaching staff, figuring out what works. So both those guys, really, really good young players we're pleased with. They have great value around the league. And, obviously a lot of rumors and stuff come up at this time of the year, but we're happy with those guys.
Great value.
A lot of value around the league. He slipped that in. Now, a lot of people stopped at, he's going to be here for at least the next 4 years. And we thought, Jordan Poole's going to be a lifelong Golden State Warrior. But at the end of that clip, they have a lot of value around the league. Now, Kuminga's staying. From what I'm hearing, Joe Lacob Company, he's not trading Jonathan Kuminga. He's going to be running pick and rolls with Chris Paul. And you know what? I've talked myself into that. I think that could work.
What?
Chris Paul, Jonathan Kuminga pick and rolls. That's going to be a devastating play.
If Kuminga is allowed to play by Steve Kerr.
He's got to play Kuminga. He's got to play Kuminga. There's no doubt. And I think he will.
B, I'm going to be honest with you. Seeing all the moves that happened yesterday, I have a hard time saying that Steve Kerr and Bob Myers were on the same page, even at all.
No doubt.
And I'm not here to say this is bulky Harbaugh, because that was one level of dysfunction where one guy's picking players that another guy doesn't want to use or that can't get along with. But boy, it sure feels that way. It sure feels like Bob Myers and Steve Kerr weren't on the same page,
or the front office,
or maybe they just picked the wrong guys.
But no, there was a disconnect last year with the Golden State Warriors. Bob Myers, Dunleavy Jr., a lot of members of the front office were looking at Steve like, why aren't you playing the youngsters? Play the youngsters. They probably would have had the same record if you would have played the youngsters throughout the season. Hell, one of the signature wins of last season happened in Cleveland when your big guys did not play. The youngsters were balling. But it didn't work out like that. But Jonathan Kuminga, because here's the other thing with Jonathan Kuminga, too. Boy, oh boy. Kuminga can pass. He's a very underrated passer, I should say. And now if you get that second unit rolling and he's playing alongside Clay and CP3 and Andrew Wiggins, I think it could be a damn good second unit. It really can. Now, again, the trade, first and foremost, has to do with the money. You move off of Jordan Poole's money as his contract extension kicks in. Chris Paul, you have a team option. You can move off him after the season. Wash your hands clean. Klay Thompson, expiring contract. Wash your hands clean if you want to. But the player, it's going to be tough to get used to the player, Chris Paul. It's going to be tough to. I get why Dub Nation is up in arms about Chris Paul. But is your second unit better now with Chris Paul as opposed to Jordan Poole in that role? Jordan Poole wanted to be a starter. Did not want to be a bench player
but it's hard,
at all.
It's hard for me to envision JP as just a bench player because on this team, baked into the equation was Clay wasn't going to play back-to-backs.
Right.
Baked into the equation of the last couple years. Steph Curry's missed significant time.
Right. But Clay started playing back-to-backs this year.
At the end. I think it was 2.
The All-Star break. Towards the All-Star, played like 4 or 5 back-to-backs. So there you go.
Okay. The point I'm talking about last
year. They had 15
back-to-backs.
He played in 5 of them, Shasky.
Okay, that's a third. You know, but my point being is the guy started a lot of games. I believe they were over 500.
42 games.
Yeah,
14 and 12
when he started. So, baked into the equation, I know everyone's like, he's a backup player. On this team, he's a hybrid player. And that's one of the difficult things when you're putting together the roster is you got a lot of older guys.
You do.
And they get hurt, and you got to load manage them. And so roles are going to change and fluctuate, and that's just baked into it. And I think it makes it a lot harder to put together. I think it's really hard to put together a team at this age.
Also, we need to wrap our heads around this one. And we're going to hear from JP at some point in the next 2 weeks when he gets introduced to the nation's capital in Washington, D.C., playing for the Washington Wizards. JP, there's some valid question there whether or not JP was checked out of here. If he was checked out. And why, I would understand why he'd be checked out here. Maybe he just wanted to change the scenery. And maybe his value around the league just wasn't that high with that contract coming into play.
Okay.
And so the Warriors did what they had to do and say, you know what? We got to think about the money long term. Mm-hmm. We can move off this contract. We think maybe in this system, maybe he maxed out. And after what happened last season, maybe he just didn't want to be here. And the Warriors knew that, hey, you know what? These two guys, they're not going to be able to coexist in the same locker room because that was an issue. And if you have an issue in that locker room, as Sean Livingston told Matt Barnes, and we all know this, we all been around team sports. Mm-hmm. We all been around it. If you don't have that cohesion and you can't get along in that locker room and you got a bunch of individual agendas, you're not going to win anything. Well, it's actually remarkable, that team last season, when you sit back and just think about it. It's actually remarkable they advanced to the second round.
Okay, all of what you said. It's actually
remarkable they made the playoffs.
You're on point here. But now I'm supposed to say, but you just wait for these other couple of young guys. And once they get around CP3, this is a nurturing environment for youngsters to thrive. Like none of these things stack up.
No,
I hear you. You're making a lot of great points. But now correlate that to us talking about the ascension of Kuminga with a larger role and Moody with a larger role. Am I wrong to be skeptical?
Year three is usually the point when you make that leap. Year 3 is supposed to be that year. Yeah, I understand the skepticism. I understand it. I'm skeptical.
I love Kuminga.
I'm skeptical on how this is going to work from a basketball sense.
I'm saying.
From a financial standpoint,
but here's the other part.
I agree about the flexibility they created financially.
Well, they do have flexibility.
They have a lot of it.
But at the end of the day, when you trade away Patrick Baldwin Jr. to save $10 million, and again, they may really like this Davis guy, and I hope it ends up working out. I hope he's a little more polished, and it's what he's looking for. But to immediately pivot off a first-round draft pick less than 12 months later, to me, there's bigger issues here. This is not just about JP. To me, this is about whatever was going on in that front office, whatever was going on with that coaching staff. They all weren't on the same page. Players, everything. So, there's a lot of layers to this. And JP is one element of it. He's a big part of it. But there's deeper rooted stuff here. Right. And I think that's the thing a lot of people are unwilling to acknowledge. The other part is this. The owner's sitting here saying, and I love Joe Lacob, he spent up the wazoo to try to keep this team together. He's telling me money's no option. But you can't say that and then go over, we cannot get saddled with Jordan Poole's thing. I thought you said that money's no option here. If that's the deal, then you need to wait it out for the best deal. And I'm not sure this was that.
Well, that new CBA deal really crippled the Warriors and what they can do in the future. It really did. That's what it is. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Last segment sponsored by Golden State Lumber, served the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Let's get to the Lions here. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta, then we'll get to Coach and Father Time in Napa. Alex, what's happening, man? The night of numbers, what's happening?
My goodness, gentlemen, what a wild 24 hours.
Unreal.
I mean, look, I've told you guys back in March that I felt that Jordan Poole likely needed to be moved in this offseason. I have nothing against Jordan Poole. I know I've been a Jordan Poole detractor in the past several months, but the fact that they couldn't get anything more for Jordan Poole than the mummified remains of Chris Paul is baffling to me, and it doesn't look good for Mike Dunleavy starting off his tenure as GM when that's the best you can get for an allegedly high upside player like Jordan Poole, not to mention the fact they had to throw in additional players and draft picks just to make the trade happen. Number 2, watching the draft last night, and I hope I don't butcher this young man's name, but Brandin Podziemski. Watching the the scouting report video that Anthony Slater posted on Twitter last night made me realize this guy is just a slower, shorter, less athletic version of Jordan Poole, from the shot selection to the way he approaches the offensive game to the fact that he has all the same shortcomings. He's prone to turnovers. He travels a lot.
We'll see.
And he can't defend on the perimeter. These are all in the scouting report from last night. And if you couldn't develop those things out of Jordan Poole, it doesn't give me hope that you can develop those things out of this young man. But the last thing I want to say is it doesn't feel like they're addressing any of their actual needs right now. Like you said, Joe, they needed size. They needed perimeter defense. I disagree with the fact that they needed more shooting, but more shooting is never a bad thing, I guess. But they've gotten none of those things so far, and they can make more moves, I'm hoping, sure, but I'm not optimistic by the way the offseason has gone as of yet, just based on the moves they've made and the pieces they've added to this team.
Alex in Atlanta, thanks for the call. I will disagree with you. They did get bigger with Trayce Jackson-Davis, the son of Dale Davis, 6'9", 240. They did add a little size there. As for Brandin Podziemski,
isn't he kind
6'5",
for 6'9"? Is that undersized for a big?
I guess.
For a big, I'm just saying.
But
in
today's game, they play
lost
big
a
6'8",
7-footer
6'9".
and we lost shooting.
Right. Well, who? James Wiseman?
No, I'm talking about Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Oh, yeah, but
he's not a 7-footer like that.
Yeah, but he's a 7-footer who lives
Perimeter
on the 3-point line.
Yeah. But he's a shooter.
He's a shooter, but you still got some shooting. You got the guy who led the league in threes. Podziemski shot 43% from three last year, 43.8% at Santa Clara. Now, some people say, Santa Clara, the West Coast Conference. West Coast Conference plays some
There was
good
a guy
basketball.
who was a Rookie of the Year candidate and came out of that same program.
Exactly.
No, we'll end up
Jalen
seeing
Williams.
Yeah, we'll end up seeing what happens.
So
To
he's
me,
6'5", he's 6'5",
he
205.
looks like Luke Kennard, but saucy.
Yeah, he's 6'5", 205. He's got a 40-inch vert. And from talking to Dumas, who covered him, Vern Glenn, a lot of people like this guy, Podziemski. They say he's got some toughness to him. He's got some swagger to him. Talking to some of the personnel with the Golden State Warriors last night.
Jack Harlow.
Right. Well, he kind of looks like Jack Harlow. You see the piece there, the BP.
I did.
Averaged 28 points, shot 48%. Lefty. I heard his shot is silky smooth. Let's see about Podziemski. Now, I don't expect him to contribute. And by the way, it's Brandin Podziemski.
Podziemski.
Yeah, Podziemski.
And we're calling him Pods? Is that what we're calling him now?
I don't know.
Well, that's what I saw the internet
I'm going to call him BP, like the gas station.
Well,
remember that BP, 19th Avenue BP? Remember those commercials?
Not just any BP,
19th Avenue BP. And then he had the 76.
Yeah, well, his sister was running the one on Ocean.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Boy, gas station business.
So here's a quick thing. Like, I don't know about these young guys that they drafted last night. I'm excited. I get excited about all young players, but I have a hard time wrapping my arms around young players
in this system
when you've literally shipped out and labeled every young guy. Wiseman, Poole, Rollins, you gotta go, you gotta go, you gotta go. Two-way player that came out of nowhere that no one's coveting. You're getting minutes.
Yep.
So color me skeptical.
Yeah, no doubt. I think we're all skeptical here. The coach,
I
Vallejo.
thought PBJ had potential.
But
maybe I'm way off. I like the PBJ pick.
Let's go to Coach and Vallejo. Coach, what's happening?
Clearly, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Hey, good morning, guys. And I got a couple of bullet points for you. First of all, Shasky, you do realize that Jordan Poole was 15th from the bottom in shooting percentage of all players in the NBA last year. Okay, and that's a big sample size because he played more minutes than any other Warrior. Also, here's where it's going to help to have Chris Paul. The Warriors were a high turnover team, and the Warriors they were lost so many games the fourth quarter. And who's a better closer than Chris Paul?
So now he's closing.
Hold on, let me finish. Go ahead, Coach.
That's going to be a big. That's going to be a big deal. Also, the Warriors' best draft pick last night was Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody. They're going to be unleashed this year, and I think that's what the Warriors are really banking on now. Joe Lacob wants Kuminga and Moody. They're the draft picks, and I think the Jordan Poole trade doesn't get made unless Steph Curry okayed it. So I think Steph Curry was a big reason why Jordan Poole is not here and Chris Paul is here now. Yeah.
So on this closing lineup, I got to pick you. We're now inserting Chris Paul into the closing lineup. Who's again? This is the problem that I have.
It's going to be game by game, nothing set in stone.
Who is playing defense? If it's Clay, Steph, and Chris Paul out there together,
it's going to be tough.
That's a lot. If let's say hypothetically it's Wiggins and Draymond, boy, you're asking a lot. So now you got three, what I would say, suspect defenders.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. CP3 is good in the right circumstance, but this is the problem with Jordan Poole. He didn't play any defense.
Yeah.
So to sit here and say a smaller defender who's older and way more injury prone, now their defense got better. Defense was a problem. It's not the only problem, but it was a problem.
But if you play a little more Jonathan Kuminga, maybe your defense gets better.
Who's sitting then?
Right. Somebody's going to sit. Somebody's going to sit. So this is for Steve Kerr to figure out, man. I want to see what the entire roster looks like instead of just saying these guys are going to start. Because Steve Kerr is a game-by-game type of guy. We saw Moses Moody close games. We saw GP2 close games. We saw Steve Kerr do whatever he had to do. And then, you know what? 480 Comcast Business Text Line is right. They will be playing a lot of zone defense. The zone defense is here to stay in the NBA.
Okay. I agree with you 100%. Part of what made Miami's zone, where they ran it 5 times more than anyone, was they had elite defenders begin with, right? And so they can hide a couple of players because you have a Bam and a Jimmy Butler and a Gabe Vincent who are dogs on defense.
Right.
So you could play zone when 3 of those guys are great individual defenders to hide the other 2 crappy ones.
Let me ask you, who's a better defender right now, CP3 or Jordan Poole?
I think they're identical.
Just with CP3's IQ.
He's so small.
No, but he knows at least where to be, and he knows tendencies.
I'm not keeping up for his defense.
I mean, come on. He's a better defender. You can say that. It's okay. He's not a great defender, but he's a better defender right now at 38 than Jordan Poole is at 23.
I don't know if I agree with that.
We watched Jordan Poole last year.
No, he was terrible.
It was unwatchable.
There were times where he did play solid defense at times. I'm talking about a sprinkle here and there.
Chris Paul will get physical. He'll get worn down. He's not a great defender at all. I'm not saying that. But he's probably a better defender than Jordan Poole at this point. And
You really believe that?
Absolutely.
I don't think I believe that.
I watched Jordan Poole play defense last year.
I think they're both
I watched Jordan Poole play defense last year. His feet was stuck in mud.
I mean, they're gonna ISO pick on Chris Paul and just back him down or blow by him, and then he's gonna be crying and one. Part of what made Chris Paul so good is he always had a rim protector. Yeah. That's the other thing. They don't have a rim protector. So when you do get blown by and you're funneling a guy to a rim protector, all right. When he had Tyson Chandler, when he had DeAndre Jordan, when you have that anchor of a defense, they don't have that.
Well, Jordan Poole, we all watched him play defense last year, and I love Jordan Poole. It was not pretty last year. All right, let's break real quick.
I think they're identical.
Brian and Father Time. Brian and Father Time. We're going to get to you. 888-957-9570. Kendra Andrews, 830. Shameless shout-out, 745. Shameless shout-outs. Who's going to shout out Chris Paul for coming to the Bay? Shameless shout-out, 745. That's coming up. All sponsored by 7-Eleven.
Small cherry Slurpee drinks are only $1 at 7-Eleven. It's a drink so...
Warriors select Brandin Podziemski from Santa Clara University.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Brandin Podziemski. All he has to do is drive up 40 minutes from Santa Clara, and he's a Golden State Warrior. 6'5", 40-inch vert, averaged 19 and 10 for Santa Clara. This kid can play. He's got some swagger, too, man. They really liked him. He's got some edge to him. Trayce Jackson-Davis, 6'9", 240. Guy was a baller in Indiana. Baller. So I like these picks now. How much will they play? Time will tell. Time will tell with those guys. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll play this Jay Billis sound in a second so you guys can hear it. But Jay Billis basically said yesterday at ESPN, Shasky, said yesterday, I thought the Warriors did a great job. Podziemski can really score. TJD averaged 21 points and 11 rebounds in Indiana. And Jay Billis is tapped in as anybody when it comes to college basketball. Said he's a very good passer out of the post, which the Warriors really covet from their bigs. And he's explosive out in transition. He's an NBA player. So along with Podziemski, the Warriors did a really great job. That's from Jay Billis at ESPN. Does that make you feel better about the draft, or are you still stuck with Jordan Poole at CP3? Because obviously that's the big story.
I mean, look, I've been excited with a lot of their picks. I like young players in general. I love the prospect of almost every young player. Like, I don't care what sport it is. So I'm always in on development and young players. This thing that you can't develop or find young people to help contribute on dirt cheap contracts, that's what every company in America is looking to do, right? So, of course, I'm in on that. Like, I would love to see it, and I will give them all an open. I thought PBJ had potential. I don't know into what, but, let's see it. So, but I have a hard time picking for this team until I see somebody produce for them. I mean, I'm going to be a little skeptical given that they've shipped away and showcase some of their youngsters only to either put them back on the bench or to realize that they can't contribute right now because their system is very complicated.
No doubt. No doubt.
There's a learning curve.
There is a learning curve. No doubt about that. 888-957-9570. What do I do like about Trayce Jackson-Davis? He did play under Mike Woodson, who's got a lot of NBA pedigree. You may not say he's a successful NBA coach, Atlanta Hawks, New York Knicks, but he does have an NBA pedigree, and that does mean something to me. NBA principles playing out there as a Hoosier. So,
and if you're going to say it, like you got a guy like Moses Moody who Musselman played, or coached, obviously for the Warriors, and you could see some of that savvy, that maturity from Moses Moody, even though, like, quite honestly, it's been an underwhelming pick thus far.
So far, but when he plays, it's like, boy, this guy can't play.
I
it's just Steve Kerr's got to play him.
Well, he's a great example of someone, as we're evaluating the Chris Paul trade. I thought he'd be farther along. Yeah. I thought he would be able to supplement the core, supplement the deficiencies defensively on the perimeter, knock down some threes. That's what you're looking for in free agency, in the draft. 3-and-D guy who's long and can rebound a little. We just haven't seen enough of him.
Let's go to 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. Shameless shout-outs, 7:45. Let's go to Brian at San Leandro. Brian, real quick at San Leandro. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Just like everybody else, I've been trying to figure out how CP3 is going to fit and how it's going to make us better. And I kind of realized that the Warriors' philosophy changed from, having the future playing with the guys that are trying to win right now to just maybe getting them one more championship. And I do think Chris Paul will benefit us next year. One of our biggest issues was turnovers, and that causes a lot harder opportunities on defense when the ball is being turned over left and right, especially with our second unit being run by and slide Jordan Poole. So I think that having a floor general out there and managing the other guys and limiting turnovers. And you guys were talking earlier about CP3 not being a good defender. Well, not turning the ball over and having yourself set up on defense makes everybody a better defender.
No doubt.
So I think that's a major that's going to be a major plus and an impact on our defense, especially with the second unit. I also think that days that Curry and Clay might need a day off, he can go in the 1, and then one of them can go in the 2. Curry is a glorified shooting guard. He plays point, but he's always off the ball anyway. So I think that, if Clay's out, he could slide to the 2, and we could run it like that, and they can have a lot more rest days and prevent injury for each other. But overall, I just feel like the philosophy changed from, being greedy and trying to have this young group come up and then completely take over when the old guys say goodbye. What do you guys think?
No, that's a very calculated take and a very good take, Brian and San Leandro. Very well thought out there about that take, and there's a lot I agree with there. When Steph Curry takes a day off, yeah, Chris Paul's going to start. Now you say, are they going to be able to push the pace? He's going to be able to pass it forward. Well, maybe they play a little slower. Who knows how that's going to work out? I'm very intrigued to see how Chris Paul adapts to this Golden State Warriors system. Or will Steve Kerr finally say, you know what? I'm going to tinker it and cater to Chris Paul when he does start. Defensively, look, 80% of the league don't play defense. Let's just keep it a buck. But Chris Paul at 38 years old does get picked on defensively, and he's smaller. That's going to be a problem for the Golden State Warriors if they don't get rim protection. Now, they have to try to do that somehow, some way. Maybe there's another move in play. I have no idea. But a lot of what Brian and San Leandro said, I agree with Shasky.
But okay, Jordan Poole was a turnover machine. Jordan Poole did have horrific shot selection.
Horrific.
So did Klay Thompson. Both of those
No
things. Okay? And then, like, this whole thing about Draymond Green as a point guard, because that's what he plays on offense. He plays old school Mark Jackson style point guard. I know we don't view him that way, but that's the way he plays. Good. Okay, very good assist to turnover ratio in the NBA is typically 3 to 3.5 to 1, meaning 3 to 3.5 assists to 1 turnover. Draymond's been closer to 2.5 to 1, which is not good for someone who holds the ball as much as he does, and he's not willing to take shots. So not only is he turning the ball over, he's congesting the back end of your offense because people aren't honoring him. So where I have a hard time,
that's a turnover. That's basically a turnover.
Exactly. So where I have a hard time is pinpoint everything's on JP. It's like, well, wait a minute, guys. Klay needs to be more efficient as well. I'm not saying, and I think CP3 can help Klay when they're overlapping minutes and they're playing together. I think it will really help him. Where I get worried is how many overlapping minutes are you going to have with Draymond and Chris Paul playing together? Because when the two of them are out there, I think the offense is going to be really, really congested.
Well, it might be, but Chris Paul can hit an open shot. Like, let's not get it twisted. Chris Paul did shoot 37.5% from the three-point line last year.
No doubt.
He did shoot 44% from the floor and averaged 14 points and 9 assists. So
that was when he was starting and was playing 30 minutes, and I don't think his role is that big.
Well, he started with KD and them, and then he got hurt. And KD, you got to remember, KD played 2 games with the Suns and boom, got hurt.
Yeah, he
barely played with Chris. But Chris Paul did help the Phoenix Suns go to the finals a couple seasons ago.
But there's give and take, right?
There's
we
a
all
give and
agree.
take. Let's not. Efficiency is very important on this basketball team.
Absolutely.
Chris Paul's he's a lot more efficient than Jordan Poole. Let's just keep it as much as I love Jordan Poole, and I hate saying that.
Jordan Poole was on the bench in the fourth quarter.
He was.
So, like, I hear you.
But overall, he was a lot more efficient than Jordan Poole.
Of course.
Jordan Poole, even though he averaged 25 points a game as a starter, as opposed to 15 as a bench player, the numbers in terms of percentages were still the same as a starter.
Who's arguing that JP's efficient? No one.
Well, that's a problem.
But he doesn't play at the end of games.
He still played 30 minutes a game.
Yeah,
and
but not at the end. They lost games in the fourth quarter in the playoffs because they couldn't stop a nosebleed.
But you just talk about 13 games where he wasn't playing up in the playoffs. During the regular season, when they were losing all these road trips, they were part of that Fast Five lineup.
Oh, no doubt.
They had to go away from the Fast Five lineup because they were not efficient enough.
No, I hear you. So now you're going to go, let's say you're going to go Fast Five lineup. Now you got CP3, Klay, and you got Curry out there. Those are negative defenders.
But offensively, you're going to get some great shots, right?
That's a lot on Wiggins and Dre.
But you're going to get some great shots.
So to me, that's not good enough to win in the West.
But no doubt about it. I'm not saying that at all. But you are a hell of a lot more efficient offensively. You're going to be able to create better shots than you did like Game 4 against the LA Lakers.
You sat here and argued for the last month. Offense isn't that much of a problem. And now we're sitting here saying, well, there'll be more better offensively. To me, their biggest problem was athleticism, perimeter defense, and a rim protector. Those are what they needed. More size. They needed more perimeter defense. So that's why, look,
but we don't know if you're going to get that with Jordan Poole. We don't know what his value. There's a lot of GMs who can say now that Jordan Poole, his season was a fluke. And let's be real, Jordan Poole was in play for money. And you know how I feel about players in contract years. You're going to get the best out of them.
Yeah.
And maybe that was the case with Jordan Poole.
Maybe.
I don't think so. But maybe that was the case. We'll have to see.
See, but if you're going to make moves of any magnitude, to me, it's about winning a championship and getting yourself all the way to the top of the stack. And for me, that's where this one, unless it's for something else down the line, this falls short.
Are you a better team today than you were yesterday?
Incrementally, but not enough to move the needle in the West.
But you're a better team, though, right?
Incrementally.
So it's a start. It's a start.
it doesn't feel like a start. It feels like a finish spot. You know? Like, and here's the other part. If you don't retain Draymond, now I think you're worse.
Well, I think they're assuming that they're going to retain Draymond. We'll see about that. Let's go. Oh, man. Going up to Sacramento? Ryan Hensley? Is this the 49er guy?
Yeah. What's going on, guys? How you doing, man?
What's up, Ryan? What's going on?
Hey, man, I just, just my thoughts on this Warriors. Jordan Poole, he just was never going to work with Draymond on the same team, obviously, right? And I think they're just focusing on right now, like winning right now while you got Steph Curry. The window's like 2 to 3 years, maybe. So they just went all in on Steph Curry. Chris Paul's going to give you what Jordan Poole wasn't. Jordan Poole's a super talented player. He may go to Washington and just ball out, but it just wasn't a good fit. It wasn't going to work with the Warriors. He didn't want to be little brother to Steph Curry. He didn't want to listen to Kerr from what I've heard. So I think they just had to do it, freed up a ton of cap space, and it's about winning right now.
But how does it make you better than the Kings? How does it make you better than the Lakers? How does it make you better than the Nuggets?
Well, there are better than the Kings. They beat the Kings.
They beat the Kings because Steph's dropped 50 in a game 7.
They beat the Kings. He dropped 50. That's what's great about Steph. He can drop 50. Go ahead, Ryan. Finish up.
But that's the thing is, they're not done, right? So we got to see how what else they do. Right. Like, I agree with what Joe's talking about. They need to be more athletic. They need to be better defenders. They need all that. But are they done? If they're not done, we still might be okay here.
What's the next domino then?
We don't know. We don't know. And I'm not going to assume what the next domino is. I didn't know that domino was going to fall yesterday. I don't know what's going on in those rooms at Chase Center. But I get the financial flexibility you had to create for yourself. And look, here's a text from the 510. Text from the 510. Comcast Business text line. And I understand that, man. If you're Joe Lacob and you're Steve Kerr, Dre, Steph, and Clay built this house. JP is getting too much credit for decorating the room while being horrible to 3 other seasons. Now, I wouldn't say he was horrible to 3 other seasons, but if you're going to pick one, it's obvious they were going to pick Draymond Green. They've talked about it. Steve Kerr's talked about it. We're not a championship contender without Draymond Green. We don't have to believe that, but that's what the head coach believes. The head coach who helped them win 4 rings. That's what he believes. You know what I'm saying? They believe they're a lot worse without Draymond Green. I believe they're a lot worse without Draymond Green. I've been very critical of Draymond over the last month of the season, here on the Morning Roast. But they're a lot worse without Draymond Green because of the IQ, the brain. And that's where it's Chris Paul's. Right now, the difference, even though Chris Paul is 15 years older, 14 years older than Jordan Poole, it's smaller. It's the IQ.
Okay.
It's the IQ.
But you were far away from the. Can we all admit this? You were far away from a championship this year.
I don't know if you're far away. I don't know. I'm not gonna go down that road
all year.
I'm not gonna go down that road. The cohesion was awful. If they were say all things were perfect, and it wasn't, and I get that. I'm not in the camp that believes that Denver is just going to smoke the Warriors because the Warriors are a bad matchup for the Denver Nuggets. Curry gets Jokic to come out there on the 3-point line, and it's barbecue chicken.
Can we give the Nuggets a little bit
of credit? I'm giving them credit. I gave them a lot of credit.
They were dominant all year.
They're younger. We got Steph.
They're in their
prime. Do you
prime.
understand how dominant Steph is?
Steph's going to miss 20 games like he does every year, and that's not
in the playoffs in the Western Conference Finals. He ain't missing no games.
He's also toward the end of his career. Like, you're going to get a slight drop off. No one is saying he's not. He's a legend. He's Montana of basketball.
Like, you truly believe that Miami Heat team's beating the Warriors in a 7-game series?
But that's the East.
So you had to get past Denver, and I get it. Denver was connected
and
this year.
The Lakers smoked you.
They did smoke them.
They present really bad matchup problems. And I also think that the Kings are going to be better. Keegan Murray's going to be a year older and better in his prime. De'Aaron Fox now has that experience. I think we're really sleeping on other teams in the West. I'm not saying that the Warriors can't still be. They're a year older. They're smaller. They're less athletic. Like, we have to acknowledge the other teams in the West.
I've been trying to do that all year. Well, welcome to my world. But who's better in the West right now? Is Memphis better right now in the West?
No. I don't think so. And they're going to miss Ja for 25 games. I don't think so.
Let's see what Sacramento does. Let's see what Sacramento does. Who did they add? I don't know who they add.
Are they ascending?
They are.
And they've cleared a lot of cap space.
They are,
and
but I don't know who they're going to get.
I know, but they feel like they're in a really good spot right now to land something that's going to really help them. I like their nucleus. And if I'm betting on one player moving forward who would be fun to play with, it wouldn't be De'Aaron Fox if I was looking around the league.
But Domantas Sabonis, what if they extend him?
That's a great question.
What if they extend him? Are we really afraid of Domantas Sabonis? We watched him in the first round.
I know, but he had a great year. And, you look up, the series didn't go great by the eyeball test. You look up, though, they dragged it to a Game 7.
They should have. They had home court advantage. They were up 2-0. They lost 4 of the last 5 games. They lost 4 of the last 5 games. Let's be real. Let's be real. Give the Warriors credit for winning that series. Let's not act like Sacramento wasn't the number 3 seed in the Western Conference.
I know, and that's what I'm saying, is that the Warriors had a horrific year this year, and we all thought they're still a champion, and a team that you're dismissing, who had the number 3 seed, took them all the way to Game 7, and it took an iconic performance from one of your all-time players just to get through them.
Come on.
Then you went up against Anthony Davis, and he ate your lunch money.
Hold on, Shasky. Dismissing the Sacramento Kings?
I did that all year.
You did that, not me.
And
I told y'all Sacramento was going to be a problem. But the Warriors went out there and won the series. They get credit for that. They won the series. Despite Draymond being suspended for a game, they won that series. Despite Jordan Poole not doing a damn thing in that series. What did Jordan Poole do in that series?
The Warriors are
They still won that series without Jordan Poole. They still won that series with Klay Thompson struggling. Come on, man.
Come on, what?
Come on, Sacramento.
They were lucky to get to the second round and got beat by a better team in the Lakers,
now they were lucky.
Who's going to reload, who has options. All I'm saying is, guys...
They took that series from Sacramento. Did they not? They took that series from them. Okay. Lucky?
They were lucky.
They were down 0-2 and took 4 or 5 from them. Took it from them. They were lucky to win Game 5.
We were all sitting on the edge of our seats for an entire half going, oh, my God, Curry's got 35 at half. Can they maintain this? They got to do this. They're going to lose. That's all I'm saying. Come on, y'all.
Come on,
Sacramento's in their prime. We're older. It's fair to sit here and go, damn, you got older and smaller and less athletic, and you're worried about financial flexibility? Whoa. We're supposed to be maximizing the Steph Curry years. We don't know how many more we got.
Yeah, well,
if he drops off a little, we're in real trouble.
They're trying to do that with the financial flexibility. They're trying to do that. Let's go to Father Time in Napa. You know what? The hell with shameless shout-outs today. We got to talk about Chris Paul, Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, and Golden State Warriors. We ain't doing shameless shout-outs today. That's off the table. Father Time, Napa, what's happening?
Oh, hey, give me a second. I got to wash this taste out of my mouth with Chris Paul. Oh, my gosh. Where to begin? Hey, guys, the NBA offseason is the best reality show of all time, the gift that keeps on giving. Real quick, last night I talked my wife, teacher Lisa, into watching the draft, and she's like, what happened to Grady Dick? Who made him wear that outfit? What is going on? Great shooter, amazing. God, it's so hard to have Chris Paul on the team, my top 2 all-time worst dudes. When somebody shows you over and over and over again who they are, believe them, right? You know that phrase? This dude's 6 teams now. Tell me about a great leadership. Tell me that they brought him in to mentor the young guys. Well, how'd that work with Iggy?
They're not bringing in Chris Paul to mentor the young guys. They got Steph Curry. They're not bringing him in for leadership. They're looking for a backup point guard and financial flexibility. Yeah, the whole leadership thing, let's stop with that, please. They're not leaning on Chris Paul for leadership.
Their culture's taking a big hit.
Yeah, it has.
Their culture,
it has because of what Draymond Green did.
I was sipping the Kool-Aid on the Warrior culture, and it's just like, take a deep breath, everyone. Like, their culture's taking a big hit.
No, it has. It has. Let's go to Priest in Palo Alto. Priest, hey, man. Priest. You're up early, Priest. What's happening?
All right, what's going on, fellas? Hey, listen, y'all. I just watched Chris Paul on First Take, and he is flabbergasted. He looks so confused. Listen, this is what happens when you let your superstar dictate terms. This is what happens to your organization. When everybody says, do whatever you got to do to satisfy Steph Curry. Whatever you got to do, you got to do it. This is what I hate that. You do whatever you got to do to make your organization better. Your organization, your team. When you start letting your superstar dictate terms, you get rid of James Wiseman. You get rid of Jordan Poole. You make young, talented lottery picks sit while you play two-way players. Okay? I've seen one dynasty after another. I've been watching dynasty since the 50s in the Bay Area. When they get old, it's ugly. As these players get old, it ain't gonna be pretty. You guys think it's going to be great. It's not.
Priest, let me ask you
And
this.
this is why.
Let me ask you this. So you're not in favor of Chris Paul being traded to the Golden State Warriors despite the financial flexibility?
Oh, what? He's 38. He's 38. Steph Curry's 35. That's bad enough. This guy can't play defense at all. He's short. Listen, this is a situation.
Is he a better defender than Jordan Poole right now?
That's the bar?
Y'all crying over Jordan Poole? We talk about defense. We watched Jordan Poole play defense last year.
No, we're saying
he played worse defense than me.
But can we raise that? That's like me saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, hey, you gotta have a better vert than Shasky. Like, I have no vert.
Come on, man.
Is that the bar, the barometer?
No, but you guys keep talking about defense. We're about to pay a dude $27 million a year who played zero defense. Zero.
Okay, Bonte, but you traded him for a guy who's worse.
Exactly.
I'm not Chris Paul worse defensively right now than Jordan Poole.
You get something better than this. When you trade James Wiseman, you get something better than a G League player. You're throwing away talent. You are throwing it away. You give away PBJ for nothing because the superstar is dictating terms.
I thought they could get better.
If you're going to trade those kids, you get something solid. You ain't got nothing solid. You going nowhere with this.
Well, Priest.
Nowhere.
Priest, let me jump in here. Great call.
I feel you, Pierce.
Great call.
Good call.
But
don't tell me that Jordan Poole's.
No,
we
one's
talk
saying
defense.
He's a horrible
we
defender.
watched him over and over
But
and over and over.
Why you're getting rid of
feet.
him, and so if you're going to get rid of him, you're hoping to upgrade in that area.
But you didn't upgrade, and so you say, you know what? Let's take an expiry contract for financial flexibility.
Okay.
And how much worse are you? We all agree you're a little bit better with Chris Paul right now, and that's for 1 year, and you create slots. Yeah, you're not good enough to win a championship. I 100% agree with that.
That's the number one thing.
But were you going to be closer to a championship with Jordan Poole, knowing what happened in that locker room?
It's not about just the
locker
Jordan
room
Poole
dynamic is a huge factor in this.
Of course, it's not just the Jordan Poole thing. Now, I think a lot of Warrior fans like myself, it's the totality of everything. Like, look, I don't think Wiseman's going to be that good. That's just if I don't. But you did basically parlay the number 2 overall pick back into the guy you could have signed that you found out of the G League who was hurt. You basically parlayed a guy that you were hoping would be one of the 6 Man of the Year type candidates moving forward in Jordan Poole.
He didn't want to be that.
He
didn't want to be that. He wanted to be a starter.
I'm saying that's what you were hoping internally. And maybe you could parlay it into more. And you basically turned it into the expiring contract of a 38-year-old who you hated for the last 15 years? So
I watched the 49ers
and then you have
sign.
PBJ, who was, quote-unquote, should have been a lottery pick if he didn't roll his ankle in college, and you rolled that into a second rounder who's maybe going to play this year, who's 22-year-old. Who knows? We'll see. So it's the totality of, man, a year ago, everything was feeling up and up, and now it's about financial flexibility? That's all.
Yeah, financial flexibility.
I don't think
you
that's
get
good
1 year.
enough.
1 year
I thought it's about winning championships.
Yeah, it is about winning championships. They believe their core is still strong enough they could refine that magic. They believe they can rekindle that magic in that locker room. Now, let's see what else they have up their sleeves here, because I don't think they're done making moves. Let's see what they have up their sleeves. Let's go to, boy, this is going to be a fiery show. 888-957-9570. Ditto East Bay. When we talk about defense, let's be real. Chris Paul right now is a better defender than Jordan Poole. Let's stop drinking the Kool-Aid. I hate Chris Paul just as much as everybody. But when we talk about no. When you guys want to say, I thought we were getting better defensively. Did we not watch Jordan Poole for a full season trying to play defense?
It's not about getting better than Jordan Poole. It's about helping out Curry and Clay defensively.
I understand that. Jeez, Louise, ditto, East Bay. Shaka, Peninsula. Shaka, what's happening?
Yeah. Yo, hey, what's up?
What up?
Yeah, man. So, I kind of like this Chris Paul trade, man. I've been a Warriors fan for a very, very, very long time, man. And I'm just comparing Chris Paul to like how Sean Livingston was, like that veteran guy coming off the bench, can hit the midi real good. You know what I mean? Could play a little baby defense, you know what I mean? But keeps the second unit kind of stable. And that's kind of what Chris Paul going to be doing. Like, we don't need him to be Jordan Poole. We don't need him to do anything else. We need him to just keep things stable coming off the bench, hit that good midi, And you know what I mean, and get them little fouls he be doing when they be trying to do the little check with the arm and he do the little uppy thing and get the fouls. Now we got that on our team now. So you know what I mean. I'm like, let's go. So that's all I want.
We're now rooting for the little uppy thing. I love that.
Hey,
I love
we
that.
all gonna be. You was talking about Chris Paul
as a vet acquisition.
Yeah, but you know what, man? It's $30 million. You got the slot. You got a chance to flip them. You may flip them at the deadline. Who the hell knows?
How did the Wizards get a first-round pick in Poole? I feel like the deal they got for Chris Paul was better than the
first-round
deal.
pick's in 2030. We're going to be fired from the morning roast in 2026. That pick is in 2030.
I hope to make it to
2030. I don't even know if I'll be alive in 2030. First-round pick in 2030. I don't care about that.
But you would agree. This has like, if you're not a Warrior fan, you're sitting here going, you traded for Chris Paul? That's what we do with Westbrook?
6'5", I'm not taking anything personal. Relax.
No, I don't think
Nobody. Don't tell me about defense. One avenue of this trade. Well, you need to get better defensively. I get all that. You didn't get better defensively. But damn it, Chris Paul individually right now is a better defender than Jordan Poole is.
And he's significantly older and more injury prone.
He is
so there's other
prone.
elements
There's
to it
doubt.
as well.
There is elements.
And what I
and
find
Jordan
hard
Poole
to believe
plays
is
82 games a year. 82 games a year. But 2 years from now, we may have looked at Jordan Poole's contract and say, boy, damn, you kind of overpaid him. You kind of because that Jordan Poole last year is not worth $32 million a year. As much as I love Jordan Poole,
of course,
that's not worth it in that role.
But that's a separate.
Was there an avenue in him starting on this basketball team? They're going to start Klay Thompson. People need to get that through their skulls. Klay Thompson's not coming off the bench. The guy who led the league in three-point makes is not coming off the bench. Especially when you talk about you need shooting. You're going to bench the guy who led the league in three-point makes? That doesn't make sense to me. You're going to bench him for a guy who shot 32.5% from the three-point line, who was not efficient at all. It was number 4 in the league in overall turnovers. And he's going to start? So Jordan Poole wanted to start. He wasn't going to start here. So he gets a change of scenery that he desperately wanted.
Yeah, but they needed a more they needed another two-way player. That's what they needed.
I agree.
More than a playmaker. And so that's where I'm saying to you.
Maybe they tried to get that.
Well, I mean, who knows? Who knows what else was on the table? And people could say, well, this is the best they could get. It sounded like Boston, because the Bleacher Report was putting out, was in on them. I don't know what you could get from Boston. Maybe Boston was lowballing the crud out of you. I don't know. San Antonio sounds like they were interested. There's really nobody on San Antonio that I want, to be quite honest with you.
Right.
So maybe financial flexibility is the best thing. But here's the point I would make to you, B. If financial flexibility is the best thing that you get out of the Jordan Poole thing, damn. You're kind of sacrificing a Steph year here at the end. That sucks. $30 million that maybe could have used to help the team win now. That's a tough pill to swallow.
What if it was Steph who wanted Chris Paul?
What am I supposed to say to that?
Because that's a very...
Then you got to lie in your bed. Then you got to lie.
Right,
it doesn't mean I like it.
Yeah,
I didn't like Avery Bradley. They wanted Avery Bradley.
Yeah, I know they did.
And they were wrong.
And they were wrong.
You know?
They were wrong about that. But Steph gets what he wants. And if he okayed it, because they're going to run it by it, no matter what Dunleavy says or whatever Joe Lacob says, they're going to run it by Stephen Curry. And if Steph Curry wanted the core to stay together, and if he wanted CP3, then damn it, you do what Steph wants. He's the guy who helped you build that stadium.
Okay.
He's the guy who's got
then
this franchise.
Then you got to live and die by the sword.
Then you got to leave him die by it.
But that doesn't mean
at.
that I think it's a great trade.
No, I don't either. I'd never say that I thought it was a great trade. I hate Chris Paul just as much as anybody.
I mean, he's one of the top. If I was putting together a list of my starting 5 of people I hate in Bay Area sports, it's like Brett Favre, Russell Wilson, CP3, Harden, Oral Hershiser, Kershaw. The top 10,
no doubt.
CP3 is in there. I'm talking
no doubt.
sports.
No doubt. But you know what? You know what, though?
I hate this player.
And I do, too. But you know what? It's time to get out our feelings and talk basketball. And remove the emotion as sports broadcasters and break down the trade. That's what this is about.
When they acquired Richard Sherman, there was massive risk because he was coming off an Achilles tear, and he's one of the seminal.
And I hated that move.
I know, and he got 2 All-Pros or 1 All-Pro season and another Pro Bowl out of his body. I don't see that with CP3. The only way this one comes through as a win for them long term, you either win a championship with CP3 or CP3's contract somehow acquires you someone who can help you win a championship. Because those are what the stakes are.
Well, you know what? I don't know about that. He is 38 years old. But he ain't going to be playing 32 minutes a night like he did last season. And at 32 minutes a night last year, he was very.
If he plays 0 games and they win a championship, it's still a great trade.
So exactly.
Clearly the chemistry was good.
He averaged 14 points a game and 9 assists last year, shooting 37.5% for the 3-point line.
Would you agree? This is where they're at. And I hate doing this.
And he doesn't turn the ball over.
Because I know how hard it is to win.
And he doesn't turn the ball over.
It's championship or bust. So every trade, every acquisition, everything is viewed through you have to do it to win a title.
Exactly.
Which
sucks. And how many rings does Chris Paul have?
0.
He is desperate for a championship. Is he not?
But desperation for a championship doesn't mean it's a good move.
No doubt. But this is a backup point guard who's going to run your second, who was efficient. And if it doesn't work out, you can either flip him at the deadline, or you can say, you know what, bye-bye, Chris Paul. Thanks for the memories. And then you got an option where you have Clay coming off the books and Chris Paul off the books. That's over $70 million. Now let's see what happens with Draymond Green. And you still have other valuable assets on this basketball team in Andrew Wiggins or Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody if it doesn't work out. You're still in a better spot today than you were yesterday. That's all.
So,
and I can't stand
a year
Chris
from
Paul.
now, they might acquire someone, so you're wasting year 35.
Again,
or not wasting, but you lose year 35 of Steph Curry. He gets a tick old. But you see what I'm saying? Like, that's why all of these moves are about winning now
yes,
this year.
I agree with that. But the chemistry on the team may be a lot better, which helps you overcome some of the shortcomings. That is a big factor. You cannot lie. That chemistry in the locker room matters.
Of course. But this is also a guy who's never played nice with other people. Every stop has ended up in chaos.
Well, the first year always goes well. The first year always goes
and
well.
Here's the other part.
And it's only a one-year deal. The first year always goes well with Chris Paul, does it not? The first year with Houston went very well. The first year with Phoenix went very well to the point they made the NBA Finals and had a 2-0 lead. Does it not?
Yeah, they had
the
Devin
first
Booker
year
in his
always
prime.
works out well for
I
Chris Paul.
He's not.
It's
He's
about
not
the
a
second
lead
year.
dog, man. He's not a lead. I don't know.
He doesn't need to be a lead
We're
dog.
We're going off of what he's done and
listen to what you're
accomplished. He's
saying.
an all-time
You keep
player.
saying he's not a lead dog. He doesn't need to be a lead dog here.
But with the money that you're paying him and the guy that you gave up, you were hoping to get someone who could either be multiple role players
and again,
or part of a bigger package that could get you a lead
maybe
dog.
they tried to do that and it wasn't out there. Maybe they tried to do that. Like, are they dummies down there at Chase Center? Joe Lake and Dunleavy? I don't think they're dummies. Maybe they tried to do that. They didn't do that.
I'm not saying they're dummies, but clearly whatever the hell they were doing the last 2 years, they weren't feeling because they uprooted all of it in like a 6-hour span.
Well, James Wiseman wasn't going to play here. There was no room for him, and he didn't fit.
No, I agree, but you drafted him, and then you could have signed GP2, but then he goes to Portland. Oh, my God, we got to give Wiseman minutes, but it's not working, so let's trade him for 5 first-round picks, then we're going to move that and go get GP2. And then, Jordan Poole will give him the bag. He got punched. Oh, my God, what are we going to do? Let's sell. Like, Patrick Baldwin Jr., we drafted him 12 months
ago.
ago.
What the hell Patrick Baldwin Jr. is? We're all lovey-dovey with Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Of chaos.
Jesus Christ.
You guys all can't even get on the same page.
I'd rather have Trayce Jackson-Davis, who can play it big and play in a post than Patrick Baldwin Jr. right now. Patrick Baldwin Jr. wasn't going to play.
Why did you even take him last year?
He's a cheap asset.
Clearly
That's
not,
why.
because they saved $10 million.
Gosh, exactly. And you saved $10 million off. So come on, man. Let's be wise here.
What do you mean be wise?
Let's get out of our feelings for 1 second about this move. You are a better team today than you were yesterday. And
Slightly.
Is it slightly?
Slightly.
Is it? We don't know that.
Are you a favorite in the West?
Denver's the favorite. It's their league.
Are you better than the Lakers?
You're right there with the Lakers.
I don't think
you're right there with the Lakers. They're going to lose some assets. You're right there with the Lakers. We act like they just wiped out the Golden State Warriors. Good Warriors should have been 2-2 going back to
blowout.
Game. Yes, it was, but it should have been 2-2 going back to Game 5. Game 4 was a series. You got Lonnie Walker. Lonnie Walker will never have a game like that the rest of his career.
They have Anthony Davis, and he's still in his prime, and you really don't have an answer right now for them. And you know they're going to make another move.
Let's go to you know what? We got let's go to Can Opener Cal on a Friday. Can Opener Cal, St. Louis. What's happening?
What's up, man? What's up, guys? And man, Bonte, man, I wish Shasky on this one all day, every day, man. I hate Chris Paul.
Thank you.
With a passion. I wanted that win, man, and never get a ring. Now I got to root for this man. Man, I thought we was going to go get a dog, not
Cal.
an old dog.
You don't got to root
You know
for
what I'm saying?
him. That's
Go
a
ahead.
choice you're making. You don't have to root for him. You can root for the Warriors. You don't have to root for Chris Paul. That's a choice.
Root for the Warriors,
We all
Bonte.
make choices in life.
Every year, every year, Bonte, we waiting for some exciting news, and this is like we went backwards, man. They're still predictable. Chris Paul slows the ball down, turns his butt, and puts his hip on the defender and everything else like that. At least Poole, when Poole played, and Poole played good, he was hot. You know what I'm saying? Golly, we wanted to get younger. We didn't want to get older, man, and we wanted it big. Golly, man, I'd rather have Westbrook. You know what I'm saying? At least Westbrook put his heart in it, and that nigga dunk the ball and be aggressive. And, you know, he had passion and everything.
Can't open a cow. Can't open a cow. Can't open a cow. Let me ask you something. Does young players win in the NBA? Do young players win in the
young
NBA?
Players run the NBA?
Do young players win in the NBA?
Okay, I understand your point, Bonte, but I feel like, golly, man, I see a lot of good things. Look at what's going on with the Cavaliers, man. I mean, look at what's going on in Detroit. They're moving up and they're ascending. It feels like we did that stuff with Wiggins and everything. I mean, with the center and Eric Wiseman, it's like we did all of that for nothing, like Shasky said, man. I just feel like we went backwards, man. It's going to be predictable. I feel like the Kings are going to clown us. And golly, does Draymond Green got something on the GM and everything else, man? I mean, he's getting lucky, man. I ain't being funny nothing, but golly, Draymond had to be the luckiest player in the NBA history, man. I mean, you could have got something better, and then you trade Poole straight up and give up other assets just for Chris Paul.
Well,
come on, Bonte.
Listen,
and on the young guy thing, look, no one is saying that they're going to be lead dogs. Clearly, when you have this kind of a roster, Keegan Murray was really good at the end of that series against the Warriors. Again, 22 years old, so he was more seasoned. He got to play all year. Christian Brown, whatever, I always pronounce it wrong, had a couple of minutes, a couple of moments, nothing serious. Austin Reeves is pretty unproven. You know, he kicked the crap out of the Warriors. As a third, fourth, fifth fiddle, depending on who was out there. No one's saying that those guys are going to be the major nucleus, but they could be a supplemental helpful in certain series, depending on where we're at. Problem is they had way too many of the young guys.
Yeah, and they didn't play. So now you condense the roster. Now you get Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Looney, and Draymond. And don't laugh at me, but it was the best starting five in basketball in terms of net rating, right? So then off the bench, you got Kuminga, you got Moody, you got Chris Paul, right? Those are three. That's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
For a team that doesn't like to run pick and roll, now they're going to run nothing but pick and roll.
Basically, well, they ran a lot of pick and roll against Sacramento.
Thank God,
7.
and it was fun.
And it worked. And you got a 50 burger. You got a 50 burger. So we know that's in Steve Kerr's back pocket. Oh, and by the way, you still have GP too, who's still a capable defender, and hopefully he comes back healthy. He makes a difference on this team. You can laugh about it all you want to. Yeah, I know he's short, but he makes a difference.
He's solid.
So, anyway, let's get to the injury report. Listen, man, I get it. It's tough, but I'm leaving my emotions out of it. I've got tweets from 2011 dogging Chris Paul. Seriously. I'm not here caping for Chris Paul.
I'm not leaving my emotions out of it.
Yeah,
I'm emotionally connected to these guys. I'm emotionally connected to this organization. We're in the middle of a dynasty.
I am too. But I'm not. If a player's got to go, a player's got to go. And if it wasn't going to work out, it wasn't going to work out. I'm not going to cry. I'm going to roll with the champs. I'm going to roll with the champs. So, you know what I'm saying? Nobody's more invested into the Dubs than I am right now. Anyway.
Maybe Joe Lacob.
But
you're right there.
Giants announced that Mike Yastrzemski, who had to leave Wednesday night's game with left hamstring-itis, could return to the lineup sooner rather than later after scans revealed no major damage. Yaz spoke to reporters yesterday, said he was only dealing with a little inflammation and swelling and is hoping for a best-case scenario. Gabe Copper mentioned before yesterday's game, and while Yaz is feeling fine overall, they are not quite out of the woods just yet, especially since Yaz already has missed time this year due to issues with his left hammy. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Boy, Giants must-win game yesterday. Did not go well. Maybe that's the season. Not like losing a must-win game on June 22nd. I love you, Sam Lubman. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Midsummer Days. We're celebrating with fun in-store events for IKEA family members and lots of savings. Oh.
baby. What a Friday it is. It is a Frisco Friday. It is a 50-cent Friday. And guess what? Even better, it's a payday Friday here on the Morning Roast as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're living under a rock, good morning to YouTube. I know they're not living under a rock. They know what's happening. Comcast Business Text Line knows what's happening. Twitch knows what's happening. Chris Paul's coming to the Bay Area, folks. Chris Paul is coming to the Bay as the Warriors trade away Jordan Poole, who just turned 24 years old this past Monday and is out there in Switzerland. He gets traded from the Golden State Warriors alongside Ryan Rollins to the Washington Wizards for Chris Paul.
But they weren't done. They weren't done.
They made some draft picks. Brandin Podziemski.
Wait, there's more.
Brandin Podziemski, 6'5", 40-inch vert out of Santa Clara, averaged the double-double.
Did you see those video highlights that we were playing during the YouTube commercial?
Josh Lutman.
If you're on our YouTube channel, we're starting to show some cut-ups here and there, so hopefully you guys like them.
Yep, and that's what was going on. Trayce Jackson-Davis, he's coming in from Indiana. He was averaging the double-double, some really good numbers from him. So we got action out here in the Bay Area. We got action. We got phone lines, 888-957-9570, wide open here. Get in here. As we talk about the Chris Paul trade.
You know, B, you say if you're living under a rock, do you know what we call people who live under a rock?
What do you call them?
Patrick Star. Do you know what that reference is to?
No.
SpongeBob.
Oh, I wasn't a big SpongeBob guy.
Yeah, neither am I. But Patrick Star lives under a rock because he's a starfish.
Okay.
So if you're living under a rock, we're going to start calling you the Patrick Star.
All right.
So I get a text message yesterday from my mother-in-law, and wow, here we go. Chris Paul? I can't wait for Jordan Poole's great reveal. It will be better than the Kardashians. This is my mother-in-law.
Wow.
One could logically deduce that the punch absolutely affected the team, and now that they've traded him and the wooing of Draymond, I can't wait to hear all of the behind-the-scenes stuff.
Let me say this about Jordan Poole. And this is what made me call in the Willard and Dibs a couple weeks ago. Because people were talking about the Warriors had to baby these guys and blah, blah, blah. No, they got punished. They didn't play. All right? That's part of the problem here. They didn't play. Jordan Poole showed a ton of maturity. He may have shown the most maturity out of anybody in that organization last season because he didn't talk about it. He could have easily did his ESPN sit-down. He could have easily sat down with Kendra Andrews, who's going to join us at 8:30, by the way. ESPN, Kendra Andrews saw her last night at Chase Center. She can't wait to come on the roast. He could show a lack of immaturity, just said, to hell with everything. I'm going to talk about what happened, what really happened, because Draymond's camping them, got out in front of the narrative, and tried to sway things like, whoa. No, that's not cool. Jordan Poole showed a tremendous amount of maturity. And then by the time Game 4 rolled around, and he's in the locker room basically telling people, I ain't no Vinny Microwave Johnson. And if you young bucks don't know who Vinny Microwave Johnson is, he's a guy who came off the bench for the bad boy Pistons and would score in bunches off the bench. He was the microwave because he heated up so fast. Jordan Poole's like, I'm not that guy. He feels like he's a starter. So Jordan Poole gets his wish to be a starter elsewhere. Maybe it changes scenery, which we talked about during the season, will do him some good.
Absolutely.
But I do want to give Jordan Poole his proper respect. He's a champion.
Yes.
I'm going to always wear this T-shirt, the Warriors championship team with Poole and the floaty. We were all having pool parties. Hell, I'm going to miss playing this.
Money time! Money time! Money time! Money time!
Love that drop. We're going to miss playing it. But Jordan Poole, he showed a lot of maturity. But you know what? Business is business. And the Warriors were able to create financial flexibility. And today, they are a better team than they were yesterday. How much better? Time will tell. But it was obvious Draymond Green at the end of the day and Jordan Poole cannot coexist in the locker room. So the Warriors chose up. And if you got a problem with that, I'm here to hear about it, and I understand it.
So I want to make sure we're clear here. CP3 currently cannot be traded again until January.
Yes.
At minimum.
At minimum.
So we can talk about financial flexibility all you want, which is an element. It's a huge element.
Huge element to this.
Okay. What's the number one thing that you're trying to accomplish right now?
Well, you're trying to win.
A championship.
You're trying to win a championship.
Okay. So financial flexibility cannot be the number one reason why you're trading someone. Now, I'm not saying it is the number one reason, but it sure feels like it. Now, in terms of winning now, okay, yeah, he's slightly better than Jordan Poole right now. No one would deny.
Maybe they think Jordan Poole, or Chris Paul gives him a better chance to win a championship. They could be delusional, and you could disagree. I believe they're a championship contender with Chris Paul?
Their IQ
not really.
Skyrockets
It
with
does.
CP3. That I will give you, right? But to me, IQ was one element they needed to improve, but the bigger ones were they needed dudes.
Yeah.
They needed dudes. They got out-duded in the Lakers series. And so they don't have a dude who could play two-way on that front court, on that back court. That's what they needed. And so when you made this deal for Jordan Poole, who's one of the few guys that everyone's willing to part with, right? It's very important that if you make a deal like this, and it's about winning right now, you get something back that really does move the needle. And for me, this doesn't do enough.
Does this help chemistry?
I'm sure it helps chemistry to some degree.
Right.
Because it can't be any worse than what it was last year.
Last year was
I
rock
don't know
bottom.
if these guys love Chris Paul or not. How am I? But it clearly wasn't working last year.
From what I hear, Steph Curry gave a thumbs up on it.
Okay.
Steph Curry's cool with Chris Paul coming. You know, I think Draymond Green's going to be cool with Chris Paul coming. Klay Thompson will probably be cool with Chris Paul coming because he's going to get the ball, and Chris Paul will find him. And Chris Paul does create a lot of open threes for a lot of players in the half court. In the half court, he's still a damn good facilitator. Now, defensively, yeah, he's not the guy he once was. But he's a worse guy than Jordan Poole on that end.
Can we
Probably
agree?
not.
They only had so many moves they could make. If you're standing pat with Klay and Steph, we don't know. Draymond can kind of control himself to a degree. Like, you're not moving off Wiggins because he's a two-way player that you really like, and his numbers coming down in terms of the finance, okay? You had Jordan Poole, right? And so most people wanted a difference maker, you know, if you're going to trade Jordan Poole. So I get, okay, maybe that guy wasn't available.
But you're not going to get that. Are we? Honestly, let's stop.
This
for a
is
second.
what I wanted. A 3-and-D guy.
Yeah, but honestly, what 3-and-D guy? Who? You think you're going to get OG Anunoby for Jordan Poole?
Okay, would you take Marcus Smart over CP3 right now? Who was part the Warriors and the Celtics were linked? I don't even know if that was the offer. I'm just hypothetically someone who was moved. And I know the numbers don't match up, but you'd have to, mix things around.
Is Marcus Smart more efficient than Chris Paul?
CP3 does more, I think, on offense.
Yeah.
I think Marcus Smart does a lot more on defense. But the problem, Marcus Smart doesn't really answer your defensive riddle either.
And really, we saw Marcus Smart defense in the finals. Steph Curry torched him.
It's Steph Curry.
But when you get to the playoffs, you're playing the De'Aaron Foxes. You're playing the Jamal Murrays.
He would have helped against him. I think he's more useful than GP2 against a De'Aaron Fox, for example, who's another player you have on the roster. Like right now, you've got a lot of flawed guys. This is what ended up happening last year. Offense or defense. They needed a two-way guy.
They do. They still do. I agree. But maybe they couldn't get that for Jordan Poole. And maybe they tried their asses off. Got to remember, with that contract now kicking in with Jordan Poole, the 4-year, at least 123. Yeah. And if he hits incentives, he's going to make he could make up to $143 million. With that contract kicking in, maybe other teams said, oh, boy, that's a lot of money.
But isn't it you that always says that there's always a sucker in the NBA?
There is always a sucker in the NBA. But you got the new CBA. The new CBA has petrified some teams here. Let's be real.
Of course it has.
It's changed the way certain NBA teams have thought about things, about making moves here. There is always a sucker in the NBA. And maybe that sucker today is the Golden State Warriors.
Well, it feels
maybe
like
they're the suckers.
Look, I don't like this trade. I don't think it makes them better enough. It makes them better, but not better enough to where it's moving the needle for their championship chances.
But Poole's value was so low right now. And some teams may look at Poole and say, boy, he's a scorer, but we don't necessarily need a scorer. I need a guy who can facilitate for others. He has elements to that in his game, but is he that guy? Is he that guy? And then you say two-way players. Everybody covets two-way players. The entire league's coveting two-way players. Is Jordan Poole a two-way player right now?
No, but if you're going to package him in something, you want to make sure that you don't just sell to sell, right? So if you're going to package it, because he's one of the guys that you would package, because of the limitations of salary flexibility, he's one of the few guys you have. So it's very important that if you're going to sacrifice him, you get something that is a big upgrade for this year.
You don't think they tried, though?
Other things,
but you don't think they tried?
Of course, but that doesn't mean it's the right move.
Right. So they just said, you know what? We got to make a move now before this window closes. Maybe the window was closing for an avenue. Maybe the Wizards was like, look, we're going to move on and go take on somebody else's contract. Maybe. And that's the move that they had to make. Maybe that's the move that they had to make. I don't know. And again, I'm not a CP3 fan, for crying out loud, folks. I can't stand CP3. I'm like 95% of Warrior fans. I was distraught just thinking, Oh, my God, Chris Paul's a Golden State Warrior? Really? But I understand the finances. I understand the financial flexibility. And I understand that, look, if it doesn't work out, it may be a half a season of Chris Paul. Could be like D'Angelo Russell, where you flip him at the deadline. And the team will say, well, boy, Chris Paul has a team option, not a player option.
So, okay, on that, if let's say that plays itself out, right? Now you're in the middle of the season trying to acquiesce and get somebody up to speed who you bring in, who you hope is, like, to me, if you're going to go all in on Steph Curry and the winning of now, it needed to be more impactful for this year, because that feels like you're kind of putting this year up in limbo. If we're all about the winning of now, Steph Curry, I just don't think this does enough for them. That's just me.
Chris Paul last year.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope this dude plays 70 games in the regular season.
Look up
healthy
right
the whole
now.
way.
How many games Steph Curry played last year?
I don't know, 60? 57?
You know how many games Chris Paul played last year?
More than him.
He played 59 games
Yeah,
last
but then
year.
he only played the 7 games in the
Right.
playoffs, and when they desperately needed him, push came to shove, he was done.
He got hurt.
Which
But
is the story of his career.
But the reason why they made the Kevin Durant trade is because to take some of the load off of Chris Paul. And what happened to Kevin Durant 2 games into his tenure with Phoenix?
He got hurt.
He got hurt.
But that's what
So
happens
you
with
added
older
more
guys.
load.
Bonte,
Exactly.
You're doing the same thing here.
Exactly.
You got Steph older,
But
Clay
hold on.
Dre
No,
older.
you didn't even let me finish. He had to have more of a load in Phoenix, Chris Paul.
Okay.
Kevin Durant gets hurt, and all of a sudden he's like, damn, I thought I was going to be able to take a step back and be that third option. Now I got to make sure we get to the finish line, because you got to remember, Phoenix was battling for the 4, 5, and 6 spot, just like the Golden State Warriors at home court in that first round. Or, hell, they was trying to get up to 3, which was impossible, but they were trying to get there. And Kevin Durant gets hurt with shoulders, which Chris Paul has to shoulder more of the load. The Warriors are not going to ask him to do that.
What are you talking about? They're gonna miss. You're gonna bake into the equation missed games for Draymond, Steph, and to some degree Clay. We don't know what's gonna happen.
Maybe
with Clay.
Chris Paul.
Clay was very healthy this year.
Paul.
What?
Maybe Chris Paul will get some of those load management.
Newsflash: older guys get hurt in the league.
They do.
It's a very long.
But they're not going to
year.
ask him to have that same load that he had in Phoenix. He was asked to be a 1, 2, or 3. He won't be asked to do that here.
You think it's a 55-win team?
I don't know. I got to see the rest of the roster. We're not done. Free agency hasn't started yet.
But they have very little wiggle room in free agency.
And honestly,
they have very little wiggle room.
They do have little.
Unless there's a sign and trade with Dre.
Yeah. Again, I got to see the roster. I don't know if they're a 55-win team, but again, 55 wins, does that mean a lot for this team when you got a championship core? Didn't mean much against Sacramento. They went into the 6th seed and beat them despite not having a home court. We all bitched them on about the road record. Well, they won 2 games in Sacramento. Games 5 and 7. All right?
All right. We're now winning in the first round is like a litmus test.
No, nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that.
That's not good enough. That's a failure. For this team, it's a failure.
Again, last year was a disappointment.
To say that.
Last year was a disappointment.
Yes.
I'm not saying it's a badge of honor. I'm not saying that. You're putting words in my mouth now. Let's go to the lines. Let's go to.
So you think this is the best they could do, and so then it's not bad.
I don't know what's going on in the war room. I don't know what players are available. Obviously, the Warriors felt like this is the best. I understand the deal.
No, but do you like it?
I understand the deal.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I understand the deal. That's fine. You don't have to like it. But I understand why they did the deal. Maybe I don't like the player, but I understand it. And you know what? They got better than they were. They're a better team today than they were yesterday.
And I still don't think it's good enough.
And that's sad. It may not be good enough, and you may hate the deal, and you hate Chris Paul, and you may be in your feelings about Jordan Poole, but guess what? You're still a better team today.
Jordan Poole's not the person to cry a sob story for. He's got a lot of warts. I think he's been overly criticized. He deserves to be criticized, but he's been overly criticized. And to me, he's not the end-all, be-all to the flaws of the Golden State Warriors for 2023. He's a big part of it, but there's a lot of other elements. Clearly, Bonte, and this is an element that we barely discussed today, and I think next week we can go ham on this. Clearly, they weren't feeling, and I'm talking about the coaching staff, Steve Kerr in particular, was not feeling any of the recipe ingredients that Bob Myers was serving them.
No, he was not.
All right? And we can have a conversation, because to me, smells a lot like Trent Baalke and Jim Harbaugh.
Right.
Except they got championships.
Do I like the deal? Everybody's like, answer the question, Bonte. Do I like the deal? No, originally I didn't like the deal, but I understand the deal. Whether I like it or not does not matter. I don't like Chris Paul. I want to root for him, but I understand what the Warriors are trying to accomplish. I understand what they're trying to accomplish. And again, and we said this all season long, can Draymond Green and Jordan Poole coexist in the locker room? Obviously they can. And also Jordan Poole may have had a problem with Steve Kerr and the inconsistent minutes. Maybe Jordan Poole's like, you know what? I'm checked out of this.
Well, that's totally
I'm
fair.
out. And you know what? You do a sell by the player, whatever it is.
Did they maximize their return?
I don't know. I don't know what Jordan Poole's value was. Did the Warriors overpay Jordan Poole?
Well, that's
the question. That's another question.
Clearly.
Did they overpay him? So now you got out of that contract. Think about that. If it's an overpay, you moved off that money. Just like D'Angelo Russell. They paid D'Angelo Russell. We realized too much into that tenure.
Yeah.
We realized too much.
Yeah.
No, the Warriors paid him in that signing trade with Kevin Durant.
I know, but I'm saying like they had to get something back for KD.
Exactly. But they flipped him immediately. But
did they do anything for that year? We're older. It's about winning now.
Did D'Angelo Russell that trade do something for that year?
Yeah, for that year.
For that year, they won 15 games. But for that year, it was about the next year when Clay was supposed to come back.
Okay.
And then you bring in Andrew Wiggins. And by the way, the next year you bring in Jonathan
You didn't make the playoffs
now
that
look
year.
You did make the playoffs that year.
So now you're 3 years older than that point in time.
But you won a championship. Did you not win a championship with Andrew Wiggins being your second best player?
So
what are you talking about?
More desperate. Are we closer to the cliff, or are we farther away from the cliff?
I don't think we're near the cliff at all. Steph Curry's still a top 5 player in the league. Still a top 5 player in the league.
So you think they've just got this long runway?
No, obviously there's a 3-year window.
3?
There's a 3-year window.
I'm going
probably
1 year at a time now.
Yeah, well, that's you. I got Steph Curry's still playing at an MVP level.
Oh,
MVP
no doubt.
level,
and it's unprecedented.
So as long as that's happening, I'm rocking with it. They're still got a chance in the West, especially in the West.
Who's not rocking? Hold on.
Think about the Western Conference right now. I want to get to the calls, but think about the Western Conference right now. Denver's a title team. We all agree they're the number 1 team,
and they're all in their prime.
All right. Do we really believe Phoenix is going to work out with Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker? 3 guys who need the ball in their hands.
No, and they're all injured.
No depth.
But the same arguments. Wait up. The same arguments that people will make to crush Phoenix, I think a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them apply to the Warriors.
They do.
Age, health.
But here's the difference.
Thin.
Here's the difference. One's a 4-time champ. One doesn't have banners in their building.
One's a 2-time champ. Come on.
Well, Kevin Durant.
And Booker's younger than all of the guys on the Warriors and in his prime and is a great player.
And he's been blown out by 30 in 2 straight elimination games.
He's still a great player, B.
He's been blown out by 30.
I watched him in person.
He is awesome, but he's still been blown out in 2 straight elimination games by 30. He's been down 30 at the half.
And one of them was with your guy that you just acquired.
But he was a number 2 option. Chris Paul would not be, again, Chris Paul's not the number 2 option here. We're not asking Chris Paul to be the number 2 option. We're asking him to run the second unit and play against backup point guards.
Who is the number 2 option?
For the Warriors, could be Wiggins, could be Clay.
Yeah, I don't know if that's good enough.
Well, one guy.
I'm looking at Jamal Murray and Jokic. I'm looking at LeBron and AD. I'm looking at Booker and KD, Steph, and maybe Wiggins or Clay. I think
we all agree.
Fair questions.
But we all agree, though. Nobody's afraid of Phoenix.
I don't know about afraid. I got to see it. It's a wait and see. Same thing with the Warriors. Wait and see.
All right.
I think a lot of the same questions you have on Phoenix apply to the Warriors.
They do. They very much do. But that's the whole point here. The entire Western Conference outside of Denver is up in the. It's a who's who. It's a who's who. And I got the biggest who's who of them all is Stephen Curry. I got the biggest trump card of them all.
Yeah, but you need more than that.
Yeah, of course you do.
You need more than that.
Of course you do, Shasky. Of course you do.
That's why we're having this argument right now. Because you're trying to acquire more than that.
Was Jordan Poole a better player than Chris Paul last season?
No, Chris Paul was better, but he went down at the end. And you're asking different things.
I just asked you. I didn't ask about the injuries.
Here's the thing.
I didn't ask you about. I said, is Chris Paul, was he a better player?
I have no idea what I'm going to
Jordan
get for
Poole
Chris Paul
last
this
year?
year.
Chris Paul's a better player last year than Jordan Poole.
In terms of efficiency,
and I hate Chris
absolutely.
Paul. And I hate Chris Paul. I cannot stand him. Now, let me not say that anymore before I get fired, but, he was a better player than Jordan Poole. And it's taken every fiber in my body to admit that. But you got to get out your feelings for a second. Just get out your feelings.
Get out of your feelings when you defended Klay Thompson when he was horrific all year? Is that the same
Thompson
guy?
was not really. Klay Thompson was horrific all year.
Had a
the guy
team
who made
meeting.
threes.
They had a team meeting
and then what he
telling
do?
him to stop shooting.
And then what he do?
Get out of my feelings.
He had two of the best 3 months of his entire
got
career.
Cooked by Austin Reeves in the playoffs.
Oh, stop
Austin
it.
Reeves, who you laughed at,
Oh,
got
man.
cooked by Lonnie Walker.
Yeah, okay.
Who? Lonnie Walker.
Klay Thompson didn't get cooked by Lonnie Walker.
Telling me to get out of my feelings when Warrior fans are attached emotionally to Dre, Steph, and Clay. Come on.
Your feelings about a 23-year-old
Come on.
who turned the ball over the fourth most times in the NBA. And we gonna forget about Klay. They had the team meeting of what Klay Thompson do from there. He went nuclear. He's the reason why you went to the damn playoffs.
And he's the reason we lost.
Oh, no. Oh, he's the reason why you lost.
Both
okay.
are true.
Not the guy who you gave a 4-year, $123 million contract who couldn't even play in the fourth quarter.
He's the 9th highest paid player in the league this year.
Oh, my gosh.
And he didn't play even close to that.
Oh, my gosh. PJ Hayward, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? First time caller.
Go ahead.
How are you?
PJ.
All right. So, my point is, what I wanted to say, that's why I called, if Chris Paul was in this year instead of Jordan Poole, we probably would have put one more games in the playoffs. Because that's what you guys always complain about with Jordan Poole is consistency. And with Chris Paul, that's what you're going to get, is consistency. Now, we don't know if he's going to be injured during the playoffs next year, but at least we got a chance, right? I'll get your thoughts on the air.
I don't know how the heck I'm going to rely on Chris Paul in the playoffs when his entire resume is littered with shortcomings in the playoffs. He's one of the bigger playoff disappointments, sadly, which it's not all on him, but like to say he's going to all of a sudden flip the switch, it's just tough.
I don't know why it's so hard to understand that they don't need to rely on Chris Paul in the playoffs. You need him to play 20 to 25 minutes. He's not closing lineups. Catch a five.
But isn't that what lost them games was closing lineups?
You need them for the first 6 minutes of the fourth at times to stabilize the second unit. That's what you need. And then you hope the big boys can bring it home. But they're not bringing in Chris Paul to rely on Chris Paul. Those days are done. They're not relying on him to bring it home in the playoffs. Come on, man. Let's be wiser here. Tim, Benicia Bridge, what's happening?
What's happening? Monte, I agree with you on one point and disagree with you on the other. What I agree with you on is, he's going to come in and he's not going to be a starter, and that's probably going to save his leg and save his working out. I mean, he's going to be able to make it farther probably without getting injured. On the other hand, on what you said about Poole being mature, I don't think he showed any maturity. I think at the end of the series with Sacramento, they go through a 7-game series where they had to put their heart and souls out there, and he would even shake Draymond's hand, and that's after an entire season. I mean, that does not show maturity. So I'll take your comments off here.
I mean, clearly these guys want to play together. Or at least Steph and CP3 want to play together.
Steph okayed it. Steph ain't mad at it.
How does that work? You think they reach out to CP3 on the front end or Steph on the front end?
Well, CP3's maybe got no say in this. Hell, I got some say. We'll see. Matter of fact, we'll come back with it real quick. Coach Hall before the break. San Diego, Coach Hall, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? I was just going to say that, it was a WTF moment yesterday, but I'm not going to overreact because I trust Rick Celebrini, our trainer, what he did with Otto Porter, how he managed Sean Livingston. Hell, he even got DeMarcus Cousins back to health. And like you said, we don't need Chris Paul to shoulder the load. If it wasn't for Steph and Loon, we would have lost dang near every game last year. So to be all the way real, everybody got to step it up. And I think we closer than to a championship than we were last year. But I trust Rick, and I think Chris ain't got to shoulder the load. And I don't think we done yet. There's a big move coming.
All right, Coach Hall. Boy.
Well, they can't move Chris right now.
Not until January. See how it works. Maybe you hold on to him. So I don't know. Again, that's why I don't get the freak out about Chris Paul anymore.
Because we hate him.
Well, okay. Well, then we can't have a rational conversation if we hate him and we get into our emotions.
You can't tell me
what's the point of talking about it?
15 years of hatred over an individual.
I had to root for Richard Sherman, Shatsky. I had to root for Richard Sherman. All right? He's crapped on the entire city of San Francisco in the NFC Championship game, and I had to root for that guy. So don't tell me if I can't root for Chris Paul. I had to root for Richard Sherman.
I'm not allowed to be angry for a couple days?
Gosh. Trying to be rational here. I had to root for Richard Sherman, who crapped on the Niners when he left. Now he said all these good things about the organization, but he still crapped on them.
Well, he was a lot younger, and we didn't know we were going to get those, great years out of him. And it felt like the Niners situation wasn't as dire as where the Warriors are at. And they weren't up to the sense of urgency that the Warriors are at. That's all.
Charles Schwab, the finances.
I'm always well aware of the finances.
Doesn't the financial flexibility make you happy?
If I knew they could trade him today to get one of these disgruntled stars, yes. Have to wait till January. It makes it very difficult to swallow.
All right. Some people say I need anger management.
Money time!
Maybe I do need anger management.
If Harden came to the Warriors, would that not be chef's kiss?
Oh, okay, that's a player I hate more than Chris Paul. I hate him more than Chris Paul.
So we should get
So you
LeBron
think I'm
too?
in here?
So
I gotta
Dre's
check
out,
the
Clay's
Phillies.
out. It's Steph, Harden, LeBron, and CP3.
Oh my God, I'd be livid. I don't want any of those
Toss
guys.
Ben
But you know
Simmons in
what?
there, too.
But you know what? When I walk into that studio door, I'm supposed to check my emotions and try to be rational about this move. That's what's required for me in my job, in my position. And you know what? I got to be rational about this. Chris Paul's not going to be depended on. He's going to play the second unit, and you have financial flexibility. And oh, by the way, Draymond and Jordan Poole, we're not going to coexist again. So you had to do something here.
Is Draymond coming back?
Oh, we'll see. We'll see.
Are we going to hug at the break?
Oh, no, we're fine. We're fine. People think we're going to fight. We're fine. I do need anger management.
This is what we do.
This stuff gets my blood boiling, man. All right, what's
I'm
coming
gonna
up
go to the sauna.
on a game sponsored by Cars.com. Nobody's mad.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been.
conversation is going to be about Chris Paul and his reported trade. It's not official yet, but, the parameters are in place, and it looks like Chris Paul is heading to the Bay Area to become a member of the Golden State Warriors. Kendra, good morning. Did you get any rest? How long did you write? What's happening?
I slept so good, Bonte. I was passed out. But it was good seeing you last night. I really you were rocking the comfy sweatsuit. Very jealous of that fit. Big fan of that.
Yeah, no, I had to feel comfortable, man. We rock suits
and
we try to dress up.
Honestly.
Yeah, Chase Center is our home. We're always living there. We're there 41 times a year and many, many more times for practice and shoot-arounds and all that stuff. So, as you walked into Chase Center yesterday thinking about what went down, it was obvious that Jordan Poole and Draymond Green were probably not going to be able to work together. We get the financial flexibility. But, boy, what does your timeline look like when it comes to Dub Nation and welcoming Chris Paul to the Bay Area?
It's something that, look, were they going to have conversations with Chris Paul to see if something was there? Yes. Was this the way I expected the trade to happen? No, not necessarily. And, I grew up in the Bay Area. I remember the days of the Warriors and the Clippers being that big rivalry, and Chris Paul probably being the most disliked athlete in the Bay Area, pre-LeBron James days, pre-Warriors Cavs rivalry days. So I think from that standpoint, for a lot of fans, it may be weird or interesting to see. The other thing that I think about with Chris Paul is just the age factor. The thing with Jordan Poole, he was an Ironman. He played all 82 games for this team. Chris Paul has missed big chunks of the playoffs for the last several years due to different injuries and stuff. And so that's kind of where my brain goes at when I think of Chris Paul really being with this team. I think he's, a great player, a great playmaker. The Warriors have wanted to find secondary playmaking for a while. I just kind of think of his durability and how much he'll actually be able to play as the Warriors hope to make another finals run.
Can him and Draymond play on the court together offensively?
That's a good question. Obviously, they're both very ball-dominant players, like to have the ball in their hand at the same time. They take on different roles. But again, I think I'm not going to say no, they can't, because again, the Warriors have been looking for another facilitating guard for a while. That's something that they wanted Jordan Poole to take on. That's something that they wanted Dante DiVincenzo to take on. So it's something that, regardless of who it is, they need to have it. They feel like they have a really good one, an experienced one, and Chris Paul, that when Draymond isn't on the floor, when Steph isn't on the floor, when he's with presumably younger guys, because that's what the rest of their roster is shaping up to look like, they have a floor general that they can trust, who they can depend on, and that's Chris Paul right now.
Kendra Andrews here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game does a terrific job for ESPN covering the Golden State Warriors and up-and-coming journalists, of course. Kendra, we think about Jordan Poole and the way last season went. Do you think he will embrace a change of scenery out there in the nation's capital?
Yes, I 100% yes. I hope that a fresh start is what he needs, right, to take that next step, to be the version of the player that he was 2 seasons ago, because I just think that there was a lot going on here. And it does all come back to the incident with Draymond Green. And I know a lot of people like to say and like to think, you guys, reporters are making too big of a deal of that. It's everyone moved on. No, they didn't. Steve Kerr sat up at the podium at the end of the season and said that lingered. That was the biggest crisis. He said it at the time, and it lingered. I'm not going to get into all the specifics of what Jordan was particularly feeling, but I do think that a change of scenery, a change of, teammates, just a change of people that he's around could be good. And what exactly the Wizards are doing right now, I have no clue how this rebuild that they're doing is very interesting, the way that they're doing it. But, you'd hope that he has the right people around him out in Washington and can at least just use this, if not building a career for himself, a stepping stone to get to wherever the right home for him is.
Well, you referenced rebuild for Washington. It does feel like the Warriors are like redoing or resetting a lot of the moves that they've made over the last couple of years. I mean, again, zoom out, big picture, considering all the movement that's happened, Poole is one element of it, but like PBJ, Rollins, there's a lot. It does feel like to immediately move some of these people, there's a financial component. And then there's like we just didn't like the guys that you were selecting component. So how do you break down some of these other moves that are around the JP move?
I think what the Warriors want to do, right? We've been talking for so long about, probably since JK and Moses were drafted, we've been talking about this 2 timeline, right? Win now, win in the future. Okay. They won 2 years ago in 2021, right? Yeah, that was 2022. Don't know what year it is. They won 2 seasons ago. Okay, didn't work this last year. And I think the Warriors are realizing, look, we have X amount of good years of Steph left. Draymond, fingers crossed he comes back. Clay, yes, he played very well last season, but how much time, right? And whatever's going on with his contract, with him becoming a free agent next offseason, the Warriors are in win-now mode. I believe that moving JP and bringing a guy like Chris Paul back, like you said, yes, financially, yes, the parties weren't getting along. They needed to make a move. But then you see them, like you said, trading PBJ, who, in my opinion, was someone who played well in his small doses last season and could have continued to develop. The Warriors are realizing they don't have the time and they don't have the resources right now to give these young guys all that time to develop, to have this second timeline. So they're trying to get pieces that win right now. Look, what that means for a guy like Jonathan Kuminga or Moses Moody, even the new draft picks, I don't know what that necessarily means for them, but I think we're going to be seeing the Warriors make moves that they feel will help them now and not necessarily, in 2 years from now or in 3 years from now. What can help us get back to the top right now so we can optimize Stephen Curry's prime?
Assuming Draymond Green re-signs with the Golden State Warriors, did they get better? Are they a better team with Draymond Green and CP3 after this Jordan Poole trade, or were they better yesterday before they made the move?
It's a hard question to answer. Like, I think if you have to assume that Draymond re-signed. If Draymond doesn't re-sign, I don't think they got better. I think it was kind of like for nothing. Does CP3 make them better? It's like, again, it's hard for me to say because the Chris Paul that was with Phoenix, like last year or again in the postseason, I don't know that that's necessarily going to help them.
Right.
But if you can get a Chris Paul maybe from a couple of years ago, like they'll get better. Again, there were instances last season that you guys remember that Jordan Poole turned the ball over. He took an ill-advised shot. The team was like, "What are you doing?" Chris Paul won't do that. So from that respect, they got better. They got a guy who's probably a little bit more sturdy. He's been around. He is, again, like I said before, a trusted floor general. He can take this group of younger guys and calm them down on the floor, something that they were hoping Andre Iguodala would be able to do, but he was just too injured throughout the season. So from that aspect, yes. But then you have those moments, those instances where Jordan was so good, and when Steph was hurt or Clay was hurt and he was able to step up, I don't know if Chris Paul is going to be able to give them that, but that's probably not what they were looking for when they signed him or when they traded for him. So I think, sure, they got better, but I'm not penciling them in to make a really deep playoff run next season. I think there's a lot of room for them to go, and I think the West, again, right now is just at an all-time high throughout the conference.
Have you ever seen The Good, the Bad, the Ugly?
I haven't.
Okay. There's a famous scene where they're all doing the standoff and you don't know who's going to shoot first. And that's kind of how I'm feeling. What do we get first? The Draymond pod, the Bob Myers pod, or the 30 for 30 from Jordan Poole's perspective on what the hell happened in the last year? Like, seriously, who cracks first?
I don't think Jordan Poole's going to say anything.
I can tell you who's going to crack last.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Jordan Poole.
I don't see Jordan Poole ever talking about it, man. I don't think honestly, I gave Jordan Poole a lot of credit for last season. he showed as much maturity as anybody in that organization after what happened. And as for a 23-year-old to handle that situation the way he did, now at the end of the season, he's a little mad about playing time and stuff like that. And I understand that because he felt like he could have helped the team. But I was very impressed with Jordan Poole's maturity. A lot of people could disagree with me all they want to, but Kendra, you covered this team every single day. You travel with the team. Mm-hmm. Jordan Poole not saying anything about the incident. Boy, he's a better man than me.
Right. I mean, he is very, keep it to yourself, keep it to himself, and has people within his own circle that he can talk to. But in his mindset, like, it's not what is it going to do to talk about it. And I think that's why a lot of people perceived that it was water under the bridge, because at a certain point, no one wanted to talk about it, and at a certain point, as reporters, you stop asking about it because, again, you weigh risk reward. Okay, what's it going to do? If we all know, if we're all having conversations that we know it's still an issue, what is it going to do by continuing to publicly talk about it and to continue to publicly ask about it? It's really not going to do anything. And as you said, Vontae, at the end of the season, of course, you talk about it because it has been it was the defining moment of their season, and it was the defining moment for Jordan as well. The response to the incident, how it was handled internally and externally. And, I always, the way I think about it is, someone who I work with and I'm close with and is supposed to trust hurts me in any kind of way, it's going to be hard for me to, I'm going to go and show up and do my job because I'm a professional, but anything beyond that, it's going to be hard to recover because if you have pride, if you're a prideful person, it's hard to move past things like that.
No doubt. Kendra, I know you'll be at Chasing at 2 p.m. when Mike Dunleavy Jr. speaks. The new draft class comes in. Brandin, Podziemski, and, of course, Trayce Jackson-Davis. It should be a very interesting offseason for the Golden State Warriors. That is just beginning. Kendra, thank you for waking up with us. Good to have you back on the roast.
Good to see you guys.
Have a good one.
Kendra Andrews here, ESPN, the pride of Gonzaga. Of course, she was my former coworker in NBC Sports Bay Area, but she was so damn good. She priced herself out and got that bag.
Mm-hmm. Did she get it too soon, like Jordan Poole? Was her attitude too good, not good enough? Was she the reason that NBC couldn't win the championship?
NBC's taking all the championships.
That's true.
People across the country say, Warriors pre- and post-game live is gold standard. It's not because of me. It's because of Willie, Fezzi, Darrell Wright, Gareth Burke, Monty Poole.
Oh, hey there.
I'm the guy who's holding down the ship.
He be blending into the couch, bro.
There you go, May Money. There you go. Boy, wait till the fits I got next year for year number 4.
A lot of State Farm ads?
For me, no.
No more JP commercials. Those are my favorite thing. Whenever I'm streaming something on Peacock, it's Bonte Hill and Jordan Poole. Now, who's it going to be?
I asked Dave Burstein and David Taylor because I jumped on Giants post-game last night or yesterday, and they sent me the videos of me, JP, and I in the commercials. I was like, give me that. I was going to post like an Instagram picture like JP has been real, but I actually want to text. I need to text Whitley because JP's first ever interview in the Bay Area was with Daryl the Guru Johnson and myself. Hey, JP, remember he was talking about Guru's waves?
Hair.
The butters.
Can I ask you what the bigger risk is? Is the bigger risk hanging on to Jordan Poole's contract and horrible chemistry, right, for this team? Yeah. Or is the bigger risk relying on Chris Paul to stay healthy?
Boy, that's a great question.
Because we all agree. Wait, before you continue, I'll let you think about it. We all agree. There's risk on both sides.
Both sides. Big time
Tremendous risk.
Both time risk.
Tremendous. Yeah. All these deals come with risk. But in this particular circumstance, there's the cemented money, there's the chemistry, there's a lot of stuff working against JP. There's a lot of stuff working against Chris Paul, too.
Yeah, no doubt. Both sides of it. Now, if Chris Paul doesn't work out, the great thing is you could either move off him in mid-January or after the season.
You have a parachute.
If JP continued to struggle and continue to be inefficient, all of a sudden his trade value goes down even more.
Agreed.
And you're stuck with him for another 3 years after next season.
Agreed.
With a lot of money on the table. And then you're stuck in a rock and a hard place with JP. So maybe in that sense, the bigger risk is Jordan Poole. But I think Jordan Poole is going to be a fine player in the league. I really do. And there's an argument to be made that the Warriors so low on Jordan Poole. But I also get that, You didn't have time to wait on him.
But here's another element I don't think people, because we talk about flexibility, which makes total sense. Now, the Warriors are not the Knicks, okay? They got Steph. They got Lakeup. So it feels disrespectful to even use them as an example. How many times have the Knicks tried to reset their finances to have flexibility to bring someone in?
And they can't get nobody.
It takes two to tango. Right. So let's say Chris Paul this year, for whatever reason, it doesn't work. He walks, whatever. But there's nobody that wants to come to play with you.
Right.
Or for whatever reason, no one's willing to do a deal with you or wants to come to you. That's also a risk.
That is a risk. But don't you think the Warriors have now put themselves in a great position?
Of course.
To be an attractive destination?
But it relies on Steph, again, having another great year, proving he's still that Steph Curry. And then whoever's around him, do those guys want to play with those guys? Because I do think there's an element of how many superstars really want to put up with Dre?
Right.
I think if Dre's coming back, I think that there's.
But they have signed guys, though, despite having Draymond Green there. They have signed guys,
but
and veterans have
at the top end of the NBA landscape.
Right.
These guys don't want to deal with nobody they ain't feeling.
No doubt.
They want to play with guys they want to hang out with.
But they have been able to sign guys.
No doubt.
And vet men despite having Draymond Green in.
Jimmy Butler's been a guy where Miami has had a difficult time finding another guy that wants to play with him. Because he can be difficult.
You know what supersedes it?
What?
Steph Curry.
No doubt.
Steph Curry supersedes it. People say, boy, Steph Curry's going to draw so much attention. I'm going to get shots that I've never gotten before. Like Andrew Wiggins. Yeah. The first game he played with Steph Curry back in that lost season when they won 15 games, 2019-20, and they played that Thursday night game on against Toronto on TNT. It was like the highest rated game on TNT up to that point. Andrew Wiggins, after the game, he was like 3 of 12 or something from the three-point line. I don't remember. He was bad, but he goes, damn, I was wide open. And he was playing with Marquise Chris. It was Jordan Poole out there. It was Eric Pascal. And it was Steph Curry. And Andrew Wiggins said, boy, if I'm going to get shots like this, it's on and pop it, baby. And next thing you know, an all-star game and an NBA championship came to fruition for Andrew Wiggins. So that's what happens.
But he was in his prime and heading into his prime. Like, there's a lot. I don't know, man.
Andrew Wiggins still in his prime?
No, he is. He is. I'm saying, but in his particular situation, somebody that you'd be trading for, like, hypothetically, a year and a half from now, Giannis, I don't know. Is he still in his prime? I don't know. We'll see where he's at.
How did Warrior fans feel about trading for Andrew Wiggins when they did trade for Andrew
Wiggins?
Everybody
was very skeptical.
And how are we feeling about him now?
Rightfully so.
How are we feeling about him now?
It's interesting because we were feeling great about him last year, a year ago. I don't know how people are feeling about him now. I honestly don't know.
Dude, Jay LaFrey's funny. And Zeus, I want to read Zeus. When does the schedule come out so we can see when the Wizards play the Warriors? I believe mid-August is when the NBA schedule comes out because, trust me, I need to get my football dates in order. And then Jay LaFrey, it's coming, folks. This is Chris Paul. And now back to the morning Russell Pache Hill, the Butcher, Joe Shasky.
Can Dre and CP3 get along together for a whole season?
I think they can.
I mean, those are pretty strong personalities.
They may not have to, though. Again, if it doesn't work out, flip them at the break.
Is that the winning part is like, well, if it doesn't work out, you just flip them. That's always, there's a lot of risk.
There's a lot of risk here. Trust me, man. It took me a long time to even get to the financial portion of this deal.
Oh, I'll get to the finances. You know I love the finances.
Well,
I'm talking raw emotion today.
Right.
Because this is all about raw emotion.
Right.
This is a player that I have rooted actively. Very few guys, even Harden. I'm like, Harden, whatever, to some level. This is a guy I actively fist pumped when they lost in Game 7 by 8,000 points to the Dallas Mavericks. Fist pumping. I was fist pumping. Chris Paul losing in the playoffs. That's how much I hate this guy.
2019, second round of the Western Conference playoffs. Whitley Sanjurdo alongside Bonte Hill. Chris Paul's a dirty player. What do we all expect? The guy's putting on a clown show here in the second round of the playoffs. He put on a clown show in the Western Conference Finals a season ago. I don't know what's gotten in the guy. I loved the guy when he was a Hornet. Loved him at Wake Forest. All of a sudden, he goes to Lob City. He goes to L.A., starts getting these State Farm commercials, and all of a sudden, he's an actor. And he's brought it over to the basketball court where all he's doing is flopping and acting. And it's just too much. It's going to be a lot of that. It's going to be a lot of that.
You don't mind flipping. You don't mind saying what's really on your mind at that moment.
Let's go to the lines.
I love Mark Ibanez.
Let's go to
Mark,
the lines.
wherever you're at, I need you to call in and make me feel better because I hate Chris Paul.
You want to go?
If we want
do something
sports
fun?
hate, sports hate last 10 years. Sports hate last 10 years.
LeBron James, number one.
No, but
Oh, wait.
Is he a top 5?
Oh, Chris Paul?
Yes.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
I mean,
like at least Richard Sherman. All these people, Richard Sherman was worth. And Richard Sherman should have been a 2-time champion. Richard Sherman won at the highest level and backed it up. Was one of the baddest dudes on the planet. All right, and actively denied your team a chance at a championship.
Is Chris Paul though not a top 5 point guard in the history of the NBA?
I don't think he is without a title.
Who's better than him?
Well, Magic, Steph Curry. You can make an argument for Steve Nash. Isaiah, definitely.
Oscar Robertson?
Mr. Triple Double. I mean, you're gonna
That's 4.
Here comes the Bob Cousy.
That's 4.
I don't even feel right saying Bob Cousy.
Yeah, so
I didn't even watch him. I don't even know.
I mean,
okay, he's 5 or 6. He's great. No, he's great. No one's saying he's not great, Ponte. He's great.
He doesn't have the ring. He doesn't have the ring.
He's an all-time playoff disappointment. Like you have to play both sides of the coin. Like,
is he more of a disappointment to Damian Lillard in the playoffs?
I feel like he's had better teams around him than Damian Lillard. Maybe the expectations were higher for CP3. I don't know. I got to chew on that. It's a good question.
Let's get out to the line.
That's a really good question. I got to chew on that.
Warriors 3 chains.
Yeah, by the way, I'm also taking Jason Kidd over Chris Paul.
Yeah,
that's me. That's me.
That's fair. I would too.
I love Jason Kidd.
I would too. I'm going to take him because he's from Oakland. Warriors 3 chains out in Phoenix, Arizona. What's happening?
3 Chains is excited. Last night after the draft, my wife, who's become quite the NBA fan, but asks too many questions, says, "Hey, you should call Bonte in the morning." And I said, "Hey, I haven't listened to a sports radio show in forever." But, and I'm supposed to tell you, she misses you because of the ticket. We don't get to see the pre- and post-game show. She asked you after reading Google, because the Warrior Warrior 3 Chains has completely deleted all forms of social media as I look to ride into the sunset. After reading your tweet, is there any chance that you may opt out?
Of what, my fandom or my radio career?
Your radio career. Listen, I and Warrior 3 Chains is excited for the possibility of Chris Paul coming here. You talk about Jordan Poole handling it like a pro. Well, let's look at his facial expressions on the court. Let's look at him blowing Draymond off. Let's look at him blowing Steph Curry off. Let's look at the horrible shots. This wasn't a bad year. It was a bad year for him, coming 5 fouls in 8 minutes. He just had a horrible, terrible decision, terrible shot selection. It was awesome to get rid of that contract. As much as I love PBJ, you get somebody who's 3 years older, more physical, but $2 million less contract. So if you look at it, you do love the business. Take your feelings out of it, because quite frankly, you remind me of my wife saying that she likes Jason Tatum because Deuce is so cute.
Oh my God. All right, Renegade.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And I don't know what's wrong with Guru today.
Dude, he came in and slipped up with his name. The Warrior, the Renegade, Warrior 3 Chains. Good to hear from him, man. Man, we had Priest, Warriors 3 Chains, Can Opener Cal. All we need is Clark the Shark. All we need is Clark the Shark in South Carolina.
And you know what? Film on Mike.
And Film on Mike. We need Film on Mike. I'm willing to do this on a Friday.
I know where Duke is at. Let's get him on here. Maybe he's got a Chris Paul rap for
Duke
us.
DM'd me the other day.
I want to hear from Lubman on Chris Paul.
No, hold on 1 second. I got one more.
I miss hearing
I'm
Lubman's
ready
voice.
to give him an early release for being a good jailmate.
Who?
BPA.
Brian Palo Alto?
I'm willing to give him a crack today.
Sadiq Bey?
But you know what?
He said he was changing allegiances.
Yeah, I know. He's going to the other
That kind of upset
station.
me because I like Brian Palo Alto. I think he's smart.
He said he's going to flip the game. Well, go over there. Be a loser if you want
can't die on this hill, man.
You want to go over there and be a loser? You want to go over there and be a loser? Well, my friend, be my guest. Let's go to Marlon and Concord. What's happening?
Hey, Marlon.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Hey, I love the debate this morning. Hey, real quick, I want to talk about the core three and their health. But now that you guys are talking about the State Farm commercials, wouldn't it be cool if Clay and Chris Paul did one about boat insurance? You get Clay out there in the water.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
That is good.
We should get you in the marketing department for State Farm.
Hey, Marlon, that is good.
I like that.
Okay. All right, maybe. But my point being that, the core three, Steph is playing at the top 5 level. He's MVP, putting up unprecedented numbers. But he was huffing and puffing a lot in the playoffs. And every year you get older. So anyway, Steph's looking great. I hope he continues to look great. Draymond also, I think back to the year we won the championship, he looked really good in the playoffs, but before that, he didn't look so good. And I love Clay. He's my favorite guy, but he needs to come in better. The one little ironic twist is, what if Steph gets hurt in the playoffs and it's CP3 that comes in and saves the day?
That would be irony.
That would be so awesome.
There. You know what we call that?
What's that?
Disney script.
Oh, man, that would be great. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM in HD1 San Francisco. We got sound from Jay Billis about the draft. We'll get to that in just a second. The Golden State Warriors, of course, select Brandin Podziemski, 19th overall out of Santa Clara, averaged a double-double down there in Santa Clara. Jalen Williams, Steve Nash, now Brandin Podziemski, the only first-round picks to ever come out of Santa Clara. That's pretty cool. And Guru has some insight on Podziemski because his son, Daryl Jr., goes down there to Santa Clara. He's on the team. He's a team manager for Santa Clara.
I didn't know that.
Got a scouting report straight from the Goo.
Oh, nice.
And then you got Trayce Jackson-Davis out of Indiana, who I like, the son of Dale Davis, one of the former Davis brothers with Indiana. Antonio Davis from Oakland, of course, and then Dale Davis. Trayce Jackson-Davis looks good on tape. Maybe we should put his highlights the next break. Put up Trayce Jackson-Davis, man. He's got some highlights. Let's get back out to the lines, though, because it's all about the callers. Let's go to Andrew in Santa Rosa, and then we'll get Sam Love.
I want to hear Love.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? Good morning, Bonte. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Shasky.
What's up, Drew?
Hey, listen, man. These are some weird times being a Warriors fan. You guys remember Dwayne Farrell?
Oh, yeah.
You guys remember Jim Jackson was our leading scorer back in the 90s? Remember those dog days?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. David Wood.
Well, I hope we're not going in that direction. I hope we're not trending in that direction, because Chris Paul is not going to get us any younger or any more rebounds. And in the playoffs, it seemed the one thing we were missing was a little bit of height and a little bit of athleticism. And, I mean, Kuminga was sitting on our bench the whole time. And how is Chris Paul going to change that for us? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but again, I don't think Chris Paul's, like, when the Warriors brought in Kevin Durant, it was obviously to lean on Kevin Durant and take you over the top against LeBron James. He was a dude.
Those are the two greatest.
Right.
I mean, they're like a 1-2 punch that people dream of in a video game setting.
When you think of financial flexibility and Chris Paul's role on this basketball team, they're not relying on him to be a dude.
Look,
the dude.
B,
you know what I mean?
B, I hear you. Like, but just for me, as a Warrior fan, I'll worry about finance. And believe me, I love the finances. I love the money stuff. You know I do.
Here I am being.
But how does the money help me a year from now when I want to win now?
Yeah, well, you know what? Chris Paul can help that second unit because he's going to get others involved and he's not going to turn the ball over. Jordan Poole was a turnover machine last year and he took bad shots.
No doubt.
Bad heat check shots. Chris Paul's not going to do that. He's not going to do that.
Yeah,
That's one thing about him.
But he's also not going to be able to anchor that final five and be one of those dudes that can help you win games. Because they close. No, you do. Because closing out games was a problem.
It was
it's
a problem.
undeniable.
It was a problem.
The final 6 minutes of games, in whether you go the first 2 months or the final month of the season, it was an issue.
All right, let's say this. Because Jordan Poole was in those lineups, and I'll meet you halfway. I'll meet you halfway.
Yeah.
If it's Chris Paul instead of Jordan Poole in that final five, I feel a lot better with Chris Paul in that final five because at least I know he's not going to turn it over. He's going to get you in the right offense, and he's not going to take bad shots.
Yeah, but
and he's at least I know about his defense. His defense is not great. I just called him a traffic cone 2 weeks ago. But at least in his mind, he's not going to be overwhelmed defensively. Jordan Poole was just lost on defense. I mean, it was bad.
How many times in the 2 playoff series did Jordan Poole even play in the fourth quarter?
Well, he couldn't. Because in the third and second quarters, he was getting cooked. So he couldn't play him in the last. He had to play Moses Moody in the fourth.
So, look, what I'm saying is their biggest need when we're talking about closing lineups was a two-way player. They needed a two-way player, not a facilitator. That's what I thought they needed. The facilitator in the final 7 minutes. Yes, do you need a backup point guard to help the second unit? No doubt. I think their biggest need was a dude. They needed a dude, a two-way dude for the final 10 minutes.
You're not going to get that.
You're
not going to
get that.
You're not going to get that.
Which why it feels I'm unsatisfied.
Let's go to, let's take a couple calls here. Let's get to the ladies. And look at the Big Smooth, Joe, and Brett. But I got to get the Deborah out in San Lorenzo.
Hi,
Deborah, good morning. Long time no talk.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Good to hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning, as usual.
No doubt.
Okay, my take on Jordan Poole. It's a couple of things. But to me, I think the most important thing for the Warriors is that he didn't really fit the culture, because the Warriors culture is all about team. We're going to, whoever you are, you sacrifice because it's team first, and it's all about winning the chip. Jordan Poole seemed to have forgotten that towards the end of this year, the end of this past season. It was more about me, and it actually caused some, aside from the punch. Now, we're not going to just ignore the punch, but there was definite division in the locker room, and his pouting and him not being receptive to speaking to people on the bench, or when they wanted to say something to him about a game when the game's not going right. And he just didn't seem to fit the culture anymore. And the Warriors have been successful. One of the things that I think that has made them so successful is that culture of team first. And I don't think Jordan represented that anymore.
That's a good point.
Then there's the number aspect.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Deborah. No, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Then there's the numbers aspect. Okay, so I'm going to I am not a Chris Paul fan. He's one of my least favorite players. Having said that, I understand why they made the move for Chris Paul. One, they needed to get from underneath the contract. Mm-hmm. They needed to change the culture in the locker room. So Jordan had to go. Chris Paul is only here, if he's here, because they could still flip Chris Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Free agency starts, July 1st?
Mm-hmm.
So they could still flip him. If they can't flip him, like you had said, Vontae, he's at the end of the game, he's not going to make the egregious mistakes that's needed. He can anchor that second team and calm them down, as S. used to do. And he's just a solid player.
Yep.
He's a solid player. As much as I dislike him,
yeah,
he won't make those mistakes that Jordan made if he stays healthy.
Yeah, Deborah, great points there. Great points there about the whole situation here. Look, I can't stand Chris Paul either. I can't stand him, but he's not going to kill you. He's not going to kill you. Jordan Poole made plays last year that just killed you. Now, I get why he made some of those plays. A lot of things happened to Jordan Poole that wasn't fair, and I don't think Kendra Andrews stated it very well. I don't think the organization did right by Jordan Poole in the way they responded to what happened last year before the season. I was really disappointed in their organization, and I thought Jordan Poole got a raw deal in that, and that's a tough deal for him. And he had to live through it. But a change of screen here for him, we both agreed, may be the best situation for him. It may be, because what happens if the Warriors move off from Draymond and you still have Jordan Poole there? How's Steph going to feel? You're going to piss off the guy who is the franchise leader? I don't know, man. I don't know. Here's a good point. I want to read this text.
One thing on because look, JP is not somebody that you're going to feel tremendous empathy over when it comes to like, hey, I got whatever happened to me throughout the locker room and everything. When I'm playing in the game and I'm sweating and that should not affect my shot selection. Right. That should not affect me falling over myself. Like, so I could separate the two.
Right.
Is it difficult? Hell yeah. But still, at the end of the day, you're a professional. We all got, you, me, Loveman, Spadoni, we all got a million things going on in our lives, and we all carry it like a weight of a piano on our shoulders. But when we walk through the doors and we got the mics on, right, 9 times out of 10, it can't affect our performance. I'll grant you one every couple of weeks here and there. We're going to have an off day. It happens. It's life, right? But that's not an excuse to me. The other thing is, he is not exclusively wrong when it comes to like not buying into the team thing.
No.
Look, man, Dre, at times, I could point to and say, I don't think he was a great teammate.
No.
Klay Thompson, at times, I don't think he was a great teammate, right? There are other guys. JaMychal Green, I don't think was a great teammate at times. I think Dante DiVincenzo kind of cowered up when GP2 came back.
He did.
There's a lot of guys I can point to. Right. Now, I just feel like JP becomes the face of frustration.
The big scapegoat.
And yes, he's a big part of it, but man, he's not the only one. So to me, if we're going to be, and I just hope the Warriors internally take accountability across the board.
No, absolutely. And the fact that we have short-term memories, JP helped you win a championship. JP was just as important during that championship run as Clay, as Draymond.
Remember the game Dre got kicked out against Memphis? He scored 31. On the road.
He scored 31.
The place is going crazy. And I watched the game back the other day.
Right.
JP is cooking.
He scored 31. 31.
And I think we've forgotten it. We act like he was over. Also, Steph was coming off the bench in the first series. Denver was compromised. He dismantled Denver. Poole was awesome against Denver.
Money time!
They might have beat Denver no matter what. I'm not saying it got worse as the playoffs got on.
But you know what?
But to act like he did nothing, that's not fair.
And he
either.
had some big time moments. He had some big time moments against the Boston Celtics in the NBA Finals in his first ever postseason run
on the road.
In his first ever postseason run. So I don't, I miss me with that.
He's not a great vehicle for empathy.
No, but JP,
we have to also be fair.
No, stop. Yeah, let's be fair. Also, I wanted to read this text before I forget. Before the
Sorry.
break. 954 Comcast Business Text Line. Bonte, what if this all means that they're finally doing what we've been asking for this whole time by developing Jonathan Kuminga into a bigger role? There's no doubt they have to play Jonathan Kuminga next year, and we're going to see what JK is all about. He's going to get his opportunity to shine next year for the Golden State Warriors. Will he cash in? If he doesn't, he's another asset the Warriors could flip next season. So it's going to be a big year for Jonathan Kuminga. What's coming up on the game sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Jasmine out in Alabama, stay on hold. Joe, Daryl, Big Smooth, Brett, we're going to all get to you coming up here as we wrap this bad boy up and give way to Steiny and Guru. Big day in Warriorland. They make two good draft picks. I like their draft. Trayce Jackson-Davis, Brandin, Podziemski. However, the big news of the day is Chris Paul is a Golden State Warrior as the Warriors part ways with Jordan Poole and Ryan Rollins.
My cheddar biscuit breakfast sandwich.
better not be roasting me if I'm giving all these intros.
Go, Jordan to Washington. Go, Jordan to Washington. Hey, Sam Lubman.
It was his birthday on Monday. It was his birthday.
Well, his birthday's booming. Sam Lubman. I hate CP3, and I admit it. And look, I'll probably get over it. And when he hits a 3, I'll be like, oh, CP3, always loved you. All right? And at some point I'll pivot. But right now, I'm like, the emotions are raw. This is one of the guys that I've hated for a long, long, long time. What's your thoughts on CP3? Because I know you, like me, can't stand this guy. Rooted against him to fail for about a decade.
No, this is such a stupid trade. The Warriors are basically sacrificing their future to get 29 games of Chris Paul during the regular season, plus 3 more in the playoffs, only one of which will actually win.
Hey, whoa. You played 59 last year.
Okay, so it'll probably be like 42 or something this year. It's still like not
How
enough.
many games Steph gonna play?
Let him cook.
No, it's just whatever. At the end of the day, you're counting on a broken down 38-year-old who was barely like.
You're not
able
counting
to help.
on him.
You kind of are.
Lubman's going to burn the kitchen down.
I am going to burn this kitchen
He's
down.
He's burning eggs right now.
No. Let him cook.
I'm going to burn this all down because that's what the Warriors are doing. That's what that's what I got. That's the feeling I got. It's like we're going to bring in Chris Paul. We're going to go absolutely nowhere. We're going to watch this team maybe get the 7th seed. Hopefully they get out of the play-in tournament. I don't know. It's going to be just a total mess, and I'm just not really looking forward to it because I wanted this team to build a future too, but I guess, forget the future.
How much is money dictating all of these moves? Future money, not current money, future money. How much is the luxury tax? Obviously a lot, right? And it's funny because the owner, look, he's done a lot of things in terms of putting his money where his mouth is. He said he would spare no expense. Boy, it sure feels like they're, thinking about their finances in a different way. Now, I understand that's reasonable because of the CBA.
They're basically telling you they're not betting on Jordan Poole to live up to that contract. They're basically telling you that, and they're saying, the friction between Draymond Green and Jordan Poole is not going to go away. But the friction with Jordan Poole and Steve Kerr may be even bigger, which we all miss.
What about the Bob Myers, Steve Kerr friction?
I don't think there's any friction there.
He didn't play any of his guys.
He did, but the front office.
And now they're moving him left and right.
Well, there were also Joe Lacob guys. Wiseman was a bigger Joe Lacob guy than anybody. You know what I'm saying? Kuminga. Joe Lacob's the biggest Dante Kuminga fan in this region.
Okay.
So that's where that
Are
plays.
there too many, as everyone's cooking, are there too many chefs in the kitchen?
Right. Maybe Ahmad Z. This run is over. Face it, Bonte. Ahmad Z.
I'm not willing to say that yet.
Well, Ahmad Z's been saying that for 4 years.
I'm not willing to say that
And then
yet.
they win the championship, and he still can't give them credit.
They've earned.
So don't be a boof, Ahmad.
They've earned the benefit of the doubt, but let's be honest. There's been a mass exodus of people from that front office who are the reliable people who have earned the benefit of the doubt. Dunleavy was a part of it. I don't know how much. I never know how much any of these moves are one individual. I always believe there's a collective. And one guy's out front who gets too much credit when they win and too much credit for demerits when they lose. I understand all that. And they've earned a level of it. But, dude, it's hard for me to look at this team the same way and not say, man, it feels like they were changing a lot of the Bob Myers picks in a 12-hour span to go in a totally different course.
No doubt. They traded 2 picks. PBJ going to play next year?
Probably
we don't
not.
know who PBJ
but
is.
It's the metaphor of moving off someone in 12 months.
Let's be real.
It's the metaphor.
Just by looking at the highlights of Trayce Jackson-Davis, I feel like he's a better fit than PBJ on this basketball team. They need somebody who can go out there and get easy buckets, get buckets around the rim. Trayce Jackson-Davis, from what I'm seeing, can do that.
So now he's going to play?
I don't know if he's going to play much. He's probably going to play more than PBJ would.
See, to me, it's a double-edged thing. It looks like we'll save $10 million moving off a first-round pick because of the luxury tax.
Yep.
And then we'll get a guy who's a little more seasoned, but that doesn't mean that guy's going to play.
Right, but to your point, Trayce Jackson-Davis is already 23 years old. So he is a little more seasoned than PBJ was.
Oh, I know, but
coming into the situation.
Is the coach going to play him?
I think the coach may have to play him. He may have no choice but to play him.
But that to me signifies a change in course direction because you are now taking more polished players and moving off of all of these projects.
Is it that about evolving? Is it that about pivoting off of what you thought? You may say, hey, man, it's changing these players and going with the strategy. You know what? We're going to flip the script because what we were doing was not working.
Well, yeah, both of those things are absolutely true.
So there you
go.
go.
I'm saying that also signifies to me a red flag that, we weren't all on the same page. That's to me. When you're not playing the young guys and you're demanding to play two-way players and then you're immediately pivoting off them, not only has the organization pivoted, it also tells me that there was some friction over that. That doesn't mean we're at each other's throats every day.
The friction was with Steve Kerr. The front office is Steve Kerr. The front office is thinking Steve Kerr, play the young guys. Now, Steve Kerr has no choice. And if Steve Kerr doesn't play the young guys this next season, well, guess what? He's got an expiring contract too. He's got a deal. He doesn't have a new deal yet. So I'm not going to go crazy over PBJ. I don't even know who PBJ is. I'm not going crazy
over PBJ.
Yeah, I know you're not, but
it is,
a lot of people are.
If you are a Warrior fan and you're like, you wake up just this morning, you're like, what? Jordan Poole for CP3?
But there's a lot of Warrior fans who are happy about this deal.
I know, but you're shocked. You're still shocked.
You're still shocked because of CP3.
And you traded Patrick Baldwin Jr. And Ryan Rollins?
Nobody cares about Ryan Rollins. Let's be honest.
No, I know, but I'm just saying it's a lot. It's a lot. Three guys that you were like looking at.
Ryan Rollins is a second-round pick, Shasky.
I know, but they did keep him on the roster.
Eric Paschall was a second-round pick. We went crazy about him after the rookie season. Oh, my God, Eric Paschall. He was flipped the next season.
Yeah, I know.
So...
and we all agreed that was a horrible, pick and a horrible...
He's barely hanging on in the NBA. Trayce Jackson-Davis looks a little more seasoned. And, by the way, a lot of Warrior fans are like, get Jordan Poole. That's the crazy part here with the trade. Now, the shocker is
we're acting
it's Chris
like
Paul.
He was such a bum.
No.
Jordan Poole, not
hold
you.
On. Yeah, but hold on. Again, I talked to you last week. 80% of the Warrior fans I ran into, whether it's at the playground, whether it's at swim class, whether it's going to grab food, 80% of the Warrior fans I ran into once the season was over say, get Jordan Poole the hell off my basketball team. So a lot of Warrior fans today are happy about Jordan Poole being away from his team.
Bonte, I've walked into a million different settings, whether it's coaching Little League, going to church, softball games, walking out of this studio and going to get lunch at Gambino's. And I've heard, get Clay off my team, get Draymond off my team, get Jordan Poole. Yeah, probably more Jordan Poole than the other two. Yeah, but Warrior fans were ready for something big to happen. But the last thing I would ever expect is, bring in CP3.
Well, they did, and you talked it into existence a couple weeks ago. Remember that?
I thought it was a buyout. I thought it was a freaking buyout for a vet min.
Chris Paul ain't taking off veteran min.
Well, no, he's going to take the buyout money because he get bought out and then get the vet min.
It's Chris Paul. Let's go to Jasmine. Hold on. Let's go to Jasmine in Birmingham, Alabama real quick. Jasmine, what's happening?
I think this is like one of the worst trades ever. This is terrible. The Warriors are fucked up. Oh, I ain't mean to say.
What did she?
And that's how a lot of Warriors fans are feeling.
Yep. Big Smooth, Oakland. What's happening, Big Smooth?
Goodness. I'm dying over here. Vontae, nice to talk to you. Your partner, man, dude, your script to be. Is your script today to be as pessimistic as possible? You're coming out. You're all over the place. If it's not the picks, it's the front office. Listen, Dale Davis' son is a beast. He was a steal because he's 23 and he dropped in the draft. Man, are you telling me that the Warriors didn't think about this? That they just said, let's just for no other reason, let's just grab Chris Paul. Chris Paul is a dog. Let me say this, gentlemen. Everybody we say we hate it, they're all Hall of Famers. You only hate them because they're that good. Nobody is hating.
We hate Dylan Brooks.
Coming off the bench.
We hate Dylan Brooks.
You only hate people that are dogs.
We hate Dylan Brooks.
We hate Dylan Brooks because he talks like a Hall of Famer. Go ahead, Big Smooth. Go ahead, Big Smooth. I don't hate Danny Green.
You hate James Harden because he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. You hate Chris Paul because he is a professional point guard. And when Steph goes out, and he's going to go out probably for at least 15, 20 games, would you rather have Jordan Poole out there running around like somebody spins him around 10 times and he's just whirling, dervishing all over the place, throwing the ball around? Or would you rather have this solid Chris Paul making the right plays? And free agency has not even started yet. We're not done. You think that these guys just wake up and start throwing darts and to figure out their moves? These are professional front office people.
Yeah, but wait, no, one second. I'll let you finish. One second. Just because they're professional front office people doesn't mean that they bat 1,000. They traded for Kelly Oubre, and it was a horrible trade. All right? They signed JaMychal Green. It was a horrible signing. right? They drafted James Wiseman and it didn't pan out. They gave Jordan Poole a ton of money and regretted it almost immediately. So, like, to say that every move's going to work out, like, no. Now, they bat a higher percentage than most organizations, but also the guy at the top of the organization is brand new at doing this.
What are we batting? Come on, do you think that these guys haven't thought about this? Of course it's going to. Nobody's doing 1,000. No organization. The Yankees, nobody's done 1,000. But you are acting as if it's over. It's doomed.
Did I say that?
The old cartoon where you're like the old.
No, I'm saying I don't like Chris Paul, and I think we overpaid for someone who was going to get bought out. And using your dog analogy, this guy is literally getting carried up and down the stairs to go pee because he's so old. That's what I'm saying. And you can't even take Fido for a walk. That's what I'm saying. And I've been there because I've had to hold my dog at the end of their life, and it makes me emotional because I love my dog, and I miss you, Riku.
What does Shasky apologize to Chris Paul?
What?
When did Shasky apologize to Chris Paul? December.
When I interview him?
December.
Chris always been
January.
a fan. Chris, are you into golf?
Because listen, let me tell you.
The future Hall of Famer.
Hey, Chris Paul.
Chris Paul, come down to the Yo Club with me.
I know who's buttering my bread. Chris Paul, welcome to the Bay, baby. Welcome to the Bay.
I got really emotional there talking about old dogs because nothing was more sad than putting my dog down. It broke my soul, dude. Oh my God, I'm not going to cry about it now.
Trayce Jackson-Davis.
I'm sorry.
Trayce Jackson-Davis became the only NCAA Division I player in the last 25 years to average at least 20 and 10 and 4 assists and 2 blocks in a season. Wow. First team All-American. Trayce Jackson-Davis fell to 57. A lot of people are saying he was just still in the draft. You want to hear about the draft? Here's Jay Billis. Jay Billis, you know who he works for. The worldwide leader, ESPN. Here's what he had to say about the Warriors draft.
I thought Golden State did a good job with Brandin Podziemski from Santa Clara, lefty, who can really score. You know, he can score off the dribble, and he fits their culture. They also, I believe, got Trayce Jackson-Davis late in the second round. And I think Trayce Jackson-Davis, you know, people say, and they're right. Look, shooting is at a premium in the NBA, and he is not a perimeter shooter. But he averaged 21 points and 11 rebounds in Indiana, and he's a very good passer out of the post. And he's so explosive and so good in transition. Trayce Jackson-Davis is an NBA player. So I thought, especially with Podziemski, I thought Golden State did a good job.
We got an NBA player.
There you
All
go.
right, that'll help us win a title.
You talking about
no, but Billis knows his stuff.
You talk about Chris Paul being a whole dog. That old dog who got carried and who needed help to pee.
Huh.
That old dog was better than the 23-year-old stud last year. Can't argue that one. More efficient, less turnovers, which is what the Warriors are looking for.
This is not about is he better in a vacuum than Jordan Poole. There's layers to this conversation.
Financial flexibility.
And honestly,
financial flexibility.
I think there's a good argument. We haven't even begun to see the best of Jordan Poole.
Probably not. Well, he's going to get a lot of opportunities next season to get buckets. He will. And guess what? Jordan Poole will get buckets. Let's go to Daryl in Oakland. Daryl, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. You know, I love Trayce Davis Jackson. That guy, I saw him versus Zach Edey because I was all high on Zach Edey early in the year. Mm-hmm. And TJD kind of dominated him. And I was like, who is that guy? And then I see these guys in Indiana get drafted before him. And I'm like, I don't even remember those guys. But I definitely remember Trayce Davis Jackson. That guy, he's going to play center on the Warriors when we need him. And he's going to play. He's 23 years old. That guy's good. And I really like the Brandin Podziemski pick too. I mean, I don't know if you paid attention to the last 10 games of the season. He was kind of unstoppable. You could not stop him. So I'm excited.
Yeah,
it was a great day yesterday, in my opinion.
Hey, Daryl in Oakland, thanks for the call. I do like the Warriors draft. I do. Now, how much will these guys play? I don't know. But Trayce Jackson-Davis gives the Warriors something that they don't have, which is a guy who go inside and get buckets, who's physical. He dropped to 57. I have no idea how he dropped to 57. Let's go to Joe in the 818. Joe in the 818, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, guys. On Chris Paul, like so many callers, I'm not a Chris Paul fan, but if he can reduce turnovers, which was a major weakness for the Warriors last season, I'm all for the trade. In regards to the Warriors' 19th pick in the draft, I like that. Did enough people inside the NBA and also outside the NBA as sports fans really learn from the Joker's performance in Denver. You know, the guy has high basketball IQ and heart, and you give me basketball IQ and heart over guys that can jump out of the gym anytime, because the Joker has high basketball IQ and he has heart. I just think that the two picks that the Warriors got are going to be really good, and I don't think we miss sometimes players. You know, they don't have to jump out of the gym to be a good ball player. So
what about Chris Paul?
Chris Paul, as I said, like so many callers, I'm not a big Chris Paul fan, but, you know, for money and for some of the turnovers and problems that Jordan had, we just had to make the trade. I mean, it's one of those things you have to do.
It's crazy to hear. We hated Jordan Poole so much that we befriended Chris Paul.
No, we don't hate him. We're just accepting Chris Paul. We will miss Jordan Poole. I miss him already.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Is that what it's become here?
Chris
Is that,
Paul, listen,
it's like Machiavellian.
Listen, right? We all root for the team, not the individual, right? Got to root for the team to win. And Chris Paul's on the roster. Got to make it work. Trust me. I am looking at my Twitter feed, just all the Chris Paul tweets.
Well, as in things you tweeted?
I may not have a job in next week.
All right. If you tweeted something reckless about Chris Paul, I want you to screenshot it and send it to me, Joe at 957thegame.com.
No.
We're going to post all the Chris Paul slander next week.
No. Post it at Morning Roast 957.
Well, that would be on our Twitter account. Well, I'm sending it. Send the screenshot so we can put it on our YouTube feed.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying?
Got it.
Joe at 957thegame.com, or you could tweet it at us.
You don't mind flipping. You don't mind saying what's really on your mind at that moment.
I will look at something of mine right now. Oh boy. Let's see. May 16th. May 15th, 2022. Chris Paul doesn't look like himself because Dallas made him look ordinary. No excuses, please. It was all good after game 2. Why is TNT doing this? Why are they creating this narrative? Oh, man. That's just one tweet. This unpopular opinion. This wasn't elect. This is from Dumas. I quote tweeting Jason Dumas, May 15th, 2022. Unpopular opinion. This wasn't a legacy game for Chris Paul. No, he doesn't have any hardware. Does have some glaring playoff duds on his resume, but he's been playing Hall of Fame level hoop for 17 years. He will go down as one of the greats. I quote tweeted say top seed in the playoffs with the game 7 at home. Yeah, his legacy has been tarnished. He no-showed 4 straight games. Will I have an interview? Yeah, I probably will. But Bobby Marks on the financial impact that this deal does for the Golden State Warriors.
Here.
When you look at the Golden State Warriors payroll, with Draymond Green on the roster in a $28 million cap hit, $243 million towards the luxury tax. When you look at Draymond Green off the roster, $67 million. So a $170 million plus difference here. Look, it's not my money. It's Joe Lacob's money. But I think Draymond Green is worth that big luxury tax hit to re-sign him here.
There it is, Bobby Marks. What you guys asking?
2016. God, I hate Chris Paul. This is my Twitter feed. The guy constantly cries, always gets hurt, and can't get along with anyone ever. 2021. Chris Paul. LOL. Loser. Oh, my God. That's a tech. Chris Paul. All he does is flop and fly into people on both possessions. That's 5'8", 2019. I mean, I hate this guy. My number one most hated guy against the Warriors ever. This is 2015. I hate Chris Paul. I've got so many. I've got to filter them out. I'm going to have to start deleting a lot of these.
I think I already have. I think I did last night. Boy. Back to the lines. Oh. I've been waiting for this guy. Raider debater, a.k.a. Mike Snow out of Oakland. Raider debater, I haven't heard from you since Game 6 of the second round against the L.A. Lakers. You've been on top. You've been on my mind, buddy. How you doing?
What's up? What's up, Grand Risings? You know, Bonte, man, I live rent-free in your head, man, and I got squatter rights. So you know how that goes, man. But look, man, I'm not here to even go into defending Jordan Poole because I don't want to get hung up on and all that type of. You know how I feel about Jordan Poole. But if we really think that the Dubs are trying to win right now and this move wasn't just a salary dump, how do we know that CP3 or the CP3 trade didn't just make Draymond expendable? We now have a floor general and a point guard in CP3. What do we need Draymond for now? That's the point. That's the pretty much the position he played the last 5 to 6 years. Now follow me on this kind of hypothetical role.
Okay.
How would you feel? How would you feel today about the Warriors if you hear that they signed and trade Draymond today for Aid, for Phoenix? I think we'd be a lot better actually with CP3 and Steph and Clay. I think we're back into championship contention. But Aiden's contract is horrible, so I don't even think we would be doing that because his contract looks bad.
Yeah.
But what about expiring contracts like Siakam or Tobias Harris? If we then say that and we do a sign and trade, are we not better today? I think we are. Thanks.
Oh, not Tobias Harris. Not Tobias Harris. No.
Isn't Tobias a free agent?
No, the Sixers will try to shop him.
So he has 1 year left.
Yeah, he has it. And I
thought he had some sort of an option, so I apologize.
Actually, Miles Six and my guy, Philly Zoo, yesterday, he was like, I hope we trade Tobias Harris yesterday. Like, and Philly Zoo actually.
We'll take more of your garbage.
I actually owe him an apology because he was telling me it's Chris Paul trade is going to work. It's going to work for you guys, blah, blah, blah.
And he likes it?
He does like it. Yeah, this is the last year of Tobias Harris making $39.2 million. He's 31 years old.
I thought you didn't like Philly Zoo's sports opinion. So now you
no. I don't love the trade, but I understand the trade. Again, and I understand that the Warriors are not going to ask for everything from Chris Paul that Phoenix asked for.
You sound like
Chris
a
Paul.
dad. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
I'm not disappointed either. This is great for business. We got Chris Paul now.
I know you went 1 for 4 today, son. And I'm not mad at you. I understand it.
Well, I would say that.
You're not putting in the work.
Joe Lacob going to come to studio soon. I want Joe Lacob to come to studio. Now's the time.
Joe, you've been firing on all cylinders, loving all these acquisitions.
Well, that's you. Joe Shasky with the, Joe, I love you. He literally told him that in the middle of him. I love this guy. That's like, oh, boy. That's like, oh, boy.
I love it.
And he hasn't been back since. And we all think Joe Laco's podio game is a little awkward. Joe Laco was feeling a little awkward then.
We're two quirky guys. We get each other.
I don't know if he got you that day. Bill and Fremont. Oh,
it's
man.
a Joe thing.
Bill and Fremont. Oh, we got volley. All right, Bill, go ahead.
You want me to watch football with you on Sunday? I'm sorry. I'm probably busy. But if you want me to go to a football game.
Are you calling from Mars?
Bill Fremont. What was he talking to somebody? He sounded like he was arguing with his girl. So you want me to go to a football? That sounds like an argument with your lady. That's what that sounded like. God bless his soul. God bless his soul. No, Jason Purdue, I'm not a Warriors employee. I'm an employee of Odyssey here at 95.7 The Game, and I'm an employee of NBC Sports Bay Area, which happen to be partners with the Golden State Warriors. But that hasn't – listen, I've traded Draymond Green. In my 3 years at NBC, I've traded Draymond Green 50 million times. That hasn't stopped me from – come on. How much did we rip Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch on this show? John Lynch still comes on this show once a year. He doesn't care.
People care.
They respect us because we say it with our chest. We're authentic.
By the way,
we ain't shilling for nobody.
Was that last caller doing the opening of Mac Dre's album from the Fresno County Jail?
That's pretty good.
Are you accepting a collect call from?
That's pretty good. I mean, come on, man. Like, we rip guys left and right. They still come on the show. They love us because we are who we are.
Here's my favorite part about today.
Go ahead and try to shield for some of these teams.
There are plenty that do. Yeah. Every other text, one text will say, I love you, Shasky. You're speaking my mind. The next one will be like, I love you, Bonte. Literally 50-50. Some hate us, some love us, and it's back and forth. The audience is completely split on CP3.
They're completely split on us. The villain you need. Just tweet at us. My favorite one, not deleting it either. He said 3 things in life that are guaranteed. Death, taxes, and CP3 getting hurt in the playoffs. That's back in 2018. And he got hurt in the playoffs. He certainly got hurt that year. Oh boy, do we? We need to do volley real quick, and then we'll get to the calls, or should we take the calls and then do volley?
Hey, Bonte, every Friday we're going to do the song of the week that best describes the week
and
that
I have
we're
to
going
guess
through.
it, right? Yeah, right.
Today we're going to focus on the mood that Warrior fans might be in this week.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
All
Let's
right.
go.
If there's one song that represents the mood of Warriors and Warrior fans right now, Alexa,
all right,
let's play music quiz.
We're going to play music quiz here and wonder what that song will be. I wonder what that song will be, but the worst part is I have to guess the song, which we know is not going to go well, which is fine. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But this song's going to be very interesting because the mood of Warrior fans. Again, the first 3 hours yesterday, I was in a daze.
You know who it should be?
Who?
Gnarls Barkley.
Which one? What song? Gnarls Barkley.
Well, he's got one hitter, really.
I liked him better on Goody Mob.
Okay. But Crazy was pretty bad. It was awesome.
It was. But Goody Mob was sick. Remember their album, The Boy with the Gold Teeth with the fro? I love the Goody Mob. They had a dope album cover.
It might be Meatloaf. I'd do anything for love, but I won't do that.
When are you going to first fist pump for Chris Paul?
When they trade him. When he opts out and we get Giannis.
So, Tyler Miller, I can't read the entire tweet because we know all his tweets are inappropriate. Y'all think King James be flopping? Just watch this bleep, Chris Paul.
Oh, that's not good. Yeah. All right, Bonte, you ready to do this? Good. You ready to do music quiz? All right, we're gonna play a song that gives you kind of the feel of where Warrior fans are at right now after that draft day, after that trade, after the situation they're in, as they don't know whether Dre's coming back or not. So here right now, I'm gonna yell. I'm gonna play music quiz. I'm gonna go, "Hey Alexa, play music quiz."
Well, it's Gnarls Barkley, right? Oh, no. This is, I love this song. This was a song for Chris Rose and Kevin Millar on their show. Remember that? Intentional Talk? They used to play this. This was their intro song. Oh, this is a good song.
Is this snitching music?
Dun, dun. This is not snitching music. The beat's good, but I can't name it.
Can you give me a hint?
Oh, this is a really
good.
How
you like me now?
Who is this?
I don't know the name of the artist.
It's not Light. I'll just say that. It's not, the artist's name is not Light.
Dark?
Not dark.
Dark Side of the Moon?
Think of a weight. Huh? Think of a weight.
Shake weight?
Not light.
Shake weight?
Heavy.
Oh, heavyweight.
The heavy.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that. The song's good, though.
Yeah, I know it's How You Like Me Now.
Yeah, this beat's really good. They used to play this on an intentional talk, dude.
So
I
you
used to
think
love
How
it.
You Like Me Now is how Warrior fans are feeling right now?
Yeah, it's like, how do you like Chris Paul now?
I think that's Mike Dellamy Jr. and Joe Lacob. How you like me now? Steve Kerr, Draymond Green. Draymond Green out in Paris next to LeBron James said, how you like me now?
And this is what I would say.
Because I got $100 million on the way coming, buddy.
TBD.
You don't think Draymond's coming back, huh?
Wait and see.
You think Draymond's gone?
I don't know, man. I'm just... At this point in his career, of all the players I want to see wear a Warrior uniform, Chris Paul might be at the lowest.
Dude, and guess what?
I'd rather see Dylan Brooks in a Warrior uniform.
What's even better about this? Jordan Poole, you know what number he wore, right?
Yeah, 3.
You know what Chris Paul loves to wear, right?
Yeah, 3.
He's going to wear Jordan Poole's number 3. I can't wait to see the first Chris Paul jersey I see out there. I am taking a picture, putting it out there. I cannot wait to see that Warrior fan buy a Chris Paul jersey.
Does it come with its own ace bandage?
Maybe. But I mean, hell, you need ace bandages for everybody, including our boy Steph. What if Dylan Brooks comes? People are asking for Dylan Brooks. How you like me now?
So if they're going to pay,
did you see the Draymond Green memes yesterday?
They're going to pay $405 million. I just want to so if Draymond gets a $33 million deal, they're paying $405 million this year for Steph, Clay, CP3, Wiggins, Looney, GP2, Moody, Kuminga, Draymond Green, essentially, and some rooks. $405 million.
They paid it before. They'll pay it again. Joe Lacob said money ain't a problem. Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening, Oscar?
What's going on, Bonte? You guys, I'm just here laughing at you guys, man. This is
I mean, it's crazy because I talked about this yesterday about Jordan Poole will get traded, but I didn't know he was going to get traded for Chris Paul. And I was sitting there, and I got back on the radio and said Chris Paul to Golden State Warriors. I was like, wait a minute, it's got to be big. I'm tripping, right? It happened. So it's like I'm with everybody else. I ain't never been a Chris Paul fan, but I just watched Chris Paul. It's like he's a good point guard. He's going to help us out if he can stay healthy. And that one thing about the Golden State Warriors organization, we have a good training staff. And they got a plan. It ain't over with. So I mean, we just gotta roll with the punches. And did I hear? I'm just saying, PBJ got traded too.
PBJ got traded. Yeah, he got traded, and they traded him for Trayce Jackson-Davis, and they saved $10 million on the deal.
Oh wow, yeah. Trayce Jackson-Davis, I like him in Indiana. He's a solid player.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't shoot the ball. He don't jump a lot, but he was a Big Ten player. Yeah, I'm surprised he went to the second round.
Yeah.
And a young kid out of Santa Clara. So we got some good pieces. You know, we got some good pieces. So I'm just like we trying to win a championship, and they open it up for Kuminga. So I'm telling everybody, just trust it. That's all I got. I trust the Warriors, and I trust Steph Curry.
There it is.
The
Steph
first
Curry.
time Kuminga doesn't dive properly, Chris Paul's going to jump on his back so fast.
Boy, Jay LaFrey. First stage is denial. Next stage is acceptance. I'm in that next stage, baby. I'm accepting the financial flexibility. I'm accepting the fact that Chris Paul's not going to turn the ball over. I'm accepting the fact that he's going to be efficient with his shots. He's not going to take bad shots. I'm okay. I'm starting to warm up to this bad boy. Yeah. He ain't no dirty player. He just plays hard, right, Spinoni? Come on, he plays hard. Right? That's what I told Willie Sanjurno back in 2019. He's a really good player. Shasky. He's going to play hard defense. He's going to get in front of people. He's not going to flop. He's not dirty.
Who the hell are you talking about?
Chris Paul. Chris Paul's a dirty player. What do we all expect? The guy's putting on a clown show here in the second round of the playoffs. He put on a clown show in the Western Conference Finals a season ago. I don't know what's gotten in the guy. I loved the guy when he was a Hornet. Loved him at Wake Forest. All of a sudden, he goes to Lob City. He goes to L.A., starts getting these State Farm commercials, and all of a sudden, he's an actor. And he's brought it over to the basketball court where all he's doing is flopping and acting. And it's just too much.
Do you have what's the driver license you need to have to drive big trucks? Is that Class
commercial?
C?
Commercial license.
You got one of those? Because you are backing that big rig up quite well today. Wow.
I was at the DMV yesterday. It's just might be the loneliest place ever, outside of the Washington Wizards locker room.
Darkness, my old friend.
Shaska, you made this phrase famous.
What's that?
Yeah, pivot, don't panic.
So now that you've been presented with new information, look at you.
I worked with Daryl the Guru Johnson. He's right. You're right. You pivot, don't panic. We all evolve.
Can I ask you this question?
Listen.
Let's say Draymond Green signs with someone else.
Oh, my God.
And you've got CP3, Kuminga in the starting lineup, or maybe they go in another direction. Looney,
oh man,
Clay, Wiggins, wow.
Woo. Jerry Vallejo, real quick before Fast Five. Last call of the day. Hold on, Jerry. You're going to dictate who won the show today. If we had a debate, Team Shasky, Team Bonte. Last call. He's the last one on the board. Hey, listen, Jerry, turn down that radio. Turn down the radio in the Valley, Joe. What do you think about the CP3 deal?
Hillside or Crestside?
Well, I think that was a good deal because of the simple fact we can get rid of Poole's contract. Now we can extend Draymond Green.
Ugh.
Oh, and also CP3, he is a different type of player. He's a great player. I've always looked at him. He's been the great dribble, penetrating guard. But here's the thing. We have the best medical staff. We took care of GP2.
What about Iggy last year?
We'll get his hamstring together, and we will use him for the playoffs and to win some games. As far as the draft is concerned, I would have much preferred to get Keith Murray, the twin brother of Keegan Murray.
Yeah, I wanted Chris Murray.
Better player.
I did want him. He's going to Portland. I like that.
People were saying that he's nowhere near as good as his brother.
He averaged 20 last.
I'm just saying. That's what I heard. I don't pretend to know.
Trayce Davis will help Looney for the rebounding. He'll help him in the middle.
But as far as to go, I think we got better yesterday, guys. And I love the show, by the way.
Thank you.
Listen to you guys all the time.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate that.
Appreciate you.
Thank you,
thank
Jerry.
you.
Thank you, Jerry. What a show. We had some yelling. We had some agreements. We were in our feelings. It's time
I'm going to go sweat it out. I got to go into the sauna.
We're going to Tahoe, man.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by...
I love this sort of 405 Comcast Business Text line. CP3 will teach us all how to flop. my iPhone auto-corrected floppers to clippers. Destiny. Tennis Yoshi.
All right. My final thoughts. Ice Cube's going to be so happy with what the Warriors have done. Their big three lineup next year is going to be amazing. So good. I mean, Clay, Draymond, CP3, Steph Curry. Damn, bro.
Ooh.
They're so old.
What a show
They got
today.
older, smaller, and slower.
God, no.
And we're sitting here saying they're incrementally better.
They are.
Come on.
That's how bad Jordan Poole was at times
That's
last year.
the bar to clear?
Yes.
Yes.
By the way, Matt Higgins happy either way. He's like, business is booming. We got CP3 in the Bay Area. I thought last year, remember
reverse mortgages are going to start sponsoring with the Warriors because of how old they are, because they connect to the old community. Reverse mortgages, let's do this.
AARP cards. Listen, last year, remember I had to tweet, I was like, the Bay Area is going to be on fire for 9 straight months with the Niners and the Warriors. Well, we got the Giants, and we got CP3 in town. Hey, wait until that Draymond Green contract extension. Oh, boy, we haven't seen nothing yet. The NBA is just getting started in the offseason. Spadoni.
Speaking of Draymond, when he re-signs that CP3 Draymond Volume Network episode, it's going to be so good. Quite frankly, CP3, I think you're the key for us, man. Absolutely.
Oh, we're doing the Poole watch, right? Jordan Poole every game next year?
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm good off that.
But you sure you don't want to?
Money time! Money time!
Also, real quick, happy birthday, Stephen Langford. 30 today. Our guy, nice guy, Stephen Langford. KCBS is
so jealous.
Happy birthday,
30?
Steve.
God, I'd love to be 30 again.
In this position, too? 30? Oh, my gosh.
Jeez. Whoa.
All right, go ahead, Lubin.
30's not all it's cracked up to be. I'll say this about the Chris Paul trade. I'm out on it. You want me to change my opinion on it? I need to see him, Steph, Clay, and Dre dancing on the stage with a Larry at the end of this next season. That's the only way I'll call this success.
Hey, Lubin, real quick. Is today a must-win for the Giants?
Bonte, they're all must-wins.
Corbin Carroll.
We might be in some trouble with the Giants.
Got Logan Webb on the hill tonight, actually. I need a must-win. My fantasy team's hurt, and I need him to pick me up.
Alex Wood's the happiest guy in the Bay Area right now. He's
Alex
like,
Wood.
nobody's talking about my
Get the hell
3-inning performance last
Get
night.
the hell out of here.
Oh, my God. My final thought is I'm here for the chaos, baby.
Clearly.
I'm here for the chaos. CP3, welcome to the Bay. Jordan Poole has been real. I'm going to miss you. No, seriously. Honestly, I'm going to miss Jordan Poole, man. He was a good kid. I thought a lot of people said a lot of bad things about him, which was very unfair to him. The young man's mature. He showed a lot of maturity by not going into what happened last year. Jordan Poole, man, best of luck to you. I hope you thrive in the nation's capital. I really do. That's it for us, man. What a show. What a show. Oh, wait. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation TG network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Audiences and top critics everywhere.
How we feeling, Bay Area Warrior fans? Is it settling in? Settling in? How you feeling, buddy?
I'm distraught.
My man.
Yeah, look at you. I'm going to tell you why.
Wait, you're what?
I'm distraught. I don't like this move.
Oh, no.
But Warrior fans, I'm speaking to you, and I mean what I'm about to say. We really can't be mad because we've been living on the high hog for so long. And when I say high hog, Joey Lightyears has been spending every cent to keep this team relevant and to get this team to heights to where they can win 4 championships. People look around. What's happening now? Cost savings. Getting under the tax. So the investors in Joe Lacob saved a bunch of money financially, Steiny, but that money cannot be thrown back in the big club. You cannot go to Basketball Nordstrom's and get something that you're lacking. So I need Hubie Brown to give us a call. Steiny, your haircut's phenomenal. I need you to break down, or any Warrior fan, I dare you to call us and tell me and us, basketball-wise, how you add a 38-year-old player who couldn't finish his own playoffs this past season is better than Jordan Poole and his ability to get to the free throw line and what he's done in this past season and the year before. Tell me, because Steiny, this team is going the wrong way, and now PBJ is gone. Oh,
I can't tell you the Warriors are better now than they were yesterday. They might be.
Isn't that a problem?
Well, they might be. They might be better. There's a chance. Chris Paul might be a better fit coming off the bench than Jordan Poole.
Oh, my gosh. I just don't see how. Go ahead, Steiny.
Because Jordan Poole didn't want to come off the bench.
Wow.
See, I think...
But that ain't what rotted his existence here. What rotted the existence is the Mike Tyson.
Well, it sure looks that way.
Okay.
I think when you see a move like this...
Talk to me, Steiny.
To me, it proves some of the things we all thought before. And here's what I mean. We can say it. The punch mattered. The punch absolutely, positively mattered. It's why we're here. It's one of the big reasons why we're here. Another big reason why we're here is money.
Oh,
Joe Lacob can't continue to spend like he's been spending, and it showed up again yesterday. There's been 3 moves now where money has been a significant issue. Letting Gary Payton go in free agency, this move clearly, and then even their move at the end of the night last night. They traded Patrick Baldwin Jr.
But
for the 57th pick, and they got Trayce Jackson-Davis.
I like him.
That's fine.
Okay.
And they saved $10 million in that deal.
Wow.
By the way, shout out Dublin Marge. Dublin Marge.
What'd she do?
She texted yesterday on the YouTube chat that the Warriors should draft Trayce Jackson-Davis.
Oh, wow.
And she said he's a big guy out of Indiana.
I like him.
And big body. I mean,
is this another forward in front of Kuminga's path?
I don't know. Here's what I do know. He's Dale Davis's son.
Dude, wow.
That's all you need to know.
That's it, man.
I got to believe.
Respect.
He's tough.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
And then the Warriors also drafted Brandin Podziemski from Santa Clara.
I've seen him play like 6 or 7 times, Steiny.
Okay.
I asked little Daryl, what do you think, Dad? He's got an agent. He's going pro. But I never looked at him through the prism of, can you help the Golden State Warriors? But can I say Ginobili? He's got Ginobili
all right.
type of game.
He
He's
is
a
lefty.
Yep. He's strong, Steiny, but I'm not a GM or a scout, but I never just pictured him. He's not that big. I know it says 6'5", Steiny. He ain't the biggest dude, but my question to Dub Nation is, do we need another guard? We need size, and we got it with Dale Davis' son, but still, Steiny, to lose Jordan Poole and get Chris Paul, who, by the way, have you seen the videos of him when they're asking about this trade?
I saw one video of him, and he said he's excited, but he said, it's about the 7th time I've been asked that today.
Okay.
So,
all right, maybe he was agitated.
Yeah, maybe he was. Warriors get better yesterday, Warrior fans? Did the Warriors get better? last day or two.
Let me ask you,
888
if you could judge social media, what do you
9570.
think that answer would be just in your life? And after you getting a haircut and this news dropping yesterday, would you think, are you hearing more hate than
I feel like it's
I'm
half
saying
and half
70-30, Steiny.
against.
Yeah, against.
Yeah, I don't know. They're like half and half. You might be right at 70-30. I feel like I've seen a ton of support and a ton of non-support for the trade.
So, Mike Dunleavy, it's been a week. It's been 2. Could one Warrior fan feel like he kind of told them a fib, or was that just par for the course? It's what you do when he says that he thought Kuminga and Poole, especially Poole, Steiny, he said this. Part of the presser was they're cornerstones. Yeah. They're going to be here.
They were at the presser. Then they weren't.
I hear
that. You want to talk about something that Don Nelson used to make it known. I love this period of time because I can just lie. So
well, damn.
I don't. And you know what? Maybe when they had the press conference, Chris Paul wasn't on the table. 408, we did get better. Poole and Green cannot play together. That's the other thing.
So where are you going to get that scoring from? So don't tell me Chris Paul. Jordan Poole scoring. That's what scared me. And I know we got next week, it's free agency, but Steiny, this team, the money that they're saving, guys, it's not the money that you could go allocate to bring in another player. That's for the investors. And now we're finally cutting cost. The high hog is over.
Yep. 10:30, C.J. Holmes, San Francisco Chronicle. And then 11 o'clock, Eddie Johnson.
I love Eddie's down here.
Eddie Johnson does a lot of work for the Phoenix Suns. And, of course, that's where Chris Paul played last. And, I'm hoping Eddie follows Big Ten basketball. He went to Illinois. Maybe he follows Big Ten basketball. We can ask him about Jackson-Davis.
And his daddy, what about was it Thompson twins that got drafted? Can you imagine that? Being twins and both in the league, handsome, rich.
Yeah.
I'd blow it, but damn.
Chris Paul, Golden State Warrior. It sounds a little bit crazy, but
8 years too late.
Let me see. Let me play something.
Cheer
for
me
you.
up, man. Cheer us up.
Here's Chris Paul.
My son again.
No.
Yeah.
How do you hear about the trade?
I was at my gym right here in Winston playing pickup hooping. After the game got over at 1, Lil Chris came up to me and told me. Yeah. I'm excited. Yeah.
What was your reaction?
Oh man, I was excited. I was excited to get a chance to go play for a franchise like that with the great players that they have. It's crazy how life comes full circle. For the last 10 years, I've been competing, maybe longer than that, against them. But I'm all about winning. So whatever's going to give me an opportunity to win, I'm all for it.
All right, that's Chris Paul from yesterday. Can somebody call Chris Paul the next time he gets moved before his son tells
what's
him?
the etiquette, Steiny? Hey, Chris, wouldn't if something's going to happen with you and I, wouldn't he call us? Hey, Goo, we got you. You know what I'm saying? Steiny don't come in today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now I know.
Hey, Mark's in San Jose. Get us going, Mark. How you doing, man?
Hey, not too bad, guys. Happy belated Father's Day. I was thinking about you while I was golfing at Lake Chabot Golf Course.
Wow.
You guys were with me.
Thanks, man.
How's the golf game going, Goo?
I'm about to get back. It's going. How about that? I'll leave it there.
If it's going as good as soda is the question.
No, soda's out front.
Hey, Chris Paul, man, I know he's a polarizing character. I think that's what the Warriors were going for. He's going to sell jerseys, put people's butts in the seats. People are now paying attention to the Warriors like they weren't before. And truthfully, like that quote you just put on right before I got on, man, Chris Paul's a winner, dude, regardless of the relationship that any of us have had as fans with him. Hate, love, hate, flop, no flop. The guy's a ball player, and he wants to win, and that's what he's geared up to do. Jordan Poole, you could tell the attitude was there. There's a reason why he got punched in the mouth. Regardless of how it was handled, what happened, you could see the writing on the wall with Jordan Poole. He did not want to be with these guys and play ball with these guys.
Appreciate it, Mark. Thanks for the call. 408, Comcast Business Text Line. Who cares about him saving money? Why do you guys keep saying that? Well, it's important.
And it's telling you, yeah.
It's important.
Decisions are being made from a financial standpoint now, Steiny. Because if you're going to tell me the Chris Paul trade made basketball sense, no, to me. Did it make fiscal sense? Yes. But those are two different things. Don't tell me we're not going to miss Jordan Poole.
I mean,
a guy that could get you 20 and then 25 if Steph or Clay are out.
It's not hard to make basketball sense if you really want to.
I would love for you to give
Poole didn't fit here. Listen, I'm just making the argument.
But when did that happen? After he got punched,
yes,
right?
The punch changed everything, and Jordan checked out probably, and nothing will ever be the same. And they couldn't bring Jordan Poole back. He was ineffectual this year, and they went out and got a guy who's going to be a better fit, who probably, I don't know, I'm assuming will be coming off the bench. But the other thing why it matters 408 is because the more money you spend, the harder it will be for the Warriors to make moves. If the Warriors are over that second apron next year, what they call it, they're going to lose their mid-level exception.
Oh, man.
So, in a way, these new rules that the NBA has imposed, supposedly targeting the Golden State Warriors, they're actually probably Joe Lacob's best friend right now. Believe it or not.
When it comes
because
to go ahead.
he has to shave off payroll. Because if he doesn't, they're going to get more and more hamstrung, and the league's going to be more and more punitive toward them. So I get it. They saved $100 million, let's just say, more than that with the luxury tax. They can't use it anywhere, so what does it matter? Well, it's going to keep them under the second apron next year. That's what it's going to do. And then they'll have more flexibility with their payroll. So that's why the saving of the money matters. Miley's in Walnut Creek. What's up, Miley?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Love the show. A lot of fun yesterday and today.
Yes, sir.
I got some news for Guru.
Uh-oh.
If you could just let me get it out, it'll make me happy.
Take your time.
So, if you add up 14 points per game plus 9 assists per game, that's a minimum 32 points a game, bud. That's significant offense. You may respond.
There's nothing about Chris Paul and his game that doesn't satisfy me. What I'm worried about is we're going to get blue balls as fans. We're going to get excited this whole year. And get this, when you need him most, his body will break down. It's not his fault. It's called AGE. And he's 38, and you exchange that for a 23-year-old stud?
24.
24, I don't like
Happy
it.
Happy birthday, Jordan
and
Poole.
I'm going to put the rat on the table, sponsored by AtcoPestControl.com. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. The bottom line is, Steiny, it finally dawned on me. We've been giving this Warrior run and dynasty A+ on culture. The culture, it's an F right now because the culture, when presented a dilemma, couldn't solve it. They could not get Jordan Poole and Draymond Green back on the same page, and it ruined the season. To what effect? It ruined the season. So to hell and miss me with the culture thing, because when culture was supposed to take over, when Andre Iguodala was supposed to sprinkle his magic dust, nobody could fix this problem, and now you got something for nothing. And now in Warrior country, we're talking about at the end of next year, we'll be off of Chris Paul's contract. Is that that's what they do in Charlotte. That's what they do in Loserville. Not here.
You can't
and
do
what's
it
scaring
anymore,
me is the Dunleavy tenure. Steiny, it's off to a clunker.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. Listen. These deals, it's funny. I was listening to the morning roast, and I was with Bonte. I would have held out. Shafsky, do you like it? Do you hate it? I understand it. No, do you like it or do you hate it? Yeah, I'm not going to answer that.
Right? Why?
Because I understand it. They might be better. They might not be better. There's some facets to it that I don't like. There's some facets to it that I like. The one facet I like.
I love it.
The one facet
Give it to
is that if you are going to, for lack of a better term, bend over backwards for Steph Curry and this window, then do it. Then flat out do it.
Wow.
And to me, that's what the Chris Paul move was. They saved money, A, and B, they think they're going to be better with Chris Paul than they were last year with that version of Jordan Poole.
Yeah, see,
the other thing that we can assume.
Who's the real Jordan Poole?
I think we can assume that the Warriors didn't think they were getting Jordan Poole back from 2 years ago. That's the assumption I took. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So if you just paid Jordan Poole $130 million, and now you're looking at him and saying, wait a minute, this is probably who he is now after everything that's happened, well, we need somebody who can maybe help us more.
So that sounds like a rock in the hard place. The basket.
Yes, that's where they are.
Because I would say, Stanley,
that's where they will remain.
And I'll bring up JD. I was listening to him and Charlie last night. They did a great job, but I got to throw this out there. You mentioned what JD said to you a while back. When they paid Jordan Poole, they only signed him so he could be a chip later on to flip. Because I want to go into the analytics and the people that signed off and were excited like me. I don't think what Jordan Poole did in 2022 was a fluke. So he earned that contract to me. But I've never seen a team backtrack to where, oh my God, we just signed you before the first year kicks in. We want out of this. I'm reading YouTube. This is the worst contract in sports. My thing to you, partner, is there's a reason Jordan Poole regressed. And I believe it's bigger than basketball last year. But the Warriors felt like their culture couldn't fix or remedy that. And that bothers me.
The whole culture thing.
You ain't buying?
No. Steph Curry's the culture for the last time. He just is. That's the way I feel. You know, if they can maintain a culture after Steph Curry, I'll give it to you. But Steph Curry is the culture. He's the guy.
And he signed off.
And you know, the other
right?
thing is well, what's the Warriors' culture? Is it Steph Curry or is it Draymond Green?
See, I think culture's more than one person.
Well, that's why I'm asking. Is it Klay Thompson? What I'm saying is, what is the Warriors' culture? What is it? Like, define it. I don't know.
Good guys, family.
Yeah, Draymond Green. Tell the rest of the league Draymond's a good guy. Nobody believes it. That's just what we believe here because he's on our team.
Yeah, so that's what it's about, family. So within the ranks of the team. And they chose Draymond over Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
And I got to be, as much as I hate that Jordan Poole's gone, Steiny, he must have really pissed a lot of people off. Himself, whatever he was doing. I hate the notion that a guy or gal deserves to get hit, but whatever he was doing, pouting or talking, the other players didn't like it.
The one thing I'm going to say is, here's one thing I reject.
Oh, give it to him. No.
Oh, the Warriors, now their chemistry's good. They got rid of Poole. They got rid of the problem. Now their chemistry's good.
I kind of want to say I feel that way, Steiny.
Really? Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's assuming all 12 guys on that roster were all in on getting rid of Poole and keeping Draymond, wow. And I don't believe that's the case.
You think?
I gotta believe. Well, I don't know. Like, I know Andrew Wiggins is pretty darn good friends with Jordan Poole.
You're totally right.
I wonder what he thinks.
He was the one that was in contact him, I believe, the most while he was on his hiatus. Steiny,
Kevon Looney. He and Jordan Poole are tight. They're both from Milwaukee.
And he said Dre had to earn their trust. Told us that.
I mean, if you want to be harsh about some things, you could say, guess what? You know what happened yesterday? The bully won.
And
the bully won.
How about, can I give you another word to put on the back end of that? Again.
Yep.
And can I say something to you? Tell me if it's too strong, like some vodka. Why do I feel like everything Myers did and was successful at, they're just coming right behind, just throwing it out?
I don't know.
You think he would have signed off on choosing Poole over Dre? I don't know.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Trading PBJ?
One of the issues with the Warriors is they do have so many voices. You really don't know who was whose guy and how many like this guy. And Was this guy somebody that only one guy liked, but he persuaded? I don't know. Joe Lacob will tell you the more voices, the better.
Is that a good thing, Stoney? Is that a good thing?
It can be, for sure. It's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing to have as many voices as possible weighing in on a decision.
Like, we should know, Warrior fans should know, we did at one point know Joe Lacob was adamant about his infatuation with James Wiseman, even after Wiseman played and it wasn't all that. He was satisfied. I don't think it's a good thing that we don't know how he felt and what played the part into James getting traded. Like, I want to know, did Joe have to be talked into that?
Well, of course. He got traded. Wiseman got traded, so Joe Lacob had to sign off on it. Was he reluctant? Yeah, probably, because he liked Wiseman.
So did
I. Gene in Oakland. What's up, Gene? How you doing, my man?
The man.
Hey, fellas. I'll tell you what the culture is. The culture is winning championships, and I think Jordan Poole lost sight of that this last year. And unlike you, Steiny, I put a lot of stock in culture and the locker room and such. I really think that punch was the culmination of a lot of problems they had with him, for a while. So he really had to be moved. I mean, I was hoping they could get more for him than CP3, but I'm generally satisfied. On the court, we've gotten marginally better, but I think we've gotten a lot better in the locker room. So,
yeah, good stuff, Gene. And what I'm saying is, I think you're absolutely right, Gene. That the camaraderie on this team had been a strength. I think we all know last year it fell apart.
Yeah,
I agree with you there too, Gene. The only thing I'm saying is I'm not assuming that the chemistry's all fixed now. That's all. I gotta see on the court the chemistry be fixed, in essence. So that's all. But yeah, Gene, I mean, Gene's on the money.
Stoney, I know we played 59 games, Chris Paul, last year, and you say, hey, Goo, he's going to have a reduced minute usage. I hate that I know he's not what I saw Jordan Poole do against the Sixers at home last year. I'm going to miss that.
What about
coming
the playoffs?
Downhill?
What about the
he
playoffs?
Was ruined. I know no excuses.
Why did he play great against Philly, though?
He had a good night. I can't defend his...
Are you all right? It almost feels like you're going to cry.
I'm serious, man. I didn't believe I was going to. I just wanted, like we talked about it in the cafeteria, the 19th pith in Poole or Kuminga couldn't have got you Miles Turner. I would be ecstatic. This doesn't match. CP3 is slow at this juncture. He ain't going to be running. And people are talking about, he's going to be passing and distributing the ball. To who? Who are the shooters? You got two now.
Patrick Ball. Oh, never mind.
You got two shooters.
By the way, they traded your boy.
Who?
They traded your boy, Patrick Baldwin Jr., who just yesterday you said was going to be the integral piece to getting back to that title.
Oh, I'll always bet on him. His PBJ.
Well, now that he's in Washington.
I like the big they got, but man, Stoney, it doesn't match what they're doing.
Yes, it does,
Chris Paul does not match what they're trying.
They're trying to win now.
But this ain't 2009. He's slower, Steiny. He's smaller.
So, Steph.
Why did Phoenix say, night-night? And they got Durant and championship aspirations. Hey, Chris, night-night. We ain't living in the past, but I know who is. Team by the Bay. Us.
So you want to come on, you want to transition.
I wanted something more lethal.
Well, too bad. You can't get everything you want. The bottom line, here's the thing. Here's the bottom line. I know we got to go. The bottom line is this, that if you wanted the Warriors to try to extend Steph Curry's window as much as possible, or his runway, or get that window open as long as possible, this trade to me makes sense. It makes sense to me. So if they're going to do it, go ahead and do it. Do I like it? No. But I wouldn't have liked the other way either, because they are in, I don't know if it's trouble, but they've got a long way to dig out of. All right, CJ Holmes on the other side. He writes for the San Francisco Chronicle, covers the Golden State Warriors, and it's sponsored by Save Mart.
Lucky is helping to fuel your summer with free fuel for a limited time. Now through June 27th.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. Obviously, the big news is Chris Paul's a Golden State Warrior. And on the phone right now, we've got C.J. Holmes. He covers the Golden State Warriors for the San Francisco Chronicle. What's going on, C.J.? How you doing?
Gentlemen, what's going on, man? I'm doing well. Hope you guys are good, too.
Yeah, let me just add, there are a lot of aspects to this trade, obviously, or to the Chris Paul acquisition. When you heard about the deal, what was the first thing you thought of? Why they do it?
Using my language, my first thought was, what the hell? You know, the Warriors relate to Chris Paul in some trade rumors. When he initially got rerouted to Washington. But so I wasn't too surprised to see Dunleavy go after him. I am surprised that they decided to give up on Jordan Poole, especially after Dunleavy just sat in front of the media on Monday and said that they plan to keep him on the roster for 4 years, and to trade a 24-year-old who's super productive as is. Say what you want about his season last year, some inconsistencies here and there, the poor playoff run. But this is a guy who averaged, I think, 17 points and shot 50% from the field during the Warriors championship run. And, slumps from guys like him who get big contracts, that's expected. But to move on from a 24-year-old budding star, for a 38-year-old point guard, that kind of scratches my head. And then last night during the draft, it's revealed that not only did the Warriors give up Poole and Ryan Rollins and a draft pick, but they also gave up on Patrick Baldwin Jr. A lot of people thought was going to break into the rotation next year. He showed flashes. I mean, his opportunities were few and far between last year. Don't get me wrong, but when he was on the court, he looked like a guy who really fit the Warriors system, an excellent jump shooter who could stretch the floor, and to find out they gave up on him too. So essentially the Warriors gave up 3 young players, two of their 3 2022 draft picks, and future picks for a 38-year-old injury-prone point guard who's played less and less games as his career has matured, because he's coming down. He's ascending now, right? Chris Paul's career is a commercial airline. He's in the landing gears are out for Chris Paul, and he's not going to start, right? I just can't imagine a scenario where you're going to start a lineup so small and have Chris Paul out there of Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry and Wiggins and Draymond Green, so he's going to come off the bench. So now, not only did you trade for a 38-year-old point guard, you traded for a 38-year-old backup point guard who's injury-prone, who's going to play reduced minutes. So to give up all that for, in my opinion, a question mark at this point in his career. Don't get me wrong, Chris Paul's one of the best point guards ever to do it, but at this stage of his career, I mean, you just look at last year. You want to talk about bad postseasons. I mean, Chris Paul didn't, he got injured again in the second round against Denver. So if you want to compare bad postseasons, right, between Jordan Poole and Chris Paul, I mean, take your pick. So my thoughts on the trade, it's to be determined. A lot of it's going to be determined on if Paul can stay healthy, if Paul is willing to accept this reduced role that I think is coming for him for the first time in his career. There's certainly some benefits for the move, right? Paul is, like I said, one of the best point guards to ever do it, in reduced minutes, playing that backup point guard role in the second unit with guys like getting Jonathan Kuminga, easy shots at the rim. I mean, when's the last time the Warriors had a point guard willing to throw the lob, right? Yeah. Three in rolls with Jonathan Kuminga, getting guys like Moses Moody open shots. You can see the vision, but to give up so much for an aging backup point guard, I'm scratching my head, guys.
CJ, I was in East Texas in a Baptist church in 100 degrees heat, and I feel like I'm at church again. You are preaching. I agree with everything, but what's starting to bother me is the Warriors fans, and I told Steiny this, we've been on the high hog. We commended Joe Lacob, and rightfully so, about blowing past the tax, and, the fans don't care about that. but this is all about cost cutting to me, and I don't like it because the savings, I get Joe Lacob and the investors need it, but that doesn't help the club. You can't go get a player. I mean, Jordan Poole could get you 20, and when Curry or Clay were gone, he might get you 25 or 30. CJ, I don't feel like this team is better today than they were yesterday before this trade was announced, and the money cutting stuff, that's starting to bother me, but I get it.
I would like to think that the Warriors are going to, like, for example, Dunleavy addressed the media yesterday after the draft, and in no ways, I didn't get any sense that they were done making moves, right?
Right.
By parting ways with Ryan Rollins, by parting ways with Baldwin Jr., that clears up that clears up 2 roster spots heading in the next season. I have the sense that the biggest moves the Warriors are going to make, especially now that they find ways to cut costs in different areas, is going to come in free agency. This is Dunleavy admitted that it's obvious that we need to add some size. I'm not in the camp that says the Warriors must have size to be championship contenders. There's a lot of recency bias with the Nuggets, with Jokic winning a championship, but do not forget, just 2 years ago, the Warriors won a championship with 6'9" Kevon Looney as their tallest player. So they don't necessarily need size. They just need the right pieces. And I think that Dunleavy's plan heading into free agency is, 1, to re-sign Draymond Green, and 2, bring in extra front court help via free agency. Who those players are has yet to be determined, right? But I don't think the Warriors are done making moves. But to answer your question, look at the roster top to bottom right now. No, I don't think they're better than the group that went out there last season.
CJ Holmes joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the Warriors for the San Francisco Chronicle. Let me throw some. Where I'm at with the Warriors is, I'm realistic about the place they're in. I don't really like any of the avenues they can go down. I think they're all fraught with some risk. But does Joe Lacob in a way have an out here, because he can tell Warrior fans, look, not only we're not saving money just to save money, we're saving money so that in a year or two we can have our mid-level exception to try to get better. You know what I mean? Like, he can actually say, we're not just doing it to save money, we're doing it because we can't be penalized like we're going to be penalized if we don't change course.
I think I agree with that. I think, Chris Paul they brought in Chris Paul on an expiring contract. I think the team has $75 million total in expiring contracts at the conclusion of this upcoming season. So I think that, whatever they're building, I think their focus is more so on next offseason, when they have even more financial, flexibility to go in and get dudes. So I do think they're planning ahead. They're not throwing this season by any means. I do think they're making a conscious effort to improve the team. But I think that where we're going to see the biggest improvements is going to come next offseason, when some of that cap space comes off the books.
Yeah, good point. And I was telling Steiny, I don't like that. That's how spoiled we are, CJ. Other markets think like that. But hey, you're from DC. Have you got your ear to the street on how Wizard fans are reacting to the acquisition of Jordan Poole?
I've been talking to some of my buddies over the last 24 hours about the move. Well, first off, let me say this. Like you said, every time Jordan had the opportunity to step into the starting lineup, he shined.
Oh, man.
Dude has every tool necessary to be a star guard in this league, and I wish him the best going to play for my hometown Wizards. Obviously, they're in a rebuilding situation. They parted ways with Bradley Beal. They shipped Kristaps Porzingis out to Boston. But they got a little intriguing group now. Like, you got Tyus Jones.
I like him. Yeah.
Jordan Poole at the 2. Patrick Baldwin, I think, might do something special there, right? And, more so than anything, Jordan Poole is going to get an opportunity to be the man. He's going to be able to put up 25 shots a night if he wants to.
Man.
And I think in that situation where he doesn't have the pressure of, knowing that, if I go out there, I might make a mistake. No, they're going to let him play out there in D.C., and he's going to not only do I think he's going to be a candidate for most improved player, I think he's
going to win it twice.
Top 10 in the league in scoring next year.
Yeah, I agree. I said that too yesterday, CJ. I'm like, this guy might lead the league in scoring.
Dude.
Hey, didn't he win most improved already? He should have.
I think Clarkson got it. Yeah, I think Clarkson beat him out.
Well, my point is he should have won it the year he came back from the G League.
No
Can anybody win that thing twice? All right. Anyway, let me. I'm going to just throw it to you this way. Just see your reaction. CJ, are you telling me that the Golden State Warriors are going to have Steph Curry under contract for 3 more years, Draymond Green under contract for 3 more years, but Klay's going to have to play the final year of his deal?
I think that's how it's going to turn out. I think the best thing with Klay, especially considering, is now we know that the Warriors, they kind of focus in on not focus in, but what's the word? Jordan basically got traded after one bad postseason. I know they have the whole issue of Draymond and the punch and the tension that's come with that, but in my eyes, it looks like Jordan had a bad postseason and they traded him away. So Klay is coming off of a pretty poor postseason themselves. So I think the Warriors' best bet, especially knowing that they have a lot of cap space coming open next year, is to let Klay. They're gonna re-sign Draymond. It looks like that is the plan. Like you said, Steph's under contract. I think they want to play wait and see with Klay, right? And I don't think they're just going to throw him the money immediately. And it sucks because the guy who's overcome as much as he can, as he had. When he had a pretty strong regular season, if you ask me. I mean, the dude led the league in 3-point, set a career high 3-point makes, led the league in 3-point shots. But I think they're going to play a wait and see approach with Klay, let him play out the year, and I wouldn't even be surprised if they let him hit free agency just to get an assessment of what his market value is. Because if you can bring back Klay Thompson to keep the core together on a bargain, it seems like that's something they're going to do at this point. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I think they're going to make Klay play out the final year's contract and do a wait and see approach and see where he's really at by the end of the 2023-24 season.
CJ, I know you're not a GM, but I told Steiny this yesterday after the show. Here I go. You just brought in another young big, 23 years old from Indiana. Jonathan Kuminga in the 19th pick or Jordan Poole in the 19th pick couldn't get you Turner from Indiana. Like, that's what would make me excited if the Warriors had that type of player. But do you think that would have been enough? If I'm the Pacers, I'm looking around like, I'll take that.
What do you mean by that? Rephrase that. What do you mean?
Like Miles Turner, how to use that to try to get him in a Warrior uniform. The 19th in Kuminga or the 19th in Poole.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Heading into the draft about the Warriors, they have a bunch of young players on the roster, many of which they've struggled to find consistent minutes for. Now you're bringing in Brandin Podziemski. Sorry if I butchered that, Brandon. And Trayce Jackson-Davis from Indiana. 2 more rookies who are going to have to find places in the rotation at some point. And as the Warriors clearly look like they're going all in on the present and abandoning the 2-timeline approach, I thought it would have been wiser to package pick number 19 and, maybe another player with that to go get a veteran who can step in and play right now on more of a sure commodity. With that being said, if you look at the 2 draft picks the Warriors made, they're of the older variety compared to guys they've taken in the past. Podziemski was only a 2-year guy in college, 1 year at Illinois, 1 year at Santa Clara, but he's a sophomore. He has an extremely polished offensive game. Very impressed with him. But the question is, like, the Warriors are still pretty stacked at guard. How is he going to fit into the rotation? Will the Warriors expect him to play immediately? And I am blown away by Trayce Jackson-Davis's film. I mean, I don't know how that guy lasted so long in the draft. You played more of a traditional big position at Indiana, but I see him as more of maybe a Kyle Anderson type. I mean, the guy can put it on the floor a little bit, has some wiggle to his game. He's 23. He's not a kid. Yeah. He plays with force around the rim. Another lob threat for a guy like CP3 to find up at the rim. Again, I would like to see. Obviously, you can't go into the regular season with him as one of your backup bigs, just considering the fact he's never been in the NBA. I'd like to see what the team can do in free agency to address the interior. But I'm happy with both picks. I think they fit the culture of what the Warriors are trying to do, what they are right now, and like I said, they're a little more experienced. So hopefully that means less of a learning curve, and they'll be able to play sooner rather than later.
CJ, thank you so much for joining us, man. Great stuff. And, Warriors are back in the limelight again, man.
Yeah, shaping up to be another interesting season.
Absolutely.
We do that every year out here in the Bay. So we'll see how free agency goes. Summer League's coming up. We'll get a chance to get a look at some of these newcomers. And like Mike said, we'll hit the ground running.
All right, man. Take care. Have a great weekend.
Hey, thank you so much for having me.
Yes, sir. That's CJ Holmes, San Francisco Chronicle, Division I athlete.
Auburn, right?
Yep.
You know who else went there?
A lot of people have gone there.
I
Charles
understand
Barkley.
That's all I was looking for. Yeah.
Eddie Johnson coming up in 10 minutes.
You're smiling.
I love Eddie Johnson. He is among my favorites. Let's see. Let's go to James in Napa. James is going to calm Guru down right now.
All right.
What's up, James? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah.
I did want to say I'm in favor of the Chris Paul trade for a simple reason. It's going to elevate Moses Moody, and it's going to integrate Jonathan Kuminga. The truth is, Jordan Poole as a point guard did not help those two guys get better. And Jordan Poole as a point guard is a liability. We needed a better point guard, and we got one of the best at all time, certainly a Hall of Famer. So I think it was a great move, and it bodes well for Moses and Jonathan, because they have to make a decision who is going to be their future. And I think that this trade has the Warriors signaling that those two guys are their future. And I think that's the right move to make.
Fair enough, James. I'll meet you halfway there. I think Chris Paul could help Kuminga and Moody and anybody in that second unit more than Jordan Poole could or would.
Poole was about himself. But, man, Steiny, he was a walking bucket. You know what? And this is what I told Evan and Spadoni I'm having trouble dealing with. Who was the real Jordan Poole? And I think it's a fair and honest question because we know there were extenuating circumstances that made last year just a mulligan. So the fall down and the people telling me, hey, Goo, you dubbed him dress shoes, Stacey Adams, and he was falling. I still think something was going on upstairs, Steiny, and that affected his play. But I still believe Jordan Poole is the 2022 version. I know you're like, well, Guru, you got to get over that, but that's the problem I'm having. I know last year wasn't his best.
Jordan Poole last year averaged 18.5. This year he averaged 20.4, but his numbers came down. His efficiency went down a little bit.
18, Steiny, and what did we talk about? Bonte said it. You could start him. Guys could go down, and he would take it to another level. Chris ain't doing that right now.
You know how many games Jordan Poole has started in the last 2 years?
An awful lot.
He
did all 82 last year. Am I
that's
correct?
games played,
okay.
Yeah, but I'm talking he was in the starting lineup.
Tell me.
51 times 2 years ago and 43 times last year.
Damn.
Oh, boy.
He has been in the Warriors starting lineup over half the time the last 2 years.
Wow.
I mean, I didn't even think about it that way, but the Warriors just gave up. They just gave up a starter for a sixth man, essentially.
Hey, talk to me. Talk to me,
Basketball's there's a lot to basketball. Fit is very important.
So, you know what? And I said this yesterday, Steiny, but I'm grasping for straws. So you're 100% sure Dante's not, like, he's just a pipe dream for the Warriors?
It looks like it. I mean, I think he's opted out. Well, he's got time to opt out, but he's going to opt out, I would think. Bill's in Fremont. Hey, Bill.
Hello. How you guys doing today?
All right.
Good. What do you got, Bill?
You caught me coming out of Safeway, but I was online for a minute, but long-time listener, first-time caller.
Cool.
And do you remember the shrug? Remember when Mr. Paul went by Steph Curry and he kind of did that little shrug that Steph does?
Yeah.
Yeah. The shimmy.
Remember the shrug? Well,
Yeah.
times change. We got to get used to it. I know we got it's a tough one to swallow a little bit when you think of a 23-year-old guy versus a 38-year-old guy, but we got to roll with the changes. It sounds like a very toxic locker room. And sometimes maybe we got to make that happen. And PBJ, too, I didn't expect him to be gone, but I'm thinking maybe the attitude in the locker room affected some of the other players, like Inga, Moody, and maybe we needed to get rid of that. And I'm hoping to get some minutes. I'll listen to your comments on the show. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it. This is why I always get skeptical when a guy who doesn't play, but everybody thinks he's great.
Okay, so that would be
Patrick Baldwin Jr.
But
Patrick Baldwin Jr.
What's not to like, though?
Well, I don't know, but the Warriors just traded him.
Right.
They just traded him after 1 year.
Yeah, and they did that with Wiseman. I get
the question you can ask now isn't how good. Maybe he stinks.
Okay, well, I'll
maybe
tell you
Patrick Baldwin stinks.
I'll give you that, but I'll tell you what, I would love to find out on my watch. But let me tell you who doesn't stink: Jordan Poole. And for whatever reason, he had to go.
I do feel there's a little bit of, Poole all of a sudden, he was kind of the most criticized. I think he was the most criticized Warrior last year.
Oh, my gosh. You're right.
But now he's been traded. So he's a little better. Now you look at all his positive, not you.
Yeah.
But now people look at all his positive attributes now that he's gone.
And that's how you should look at him.
No, let's keep in mind that he wasn't a walking bucket last year. Keep in mind that he did turn it over at a high rate last year. It does matter that he struggled in the postseason. Listen, again, this trade for me, I understand it.
Okay.
Do I like it? Not really.
Because I don't feel like they got to strengthen numbers right now, Stoney. And I know free agency is upon us next week, but I don't like the roster, put it bluntly,
They only lost one guy. Right?
He was more than just one guy, man.
You were drilling him late in the season. Poole.
No, I wasn't drilling him.
I'm just going to put it bluntly. I'm sick of
you
it.
gave him a nickname that people did cartwheels over.
The
dress
brothers.
shoes.
Oh, yeah. Well,
no, the dress shoes.
Yeah.
You used that line much last year. And it was a great line.
Yeah, no, but I didn't like using it. I just had to react to what we saw. But this is the first time the Warriors have had to be frugal.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, they let
Joe Lacob.
They let Gary Payton II go because they had to be frugal last year.
No, I thought they were champs, Donnie, and they were like, you know what? We got guys that can do what he does, and they found out rather quickly that was the wrong move.
No, they didn't want to pay him $8 million.
Did you hear CJ? I don't want to hear about the end of next year. That's what other cities do. Because they ain't got it together. We are the Warriors. And Joe Lacob, beep, beep, just goes past the luxury tax. And we still get it done. Not anymore.
It was never going to.
I mean, dude, I'm crying but laughing.
I guess what's frustrating is for 2 years we said this isn't sustainable. They cannot continue to pay. They cannot continue to pay.
But that was a line in words. Now we're living it.
It was right. It was got to go.
Yeah.
We got to go. Eddie Johnson on the other side, sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
If you have an IRA or 401k, please listen closely. My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times.
JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All righty. Matt Stein, Mr. Starley, Guru Johnson with you. Let's get right to it. Eddie Johnson played 17 years in the NBA. He's been the Phoenix Suns color analyst since 2003. He's the co-host of the NBA show on Sirius XM NBA Radio. And I remember him at Illinois, for goodness sakes. He was a prelude.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, it came before.
You got a real good memory.
Yeah, you were in the generation before Kenny the Snake Norman and Ephraim Winters, Bruce Douglas, Dougie Altenberger. All right, let's move on.
You big time Illini guy. so you must be disappointed like I am every year.
Well, I gave up on him after the '86 season.
Yeah. Hey, guys, so I want you all to know what I'm doing right now while you're interviewing me.
Tell us.
Obviously, a very special. I'm actually getting a pedicure while I'm talking to you on the show.
Nice.
Boy, there you go.
Nice. Let me ask you another non-related. Andy, what's your handicap, by the way?
My handicap right now is a 9.8.
Okay.
Wow.
Pretty good. Pretty good. All right. Chris Paul's a Golden State Warrior. You've seen him a lot in the past few years. How much does he have left, Eddie?
First and foremost, I love Chris Paul. I got a chance. I knew him before he came to the Suns, but he and I had a lot of conversations when he was with the Suns. First and foremost, he'll be able to do anything he wants to do when he is done, whether it's coach, whether it's be a GM. Just a tremendous brain for the game, very unselfish. You all know that. You watched him. Chris has a lot left for a 38-year-old. I mean, let's just put it where it is. Like, we have to give him credit for being able to persevere as long as he has in this league. In a time when guys wish they could get 10 to 12 years in, he's trying to play till he's 40 years old. Says a lot about his determination, his desire, and his love for the game. A lot of young guys right now, I can guarantee you, i.e. maybe Kawhi Leonard, guys like that, they won't play past 13 years, 14 years, because I don't know if their love for the game is at a high level. So you're getting a guy in Chris Paul that loves the game. He's a student of the game, tremendous teammate. And he'll win games for you. Now, I'm kind of curious how he's going to fit because you all play a faster pace, and he's more of a controlled player right now. But from a basketball standpoint, without a doubt, he's going to make an impact on your team.
Eddie, you've been in NBA locker rooms. I'm on record as saying the Warriors didn't discipline Draymond. It bothered me. I felt bad for Poole. I got more of a love-hate relationship with Jordan Poole, his ability to come downhill. Eddie, you've seen it, shoot from 30 foot. I know he wasn't perfect last year, but I hear what you're saying about Chris Paul. I just don't like you can't count on him. But are you at all shocked that Jordan Poole is no longer with the Warriors? Eddie, I am.
Yeah, I'm shocked too. I am. You invest that much money in a young player that pretty much plays a lot like Steph does, a generic Steph. That tells you a lot about his ability to watch Steph, improve his game, and want to be better. I like him. Matter of fact, you know what's going to drive you all crazy this year? And it doesn't mean it's going to turn into wins, obviously, but he'll probably be top 3 in the league in scoring.
No doubt.
We already talked. I don't know why I'm laughing, man.
Without a doubt he will. And I think that's what you're going to miss because you're going to see it. You're going to see this kid have 50-point games. You're going to see this kid put up some crazy numbers, without a doubt. And you're going to kind of miss it, right? But it doesn't lead to a championship. And I think that's why they did the deal, because they don't want to waste the years that they have left on Steph and Clay. And they want to make sure they maximize those opportunities. And so that's why they do the deal. And so give the Warriors credit. They know what their allegiance is to. Steph has given them such tremendous joy, he and Clay and Draymond, that you probably want to ride with them and see if they can continue to get it done.
Eddie Johnson joining us on 95.7 The Game, 17-year NBA veteran, Phoenix Suns color analyst for 20 years, and he's a co-host of the NBA show on Sirius XM NBA Radio. Who's gonna kind of fill in for? Who's gonna take Chris Paul's place down in Phoenix?
Well, I mean, obviously, you all saw Devin Booker go to point guard when Chris got hurt and saw how well he can play point guard. I like it and I don't like it. I don't want him to exhaust himself having all those responsibilities in regards to running the team, but he's capable of doing it. He averaged 7 points, averaged about 35 points and seven assists. So he's more than capable of doing it. I think the Suns are obviously going to continue to look for a guard. They're going to look for somebody that maybe they can get, and they'll have an opportunity, maybe through free agency, maybe through another trade or what have you. So I don't think it's all said and done. It's unlike how it was picking up KD mid-season when you don't have much opportunity to add to your team. They got 4.5 months now to add to Bradley Beal, KD, and Devin Booker triple threat, and to see if they can find somebody they can really fit in.
Man, Eddie, I got a million questions. I know I can only ask you one, so I'll throw this to you. I know what Draymond Green has meant, and I deal with it every day, but I do say and scoff to some people that say Steph, would be missing something without Dre. Okay, I get that, but the chef is going to chef with or without Dre. With that said, Eddie, from your vantage point, does Klay and his contract status concern you more than Draymond and his contract, which I think that just got solidified with this move? Which one, would you be concerned with more, Klay or Dre?
Draymond. But look, Klay will be able to score 20. I don't care if he's on one leg. Okay, he's gonna always be able to make an impact. His leadership, his demeanor, his drive, all those things. Klay can play till he's 40 years old, even on bad wheels. It doesn't matter because if he gets open, you can't leave him. He's a threat on the court, and I thought he really improved himself as the year went along. It's been a tough road back to him. And to me, it seemed like that he was starting to get it back. So it would be Draymond, and more so because once Draymond loses his ability to beat bigger people off the dribble, get past people, then it's really not much left. Like, he's not a scorer. He's not a guy that can make an open jumper. Sometimes his leadership becomes a little volatile. So if that goes south even more, that's a hindrance. But he's one of the best facilitators within that offense that you could ever find. And I think that's where his advantage is right now, to stay there. But I was disappointed with the Jordan Poole situation. I'm going to tell you right now, and I would probably think in a weird way Draymond would agree with this. If he had hit me like he hit Jordan Poole, I guarantee they would have had to trade me immediately.
No doubt, Eddie.
I would have waited till he sat down, and I would, because if I can't beat him, like face mano, I would wait till he sat down, and I would get a chair and I whack it right across his damn head.
Wow, Eddie, I believe you. I believe you.
It is no way like I would have let him get away with it.
That's real talk, man.
And that's growing up in Chicago talk.
Damn.
And if I didn't do it, my brothers would have called a plane there, and they would have done it.
Wow!
Because that punch that he threw at him was meant to harm him.
And
I love Draymond as a player. I love what he does with his podcast. I love his demeanor. I would have loved to have played with Draymond. I think he's just that good for a basketball team. I would love to have Draymond on the Suns. Okay, but me being the guy that I was, oh yeah, you gonna get yours back. And so with Jordan Poole, I think he's just never gotten over it. I know he unfollowed him on Twitter, and I just know it's still some problems there. And so hopefully he and Draymond can make it up one of these years. I just don't know if they could.
Eddie Johnson joining us on 95.7 The Game, 17-year NBA veteran. Let me ask you about that, Eddie. You played till you were 39 years old. And the Warriors have some guys getting up there, Steph, Klay, and Draymond, obviously. I'm looking at kind of the end years of your career, and when you were 37, you played 25 minutes a game. Then it went down to 19, and then your last year you only played 3 games. But what I want to get at is what happens to a player late in his career? What should we kind of be looking for with the veteran core here in Golden State to kind of start happening, because it always happens?
Yeah, a few things happens, guys. And I think it happens just in life, and not just being an athlete. the first thing happens is depression kind of sets in. When you know you're at the end, and you know you can't do things, and they're looking at you differently than they once did. You're not allowed to do the things on the court that you were allowed to do in the past. You weren't allowed to get away with mistakes and still stay in the game. The way they view you in contract situations, all those things start to change as you get older, and depression sets in. And it's how you manage that depression. I'm not going to lie to you all. End of my career, I suffered through depression at the end of my career because I had a hard time adjusting. I had to go to Europe for 1 year just to get away from it. And I came back and played 4 more years. Right. It's the best thing that I ever could do. And so that's the first thing. The second thing is you got to come to the realization that you just can't move like you used to. Like, you don't have the speed and quickness anymore like you used to. You can't get past guys like you used to. You can't jump higher like you used to. And so because of that, your minutes are going to go down. The perception of you and the challenges and the job description is going to change. And so those are the things that happen. And then finally, you just realize, oh, man, I just can't do this anymore. And for me, it was when I was in Houston, Charles Barkley threw me a cross-court pass. And back in my day, I'd go up and grab that thing and go to work. My whole body just froze.
Oh, my goodness.
He threw it, and I could not move. The signal from my brain down to my legs wouldn't allow me to move.
Oh, man.
And I walked back to the bench, and Charles looked at me, and you can imagine how Charles looked at me. In quizzical, like, what happened? I said, Charles, I saw the ball, but I just couldn't move. And he just started laughing. And I said, you'll be there too, one of these days. Dude. And so that, and you all will see that. You'll see Steph and you'll see Clay start to, they'll do things that you're like, dang, man, that was weird. And I think it's up to them to see if they can, adjust to it and admit it. It's going to be a hard pill to swallow, I'll tell you that.
Eddie, my name's Daryl Johnson. I'm going to ask Eddie Johnson, are the Warriors better or not with this before this trade? Because, Eddie, I'm going to tell you what Daryl, me, who a third person thinks. I think hell no.
Well, I'll put it this way. If Chris Paul's healthy, they're better, man. Like, you know why? We just talked about getting older, right? Steph can't keep running like he does.
It's incredible.
We see Clay doesn't run like he does. So now what do you need? You need a half-court set offense, and you need some guys to go get them open below the free throw line. And then you got a guy that has to make the great decisions in doing that. So, yeah, two-man game action. Let's put Chris Paul to two-man game action and just tell Steph and Clay to just spot up, put Wiggins in it, put Looney in it, whoever else you got. Put my kid you just got from Indiana, who I think y'all got to steal.
Davis.
And Jackson-Davis.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, you got to steal. You put him in it, you got to help out at the rim, and you got them shooters spotting up, and they're getting rest while they're still knocking down shots. That's the beauty of Chris Paul. Okay, I'm giving you all too much damn information because we're going to have to deal with it. But I'm just telling you, that's the beauty of Chris Paul. He'll run your offense and get it set, man, when you don't have that fast break, quick three. Nobody's better in the league at him at doing that.
Look at you praising a Hoosier. Dang.
Well, Mike Woodson's one of my best friends in the world. So he's the head coach for the Patriots.
That makes sense. That's
the only reason. That's the only. But, yeah, I got a good one in Jackson-Davis, man. I was ticked off.
Eddie,
I was hoping he didn't get drafted so we can sign him on a two-way.
Right.
Eddie, I got to ask you this, 2 things before we let you go. I know you're getting your feet and your nails did. Listen, I love black coaches because I know they don't get the second and third chances. So I'm still shocked at what happened with you all against Dallas Game 7. I'll never forget where I was watching how that played out. I'm happy for Monty in Detroit and all that money he got. But let me ask you, what happened in Phoenix to where he's not there? What happened?
I think man, look, I had like 12 coaches, man, and they weren't all bad. It's just like sometimes, man, like I tell people all the time, and Monty and I had this conversation, and he knows this. You're hired to be fired in this league. It's a rarity, man, that a coach stays in a certain place his whole coaching career. Now, granted, Steve Kerr, he's been blessed so far. But at times, we've heard little snippets of, maybe the voice is getting old in the locker room. We've heard that. Greg Popovich. Those are the anomalies, man. Coaches are hired to be fired because the new player, the new generation, man, they can't take criticism. They just, the way they think is just totally different. And I think sometimes it's good for a change. And that's all it was with Monty. It had nothing to do with Monty as a person. He's one of the greatest human beings you ever want to meet. It's just more so I just thought time had come in regards to was he reaching these guys at a high level that can get them a championship. And you know what? Good for money. I mean, get fired and you go make triple your salary.
Hey, I get it.
Yeah. Hey, Eddie, thank you so much, man. You're really generous with your time and great info.
You got me at the right time. I'm getting my feet done.
Hey, Eddie, are you a big tipper? My partner gets on me about my lack of tipping, so I'm getting better. I'm sure you're a great tipper.
I tip everybody.
Okay.
Anybody that does service work, they get a tip.
I love it.
No, and if I see somebody that don't do it, I'll say something.
Yeah, Eddie.
Yeah, okay.
Well, you'd be saying something to my partner a lot. Eddie, have a great time, man, and we'll catch up with you soon. Thanks again.
All right, guys. Okay.
Eddie Johnson.
Oh, man. Said he had 12 coaches, Donnie.
He's pretty cool.
He is cool.
I mean, he's pretty cool.
So
888-957-9570. I'll open up the lines. Well, we will open up the lines. The lines are open.
But you have the button.
I have
Spadoni, Evan.
Yeah. So 888-957-9570. Eddie's saying a lot of interesting things. He thinks the Warriors are better. He brings up, here's another point that I hadn't thought about exactly right. Warriors ain't going to be able to keep running up and down with an older team.
Oh, man.
So they're going to have to play a little more in the half court, and that's where Chris Paul comes in.
I think that hurts what Draymond brings to the table, though, Stoney.
What do
he
you
likes
mean?
to get the ball and just take off.
He does.
How's that dynamic gonna work out now? Him and Chris in the game. So we'll see.
Yeah, I like the idea.
He said if healthy was the key word.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. See, I like to. Here's the other thing that I like about the move is Chris Paul with Draymond Green gives you two really good passers on the floor. And they happen to be playing with two guys who are pretty good shooters.
Well, you
Steph
didn't get
and
better
Klay.
with defensively because the one thing I can't argue for with Poole was his lack of defense.
Well, you didn't get worse defensively.
Did you?
No. Chris Paul's a better defender than Jordan Poole. He's not. I mean, this guy was what, like a all-league defender in his prime.
Yeah, when he was moving.
Jordan Poole's one of the worst defensive players in the league, isn't he? You think Jordan Poole's a better defender than Paul?
I just think he has more in his tank to be a better defensive player.
No doubt. You're right about
Paul's
that.
Become a cone.
Well, so is Klay.
Well, man. You think he's
At
getting
least
a new
last
contract,
year.
Stoney?
Not
He's
this
got
year.
to. You think they're going to go? No?
I don't think they can.
Oh, man.
I mean,
if you expect a cold stretch from him, everybody's going to be thinking the athletic. Is Klay thinking about his contract? I get it. But, man.
Yeah, I'll just be honest with you. I don't like the idea of Klay coming back on the last year of his deal while Draymond and Steph are under contract for 3 years.
I
just don't like it. But again, we're getting into seasons where the decisions are really, really hard.
And the Warriors would never, this is hard for me to say, but this is how I feel. The Warriors would never throw a season. I'm not saying that, but on the Comcast business text line, all of a sudden we've become not Charlotte or Detroit or Orlando, but we're talking about, in 2 years, the Lakers will have money to spend on free agency. That's never been the theme here. It's about we got Curry, we got a chance to win it.
Well, they haven't had money to sign a free agent since Durant, right?
But you always felt like they had enough. You know what I mean? That they had Poole. He was going to get you 20-25 off the bench. I just think people have been fooled, and he's been the poster boy for what went wrong last year. He was bad. It looked like something was going on in the playoffs for Poole. But you're going to, Stoney, if Eddie's right, and we were looking at James Wiseman's 14-8, 22-12 in Detroit. Could you imagine if Jordan averaged 22, 23
22, 23? I got the over.
Dude,
he averaged 21 last year.
Evan, I believe
My
he could
God.
go to 25.
He averaged 25 with the Warriors as a starter.
As a
He might
starter.
play 38 minutes
he
a
just
game.
told that to go night-night for the Golden Girls.
Like Eddie took it to where I didn't even want to take it, but he's right. Jordan Poole's going to have some 50-point games, probably.
Oh, my goodness. Forget the Wiseman watch. It's the Poole prediction.
I'd also have some 50-shot games.
No doubt.
There's Evan. They're coming.
No doubt. Wow. Let's go to Telmo. He's on Route 101. Telmo, what's up, buddy?
Fellas? How you doing today?
Hey.
So I was calling. So yeah, Poole's going to put up numbers. It's going to be like Allen Iverson type stuff, where he puts up big numbers, but he's taking 1/3 of the shots for the whole team. So, but like Eddie said earlier, what does that translate to wins?
Right.
So that's really irrelevant for the Warriors. I think what everybody's kind of talking about now, the Giants at the beginning of the season. And I'm not a Giants fan, but I listen to the station, and I just listen to everybody get down on they didn't do this or they didn't do that, and about the roster. And you can't really. And now everybody's looking at it, and all these little pieces they put into place. They're like, oh, wow, we really have something here. So you really can't tell until the rubber meets the road. But getting off that Poole contract, I mean, we were talking about him the last playoffs like he's unplayable.
Yep.
He's unplayable. So based off of that, would you want to pay him the money he was guaranteed? They got off that contract. They got you somebody to transition, a future Hall of Famer to transition this year. They picked up the Brandin, I can't even say his last name, but, he has some time to develop without the pressure, and let's see where this goes. But I think they decided that, they're going to keep rolling with their franchise pillars. And in terms of saying the 2-timeline thing was a failure, it's not. They won a championship. Any team would give up a lot of things to win one championship. And now they did it once with that, and it didn't work going forward. So time to revamp, and let's see where this takes them.
Good stuff, Telmo. Real good stuff. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Eddie Johnson, we just had him on. And from his point of view, the Warriors got better. So somehow, if he's right, if Eddie Johnson's right, the Warriors got better and saved money and sent a clear signal to Steph, Draymond, and Clay that they're trying to win another championship next year, and that maybe this offseason there's going to be more type of moves like this. Well, again, if you're going to go do it, go do it. Just do it all. Do it all.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, that Giant comp, it hit me in the mouth because I got my hand up, Stein. It's not about a hot shot trying to make the predictions, but I was the one calling the morning roast, when we were doing the pitches for Judge. I wanted the Padre type of lineup, and now I'm looking at that team like, oh my goodness, the beauty and essence of sports. We never know. But to me, you just talk about the Iron Man component of Jordan Poole as opposed to Chris Paul. You could count on him. He was there, and there were so many roles he could do, Steiny. But I do think about what Eddie said in regard to if Chris Paul can remain healthy. And Steiny, he just proved it. He can get through the season, but it's in the playoffs. And that just throws everything out of whack. And why did Phoenix say night-night?
Playoffs first.
Well, you got Steph Curry. You're getting there.
They didn't get there 2 out of the last 3 years without him. 2 out of the last 4.
Jordan Poole is gone.
See ya.
Now, I'm not running. Oh, I know where.
By the way, the Warriors traded Patrick Baldwin Jr. last night.
See ya.
You know why?
Why?
Save $10 million.
It was an F.
888. All right, 888-957-9570. We're guest-free the rest of the way, so that means it's your time, Bay Area. 888-957-9570. Did the Warriors get better yesterday? Does Chris Paul make them better? Are you open to Chris Paul? Are you disgusted with the trade? Are you worried? Are you apprehensive? How's my Warrior fan base feeling right now? Let me know at 888-957-9570. And it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
I don't know.
Big Bone Steak.
end.
All right, I got to play you this. This is the thing to me this is a new one.
Uh-oh.
This is a new one. Like the one thing about the free agent and the draft night, there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of commotion. Listen to this, Goo. This is Brian Windhorst. Take a listen.
Kings can now go hunting for Draymond Green if they wish. And that would be extraordinarily interesting because it is the exact type of player that they need.
The Kings have cleared cap space to make a run at Draymond
That market
Green.
ain't big enough. Dre is a brand. He's
Keep telling yourself
he's
that.
staying here or going to with LeBron. They're in France.
He's taking the most money.
It don't matter. Steiny, he's not. Could you imagine him with Mike? That would be the missing ingredient.
You also
hey,
said
Sabonis, let me tell you how we punked you last year. He could teach him all that. Go Jay-Z, show him the blueprint. Well, damn, the Kings made him.
Draymond may be like, well, hold on a sec. The Kings won more games than us last year. We almost lost to them last year. If I go to the Kings, we're definitely better than the Warriors.
He ain't leaving. Now, it's L.A. He ain't leaving, Steiny.
Yeah, keep saying that.
What would the Warriors be now?
Because he owes the Warriors.
No, what would they be without Dre right now?
I don't know.
Oh my God, dude!
You were
a
ready to let him
team.
go a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, that was when I thought we had Jordan Poole. We don't. Leave Jordan alone, man. Don't be a bully. We're not. I'm pro Jordan Poole.
Well,
you said we ran him out of town.
You did.
Not me.
You've done it again.
The fans
have. The fans have now run Kevin Durant out of town and Jordan Poole.
Now, some could
with
say
their
Dre
negativity.
did that, please.
I'm just kidding.
I'm done.
Although, let's go to Mike. He's with you. Mike is in the city.
Yep.
Go. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man? Mike? Go! I'll tell you who won't leave us hanging. Michigan Mike. What's up, Michigan? How you doing, buddy?
How you doing, gents? How you doing? This is Michigan Man. The last time we spoke, believe it or not, was 4 years ago today, the day after Jordan Poole was drafted.
Oh, you're not the Michigan Mike. I'm sorry.
Like hell.
Okay.
I gave you the scouting report that day when Google asked, is he the next Klay Thompson? And I said, nope, he's a scorer, not a shooter. But they should move him to a combo guard. More importantly, you guys entertained me like hell these last 4 years, but this is the most depressing Warriors day since I've been a fan for the last 30 years.
Listen to what he's saying.
How come?
It's more depressing than the day Klay tore his Achilles.
Oh, my goodness.
It's more depressing than the day Gary St. Jean gave up the number 10 pick for Mookie Blaylock.
Oh, my goodness.
A broken down Mookie Blaylock. Wow. That's how far back this is.
Man.
That's the Michigan
Feel
man.
that man's pain.
That's the Michigan.
If I had something to give you, I would.
I got to
man.
balance you out, though, Michigan man, and I love you.
Wow.
So, you all know.
People call them dramatic.
You all know the horses behind that works in here, Lucas Alexander, right? So
that's my friend.
Lucas comes in, and you said, what do you think, Lucas? How you feeling about the trade?
Yeah.
And Lucas said, what do you say? It's the happiest I've been as a Warrior fan in a year.
And I said,
What's that?
I said fight on.
Oh, fight on.
Yeah, USC.
Ronnie James, fight on.
Gotcha. So I said, why? And he goes, he didn't like Jordan Poole.
He
likes Chris
him,
Paul.
No doubt. What did Jordan do to Lucas and everybody else out there? Did you hear Mike? He said 30 years. He brought up Blaylock.
You know what?
And the number 10 picks. I
get very, very protective of Mookie Blaylock.
Dude, he could play some D.
They could use Mookie Blaylock in his prime right now.
They can use Jordan Poole. Who's going to score? You don't have that answer. I don't think they do.
Guru, you are so obsessed with one aspect of the game. Guru, what is Chris Paul known for?
Injury.
He's got the best
Dude, you're in the
assist to turnover ratio among the best
Why
in
did
history.
Phoenix say bye?
because they couldn't keep him and Bradley Beal once they acquired Beal because they've got luxury tax issues too. Now, what was I going to say? Yeah. See,
I'm focused on one part of the game.
what, interrupting me?
No, I've been good today.
Oh, you're focused on one time. Chris Paul gets guys easier shots than Jordan Poole. That's
okay, but can he get his own as easy as he used to? CP
No, he's 38.
Oh my gosh,
Would you take a scorer every day of the week over somebody who does something else better?
No,
I think so.
No, I totally would not and that's why I talk about Marcus Smart with Boston. And you have to have guys with IQ. You can't have everybody doing the same thing. That's why I use that word match. You got to have a variety. Steiny, all I'm telling you is you're overlooking in Lucas Alexander, you're overlooking his role to this team. It was, who do you need me to go in with? I can score. You need me to start? You need me to sit? What you need? You need buckets? You need me to close when Myers gets Guru and his son my seats? And you need me to close it when Steph can't get by nobody or is looking his age on a couple of nights? You let that antidote go. And for what? An old Studebaker where we got to jump started to go to the grocery store? You don't know what you're signing up for. You guys, you know what you're doing.
Okay,
you're giving. Hold on, let me just get this out. You're giving the people you want in this equation the benefit of the doubt, but you don't want to give that same benefit of the doubt to the guys that have already earned it and before getting punched in the face didn't even need it. But to fit your storyline and how you see it, Chris Paul gets the benefit of the doubt, and he shouldn't. He would be one of those cars you call the people, hey, I want to insure my Studebaker. Oh, sorry, too old. We can't do it. That's what he is. That's where he's at now. You're going to pay. Just watch. If nothing pops off this next week, the Warriors are going to miss Jordan Poole. It's just fact.
But you wanted to go all in for Steph Curry. This is what you get.
This ain't all in.
Of course it is.
This is all question mark.
No, it's all.
Well, if Eddie said it, if
the veterans said, do it.
All right. And I thought Joe wasn't listening.
And I'm not
just players.
The bottom line is, if you're an all-in guy for Steph, this is the avenue they're going down.
And you know what? As bothered as I sound, what really cuts me at my core and what gets me mad at Jordan, Steiny, they signed off on this. They wanted you out.
No, well, the veterans wanted him out.
I didn't to this
Do we know how Wiggins feels?
No, that's interesting.
Do we know how Kevon Looney feels?
But it wasn't. They didn't feel enough.
What do you mean?
Because nobody cared.
Well, they have no clout, Wiggins and Looney.
I think they should, though.
You want to have more?
Not more. I get it.
Now it's. Well, they're going to do whatever Steph does. Well, now they do whatever Looney wants.
That can't. Come on now.
Do you allow for the fact that the Warriors just got smarter as a team? Their IQ just went whoop, and that makes them better.
Okay, what if that player is not readily available for a certain game or the most important game?
Look, here's the bottom line,
I gotta give
and
you
I'm sick
He's
of this.
smarter than CP3.
I'm sick of this
He's smarter than
right
Poole.
now. I'm sick of differentiating between, or I should say, among the four old guys now: CP3, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green. All right, they're all old. Okay, they've all been hurt the last 5 years. Klay missed 2 years. Steph misses games every year. Chris Paul misses games every year. And Draymond last year put together almost a full season for the first time in a while.
He did.
So I don't want to hear, but Chris Paul gets injured. He doesn't get injured any more or less than Steph Curry or Klay Thompson. I get it. He's had some playoff stuff. He's played more regular season games than Steph in the last 5 years. So if he gets hurt, kill the Warriors. Go ahead and kill him. That's fair. But Let's see what happens. He's going to play 8 minutes less a game.
Okay, tell me what you think of this. Working with you, you have conditioned me to think, Goo, if you're at a certain age, it's natural. I got to expect that you're going to get hurt.
Yes.
So CP3 is going to get hurt.
Yes, he's going to get hurt. He will get hurt. He also will be load managed. He also will be limited minute-wise. He's not going to play 32 minutes a game. Maybe that will keep him healthy. Ulysses in San Francisco. What's up, Ulysses? How you doing, man?
Yo, it's Gucci, boys. So, real quick, I don't know if they got better, but I'll tell you this. When it's crunch time, under 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter, we have our guys, obviously, Steph and Clay, who will take that game-winning shot if need be. But do I trust Chris Paul in a 2-3 point game in the playoffs, which will happen? I do. I trust him. I trust him to hit a shot, crunch time, keep us in the game, keep us ahead or whatnot. Did I trust Jordan? Not so much. So, I mean, it's more of a trust factor. I trust this guy more than I trusted Jordan.
Good stuff, Ulysses. Appreciate it. Oh, go ahead.
No, and to me, that's almost the most important thing to have in the player is I trust the guy. Do I trust him to stay healthy? That's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
But I trust him to take a big shot when we need him.
Appreciate. No, good stuff, Ulysses. Let me ask Warrior fans this, but I'll ask you. You trust Steph to stay healthy? Do you trust Draymond to stay healthy?
I don't like how you phrase it, because nobody can control that. Nobody wants to get hurt.
Well, you cannot hold it against Chris Paul for getting old and missing games if you don't apply the same standard to the other three guys.
You know what? It's starting to bother me, but I'm like, damn, Stoney, what if we did two? Wow, man. And how do we know Chris is going to be in the finishing lineup?
I think he'll be in the finishing lineup.
Okay, so.
I mean, I don't know that. I mean, I would imagine that Chris Paul, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson, and Wiggins and Draymond Green would be their finishing lineup.
Wow.
And you know what?
Wow. A small team, Steiny.
It's also a smart team. You keep throwing out that last 5 year stat and conveniently leave on that Steph played 5 games one of those years. Exactly. What you get hurt for a year and it's like, well, that's not really like getting hurt. That's right.
It was his hand.
So what? Older players get injured.
It was a fluke.
You keep throwing out that last 5 year stat and conveniently leave out that Steph played 5 games one of those years. That's right. He was out almost all year.
I hate it.
So let me get this straight. If you get hurt for an entire season, it doesn't count as an injury.
No, but it wasn't a lower extremity injury.
Oh,
that's what we're talking about. But I'm going to tell you something that just jarred me. I don't like when you add another older player to the big three. Now
but
it's
I thought
4.
you wanted to surround Steph with the best
and athleticism
opportunity.
and Amari Stoudemire, something like Miles Turner. Give me something active down low, another guard that's older. That's all. And not just older. I'll give anybody and everybody saying this, and I heard you say it first. Steiny, have they gotten smarter? Yes. I can't defend George's decision-making or their lack of last season. But, God, is he going to be there or not? And that's what CP3.
Is Curry going to be there or not?
He was there this year.
Not in the regular season. And you know what? If he plays more regular season games, guess what? They don't go in as a 6 seed, and their road's a little easier. And you know what? I'll do it this way, the guy who called me out.
Yeah.
Chris Paul's played more games than Steph Curry in the last 4 years. I'll give you the 5 year.
That don't cut me like that. But
I'm just saying.
In sales you can cook the books.
Oh,
let's just focus on last year. Devin
the last
Booker
3 years,
and Kevin Durant are 2 of the most prolific players in the league, and they said night to their PG, night. And I get it, Donnie could be for whatever, night. And now we got to trade in our little young hot shot for.
I do. This is what's it called politically, and you're doing it. It's called gaslighting.
Now I don't.
That's
do
what
that.
I feel.
And
That's what I feel like you're doing. You're so many people were just pulling their hair out about Jordan Poole. Steiny, he can't. What's how many
dress shoes?
What's with the falling down?
No, those were real.
Okay, well now,
but we think
at
something
least
was
acknowledge at least acknowledge that he wasn't a perfect player.
Okay, let's acknowledge.
And that
we'll play that game.
You ripped him.
Oh,
we ripped him. I don't need to single you out.
Yeah, and I still need that. I don't know what he was putting on film. I think he was having an outer body experience, and the shame or the guilt, I don't know what he was going through. I think that affected everything about Jordan Poole. And this is another thing that affected him. Nobody came to his damn rescue. Nobody in the organization came to his rescue. Now, I'm going to ask you this, Steiny. Who's a better basketball player on July, let me look at my phone, 23rd, Friday at 11:47 at this juncture, right today, if you're picking a team, Jordan Poole or Chris Paul?
Depends.
I know the answer.
It depends
on
where you are as a franchise. I mean, obviously, I'd rather have Jordan Poole than Chris Paul.
I appreciate
because
that.
he's got 12 more years left in the NBA.
And that's who you are. I get that. But to tell me now, Lacob's doing this for next summer, I don't want to hear nothing about next summer. We're the Warriors. We're in it every year.
You're not. No, you're not.
And that's what's starting.
You're
My
not.
dad's telling me, son,
You
I
lost
bought
in
you
the
Jordans.
finals to Toronto.
Now you got to look at the K-Swiss.
You lost
Nothing
in the
wrong with
finals to
K-Swiss.
Toronto. The next
That one,
year,
we got hurt.
you missed the playoffs.
Okay,
the year after that, you missed the playoffs. Then you won a title. Then you almost lost in the first round. Why can't anybody look at it that way?
And you lost almost in the first round, and you forgot, and you've gotten older.
Mystic.
Oh, man.
Mystics in San Francisco.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Mystic, how you feeling, baby?
Unbelievable. I got to talk Warrior
He
fans
said
off the ledge.
I didn't like that.
It's a good word. Hey, what's up, Mystic? How you doing, my main man?
Hey, guys. Good. I understand the consternation about Poole, but you got to look at the fit and the fact that Jordan Poole, I think, is a little overvalued by our fan base. I mean, to me, he's Gilbert Arenas or, Lou Williams. He's a scorer. He's one-dimensional. But when you come down to the end of the game and he's falling all over the court, taking bad shots, having Steph toss his mouthpiece, and then the fact that nobody in the locker room seems to really like him because nobody came to his defense, as you just said, Guru. But the other thing that really you have to look at and how it makes the Warriors better is because look at Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, Chris Paul, when he played with David West or Blake Griffin, he made sure they got the ball exactly where they needed to be effective. And I think that's what we were missing on the second line last year. Somebody who could get these guys the ball where they could be effective. So now you can put Chris Paul and Moody and Kuminga on the floor together in the second unit. Chris Paul can play 15, 20 minutes a night, and you're going to be better in the second unit, and it gives you some flexibility with the end of the game lineup. So I think this move makes perfect sense. On top of the salary dump, it makes perfect sense.
Mystic, who's he going to guard? How are you defensively on that second unit? You get 30, you score 30 and give up 28.
Poole?
That's only network 2.
How were you defensively with Poole?
I'll tell you why. Because Kuminga and Moody can play on the defense on the perimeter. You can kind of hide Chris Paul. You're not playing top talent.
Not a bad point.
Second string. There's going to be a place for him to play in the second string. We'll be fine, Guru.
All right.
There you go.
415 told me stop whining. Kind of hurt me.
Yeah.
Kind of hurt me.
You're out of line.
No, you're just, dude, Steiny, I got to say something to you. It might hurt our relationship. Evan.
What?
I feel like you prophesized this. Like where the Warriors are at now, money's tight. We need Groupons now.
I'm having a great year.
We used to be.
I am having a great year.
Well,
There's
you're not,
doubt about it.
They won the title. You didn't have a great year.
That was last year.
Yeah, so that's still.
No, that's gone. I said I'm having a great year. Last year doesn't matter right now. I'm having a great year.
Dude, you got one thing right.
I got the Giants right in the offseason.
You got the Giants.
That's right. I got the Giants right. I said, you were like, oh my God, we stink. We can't get Correa. This organization's a joke. It's embarrassing. Here was it.
I said they need a star with everybody else.
The Giants called off the press conference with Correa. This is embarrassing. What an embarrassing organization. Stein, that's embarrassing.
But what were you saying?
I was saying
going to be 10 games
I was
over
saying
with
Farhan Zaidi has proven he can put together a competitive team.
Well,
we're not going to have any excitement going into the year. Okay. Then you're going to have to build that excitement from day one. Yeah. What a year.
Dude, Evan, the concept
you on the other hand,
just wait for football season.
Wow, what a year is incredible. What a year.
Sam Darnold starting week 1 for the Niners. Book it.
Now that would be the holy trinity for Steiny.
Imagine, we wouldn't even want to come here. Oh, boy.
Let's go to Mike. Mike's in San Francisco. What's up, Mike? How you doing?
How you doing, guys?
Doing well.
Cool. Hey, first of all, I listen to you guys all the time. And secondly, you guys run a great show.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks, man.
So
appreciate it, Mike.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. So I just wanted to say that when I heard the news first yesterday morning, I felt like it was a nightmare. I said, oh, no, not this guy. I can't stand this guy, Chris Paul. I don't like his attitude. I think it's getting rid of one problem and just exchanging it for another upcoming problem. This guy seems like a major jerk, and I have a strong feeling he's going to get into it with someone on the Warriors staff, another player. What? Probably with Draymond, with both their attitudes. And it's just going to be the same thing that we just got rid of. And I feel that Poole got shafted.
Wow.
He's the one who got punched, and he's paying the price for it.
Yep.
Thanks, Mike.
It's what do they call it? Double jeopardy. He paid for the price of it. No suspension. He was humiliated online. If that means anything, I think it does. Tony.
Yeah, I think it does too, Goop.
Okay, and then he gets rewarded with, and maybe he wanted up out of here. But man, I'm gonna put the rat on the table. Brought to you, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Go to Atco Pest Control.
What's the pest of the month? It's mosquitoes.
Yeah.
How do I know that, but you don't? And it's your deal.
It's mosquitoes and gophers.
No.
We got a new one coming. July 1st.
You can't have the two pests of the month be completely unrelated. You can't have a mosquito and a gopher. Well, if you want to say
so now you're talking
if you want to say
him
the
now,
pest,
because I don't
he
pick
knows.
him. Okay.
If you want to say the pest of the month is the gopher and the chipmunk, I'll give it to you. But you can't say a mosquito
all right. I'm gonna
and
let
a
him know.
rat.
All right.
They don't. They're not together.
Next week
you
we'll
could
have
say
it. July 1.
The pest of the month is a mosquito and a tsetse fly. Now
wow, look
that
at my
works.
boy. Hey, they're listening, Stoney. All right. Oh, it was you chose Draymond Green's next 3 years over a guy that might be able to one day average 30 points in this league.
Maybe next year.
Dude, that man. I'm not laughing because that could happen.
Eddie Johnson said he may lead the league in scoring.
Jordan Poole does seem like the kind of guy that would take that I'm just going to shoot every single ball and score 35 a night.
Let me tell you something.
12 trips to the free throw
somebody
line.
find out when the Wizards play the Warriors next year.
That is good.
Because Poole, I want the over on shots attempted. Man. All right, 888. Oh, Leo in San Francisco says, Steiny, you can't have it both ways. I can't wait to get to his call on the other side. Hold tight, Leo. You know me. I can take constructive criticism. 888-957-9570 is the number. You know who we're sponsored by right now? Lucky California. Steiny, are you ever in...
Steiny with the 1, Goo with the 2, and if you ain't listening to 95.7, you was a damn fool.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's another great point by someone on the Comcast Business text line from the 408. Everybody wants to... Great. I love the insight here. The Warriors have been one of the top turnover teams over the last few years, so why not add one of the most efficient ball handlers ever? Chris Paul does not turn the ball over, ladies and gentlemen.
Especially when he's not playing.
Same for Steph. He doesn't turn it over when he's not playing either.
All right, well, I'm going to say this.
Don't do this, Gil.
Okay, no, I'm going to do what I'm
No,
gonna do
you
this.
can't.
They didn't
I'll walk
lose
right
to
out.
Well, don't help us. But listen.
My mom used to say, quit trying to cheer me up. I said, Mom, I'm going to run away from home. She said, quit trying to cheer me up.
Where would you go, though? That's the only reason I never
had nowhere to go.
No one would
I was
find
like
me.
that guy in Pope of Greenwich Village. I got nowhere else to go or whatever.
Hey, real quick, your mom, speaking of Mary, she posted a young picture of you. You look, boy, you was ready. And you responded, where was this at? Did she ever respond to where it was at? She put it on her Facebook.
She's like
it was a young Steiny.
She's like my youngest daughter.
Good, boy.
She ignores me like my youngest daughter.
I want to talk to you about that off air. But listen. No, yes. Now you're doing me. You sound like the little whistle. The turnovers they came with the program. It was a part of what they did. It was a functionality.
Now they were
that
good turnovers.
Well, you say what you want. They just want to chip with it. And
No, they
want
didn't.
to chip with
The Nuggets just want to chip.
And they want to chip
not
with
the
Jordan
Warriors.
Poole.
The Warriors did not just win a championship.
You know what I mean. Last year.
Thank you. Okay.
2-2.
Okay, Leo. Let me have it.
Let me preface what I'm going to say by saying that I understand the Warriors making the trade for Poole strictly from a financial perspective. I understand that, trying to get out from under that. But here's what I don't get. So you've been trying for 2 days. You've been trying to justify why it was a good idea to get Paul in the trade for Poole, and you're coming up with all these different things. It's this IQ thing you've been talking about. The fact that Poole had a bad playoff series and didn't show up big in big games. And now today it's, Poole can't play D. Well, Paul can't play D. But then you justify it by saying, well, yeah, but you agree with the caller who said that Moody, Kuminga, others can cover for Paul on defense. So you're trying to have it both ways. The bottom line, Poole had a bad playoff series. Everybody knows that. But he had a great season last year. And I don't think he's getting enough credit for that. Clay had a terrible playoff series.
Well, Leo,
no one's killing.
Leo, I think people would
Go ahead, Leo.
Leo, I think people would disagree with you that Jordan Poole had a great season last year.
Oh, he did not. Yeah, I agree.
Well, I say great, and from this perspective, let me clarify. Let me provide some context.
Sure.
Great from the fact that he was able to cover for Clay and for Steph when they had injuries.
Yep.
He's all they had on offense for many of the games that they won. He's all they had on offense when those guys were out. Well, so from that perspective, he came up big in games during the regular season and certainly won games for them. And without him being there, they certainly wouldn't have been in their position for the playoffs. They probably would have been maybe even in the play-in game if not for Poole last year. Let me add the context to that. Okay. I say great. My point on that is he proved he could come through big in games last year during the regular season. So, but now we're killing him because he had a bad playoff. Clay had a bad playoff. There was more than Poole that contributed to them losing the playoff series. There's more than
no doubt
than that. Is from a justification perspective. You're going to look at that from that perspective anyway. The other thing I just don't understand is now Dunleavy is saying, well, the rookie that we just spend the number one pick on is not going to play. So who's going to cover when Poole's hurt, when Steph's hurt, maybe hurt at the same time?
Yeah.
Who's the guard that's going to come out and provide the offense for that team?
Ty Jerome.
I'll wait. I'm with you. That's a hell of a point. Maybe that person will be.
Thanks, Leo.
Brought in free agency.
Hope I let you have your say there.
No, you did, and I got his points. Now, a lot of good stuff.
But
Poole didn't have a great season.
There's the other side to everything. Like Leo's got a bunch of great points, and that's kind of my point about Poole. Is he got He got drilled last year by this fan base.
And he got drilled by his teammate in the face, and I don't think he gets enough credit for putting that past him and trying to play good soldier and finish 82 games, Steiny. He was in a Game 7 of humiliation, and you can't tell me there's no correlation with his poor play and his fall. No, I don't. Something's got to go. He got to get with Handy. I still don't. Jordan, why are you falling down at this
I don't think he
age?
works well with guards, Handy. He's better with forwards.
What about Kawhi and what he's done with LeBron?
Yeah, he's a wing.
Hachimura.
What does Phil know about? What does
What
Phil
about
know about
Hachi?
point guards?
Kyrie Irving was in the helicopter
Exactly.
with him.
And what's
going
happened to
Kobe
Kyrie's
and
game?
Gigi.
Let's go, Phil.
Stop. But boy,
Come on,
see,
Phil.
you're gutless because you wouldn't tell him that.
No,
but
I
you don't
would
believe
tell him that because
he works with guards.
Yeah, I just said it's not his strength. See, I'm messing around.
Yeah,
Would you
but I feel like
relax?
Ali in the ring. I'm backing up because I ain't
Well,
got. Yeah,
because you know you got.
Phil Flat Earth Handy.
Kyrie. That's a three. But no.
Jason and Hayward wants to make it official. The pool is closed.
Wow.
What's going on, Jace?
How you doing, man?
Doing well.
Hey.
Listen to you guys every day, man. I appreciate what you guys do, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not mad at the trade. We gave up youth for a solid veteran. You know what I mean? We can't base on what Poole shoulda, woulda, could have been. It's hot out here, man, and the pool is closed.
Wow, I don't like it.
He got drilled. He got drilled by Dre, and he got drained. And it's time to move on.
All right. And the Warriors might be circling the drain, Jason.
Wow. Now we know. I want to read something to you, too.
Oh, do it.
Anthony Marks on YouTube kind of spoke to me. I love the show. I love you, Steiny, and I love you, Guru.
Oh, no.
And I'm coming back to this. I'm reading this for a reason. I love the typing. But, Guru, I got to be honest. I trust the Warriors' decision-making much more than yours. Your emotions are tied into your decision-making. Now, maybe I need to take a step back or a play off and say Dunleavy must really feel like in company, because it's community, that this makes them better, but I know it doesn't. They had to get rid of Dre or Poole. They chose Dre. But don't for a second look me in my brown face and tell me this makes them a better basketball team. It doesn't.
We don't know that, Goo. You wouldn't let me get away with that. You know how I always say, the Warriors aren't winning it again. You say you can't say that.
Partner, I asked you who's the better basketball player right now at this juncture in their career.
It's Jordan Poole.
So then there's the answer.
But no, there are other things that can make a team better. Chris Paul may be a better fit. Chris Paul brings another dynamic. Everybody knows Poole can score. What I'm saying is, okay, let me ask you a question. Was Draymond Green really better than David Lee 10 years ago when he took over for him?
I'm gonna say something.
He wasn't.
I think he was more active and he was faster, Steiny.
But
okay.
what I'm getting at is Draymond was a much better fit with Steph, and to me, they were good with David Lee. But when they got Draymond Green, who didn't score as much as David Lee or didn't rebound as much as David Lee, but they got better because he fit.
I'll buy that.
He fit. So maybe.
But Poole is nowhere near where Green had his whole career in front of him.
Right.
I'm just talking about if you want to go birth certificate, Steiny, you're talking about a 38-year-old whose season he couldn't even finish because of he's hurt, and you guys are saying, okay, we'll just dial his minutes back. But if a transmission's slipping, it's slipping regardless if you just go to the corner store or you try to go to Reno. You still got a problem.
They got a problem with age. They don't have a problem with Chris Paul's age.
And they got a problem now with finance.
They have 4 players.
Oh, my gosh, now it's 4.
They have 4 players who nobody in the Bay Area expects that any of them will play more than 74 games.
That's not a death blow. That's
You're
fine.
Right. But they're not going to play 74 games each.
I got you.
Right.
That's not a mandate anymore.
Let me ask you this. If Chris Paul plays 68 games next year, but Steph gets hurt, then what?
I would wish we had Jordan Poole to play and take the load that Chris Paul can't do if he were given the reins when Curry gets hurt. Jordan Poole was such Geico, Steiny. He was the best insurance policy going for the regular season.
Okay.
But I understand a fight happened, and that's why we're probably where we're at. That's why I say don't talk to me about basketball. This was about two guys couldn't get along, and Jordan probably pissed off Curry, Clay.
It was about a lot of things.
I'll tell you what, you know who the big winner is, and we're not talking about it? Evan hadn't mentioned it, Spadoni.
Sacramento Kings.
No, well, we'll find out. But when they did that podcast, Kerr and Trey, Kerr knew this was imminent.
I don't know if he knew it was imminent, but they were trying to move him.
Yeah, I couldn't throw guys under the bus unless I know in a week or two they won't be in the building.
Go ahead, Evan.
Does Chris Paul join the foundational six?
That's not what I was hoping you weren't going to say that. I was hoping you were going to tell us the report about the Warriors and Marcus Smart.
Holy crap.
Oh, yes. That was from earlier today. According to Jake Fisher of Bleacher Report, the Warriors discussed trading Jordan Poole to the Celtics before Marcus Smart got traded to the Grizzlies.
I'll take Smart.
No, you won't.
Defensively, you were better. That's what I'm talking about.
Your rivals got Marcus Smart.
And they got Bradley Beal.
Pat in Mountain View. Hey, Pat.
Oh, man.
Hey, Steiny. You know, I'm also not too crazy about the Chris Paul deal because Ryan Rollins, that guy, Dave Pilot liked him when he was drafted by the Warriors. He said, that's a sleeper. That's a good pick.
Yeah. Ryan
Rollins, as I watched him when I was at the Santa Cruz game, that guy's got a good mid-range shot. I guess they were thinking he might be something like Sean Livingston. I mean, that's a little far away, but he's a good two-point shooter. His mid-shot is really pretty steady, but he's also slithery where he can go inside the key, and he does pretty good dipsy-doodle flip layups like Jordan Poole had. And I said, now you got two of them out of your squad. I don't know. Is that good? I don't think so.
Thank you, Pat. You know, Pat more familiar with Ryan Rollins' game than I am.
And people are laughing Rollins, LOL, but it ain't because he can't play. It's just on this
Do you
team.
like Rollins?
Yeah, I did. I liked PBJ. I liked Wiseman. I like Kuminga. I like Poole. This just ain't the place where you go through your puberty, man.
707 Steiny. How are they better? They gave up 20 points a game.
Oh, my God.
Not quite. CP3 doesn't score and can't stay healthy. Please make it make sense.
And that's Austin and San Jose. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, they lost scoring. They may have gained in 75% of the other areas. May have. There's no way Chris Paul is worse of a defender than Jordan Poole. He's a significantly better playmaker than Jordan Poole. He's got a better IQ at this stage than Jordan Poole. I got to allow for the fact that this three guards can somehow stay healthy among them for the most part and make it work.
415, the big winner is Draymond. Everything to accommodate Draymond Green. Draymond is in charge. And I'm sick of it. Yeah. So that's a texter.
What if Draymond did this?
Kings can now go hunting for Draymond Green if they wish. And that would be extraordinarily interesting because it is the exact type of player that they need.
They wouldn't have traded Poole if they thought Dre would leave.
No.
They got to, I do wonder.
Oh, well, what if Draymond Green changed his mind? What if the Sacramento Kings go, Draymond, you are the missing piece. We will give you 4 more years, and we will give you $30 million a year. We will extend you.
Then it would be over. Then I would come in here and tell you that it's winning the chip. I'm not even gonna. I don't have those glasses anymore.
Here's one thing. I don't know what's going to happen with Draymond Green.
I wonder why it wasn't announced they had a new contract. Because sometimes when you opt out, but you could say we've agreed on something.
Nobody's done
morale.
That. Yeah, but nobody. They haven't agreed for morale.
Like, hey, he's coming back. We got past it. We want him back.
Well, they're not. They can't sign him yet.
Yeah, but you talk with your money.
Well, they've said they want him back. Oh, we're going to offer Draymond $200 million.
Yeah, something like to where everybody knows. Okay,
they're not going to do that. Goo, come on.
Well, now you got me. He ain't going to sack. J Street.
I don't know what Draymond Green's going to do, but this has been a theme of our partnership. You think that Draymond Green will take a low ball offer from the Golden State Warriors because...
Well, it's 3 for 90 for sure. I think that gets it done.
Okay.
I think that after yesterday's fiasco...
What about if the Kings go 4 for 120?
I just don't think Sack is attracted to him. Now, L.A.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm talking about the off-the-court stuff, Steiny.
And this is what you don't get.
He wouldn't do that to Golden State.
This is what you don't get.
He wouldn't go down 80.
Vivek Ranadive,
I love him,
like Joe Lacob, is a killer. And let me tell you something about Vivek Ranadive. Yeah. He could put a fork in the dynasty if he can get Draymond Green. And let me tell you something.
No doubt.
If you don't think he would love to do that, I think you're mistaken.
Tray's money doesn't count against the cap, Steiny. They're going to give him everything.
Oh,
the
really?
Warriors, they have to
No,
now.
they don't have to.
So you're telling me it's no Draymond and no Jordan Poole? And you got aspirations to do something against the likes of a Denver or Phoenix?
If Draymond Green gets a 4-year, $120 million extension from the Sacramento Kings and he goes to Sacramento, nobody's going to say, Joe Lacob just got cheap. I don't think. Because Joe Lacob will say, you know what? We wanted to keep Draymond.
Yeah.
We that's too much money for him and too many years, and now he's off our books, and we'll have action at the end of next year.
Wow. And that's what I keep hearing, Stoney, and I don't like it. The end of next year.
Well, this year. The end of this year. Or, one year. Steiny, so we're going into next season banking on hope and IQ. Yeah, that's what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. But you're not just doing that because of Chris Paul. You're doing that because of Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson.
But you had an antidote in Jordan Poole that if something were to happen to a couple of those guys in the starting lineup, he was the perfect guy to hand the baton to. He could fly the plane.
But he wasn't the perfect guy last year.
After he got punched in the face.
Well, that was all year. He got punched before the season.
And that thing will never – Steiny, it's a part of his career.
I know it is.
I'd be pissed off.
He didn't want to be here if Draymond was here.
Yeah.
And you know what?
And if you slap me and nobody did nothing here at Odyssey, I think I'd be calling Safeway.
You're right. You're absolutely right. If I'm Jordan Poole,
I'm looking at everybody irritated.
I'm like, I got punched in the face, and
everybody saw it.
Thank you.
And my man got nothing.
I'm with you.
Oh, you know why he got nothing? He needed to be there at ring night. Oh, by the way, it's fourth ring night.
Do you remember that? You can't suspend Draymond for the opener. He'll miss ring night.
What are we doing?
Tell you what, I like this name. Purnell.
Whitaker.
Purnell's in Arkansas. Hey, Purnell, how you doing, man?
I'm all right. How y'all doing?
Hey, Arkansas.
Anthony Black.
Yeah. Could you say what?
Anthony Black, right? That's a guy who was drafted from Arkansas?
Yeah.
Number 6?
Look at you.
Yeah. What you got, buddy?
The CP3 trade is really kind of weird, though.
Yes, it's weird.
It's like a weird trade. I don't understand it. Like, why would you get rid of Jordan Poole? I mean, I know he don't play defense, but he's a good offensive player.
Yeah, he is.
The team down when Steph got hurt.
Yep. Good stuff, Purnell. He's a dynamic scorer.
Are the Warriors the oldest team in the league now?
Probably.
Oh, my God, when you bring 38 to first, like, I'm laughing, I'm not. We got 2 donations I got to read, Steiny. $4.99. Wow. Demetrius Thacker. Steiny and Guru, would you rather have Poole, who shuts down if he's not scoring, or CP3 that will get others involved and help you find a way to close win? I'll go first, Steiny. I'd rather have Poole. Because that other part didn't happen in Phoenix. But you think you can do it here. This is a salary dump. I get it now. We've been spoiled. I'm trying to smile. I would say pearly white.
What a year I'm having.
Now that, I can't wait for Willard and Dibbs. That's what's good. Yes, I hate you, that guy. And the streets are, no.
Oh, what are the streets doing?
No, I gave Willard his credit for Poole, but I'm wondering if Dibbs gets credit because he said he was unplayable too.
Tibbs gets credit because when Chris Paul's name came up, he said he liked the idea.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
I'll give it to
him. And I said, if you're going all again.
But he ain't doing what you're doing. Hey, Dan Rather, come visit me. I got one right.
One.
Please.
Why don't you tell me the last one I got wrong? Yeah, it's got to go. You got to go back a year.
Brandin Ayuk's season last year, he was a stud.
He was not a stud.
Kittle with his hands, with under.
Kittle's a better blocker than pass catcher. Let's get into it.
Why do I fall for it? Yeah.
Red shirts.
Pat Freiermuth.
Oh, Fryer. That's a hell of a
By
name.
the way, here's another one. Lonzo Ball officially out.
Why are you
all
laughing?
of next year.
Dude, his career's probably
I'm not
over.
laughing.
And your boy's just sitting there watching Netflix.
Yeah.
He should be ashamed.
Oh, no, he's going to come back and have a big
He's the Caspi of the NBA.
Yeah.
You need to turn in
Let me
money.
tell you, you know what's going to happen?
You need to pay back people.
Wait till Dunleavy trades for him, and all of a sudden you're going to be like, Steiny, I think Ben Simmons can help.
No, that was
I
you.
think Ben Simmons, he just needs a change of scenery. I just think Ben Simmons, you get him in the Warriors culture. Holy Toledo. Red shirt, what's up, my man?
Oh, man.
Yes, hi, guys. How you doing?
All right.
Doing well.
I just wanted to say this. If we're honest and just say it was a salary situation, I'm willing to accept that because it is what it is.
Right.
But when we say that the Warriors got better, that's marginally better. Like marginally. So we want to say, and we also have to diagnose why they lost to the Lakers. If they got better in the area that's not why they lost to the Lakers, what's the point? Right? Now we're just saying, well, okay, we got a better player technically, IQ wise, and that's fine. But let's not act like this is the difference maker of them beating Denver, Lakers, or any other team that is better than them.
That's why it's so puzzling, man. That's why it's so puzzling.
And another thing about it too is this: when you look at Chris Paul and his ability, like the Warriors did not lose to the Lakers because the bench, not getting involved and not enough play. They didn't have enough defense. The reality is they could not stop them. The Lakers did big ball with AD and LeBron, and they didn't have enough defense. And so Chris Paul, it's like you taking my car. I got bad brakes, and I take my car to the mechanic, and I say I want an oil change. Well, yeah, my car is better because the oil is changed, but my brakes are still bad. And so just telling me that the thing is better does not actually make a difference in the scheme of things as far as them being a better NBA team, right? So the reason why they're not where they should be now is not because of Chris Paul and Jordan Poole. They got other holes and other things they need to do. And the last thing I'm going to say is they have allowed Draymond Green to now get rid of Kevin Durant and Jordan Poole.
That is a fact.
So at the end of the day, what are we going to do about that? They have put their
They're going to re-sign him to a 3-year deal.
GM.
Yeah, he's got a new deal coming. 3 for $90 probably.
Right. He gets to call all the shots, right?
Yep.
And so at the end of the day, that's another problem that they need to address. They won't address it because they love Dre, right?
They fear him too.
Look at it for what it is. They got better technically, but they didn't get better in the areas they needed to actually be a better basketball team to beat the best teams in the league. And then Draymond once again gets his wish. KD's gone. He's Laker. He's calling the shot. KD's gone, and now Jordan Poole's gone, and Draymond's still there, and he's going to get paid. Thanks, y'all. Thanks so much.
Sure. Yeah, that's about. You got it about right. He got it about right. I'm not saying Chris Paul makes him a championship team, but he might make them better. He might make them better because he might be a better fit than Jordan Poole.
Man, let me read this to you. Another $10 donation.
Here's the other thing.
Donation.
Like, does this trade make them a championship team?
Against a Denver?
Well, hold on.
No.
You name me the trades in the last... What trade has made a team a championship team?
My whole point is...
You got to get better incrementally.
No doubt. That's why I was hoping that Miles Turner or OG Anunoby, even though those were pipe dreams, that's what I thought Poole was worth. Steiny, Kuminga
so you just said
the
they
19th.
were a pipe dream, but that...
No,
you think Toronto's...
No, if Dunleavy picked up the phone to call Toronto to see if the 19th and Kuminga or Poole and Kuminga Poole in the 19th could get you something back like that, I would understand it, but not this.
Well, maybe Toronto said no.
You've gotten smaller and older.
First of all,
you're going to knock off Denver?
Hey,
this is going to help you knock off Denver?
Evan, I need your support here.
Huh?
I hate when you say that early. Just try to tell them and let them decide.
Not criticize the free off season has just started.
Yes,
correct?
Sir.
Just started. Can we not say
this is
or
finished
hold
product?
it against the Warriors because they don't have a big man yet?
I thought they just drafted one.
Well, that's true. They did. They did draft a big man. But what I'm saying is, Like, they need a big man. The offseason has just started.
So don't condemn
Mike
him for
Dunleavy
not
said, we probably need more size. Like,
so you're saying give him time?
Yes.
But they don't got much on the, I don't look for the Warriors to be a major player come next Friday.
Well, no kidding, because they don't have money.
That's depressing. It's never been that way, Steiny. Because you always felt like you had enough in the cupboards. Now it's like, oh my gosh.
One of the reasons they don't have enough in the cupboards is because NBA champions must get paid. And when you pay your NBA champions, you don't have enough money for role players. 888-957-9570. Chris Paul, run it, Chris, run it.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California. And since California is home to most award shows, we've prepared a thank you.
need a guru in my life.
You know you lie.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey,
It's payday.
Yes, it is.
Gee, you're so rich, you didn't even say it today.
Cha-ching! Hey, you're coming back from Dallas, the Big D.
Yep.
You came back yesterday. You're on the soda. It's not really a diet, but you're on the soda program.
Yeah.
How's that going for you?
I got my weigh-in tomorrow.
All right.
This will be my third weigh-in. I think I'm down 6 pounds since Saturday, and I just want to run this by, shout out sodaweightloss.com. Steiny, what if I go work out an hour before I do my weigh-in on Saturday? Is that cheating the game, or should I just go get on the scale as soon as I wake up? Because I've been trying to get every little pound. I go work out and then get on the scale Saturday.
It's a fair question. I would say at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, right. Well, now when I'm working out, I'm going to be like I'm doing it for naught.
Well, I mean,
can I drop a pound?
All you'd be doing is what wrestlers do all the time to make weight.
No doubt about it.
You know, they go into the sauna.
Yeah, no
it's
doubt.
just
Or wear
water
that
weight.
trash bag outfit.
Exactly.
Yeah. But, Steiny, I think it's going to be good for me. I'll text you because I know you'll be on pins and needles. But shout out Soda, Steiny. It is a diet in the sense that I only eat meat once a day. It's 7 p.m. At 10, they send me a package. It can be pancakes. It could be soup. It could be a nutritional bar, and I eat that. Then I have a snack. Elisha?
No.
I lost. Yeah.
Well,
I'll let you know. Evan, I lost.
Somebody had Anthony Mark said something funny. Guru, you probably lost 20 pounds just stressing out over the Jordan Poole trade.
No, I'm not stressing.
Nah, you are.
Who's going to score on the second unit? I'll wait.
Kuminga score more? Oh, now you hate Kuminga.
Give me some.
Podziemski.
Oh, my God. That's a little dude.
Oh, he's going to be.
Got some range. A young Ginobili.
Dude, he is.
You called him Ginobili.
They got highlights.
What more
up
do you
here.
want out of a sixth man?
Let me
What
just
more do
tell
you
you
want
this
out of the
about the
bench?
trade for the Warrior fans.
They're going to have Chris Paul and Ginobili
Okay.
off the bench, baby. Moody will score, your guy.
No, well, that could be the rat
Big
on the
year
table
for
brought
Moody.
to you by Adco Pest Control. Go to
17 a game.
AdcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. Maybe they know that they got something. But listen, if you want the epitome of this trade, I'm looking up during the break. They're showing young Podziemski from Santa Clara highlights. Here comes Chris Paul, not in the Suns uniform. They got him in the 2016 Western Conference Finals against the Warriors. That's how long it's been. They had to go there to get something that they wanted to show. I dropped the mic. I can't literally because I'm not holding it. But come on, man. It's going to be a long weekend.
If the Warriors' strategy is to try to extend Steph Curry's runway, to pry open that championship window, then I get why they made this trade.
But you're not telling me the guy that's 40 years old
38.
can replace what the 23-year-old thoroughbred
Not as a
did.
scorer, but there's other aspects of the game. I've been trying to teach you them for years now. Ball movement, very important.
Who's their spot-up shooter now? Who's their assassin outside of the Splash Brothers? I'll wait. That's what I'm saying. Okay,
he wasn't an assassin last year. You ripped him. We ripped him all year long.
But I gave him a pass for that.
Well, you know what?
You know what?
Here's the other thing: the
I did
Warriors
give him a
probably determined.
Great word.
Jordan Poole here isn't going to be the player he was 2 years ago ever again.
Yep. And you know what? Maybe I need somebody to say that, and I'll feel
Draymond
better.
effed it up.
Yep, no doubt about it.
But we're afraid of Draymond. We're scared of Draymond. So we'll acquiesce to Draymond. And you know what? Draymond might go to sack.
He ain't going to sack.
Keep saying that.
Sonny, this move was made predicated on, okay, Dre, this is telling Dre, wink, wink, we got something for you. Money won't be an issue, player.
Who's better, the Kings or the Warriors? That's all that matters to Draymond Green.
Well,
I think.
I'm not disrespecting Steph Curry. Beat him in a Game 7 where he dropped 50.
But what if Draymond's on the Kings? Who's better?
Oh, the Kings.
Okay.
But he's not on the Kings.
Not yet.
So who's better? My whole point.
He's not on the Warriors either.
Let's stop.
He isn't.
No, but
Kings can now go hunting for Draymond Green if they wish. And that would be extraordinarily interesting because it is the exact type of player that they need.
Vivek trying to put the final nail in the Warriors championship coffin.
It's so funny because that music is the exact opposite of the tone of a Brian Windhorst.
I know. Man. Let's go to. All right, David.
You've been in a good mood. What's David got?
David, how you doing? Yeah, that's what he's got.
Oh.
Hey, David. David, you've waited a long time for this.
Come on, D.
I'm going to give you a shot, even though I didn't want to. Hey, what's up, buddy? Yeah.
Hey, so I haven't heard this been thrown around a lot, but I just feel like with Chris Paul coming to the Warriors and him being best friends with LeBron and with, Draymond and LeBron being friends and then being in Italy, I just feel like it's set up for LeBron to maybe come to the Warriors. Maybe a trade, Kuminga and Wiggins and maybe pair him with, I don't know, a draft pick or Moody for LeBron and come up to the Bay. I think LeBron knows that he's not going to get another championship in LA. And I think that, I think it could happen. I don't want it to happen, but I don't know. What do you guys think?
Appreciate the call. What do I
You've been having a great year. Let's put it in the Steiny genie lamp. Do you foresee LeBron coming to the Lakers?
No, to the Warriors, no.
To the Warriors, help me out.
No, I don't.
Is Guru bipolar? Flipping out on air, having a breakdown is not cool, man. Get it together. Now that hurts. I'm just sharing with you.
Don't let it hurt you. Don't let it hurt you. You're better than that.
Did you listen to Willard and Dibbs yesterday? They did a great job.
I did not.
But it was hard because that trade that just went down. That's a hard, you're thinking
about
everything that they had to do.
Easiest show of the year.
People don't want to talk to you because now you want to ask about what everybody wants to hear about with the trade. To me, remember I asked you just from you being in the business,
What?
That's difficult.
What is?
Something that just happens on the fly that day, and then you got to ask the persons when some are probably like, I don't want to speak on it yet,
Oh, they didn't have any guests yesterday.
Right. Yeah. But they were going to have 5.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do a great job. With guests, they just do a great job. Those are my guys. Vontae Shasky, too. You too.
Abe's in Fremont. What's up, Abe? How you doing?
Hey, pretty good. How's it going? Just want to bring up something here. So, Kristaps Porzingis.
Yes.
$36 million.
Yep.
1 year. Literally, they got Tyus Jones for Porzingis. Washington did in return. Why wasn't Poole offered? Literally, you offer the same package and get Porzingis for $6 million more. The guy is, 7 foot, I believe. He's a toothpick, but at least it's size. You pair that with Draymond, who's going to run the ball anyways. He's gonna be the object general on the floor. Porzingis to the right corner. You got Clay. You got Curry. I mean, it's a horrible move. I love Chris Paul when he was in New Orleans and when he was with the Clippers. He was okay in Houston. I can't say that's when he started to get injury prone. But Chris Paul that's a stretch, man. It's $30 million. I'd be surprised if he stays on this team. They should probably. I feel like this is another move coming because he doesn't make sense. You go from he's 6'1". He's not like a.
I'm with you.
6'3", 6'4".
I'm with you, man.
And I agree with you, Guru, that it doesn't make sense. But I also, Steiny said it was a financial move, and I also sort of agree with that because from $6 million to 30, Joey light years, and always willing to spend. Well, maybe the times have changed. And this also shows that they're going to pay Clay and pay Draymond.
No doubt.
Pool.
Yeah,
No
that's
doubt.
I've
No doubt about it.
Yeah, I've surmised that too. I'm with you there, Abe.
Great
Absolutely
call. Hey,
positive.
Uncle Looney said Abe sounded like Farhan. Little Farhan in him.
Oh. I didn't quite
pick it up.
No, I didn't. I didn't have Farhan at the top of my head.
What's the voice?
Scott's in San Francisco. He's saying good riddance. Hey, Scotty.
Oh, no.
Hey, man.
How are you?
Scott.
Thanks so much for taking my call. I just want to go real quick. I think we all know that last year was a weird year for the Warriors. I don't think they were totally together. I think there was fractions in that group. And either Draymond or Poole had to go. And when it came down to one or the other, it had to be Poole. Draymond has brought us 4 championships. There's been a huge vital part of 4 championships. Poole, last year, how much did he play in our final playoffs? Not that much.
No, he didn't.
Did not trust him on the court.
Yeah.
Thanks, Scott.
Well, hard to argue with anything Scott said, Sonny.
By the way, as it relates to Porzingis, he's making $36 million. Then what are you going to do with him? Then he's a free agent. So you're going to have to pay him a boatload, and that's what they're trying to avoid.
For the first time in a long time.
Yep.
Money is an issue. Jay-Z and what's my boy from Atlanta?
Guys have been living in fantasy land the last 10 years.
That was spoiled land.
You're right.
Oh, Jermaine Dupri. They had a song called Money Ain't a Thing. That's a banger. It is, Donnie. Money's a thing.
Oh, boy.
Robin.
This is
Robin or Skinny Bob? Leroy.
Hambone650 on the YouTube chat. You're banned. I think you're banned. I think I'm banning. I'm banning him.
You got to read it, though.
I'm banning him. Damn. I need glasses. It looks like Guru is wearing a $4 Dallas Cowboy shirt. Yeah, he's done. That was a gift. Daryl the Guru
Orlando.
Johnson
I'm mad now.
is wearing a gift that our good friend Orlando brought to him.
It made me change
Get him
the
out.
shirt that I had on originally. It's in my bag. How dare you put a dollar figure on this shirt, which I do like, Donnie.
Oh, my gosh.
Think Orlando's listening?
Of course.
But hey, shout out.
Oh, there she is on the YouTube chat.
Marge.
Dublin Marge.
Yeah.
Dublin, I was shouting you out. Dublin Marge with the great call on Trayce Jackson-Davis. Congrats.
So what's his name? TJD?
6'9". I'll tell you what.
Dude, he's a big boy.
I know. The only thing I don't know anything about his game. Nothing. Zero. But you know what I know?
He's big.
He's Dale Davis's son.
That's it. You sound like Silk Basie.
That's all I need to know.
It's in his blood, Stoney.
That's all I need to know.
Averaged 21 and 11 last year on almost 60% shooting.
If you're not familiar with his father.
Oh, my God. He was a dog.
Dale Davis. He was nasty.
And he wasn't the biggest dude.
He was nasty.
He was strong.
When the Pacers had Dale Davis and Antonio Davis.
Dude,
Oakland's finest.
That's incredible. Yeah. That front line. Couldn't get over the Lakers.
They can trade Chris Paul, yes, Alex Woody. Not till January.
And Chris Paul about that, remember I said he kind of looked despondent? He was coming from his grandmother's funeral. So that probably explained it. Rest in
Be a dog. Marvin's in Benicia. Hey, Marvin.
Hey, guys. First, I want to say it's an honor to call my favorite show in the Bay Area.
Thank you.
Oh, wow, man.
I love the balance between logic and critical thinking versus hopes and dreams, and you know which one's which. So about Poole, I want to say, you didn't need to explain. But anyway, about Poole, what I want to say is that I can buy the argument that is a salary dump. I can buy the argument that is going to be better at the end of games. But I think the reality is there's a relationship. I'm a behavioral specialist, by the way. This is all about relationship, and this is about this team cannot get together until Poole is out of the picture. And this is about rebuilding relationship and rebuilding the unity of this team. And this is what that movie is all about. I'll take it off the air. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely positively a part of it. However, I don't think for a minute that just getting rid of Jordan Poole is going to mean everything's going to be
Oh, you think there's still
Kumbaya.
some residue, possibly?
I don't-
Well, you
Let me
talked
tell you
about the
something.
Wiggins thing, Steiny.
I do
How
not-
many people were, I'm just saying,
If they're-
it was valid, looking sideways.
If there are 12 players on the Warriors, all I'll say is, and I'm not saying it'll translate into issues, but you cannot tell me that the locker room is unanimous
You
about
got me
this
thinking.
move.
You got me. Oh, there's no doubt.
You cannot.
Damn.
You cannot. Like,
I get you.
This
Warriors
may have,
culture,
This
zero.
may have some residual chemistry stuff that needs to be dealt with also.
And I'm going to say something, and, your boy might get mad because you say the chef, he's my guy, presidential Steiny, but I'm disappointed in him. I'm disappointed in Kerr. I'm disappointed in Dre. I'm disappointed in Clay. I'm disappointed with Lakeup. I'm hurt that they couldn't fix this. I'm hurt that Andre Iguodala couldn't fix this. And for that matter, Bob Myers went down trying. Steiny, the Warriors culture, when there was no meteors, when there was no problems, we're saying all this about the culture. No, you get judged when you got problems. And this could not be fixed, just like Kobe and Shaq couldn't get fixed. This hurts.
Let me cheer you up from the 415. Hey, guys, it's Michelle.
Hey.
Goo, I love the shirt and your passion. Let it all out because most of the Bay feels the same way. Who's Michelle?
I don't know. I love her. I like her. But listen.
I have a wife.
Yeah, but Steiny, come on, man.
You're
the
not that
Warriors
into her?
culture took a hit. We know why this trade was made, and I get it. Just let me hear you say it took a hit.
I don't believe in the culture. I don't believe.
So what's the Heat's culture?
The Heat have culture,
but they don't have 4 rings.
The Heat have had a culture for decades. The Warriors have had a culture with Steph Curry and Steph Curry only. Until the Warriors maintain a culture beyond Steph, I'm not going to think their culture's anything but
What does
Steph.
that look like, though? Because we
What?
don't know who had how much power into what decision or decisions. Like, I hear you, but what is that? How do I look at what you just explained? Where's the scoreboard for that?
For what?
The gravity of the Warriors culture just being Steph. He didn't, Joe Lakeup told us a week ago at the presser, we're all involved in this. So who's doing what? Who has the most power?
Joe Lakeup. Like, what? That's not even a question. That's not even a question.
But Joe Lakeup is not the culture.
I know he's not. I don't think they have a crazy culture that's so special.
And that
They
would
have
explain why
Steph
this couldn't be fixed.
Curry.
Poole v. Dre couldn't be fixed. Steph, you got to get your hands dirty, bud.
What does that mean?
Like, you should have been in here trying to fix this relationship.
How do you
I don't
know he
know if you.
didn't?
That's what. We
don't know that-
I need a
we don't know
report.
what
No,
happened.
I need a report.
About what?
They went to certain restaurant. It was loud. Voice. That stuff, Steiny. You don't just
It's
give
not
this
gonna
kid
get
away for old Studebaker. And you
Nope.
know who the Studebaker. Hey,
They
and I didn't like the
saved
caller that said
hundreds of millions of dollars.
critical thinking and logic
Right.
and then dreams. You're a dreamer. Because he was trying to say that's what you do and bring, but I didn't like that.
Yeah, I did. Let me tell you something. In this crazy
Dude, I
world
need one, but
of
I can't.
professional sports,
You should
you
play
got to
that,
try
Ross.
to try to refrain from being emotional. I think. Not if you're a fan, that doesn't apply.
Dude, there was.
Just take it light, man. Take it
Well,
light.
you know who I need to hear from?
Let me
And-
guess. Steve Kerr.
Size matters.
You're not going to remember this. Ross Tucker told us something about sports and how the teams, how they'll treat you. Just how this. I need to hear that because that's what happened to Jordan Poole, Steiny. Remember how he talked about teams will chew you up? Evan, I don't know if you remember, spit you out. That's what happened to Jordan.
Filmo Mike.
Oh, I can't wait.
Got
to
more
hear
action
this.
this week. Filmo's. Hey,
Nice
Filmo,
haircut. Oh, yeah.
You got action every weekend with some kind of shindig.
I've been hot. I've been hot lately.
You and me, baby.
Steiny, I'm one of the best people on the mic in the club. I'm like, I'm not gonna brag too much, but I'm up there, bro. When they come to talking that stuff in the club and on the mic, you feel me? I do a great job of that, so people want greatness. You feel me?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, Philmo. Are you better than EA Ski?
I look at you.
I'm way better than EA Ski on the mic. Not at producing. He's one of the greatest producers on the West Coast in the world.
I know.
He's a
Yes, sir.
top-level producer. EA Ski, he go crazy. Hell yeah!
I used to hoop against
Everybody
him.
wanna see San Quentin.
Look at him.
Ski. Wanna be. They sucker free.
Hey, I used to hoop with him at Club One, Fillmore Mike. Hey, Mike, we might have a spot for you on the Warriors World Tournament. We lost Alan Styles, but you got to bring something.
Yeah, put me on.
Can you? I know you rough. Us down low. Oh my goodness. All right, we'll talk about it.
So Guru, my thing, Steiny, my thing is, I got a saying, man, it's been going around, and I've been saying this for like 10 years. I heard Ocho Cinco said, I just look like this. Because you know how I'm built, I'm kind of chubby. But I hit a 3 in your face quick.
All right, Mike, you might have a job here shortly.
You feel me? And I'm playing like Draymond Green on defense.
I'm going to talk to Evan. We
In other
may
words,
be
you've
giving
lost
you a
the
call.
step?
No. So that's what I was gonna get to. This trade remind me of it kind of remind me of Jameson and Nick Van Exel.
Interesting.
Wow.
And then also
that was a good
boy finna go out there and be like it also remind me a little bit of Mitch Richmond, but Jordan Poole gonna go out there and really ball out. I mean, I don't understand how you get rid of somebody as determined as him. And I was kind of disappointed because I seen the Marcus Smart trade, and I was thinking, okay, well, the Warriors may be open to letting Draymond Green go. And I love Draymond Green. I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to see them both coexist. I wanted to see what probably would have never happened, them come back together, you feel me, and be cool with each other. But I just don't feel comfortable with Poole has all this upside. CBJ, not to say that he did anything, but you're getting Chris Paul as a backup.
Yep. Hey,
it's not like we're getting Chris Paul. Goose said in 2009.
Yes,
we get Chris Paul in 2023.
Hey, Philmo, you know what I like? My favorite EA Ski song, "Ride."
Oh, that's a great song. That was a sample.
Thank you.
Know that?
Yes, I didn't know that, actually.
Dude, he's been in the lab with Dre.
Thank you, Philmo.
Dr. Dre.
Maybe I'll run through Torch. Is it a Torch?
Yeah.
It's usually where his parties are.
Look at you. Oh, Mike.
Yeah, Philmo.
Yeah. He's got a saying down. He's called "Wash Your Back."
Yes, I know.
That's pretty good.
I know.
Yeah.
He also
he didn't like the trade.
Nope, he didn't. You feel me?
I feel you knocking.
All right,
dude, it's payday. I don't feel like you're juiced off of this. So the payday ain't even registering. But
I got to figure out what I'm doing after work today.
Well, Evan's got a call.
I think I'm heading right home.
Stockton Ports.
Yep.
All right, he's going to be doing the pro team.
Well,
soon.
we'll see. Well, they are pro team.
No, I'm talking about like the Mariners.
We'll see.
Don't forget about your boy, Evan.
He's got to pay his dues first. Keep focused on the task at hand.
More of an Astros guy.
All right. When we come back, it'll be 1:00, and then we'll have an hour left, and we're going to talk more about Chris Paul. You like it or not? It's really that simple.
He's the GMOAT.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added.
free Odyssey app.
With the 19th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Brandin Podziemski from Santa Clara University.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Dan Dibley nailing the pick, by the way. You know...
Oh, well, hold on. There's a line growing. We got Nahigian. I threw Willard in. We got you, now Dibs.
No, I didn't. I didn't say Podziemski.
Oh, that pick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, Dibley got it right about... He said the Warriors are going to take
Santa Clara,
the kid out of Santa Clara.
The streets are saying little Daryl might call. He's so shy. And give us the skinny on Podziemski.
If anybody wants to know why Guru will never be a show booker, he can't even get his son on.
Oh, my good. He's shy.
So Guru's son was on the Santa Clara basketball
defense
team.
Practice with them every day.
Little Daryl, come on.
Oh, he said he's calling.
Okay.
He's getting ready to go hoop.
Did you give him the
Little
hotline?
big Daryl.
No,
big kid.
I gave him the regular line. I should have gave him the hotline.
The bat phone, good. Come on.
What if I don't know it?
Connor's in Dublin. I don't know it. Hey, Connor, what's going on, man?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Chris Paul, the Warriors, I think it's a good move. I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I just don't think Chris Paul will last. I think we may only see him for like 2 seasons at most. He's pretty old, I must say. 38 is pretty old for a basketball player,
yes,
in my opinion. I mean, LeBron's pushing it, but I don't know. I think Jordan Poole and Draymond Green would have made the team a very, if they'd stayed together, it would have made the team a very unhappy place because of the biased feelings between them. But other than that, I think it was beneficial for the team. Thanks for taking my call.
Oh, thank you for calling in, Connor.
Yeah, I need him to be up. But you know what? We got an hour left. It's payday Friday.
Okay.
And we got a rendezvous to go to.
I thought you couldn't do anything today.
I pushed some things back. But listen.
I got to run a couple errands first.
Oh, okay. Oh, that'll be great.
Actually, one errand.
Okay. But listen, what aspect, Evan, you jump in, you're the producer. What component of the trade have we not discussed? Is there anything, the boss probably come in with a list, but Stoney, no, seriously, man, you got a 40-year-old dude, you added him to this mix, so that second unit is supposed to run, now they're going to look like me at the gym trying to act so I can get my breath, so I'm bringing it up.
Let's see, what aspect of the trade?
What are we missing?
We're not missing anything.
I'll tell you what, if I were in, what was the class where you printed the T-shirts up? We had it at James Logan.
That was a high school course?
Yeah, we had a course.
Macrame?
No, man. What's the other one where you do it? And you print out the stuff on the T-shirts. I went to, it wasn't a rich school, but you could say it was. But anyway, they call it a name. It's the old school name. Evan, he may not know. What do they call that when you print stuff on the shirt for school? It's
school pride? I don't know.
Decal?
No, it'll come. But
silk screen?
Damn,
bedazzling?
Boy, you are bad.
Thanks to Golden State Lakota.
Wow, silk screen.
Thank you. I love our list.
What are we?
Would you chill out? Quit acting like a baby. Guy was here for 3 years. You didn't even get to know Jordan Poole.
He made you give him a second.
No, Jordan Poole.
He made you give him a second contract. How about that?
Draymond made the Warriors give him a second contract.
Now that's another right, dude.
Here's an aspect. Here's an aspect we have.
Give me something.
And
I remember what I was saying.
Let's go out to Sacramento.
We got
Lil D.
Yeah.
What's up, Lil D?
How y'all doing?
Hey, Dal, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm about to go play basketball right now.
All right, so everybody in the Bay, this is Dal Johnson's son.
Yeah, the second. We call him the second.
The second, who was on Santa Clara's men's basketball team. And he's
team
familiar.
Manager.
He was a teammate of Brandin Podziemski.
We got you.
Is he any good? Dal, is he any good?
He got drafted. He got to be good.
Not necessarily.
Lil D.
So did Patrick Baldwin Jr. I'm just kidding. Tell me a little bit about his game. Seriously.
You know, I found out when I got there he started playing basketball around the 8th grade, which is, it's ridiculous to see how he grown so far in, such little time. But
wow,
he can get it anywhere. You got a pull-up game. He can finish around the basket.
Oh wow,
that's what I've seen. We don't even got to talk about his 3-pointer for real. But he got game. That's all I can say. He got game. So.
Hey, what grade was he, D? He wasn't a senior, right?
No, he was a sophomore.
Wow. So
he just turned 20.
Wow. But he the Ginobili thing.
Is he outspoken? Is he quiet? Is he funny? Is he serious? What's he like as a guy?
Off the court, he makes jokes. In the locker room, he's always got a smile on his face. When I see him around campus, it's all love. And when we're in the locker room after post game, he's always serious. He's about getting the win. He's a teammate first and foremost. So.
Wow, listen to D. Really hey, let me ask you this: has he given you buckets in practice?
He's tried. He's tried.
Hey, D, son. Okay. Hey,
let's cut. No, I got one more.
Oh, okay.
Lil Darryl, how's your dad's game?
Be honest, son.
How's my? Well, with all sons and father and son moments, you got that one moment where son just surpasses the son, and that happened maybe 5-6 years ago.
But D,
let the man finish.
Okay.
For me, it's just I feel bad sometimes. So I know he's going to bring up the fact that he probably won a game or two a couple years ago, but
ancient history. Just like the
all right,
Warriors
championship.
championship.
Of my heart, making him feel like he still got it.
All right, D, we get it. Don't let Stoney set you up. But let me ask you this before we let you go. Seriously, Daryl, do you understand your friends' dads are not playing with them? I'm still playing with you. I'm just in front of Steiny. Have you grasped that concept that your dad's still hooping at 50?
That's why he's embarrassed.
It's
Do I get any credit for that, son?
It's a gift. No, it's a gift.
Okay.
All glory to God. You're still out here, 55 years old, somewhere on there.
Hey, no 55. Slow down. All right, buddy, be safe. All right.
Hey, Lil Darryl, thanks for calling in, man. Appreciate it. And win some games on the pickup floor today.
A little cocky, Stoney. I don't like
him.
I like him. Well, you guys are getting another invite. My daughter's graduating July 29th, so the whole Willard fiasco going to the wrong address, his invite. Remember last year we had the little thing, Rutherford, and we took all the pictures. You couldn't make it because you were golf.
Super Bowl?
No, the graduation for my daughter, but you're going to be on that golfing trip with Dibs. Remember how last year I invited the whole station, nobody could go? Remember I said, hey, you coming to Daryl's graduation?
Drop dime on how old you were. I know
I'm not 55. Come on. I'm not 50. I'd have way more gray. But Steiny, I think he grasped the concept of it's a blessing that I'm still hooping at my age.
He's a good kid.
50.
You can tell he's a good kid. I just wish he was, I
Dude,
didn't appreciate the Bible banging.
Oh, right. Evan,
Is there any need for all glory to God? What does that mean?
He went very positive plate.
I think he got that from his dad or his mom.
See, I'm a firm believer that God and Jesus Christ have a great sense of humor. That's what I believe.
That's great.
They know when people are kidding around.
I'm not 55. That's sticking. He was just playing.
Let's go all right, Roger. How you feeling? Chris Paul's in the Bay, baby. You excited?
Oh, man, I hate Chris Paul. I don't like his face. I don't like his attitude.
Is this Van Gundy?
I don't want him on the Warriors. I wouldn't play with him on the pickup game.
Why?
I just don't like his look.
So you
just want to be on his team.
That's fair, but you don't like him because of the way he looks.
The way his attitude on the court.
All right. Fair enough. Thanks, Roger. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So you don't like competitors.
Oh, stop.
You don't like big-time competitors. Mm-hmm.
This
He's an old school horse.
Richard Sherman was further along and had more in the tank when the Niners acquired him than Chris Paul coming to the Warriors. And the joke is, when Richard Sherman came, we're talking about most hated athletes on your rival team coming to the team that you root for. Mm-hmm. Richard Sherman he had more in the tank than CP3. I just hate you're ignoring last year's playoffs. But you're going to say, he's not going to play 30. You don't know. You can tear your Achilles going to get a banana split in the refrigerator.
What does that have to do with anything?
Do you telling us the math that Gooey's not going to play 32 minutes? It might be 25.
Okay.
If something's going to blow, it's going to blow.
Something's going to blow with Steph Curry.
Well, now, see, I hate you. We didn't see that last playoff. Chris Paul didn't
No, we
finish.
saw it during the regular season.
I think Durant went to management like we can't count on CP3.
Grow up.
No doubt.
Oh, no problem, Bay Area ball or 18. That's fine. Steiny was talking Chris Paul to the Dubs for a week or so, and I thought he was crazy. You were right. I was wrong.
Yeah. And I don't like Bob Myers' work getting thrown out the window. That's another little angle of this I'm not liking.
I don't like somebody who doesn't like the way a guy looks, so then they don't like him.
Oh, no. That's
Come on, Raj.
That was hard.
Come on. I don't like that at all. Let's see.
Honey, I'm okay with my age.
You're not.
I'm not 55.
No, you you don't. Both those, listen, I don't know how old you are.
But I'm
I
not
know
55.
You can't stand
when
people realize you have a lot of experience in this world.
That
You've
mean I
lived
would
a
be
little, as
ashamed.
Gary Radnich used to say.
That mean I'd be ashamed. I wake up and go to bed smiling, Stoney.
Yeah, I know.
I'm still hooping, so I'm 30. Can't take that from me.
Well, you're out in the court anyway.
We're in a tournament, bud. We got you helping? Styles is down.
No, I'm not helping.
We're the Clippers. We need help. Spadoni, we'll get him out of he's a dad. But go ahead, Stoney.
L is in Pacifica. Hey, L.
Yeah, hey guys. Great show, man.
Oh, thanks.
Guru, I looked up online to try to see what your basketball game looked like, man. I can't find anything, so it's a myth.
I'm going to put a clip on the Twitter after the show, buddy.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
And Daryl, the Guru Johnson with the air ball.
That was before half. I'm not one of these guys protecting their stats and won't shoot it. Go ahead, baby.
Hey, the trade, man. The trade doesn't make any sense to me. Chris Paul to the Warriors, like, there's videos online of Chris Paul and Steph Curry talking trash as recently as 3 months ago. And so if we're trying to dump the contract, I get it. Yep, great move there. We dumped that Jordan Poole contract. But couldn't we have done it without getting Chris Paul? Like, this doesn't make any sense. This is almost going to push Draymond away. Can you imagine Draymond's personality and Chris Paul's personality on the same team? And let's not even talk about the defense. Like, where is that defense going to come from when we got all these guys out on the floor? So, love to hear you guys' opinion on this. But I think, in my opinion, this is a horrible trade, and it could blow up on Dunleavy's face as far as, first moves as a GM. Not off to the right start.
Appreciate the call.
Great call.
I get people who don't like it.
But can I just interrupt here, Steiny? I think he's so wrong. They have to know Paul and Dre can coexist.
Chris Paul's a good teammate.
Oh, right.
When did Chris Paul ever get into it with a teammate?
Never.
Look, Chris Paul's respected by the players.
No doubt about it.
So that doesn't, I'm not concerned about. Plus, Draymond wanted him.
But what about when he's not playing?
Because if Draymond didn't want him, he wouldn't be here.
And there you go. But what about when he's getting blown by on deep? Is Dre going to give him that energy?
I don't know. Is Dre going to give Clay that energy?
Well,
did Dre give Poole that energy, or does Dre give Steph that energy? Because they're all pine cones. I mean, pylons, orange cones. You know what I mean. The Warriors did get older, and they did get smaller with this trade. This preseason, it's just started. It's just started, the offseason. They're going to go get a big guy.
How?
Let Dunleavy do his job.
What if I told you I don't like the Dunleavy era early? Or it's the first inning, or maybe the second.
I got something that's going to really. John Hollinger of The Athletic. The Warriors have to be sweating right now, at the very least, because there is now a highly plausible rival, Draymond Green bidder, on the market. In case you've just joined us.
Oh, my God.
This is Brian Windhorst from ESPN.
Kings can now go hunting for Draymond Green if they wish. And that would be extraordinarily interesting because it is the exact exact type of player that they need.
Dude, what is that? The Hollinger one has me on my. What does that mean? Could it be the Kings or is L.A.?
Well, Draymond Green also posted on his Instagram earlier today that Stephen A. said that Draymond Green is easily worth $100 million.
Stephen A. Boy.
I love it.
Is this Jim
They're
Moore?
not giving him 100.
I know. They're going to give him more.
Don't be disrespectful.
Sacramento's going to give him more.
I'm doing JD. I don't like any of it. Troy Aikman. Dude, wow. There's not a world that exists now that Poole's gone that I thought Dre could go. He ain't going, though.
Okay.
Dunleavy ain't.
No, yeah.
Well, he did say we love Draymond when asked about Dre's status at the presser. Everything's been the exact opposite.
Just in case you...
Kings can now go hunting for Draymond Green if they wish. And that would be extraordinarily interesting because it is the exact type of player that they need.
How about that? Do you realize how much money the Warriors could save if they just let Draymond walk now?
Dude, I would love those figures down there. That almost what? And I'll tell you what, Dale Davis' son, that's another roadblock potentially for Kuminga to get on the floor consistently.
Well, if he can't beat out a guy who's just graduated from college,
he's
shame
older than
on him.
Kuminga.
So what? He's
played more ball than Kuminga.
Kuminga's been in the NBA for 2 years. If he hasn't adjusted by now, shame on him.
Well, 1.5.
And shame on the Warriors.
1.5 if you take last year. Shame on the coaching staff, man. Let's start.
Shame on you.
For what?
For thinking he was better than he was. You think everybody's better than they are before they ever prove it.
Yeah, he's a better Aaron Gordon.
Who?
Kuminga.
He's not as good as Aaron Gordon right now.
He has the potential to be better than Aaron Gordon.
You know what they say about potential? It means you haven't done a damn thing yet. That's what potential means.
James Wiseman on line one. Dude, all these Warrior picks, like me at the club back in the day when I had acne. I was coming up in. Dude, Wiseman's gone. Poole's gone. Sonny, what if
Patrick Baldwin Jr.?
Gone. Wow. No, that was I needed that on a Friday, Evan. Thank you.
You know what? Here's what I do. This is one of the reasons that even though I'm not a real host, I do have my finger on the pulse. I sense too much negativity right now, so I'm going to Steve in San Francisco. Talk to me, Steve.
Steve in.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Look, Chris Paul's not my favorite player, but I see the trade. Kerr wants a field general out there for the second team, someone who's going to listen to him. Kerr's saying no hero ball, and what does Poole do? He throws up a Hail Mary in the playoffs. Poole's wild. He's erratic. He turns the ball over. Kerr wants some stability out there in the second team. Let Kuminga be a slasher. Let Moody start to get hot and shoot and slash a little bit. And, Paul's a little slow, but he's not going to turn the ball over, and he's going to instruct these young players and bring them up in a way that Poole never was going to be able to do.
Wow.
Boy.
I just hate the Warrior, and I know Steiny is called recency bias, but it sounds like a lot of people are holding Jordan Poole accountable and acting like all he's put on film was last year. If you tell me you understand the punch, then give him a mulligan for last year. Please, or meet us halfway. The dude wasn't in his right mind, and I don't think you could do a radio show with me if I slapped the crap out of you and nothing happened to me. And everybody saw it. You would be miserable every day you saw my face. You'd probably do something to my car.
No, I wouldn't do it to you.
Well, that's what I mean,
I'm
car.
too gutless. I'd egg your house. I would do something like that.
Did you do that a lot growing up?
Never.
We did doorbell ditch.
That's all we did. We used to do raid through corn at houses. That's what we used to do back east. Do they do that out here?
Corn?
Corn, like hard corn.
Oh, no. Oh, wow.
It just makes a loud sound.
A little misdemeanor action there.
Oh, boy. All right. I'll tell you about.
Want me to tell you what we used to do?
Sure.
We'd go to the Norm had a pickup truck. I'm in junior high. I'd be the driver. We'd have all the dudes in the back of the blue truck order food. And then they would egg the people that bring the food.
That's not cool.
Did I just say it out loud?
Jimmy's in Dublin. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, man?
How you guys doing?
What's
We're
up,
doing
baby?
good,
How you
man.
guys doing? All right. I just want to touch base on a few things. First off, man, a few callers ago called in. A guy said that Chris Paul's attitude might run off Draymond. Draymond has ran off player after player, and so I don't get that one. Secondly, I'm seeing on like the 95-7 the game, under the picture for the guy for the kid they just drafted from Santa Clara.
Yeah.
I saw him play. I saw him play against LMU, and everybody's on there saying, "Man, who was this guy? Who was this guy?" A lot of guys that have a name have flopped. So just because you don't have a name or people don't know your name doesn't mean you can't play. This kid he was at the University of Illinois, you know what I mean, and they just couldn't find any time for him on the floor. But the game I went to, he had 30, 7 and 8, and the guy rebounds like he's 6'8".
Wow.
And my last thing I want to say, the last thing I want to say is, what do you guys think Bob Myers is at home thinking with this Chris Paul trade? You guys have a great weekend. I'm gonna take your answer off the air.
All right. Hey, Jimmy. Good stuff on Brandin Podziemski, because he was Mr. Basketball in Wisconsin.
Man, Steiny. Now I never watched him in real time. Through the prism of the NBA.
Well, that scares me.
No.
So you're saying you went to 7 Santa Clara games and he never stuck
we
out?
We talked about him on the next level. But the structure at Santa Clara and all colleges to me is you could Steiner, he got the slippery hips. He got all that. He got it. He got the Ginobili, Steiny, and the step back. So now I'm getting excited. But the one thing that is scaring me, Steiny, he's 6'5".
Okay.
I wish I were. But they say Bonte, he ain't 6'5". He's a little taller than me. But
don't do that, Goo.
Steiny,
what?
He ain't Kawhi tall. He ain't Paul George tall. That's what I want the Warriors to have.
You got
these little
you're
bitty
the weirdest
itties.
dude I've ever worked
give me
with.
some Clay. Give me Clay. But he's shorter than that. That's what scares me. That's why Poole was perfect. Poole was perfect, guys.
He was like 6'3", wasn't he?
But
Tell you what, my guy Podziemski scored 37 against LMU. I'll tell you what, LMU can lock guys up.
That's Loyola Marymount.
I know what it is.
I think you're seeing
You probably know everybody in that I don't even know the name of the conference. WCC? The one with St. Mary's, right?
Yeah.
How'd Santa Clara do against St. Mary's this year?
Oh, I mean, they struggled against that Australian staunch defense.
Well, my question is this. Did Podziemski have the guts to guard Mahaney?
Now that
he would pick him up, but the thing about Santa Clara is, of course, there weren't a whole lot of other players on the team, so he had to go, and sometimes 1-on-3.
Now I
gotta
say this, Evan,
outside of Lil D, of course.
They got another guard. He got hurt. I want to say towards ACL. He reminds me of I had a guy, Aaron Curry from Union City, went to Hawaii and played with. What's my guy's name? Small guard.
Damn, I wasn't listening.
1990-ish. Played with Handy. Hawaii. Played with Handy and got drafted. What's my guy's name?
From
and he was
Hawaii.
on Denver. Yeah, he was on the Nuggets. He was a journeyman, but when he came in, Anthony. What's his name?
Oh yeah. Carter.
Yeah, Anthony
Carter.
I work with Steiny.
There'd you go. You're biting a little lip.
Yeah, my guy got that. Anthony Carter. But this guy from Santa Clara can put it in the hole too, and he reminds me of Anthony Carter. Steiny, you got that one.
I get Anthony. Believe it or not, I get Anthony Carter and Vashawn Leonard mixed up. One of them.
That is good. Wow.
One of them scored 25 points in the first quarter of a game against the Warriors back in the day.
That's a wow.
Why do I can't remember.
Yeah.
Partner's birthday, but I can remember Vashawn Leonard going off for the Nuggets. Or was it Carter? I don't know. All right. We got one segment left before the changeover.
Yeah, baby.
What do you think's going to happen during the changeover?
It's going to be a long one. We got a lot to discuss.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be real long. It'll be real long.
Donnie, the weather sucks.
2:08. Night. We'll be right back on. Hold on just a sec, please. Sponsored by Cars.com. Thank you. If you're gold-blooded, you're always gold-blooded.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve with Ram 1500, Ram 3500, and Ram TRX.
How's your dad's game?
Be honest, son.
With all sons and father and son moments, you got that one moment where son just surpasses the son, and that happened maybe 5-6 years ago.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's a D1 player right there.
Oh, that's a Steiny influence. Just dividing the Johnson men. Dude, you did it, and he fell
I have
for it.
never divided you and Norm.
And he said the 55 because he knew I'm not, but he knew it would bother me.
Yeah.
Now I'm fighting for my life because they're saying he snitched. Damn it. Anyway, I'm still hooping.
Somebody
Go
wants
ahead.
to talk to you. Angry Vegan.
Oh, wow.
Is it Richmond? Yeah, Richmond. He's in
Rich.
Richmond.
What's up, baby?
Yeah, Rich City. Not much. So, Guru, I'm going to make you feel better about Podziemski. His nickname was AirPods because at the Combine, he had a 39-inch vertical.
Wow.
The same height as Poole, shorter arms, jumps way higher, college stats way better than Poole's in terms of 3 points, 9 rebounds a game. He's a different player, but he's got a consistent motor.
Yeah.
And he does so many different things. Don't let his look fool you.
I'm not. Hey, listen, I got to tell you
writing
this.
them off already.
No, I'm a big comp guy, but now I'm like Ginobili is who he reminds me of, and he said he patterned his game after Ginobili, and I forget the other two, but I will say this. I saw about 10 Santa Clara games this past season. You know when a guy is being held back, not in a bad way, but just, the structure of how the colleges play.
Sendex Road?
Yeah, a little bit.
You got a problem with Herb Sendek?
I'm excited to see if this kid can run and gun in the league. It's going to be more space, or will he be stashed in the G League? Because if you're not 29, you're not going to see time here with this current Warrior coaching regime.
Hey, thanks.
I hear you, and I feel that way. But, hey, compare his stats with Jalen Williams in college.
Oh, wow. Who is a baller?
Podziemski's stats were way better than Jalen Williams in college.
Wow.
Same school, Santa Clara.
Santa Clara or Arkansas.
So, who knows?
Yeah, I appreciate the call.
Thanks, Angry Vegan. I mean, the biggest takeaway from that call is AirPods. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
By the
That is
way,
pretty good.
if you don't know, and I didn't up until a minute ago, both the Warriors draft picks are left-handed.
Wow. So that makes, I'd know
3 total.
You're a bad. Well, we talked about
Gary Payton II would be a lefty.
Number 3.
Trayce Jackson-Davis, who the Warriors selected.
I don't know if that's a good omen.
What?
Wiseman was. I'll wait.
Come on.
A lefty.
So is Chris Mullen. All right, there you go.
I wonder if he would have made this trade.
You wanted him.
We should try to get him on next week, Mully. They call Bonte hook it up.
Hayden's
you
in
and
Austin.
him cool?
Who?
Mullen.
Of course.
You got to get him on. Use that black book. I can't keep doing Eddie Howe's.
I'm highly respected around the Bay. I don't know if you know
Dude, that sounded like you meant that. Anyway.
Hey, Hayden, what's going on, buddy? Hayden
Fry.
Hayden was in Austin, Texas, one of the fastest growing cities in our union.
Well, like 2 years ago.
Well, where the University of Texas is located, the Longhorns.
Yeah.
I've been to Austin, Texas once.
How was that?
It was fun.
For work?
We drove from, would it have been, do you go through Austin if you go
New Mexico?
From Dallas to San Antonio?
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, that's when we did it. Had lunch there with a great guy, Vic Tafer.
Oh, this is a Raider guy.
Yes.
He's down to earth.
He used to cover the Golden State Warriors. Good.
Vic Tafer?
Great guy, yeah.
Now, Steiny, for the Press
Chronicle.
Democrat?
No, for the Chronicle.
Dude, know your history, goo.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Anyway, we got lunch in Austin, Texas. It was
Dude,
nice.
we're about to be done for the week.
They have a street there named something where it all pops off. Is it State Street? I can't remember.
Austin.
Yeah.
Austin has action, if you know what they mean.
Chris in San Leandro. Hey, Chris, how you doing, man?
What's good, y'all? Happy Friday.
Oh,
I just
you
got
ain't kidding.
2 things. This Chris Paul, Jordan Poole trade, what are we even talking about? Come on. Jordan Poole has done one good season. Chris Paul has been doing it for 18 years. What are we even talking about? If Chris Paul got traded to the Lakers or the Clippers, they would say, Big 3, Paul George, Kawhi, CP3. Big 3, LeBron, CP3, AD. So why are we complaining about this trade?
Because let me ask you this, and I want to hear your answer.
Hey, he had a second of all.
No, I want to hear
Actually, I work with Guru.
Phoenix
so
has Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, and they had championship aspirations. I'm not being a smartass. Why would they say night-night to Chris Paul? They must know something, and they know probably what we saw. So why are you guys acting like it's 2010? Why did Phoenix say night-night?
Because Bradley Beal's the upgrade from Chris Paul.
Well,
and you didn't. And you know what?
I get
were
the
you
call
listening?
of the point.
Thank you, Chris. And here, were you listening to Eddie Johnson? Did you listen,
EJ?
What did he say?
He would have went ham if he had got hit by. Oh
no! See, you gravitated toward the sensational. What he said was they do have a point guard, Devin Booker.
Oh no, that is
so. There you go.
What we
Eddie Johnson said Devin Booker's going to play a lot of point guard.
I bet. Oh my gosh.
Quick
as a cat.
Now all of a sudden you see why they didn't need Chris Paul.
Quick as a cat, and who we get? Heathcliff.
6th Street in Austin. Thank you so much.
Is that it?
I think so. Yeah. That's what Mr. Hecatite says. Oh, let's go to Antonio in Oakland.
Yeah.
What's up, Antonio? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Like I said the other day, I wanted, the 2 guard we got from Santa Clara, and we got him.
Nice.
He has a little bit of Ginobili in him. He has a little bit of white chocolate in him, a little bit of there. Not quite on that level, but he can, be in the rotation. And he's probably going to be Klay Thompson's eventual replacement. And I think the second guy we got, Trayce Davis, he's going to be Draymond's eventual replacement. And this guy's an inside scorer. He's a lefty, man. I just like this pick. So he's going to be a small ball 5 and great selections on both picks. Even though they slid a little bit, but it's all good.
What about
no matter where you draft it, how you play.
What about Chris Paul, Antonio? How you feeling about that trade?
He's my second most disliked player of all time, so I don't like it. Plus, he doesn't really fit our system as far as
who's won.
Because he plays slow. But at the end of the day, I know why they did it, so that way Steph can have a little more time on the bench to rest up. So I understand he has high basketball IQ, so we'll see. I guess I got to support it.
Who's number 1?
LeBrick James.
Wow, man! And look at Antonio. Wow, man.
I know it's not Halloween, and it's not really the appropriate time of year to scare people, but take a listen.
Kings can now go hunting for Draymond Green if they wish. And that would be extraordinarily interesting because it is the exact type of player that they need.
You have such a man crush on Brian Windhorst. It's unbelievable.
Windhorst and Woj.
You got Woj down.
I called Woj the greatest reporter in my lifetime.
Now, I love Woj.
Okay, name me another one.
No, but tell me why.
Because he's broken more stories than anybody.
Well, that's
different. What a reporter is. They break news.
Schefter is a big. He could be the biggest.
I like Woj more, so he's number 1.
But would you be mad if somebody had Schefter first? You would understand it. He told us that the Niners traded to get your boy, Mac Jones.
Maybe
the trade. I'd love to see that workout video. Dude, are you ready? Do you understand what just happened yesterday?
I think I do. I really do.
The dynasty to me is it's teetering to me. Fine,
now it's teetering.
Yeah, I'll admit it. I don't think Chris Paul is going to get his ring here, and that's another component I don't like. Like he's trying to do what Durant did. Guess what? Too late.
Guru, the Golden State Warriors are embarking upon
here you go
a period of time in which they're very unfamiliar. The Golden State Warriors are a team that for a decade, Guru, has been at the forefront of the NBA's small ball craze. And, Guru, the Warriors have some decisions to make, and some of them will be very difficult.
We got to get them
decisions.
Dude, you've been working.
He might hate me if he knows I do that.
Hey, Woj, we got to hit a break.
We got to hit a break.
That was a crossover. Evie called you Woj.
And that's all sponsored by Cars.com. Crossover next. We'll try to keep it civil.
It's Jeep 4x4 season. Make your next adventure.
Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. Let me tell you what's going on right now. This is the crossover. At 2 o'clock, the Warriors are having their press conference to introduce their 2 draft picks. We're going to take that live. Hopefully it starts at 2 o'clock. We'll do the little exchange, and then Willard and Dibbs will take it the rest of the way. What's up, guys?
You guys did a great job yesterday, too. I
That was
just
fun.
saying that.
Well, I mean, gosh, like you get news like that right before you get over there, get a little energy
How much
into
did that
it.
change your approach? Because that's what I was asking Steiny. I got to believe that was
entirely.
Man.
Like, can we bring people behind the curtain?
Sure.
We had an unbelievable guest list lined up.
It was humongous.
We called them all off. Because we just wanted to get, like, you
Well,
get...
call it like you see it. Lucas went 0 for 5 on bookcasts.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's the fifth?
Who's
the fifth?
I think maybe Brandon Schneider might have been.
One of the most...
I'll throw
Schneider.
Lucas, I love you, man.
I'm going to throw in a Brandon Schneider. I love Brandon
One
Schneider.
of the fascinating things, though, was that on our list, and literally the last one where we sort of were like, do it, not do it. If he was going to be in person, we were going to do it. Then it wasn't in person, so we're like, let's not do it.
Yeah.
It was Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Oh, my
Then I get home.
amazing.
I get home, and I'm like, wait a minute. He's not even on the team anymore.
No.
How the hell did that happen?
We could have done his exit interview.
Seriously.
And he probably didn't know at that time.
Of course,
No, he didn't.
he would have obviously said no thanks if he had any idea.
Yeah.
And this is no joke. This is 2 hours before he was no longer on the team. So yeah, we just wanted to do the same thing you guys did, which was talk to the people.
Well, what about now? Because we've done that and you're about to. It's been 24 hours. I still do not like the trade.
Oh,
I
we
hate
can
it
tell.
more than when I heard it yesterday. But I just got to ask this, guys. How can you, from a basketball standpoint, sell us on their better? But for the first time, and I said it, my mom used to say, "Boy, you trying to live on the high hog," meaning spending money and
Shout
your
out Daisy.
lifestyle. It's apparent now. I love you. The Warriors, they're not broke, but they're doing things that the average fan is not going to benefit from. All we care about is who's in the Warriors uniform. We don't care about Joe Lacob. We don't care about the investors because we've been spoiled. But it's apparent now they're cost cutting. And that's what this CP3 deal, the monies from this deal that were saved cannot go back into the basketball operation side of it.
But I think if you look at this year, CP3 is better than Jordan Poole. And if you want to look at Jordan Poole's year last year, he averaged 20 a game. He was one of only 43 players to do that. First of all, that's 8% of the league, averaged 20 or more, so it's not that special. Secondly, his field goal percentage was bottom 10 in the association. He was a volume shooter, he was a volume turnover guy, and he doesn't play defense. So now you have a guy who's going to distribute. Kaminga's going to be better to whoever's in the second unit.
That's what's concerning me.
To Clay, to Kuminga,
Great day for
to
Kuminga.
GP2. He's going to distribute to everybody. Your second unit got better by losing Jordan Poole.
With the Davis acquisition, who I think is going to be, he's got a body on him. He got
All-star, future All-Star.
No, I'm just saying. If I'm Kuminga, I don't think I like that, Willard.
Well,
I hear you saying it.
I'm not putting a second rounder into the rotation yet. Like
They are.
I heard that yesterday.
Let's see where that all goes. But here's I guess what I would say, because I listened to a lot of you guys today, and there's two things that stood out that I wanted to ask you. Number one, are you a conspiracy theorist?
I am.
When it comes to this,
I am.
Because I just being honest, it sounds to me, those of you who are still really bought into Jordan Poole are buying into a conspiracy level situation with the Warriors. You would believe that Steve Kerr actually doesn't like young people. And you would believe that the Warriors got to a point where here in this offseason, even then after the young man was punched by a teammate, you would believe that they then decided, okay, let's turn this into a big joke on him. Let's develop him for 3 years so that we can throw him out with the bathwater for a 38-year-old player, all in spite of ourselves and to shoot ourselves in the foot. Somewhere in there, I can't tell you what happened, but somewhere in there, I feel like a reasonable thought is that Jordan did stuff that everyone there didn't like, and they didn't think that he was a good team basketball player.
You know what, Willard? We all have families. I feel that. I hear that. You've tweeted that without actually saying it, because you're basically saying to me right now, just my 2 ears, that Draymond was justified in Jordan getting hit because it was a byproduct of him. I've heard it from JD. Everybody. He must have been talking. That's fine.
So there's two different things there,
though. Being a tyrant, but you don't deserve to get humiliated.
No, byproduct.
And he never recovered from being humiliated in front of the nation.
So byproduct, maybe. Justified, absolutely not.
All right.
Absolutely not. But here's another important point, I think. I think a lot of us act like the punch was the start of the timeline.
Oh, well.
And I can't accept that. That's when we saw it. That's when we found out about it. There's no way. Go to Clay overseas.
Saw that. I'll never forget it.
There's no way that was the starting point. For me, it seems obvious that people were already annoyed.
Of course not.
That's not the starting point of the story.
Because then, if that is, that means Draymond punched him for nothing.
Right.
That happened before.
Right.
Or even if it was what he perceived was before. Here's the one thing I want, the money aspect. You know, the luxury tax, before the new CBA was signed, you could go over the luxury tax, and all it would cost you is money. With the new CBA comes out, now it doesn't just cost you money when you're over the tax. It costs you practical flexibility, like the mid-level exception.
Gone.
That's big.
He's right.
Like that's a problem if you don't have that, and you're through the roof luxury tax-wise. So by getting Joe Lacob can say, we not only have to get under for money, we have to get under so we have some kind of flexibility moving forward.
To get additional players in, additional veterans in, and that's where I think it's so interesting, because all these deals, and I was reading John Hollinger of The Athletic earlier, and he's talking about all these deals happening now before the CBA kicks in, which it doesn't kick in for a week because the new league year doesn't start till next Friday.
Okay.
So you've got a week to do all you can do now to have all this on the books, to where when you get to a week from now, that's when the CBA kicks in. And, for the Warriors, they don't have the ability to sign any free agent, which makes the Draymond Green thing even more, I think, impactful. And this, the chatter from Windy about Sacramento.
How about I'll play it real quick?
Before you play it,
15 seconds.
I want to give you credit for your relationship with Vivek Ranadive, because you knew Vivek before Vivek was even a player in this market. And
that was
I don't want to pull the curtain back too far, but Steiny was on the beat before Joe Lacob bought it, and Vivek and Larry Ellison, and Steiny was the guy who knew he knew all these players before they actually were players. So he goes way back with Vivek.
Vivek was a big part of Joe Lacob getting the team, because he was looking for investors, and Vivek put in a big amount of money. But then,
So when you say that Vivek might want to stick it to him, from what you're talking about. That's all I'm trying to say.
Let's say something else too. If Draymond gets with the Warriors, what you have now said, you've set the baseline at about $30 million a year.
89.9.
Okay, so
that's the over/under.
Let's say that's what he gets. I want to share with our audience something that was shared with us from inside the building yesterday.
Lay it on us.
And believe me, we were inside the building trying to get out.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
We can tell that story later. But
I don't know how many times you got to go to Chase Center until it makes sense. I've been there 100 times and I can't figure the place out. You're just looking for light. All you're doing, you're like, there's a hallway, there's a door, there are fences. Is there light? I don't care what side of the arena I end up at. Just get me outside.
So I'm following him, and he's like, just so you know, I always get lost. Yeah. And I'm like, let's get lost.
Did I admit it? I'm like, you're following the last person you should follow right now. Anyway, this was shared with us, and I think it's important for the audience to know you can hate it, you can agree with it. This is the Warriors, and I think a lot of NBA teams thinking. Starting with what you just brought up, Steiny, the CBA next year, it is practically impossible to have 4 players making $30+ million on your team.
Okay.
So if that's a baseline, and I know there will be opinions on both sides of this, but I'd like every Warrior fan to know that automatically means that if Jordan Poole's on the team, Clay's not. Period. So you're lying in the sand. And I know some of you, if Shasky, if you're listening, you're like, fine.
Yeah.
But know that. Know that that's from inside the building. They're not doing $30+
Joe
million
said that a couple
team.
years ago, like 4 might have been too many.
So if Jordan's on the team and plays out this contract, then this is Clay's last year and he's automatically gone. Period. Wow. So know that when you talk about the money aspect of this deal that happened yesterday.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. I don't think there's any doubt that by moving Jordan Poole, it means that Draymond and Clay can be re-signed.
Yeah,
if that's the route they want to
go. Clay will not be. That's
easy.
That's a next year thing.
Oh, okay. So he's going to come back.
How do you feel?
I think he's.
Could
playing,
you imagine a slow start with the shoot percentages dibs, and they'll be like, is he thinking about the contract?
Does that worry you at all?
Does Clay? No, they wouldn't have did this, and Dre going night.
This feels like Clutch just probably trying to squeeze.
No. I'm talking about
squeeze a few
if
extra
Draymond
million.
Green's back. Any concerns about Clay being on a contract year while the two other guys have 3 more years left?
No, I think it's good that Clay's on a contract year because last summer, what did Clay do?
That's true.
Not a damn thing.
That's true.
Is what sources would tell you.
No doubt.
Clay was on his boat. He was not in the lab. And I was stealing from you while you were gone, just so you know. I mean, all kinds of references and gooisms. I was trying to keep it alive. But Clay was not in the lab. Clay was on the boat. And so this summer, he comes in motivated because Clay wants that bag. And I know he's already got more money than any of us could ever dream of. But Clay doesn't want to play badly and get $20 million. He wants to play well and get whatever, $35 million.
And don't you guys think that it's also a good thing from the perspective of Clay goes into the year, and we really don't. I don't think anyone has any idea what to pay him after this year.
No, right?
Like not 43, but is it 20? Is it 35?
The arrow should be coming down if he had some self-reflection and be like, I know what
let's see how he
time it is.
Unless he turns it around. Unless he is
let's see how he plays.
Right.
I still do think that we remember his season incorrectly because of the way it ended.
Well, think about it in terms of Draymond.
He didn't have a bad year.
Draymond right now is more sought after than we would have thought Draymond would have been 9 months ago.
Agreed.
Do you want me to play it?
Oh, actually, but I'm not. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me
It
at all.
doesn't surprise you, but the reason why he's in this spot is because he played 72 games and he was second team all defense or first team all defense.
Yeah.
He had a good year.
He was good.
So, hey, Clay, go have a good year because last year, Clay had a good year. He had a really bad year. Then he had an unbelievable year.
Yep.
Then he had a pretty good year. And then he was god-awful in the playoffs.
We had the great Eddie Johnson on. And I'm a survey and asking all three of you.
He's awesome.
Because I'm conflicted. If Jordan Poole were to go average 25 points in this league in Washington, because we did this with Wiseman, it was like 1 week he had 8. I was doing it 16 and 9. It was just weird. He can dribble. He can put it on. Would you be shocked if Jordan Poole were to average 25 and 8 next year?
No, and they'll be 30 and 52.
I'm saying,
here's
Willard,
the
that's
thing,
what
He's gonna be.
so
He's
glad-
gonna be Kemba Walker.
I'm so glad you brought this up because it wouldn't
so
surprise
unfair.
me, and I still wouldn't care.
But why?
Because
they don't
that's
win.
not the baseline for winning.
But that's
actually look
But
this
you don't
up.
put all that
Jordan
like you
Poole-
just brought up your guy.
Kemba Walker.
He's been a great pro. We can't say, Kemba, you didn't win in Charlotte because it was all your fault.
No,
it
but-
takes a village.
Right, but that's kind of the point, and Jordan can't be a part of this village. It's clearly not working.
Okay, well, no doubt.
So
that I
if
get.
So then it doesn't matter. I guess it's kind of irrelevant.
Well, they could have if you would have kept him and said, Dre, we're not giving it to you.
Right, but the rest of the team clearly thought,
you know what?
Right,
I
when
told
people
Steiny,
say you
Poole
pick-
lost the politics game.
Yeah, well,
it wasn't just.
I don't even think it was just politics. Like
They
I
didn't
think,
like him.
I think if you're a reasonable basketball observer and you ask who's more important to the Warriors, Jordan Poole or Draymond Green, you know the answer.
For Curry,
You used the word earlier, unemotional. Okay, we're fans. We're emotional. Lacob's not. Dunleavy's not. Who's more important? Kerr is not. Who's more important to us winning next year?
Okay.
They all have the same
They
answer.
told you that in October,
Exactly.
where they said, "Hey, Draymond,
Okay.
do you
Well, now
want to
you're
ride to
preaching.
ring night?"
Now
because,
you're preaching, boy.
You know,
Yeah.
whatever he did, it didn't stay in house. And imagine if that would have stayed in house.
It would be no
the year would have been
doubt.
totally different. But
Everything.
it got leaked, and that's why Steve Kerr was so mad. So it gets leaked, and then the team says, "You know what, Draymond? you're gonna get a Montessori punishment. You go ahead and punish yourself.
No doubt.
Think about what you've done. And Jordan Poole's like, wait,
oh my goodness,
mother fathers, what?
And we got confirmation yesterday. Immediately, the question has been all year: did Jordan get over it? Is he over it? Is he okay?
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
Second, I don't know if y'all heard this. The second the trade broke, he goes and unfollows Draymond across all social media. That tells you that he's not over it.
Right.
He's not going to get over it.
And Eddie
and
Johnson,
that's fine.
I keep going to him. He said he would have. Who cares? I'm a lover, not a fighter. Well, used to be a lover, but he said to us that if he were Jordan Poole, he would have waited. Like there would have been repercussions,
dude,
times 1,000. Like it wouldn't have went the way it went. So I guess I'm saying to you that I understand Jordan Poole unfollowing him in this day.
I understand it.
Because I would have never been able to get over it. Okay.
I'm not mad at him. It didn't work.
You weren't fixing it.
This didn't work.
That's amazing.
And forever you can all decide for yourselves who you want to blame for it, because that's how we play it. But the Warriors, and again, this isn't just about the punch, about it not working, about the team vibe not working. They largely blame Jordan.
Wow, man.
I mean, that's I don't know.
Yeah,
beyond blame, it's choice. When it all came down, they had a choice to make, and they chose Draymond. And now Draymond has to choose them back. It feels like that he's going to. But all this Sacramento scuttlebutt, all that does is to go deeper into Lacob's pockets.
Well, but I also think we're simplifying it when we go Jordan versus Draymond and because of the punch. I guess what I've been trying to say, at least through my eyes, is I see this as so much bigger than that. I see this as so many things that happened all year long that showed that Jordan Poole and the team were often not on the same page with one another. So the punch is really unfortunate, actually, because it takes all the headlines.
But how much of that is born out of the punch? Because if I was Jordan Poole, I would be thinking in terms of being a basketball player, like, forget these guys. I'm going to play the way I'm going to play. They didn't have my back, so you want me to have your back?
No, I don't think it was born there. I think it made it way worse.
Sure.
Right? Like, I think it had already been born.
Right.
And then
Shout out Nathan.
Right? And then it was kind of like, okay, now it's a teenager, and now it started hanging out with the wrong people and doing drugs.
Man. I think
once you got punched.
I think he became detached.
There's no
yes,
obviously,
and his other relationships. His other relationships got damaged.
Yeah,
I think his relationship with Steve Kerr.
Wiggins was that they had each other's back.
Yeah, but I think his relationship with Kerr got damaged. You know, it just
Kerr knew what was going on when he did that podcast. He knew one of them two dudes up out of there.
Of course.
Yeah.
No, I think they knew before the season was over.
But tell me,
Jordan Poole.
Steiny's trying to do it, but tell me why to get excited for a 38-year-old who I know Kevin Durant told you night-night. Devin Booker told you night-night. You were supposed to be on the cusp of a championship dibs. Why should Warrior fans, from a physical standpoint, get excited over CP3 at this age?
Because he was one of 4 players last year to average 14 and 9. And Mark will say, oh, he got all those assists passing to good players. Right. Well, he's going to be able to pass to good players here. So I would imagine that Chris Paul, his assist numbers will still be good. He doesn't have to play 40 minutes a night. And if you look at his playoff log, they were asking him to play 40 minutes a game.
A lot of DNPs.
In Phoenix.
Yeah.
He had, if you look at his playoff history, it's not every single year. We all want to say, oh, he's hurt every year in the playoffs. No, he's 18 years in, and he's been hurt in 4 years of the playoffs, and this year was bad. They were going to lose to Denver anyway, but you have him come in now.
Okay.
You have a guy who comes in now, and your basketball IQ as a team goes up about 80 points.
But who are your shooters now? And I know we got
one of the reasons Phoenix
who's going to shoot on this Warrior team outside of Steph and Clay.
One of the reasons Phoenix said bye-bye is for the same reason the Warriors just traded Jordan Poole, because of the luxury tax implications, and 2, they plan to play Devin Booker at point guard. That's what Eddie Johnson said. That's why they got rid of him.
Okay, but if this were Chris Paul in 2012, it would be featured that this is a big 3. So that would have never happened. Hey, Dev, stay where you're at. We got the point guard in Chris Paul, but now he's older.
Right. You know what yesterday across the board?
Hey,
are we ready to go?
Yep. We're going to head to the Chase Center press conference introducing the Warriors rookies on 95.7 The Game.
Levy Jr., Brandin Podziemski, the number 19 overall selection of the Warriors out of Santa Clara, and Trayce Jackson-Davis, number 57 overall selection, traded from Washington in the draft. So we'd like to introduce our guests as well. Joining Brandin here today in the front row is his mother, Barbara, his dad, John, stepfather, Greg West, coach Antonio Curro, and agent Bill Duffy, along with Chris Gilbert and Essian Magatha. And then joining Trayce today is his agent in the front row, Max Lipset. So we'd like to take some of your questions in a little bit, but first, Mike, let's start with your breakdown of Brandin and Trayce. Obviously, a couple of guys you really liked. What did you like about these guys when you scouted them, and how do you see them fitting into what you see going on here with Golden State?
Yeah, I think, first of all, we're really excited to have these guys, add them into the mix for us. So felt like coming out of last night, just a really successful evening. As far as these guys go, I think we're talking about two really productive college players that have a proven track record in terms of what they've done, and to bring that into the mix for us is something that we value. You talk about their competitiveness, their skill level, and just most importantly, their character. They're good guys. We've met with them. We've interviewed them. We've watched film with them, worked them out. I mean, you guys went through the gauntlet, and they survived it. And we've just been really impressed with them in this evaluation process the last couple of weeks and throughout their college careers, where we felt like they'd be great fits for the Warrior program.
Brandin, welcome back to the Bay. You played your last year college ball at Santa Clara, not too far away, just an hour south of here. What's it like for you to be able to stay in the Bay Area?
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting. A lot of friends back here that texted me last night that are super happy that I get to stay, so they come watch me play. And my family loves it out here. So it's almost like a second home already.
And Trayce, you played at a very storied school in Indiana, and just, with all the great players that come through there, you're all-time leading rebounder, all-time leading shot blocker, number 3 all-time in scoring. I mean, when you think about your college career, what does being able to accomplish all that at such a blue blood program mean to you?
For me, it's really just all the time and work that I put in, just working on my game, and then having a coach like Coach Woodson come in and his NBA experience and just helping me be the best player that I can possibly be. And so it's a blessing to leave my small mark on that program, and I really enjoyed my 4 years there.
We'd like to open it up to questions. We have Mike with a mic to pass to you guys. Just raise your hand, and we'll get your question.
Hi, Trayce. Warrior fans really enjoyed seeing your tweet last night. Just curious as to what were your thoughts behind that, and just, why do you believe so firmly in what you can be able to do?
I think the biggest thing for me is I always play with a chip on my shoulder. Even coming out of high school, going to a school like Indiana, a lot of people doubted my abilities. And then after 4 years, what I was able to accomplish there was above and beyond what everyone thought. And so it's the next step in my journey, and I know I'm going to have to work, and it's going to be hard, but at the same time, I believe in my abilities, and let God handle the rest, but I'm ready to work. And so kind of last night, just watching teams and picks just going and kind of getting to the end, just basically said I'm fired up and I'm ready to go, honestly.
Hey, what's up, Brandin? Welcome to the Bay, man. When you think about your own game and the way this Warriors team prefers to play, do you kind of see it as like a perfect marriage between like program and player? Yeah, 100%. I think I'm a basketball player that knows how to pass, dribble, and shoot. Which is like embodiment of the Warriors program. I think I'm a pretty smart basketball player, and the Warriors have a lot of smart basketball players as well. So I just think it's a perfect fit both ways.
Brandin, Trayce, for both of y'all, Jason Dumas, Crown Force Sports. As you guys go through this process and you're talking to so many teams and you're getting info from your agents and from coaches, GMs, you don't know what to believe, I guess, sometimes. Did you guys have any inkling that the Warriors organization was really interested in y'all and you could actually end up here when you were going through the process?
Yeah, I think I worked out for them a couple weeks ago, and it was probably my best experience through the pre-draft process. And, it just felt like a family. I feel like in our interview with Mike and the rest of the staff, it felt like more of a conversation than an interrogation. And, I always just thought it'd be a perfect fit.
Yeah, same way. I kind of had them at the beginning of the draft process. We we did an interview in Chicago. Then they came and watched me in LA, and then I came out the day after and worked out for them in this facility. And so we built a very, very strong relationship. And obviously, it doesn't help that Mike's brother is my agent as well, and so that's always a good thing.
Mike, I actually wanted to follow up with the pre-draft process. You brought in close to 40 guys to work out. What did you like about the workouts with Trayce and with Brandin that stood out to you, and how much did that help your decision in selecting these guys?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think for the most part, we evaluate these guys over the whole course of their career, so it's not about one specific workout, but both of them, first and foremost, their willingness to come in this day and age. We get a lot of calls from agents, and there's a lack of willingness to come in and compete, and these guys had no problem with that. They came in, they played well, they performed, and honestly, I don't really even remember how well they shot the ball or what they did exactly. I just remember them as like the personalities and the people they were, and so I think just having that sense of what we're getting as a player and a person really kind of put it over the top. And, fortunately, both these guys were there when we were able to pick.
Willard and Dib standing by. We're listening to the introductory press conference after the Warriors draft. Mike Dunleavy with draft picks Brandin Podziemski and Trayce Jackson-Davis.
You guys have had. What do you think of the way that this team works with and develops younger players, and what do they have put in place here, whether it be the coaching staff, the players who are already in this franchise will help develop your game and bring you guys along?
For me personally, I just think for me and Trayce, I think it's all about being a sponge from day one. Obviously, a lot of veterans on the team that have been through it, a lot of championships. Coach Kerr's won 9 of them. So it's just a lot of veteran leadership that will help guys like me and Trayce. And, you want to win the championship now.
Yeah, absolutely. Just piggybacking off what he said, just being a sponge and being able to absorb all the knowledge that these veterans have. And they like to play in space, and me and him both like to pass the ball. And we're very unselfish players. And so I think it's going to be a great fit for both of us.
Trayce, given your dad's history in the NBA, what has he been able to pass on to you about playing next to great shooters?
The biggest thing that he's told me about this process is and the future is just being consistent, finding a routine and going in and every day and just working your hardest, and that's going to help you get to where you want to be. He played 15, 16 years in the league, and he said the biggest thing that he got out of it was always being consistent. So that's the biggest thing that he's passed on to me.
Hey, Brandon, Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. How were you able to break out so much last season after transferring to Santa Clara, and where do you see your game expanding in the NBA game with the Warriors?
Yeah, I think it was all about opportunity and confidence that my coaches gave me. I think I was the same player I was at Illinois. It was just in a different light because of the opportunity. But, going forward, I get to play alongside the 2 best shooters in the world. So I can't wait. Like he said, just being a sponge and adapting to everything.
Hey, Trayce, Damon Bruce, WIUS, Bloomington. It is really good to see you out here. And obviously, you have that NBA family DNA in you. You also played for a college coach who's got NBA DNA all over him. What did Mike Woodson tell you to really prepare you for this moment, the first month of your career, and what it's supposed to be like and how it's supposed to feel for you?
He said, enjoy it. You only get to go through this process one time. And so, he said, be in the best shape of your life. But other than that, just go out there and compete. And he knows I'm a competitor, and I'm going to play my hardest every time I'm out there on the court.
Hey, what's up, Trayce? CJ Holmes, San Francisco Chronicle. Sorry, I didn't say that first time. But Mike was telling us yesterday that one thing he was really impressed by you was how your passing really developed over your, last couple of years in college. What do you attribute to that, and how important is that, when evaluating the way this team likes to play and being a big man in the system?
Yeah, I just think I credit that to Coach Woodson and just myself for watching film, how defenses guard, and my teammates, honestly. But at the end of the day, I just think it shows that even being older, there's still areas of my game that I can improve on. And just because I'm an older player coming out doesn't mean that I can't unlock new things that I can do on the court.
Brandon, 8.8 over here to your right here, 8.8 rebounds a game. How does a guard do that? And can you get anything close to that in the NBA, you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think a few seasons, I think I'm a triple-double guy in the NBA. Like I said, I like to fill the box score in every which way possible. But in terms for being a point guard, I think, getting the rebound just makes it easier for your team just to get out and run instead of having to outlet the ball. But, I go every time, and obviously some of them are going to come fall right in your arms.
Is that just the mindset, or you're determined to go get how just practically, how are you getting so many rebounds?
Yeah, I think you go every time, and it's just the want to get the ball, and then just from watching people shoot, how the ball bounces, all that kind of stuff plays into it. But it's ultimately how bad you want to go get it.
For both of you, how would you just describe the whirlwind of the last 24 hours?
It was crazy. I think about 15 hours ago, I was sitting there waiting for my name to get called, and then getting about 3 hours of sleep and hopping on a plane and coming out here. But it's been a blessing and a great experience.
Yeah, for me, obviously I was in agreement with my family, and it was once in a lifetime experience, and just so blessed to hear my name called quite early in the draft. But yeah, it was a great night. Celebrated with my family, my agency, and then hopped on a plane from New York and came out here.
While we get the next question set up, Brandin, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned in one of your interviews that fellow Bronco turned first rounder Jalen Williams was instrumental in helping you come to Santa Clara, transferring from Illinois. I was just curious, what's your relationship like with one of the best rookies in the NBA last year in Jalen Williams, and what role did he play in helping you decide on Santa Clara?
Yeah, I mean, our relationship's really good through this whole process. We kind of both started in the same situation, him just a year ago. And, any question I ever had about the process, could be little, could be big, I just turned to him, and, he's really good about communicating with me. So super thankful to have that. But then, going to Santa Clara from a Big Ten school, just seeing what he did, and that kind of boosted my confidence that if he could do it, I could do it too. And, here we are a year later.
Now, Trayce, over here, Trayce. You seem like a really mild-mannered guy, right? But after watching your highlights, I noticed that you don't necessarily treat the rim so kindly. So I think I asked Jonathan Kaminga this question a couple seasons back. But when attacking the rim, where do you channel that aggression?
I think it's just how I am. Just having a switch, and when you're in between the lines, I feel like I'm a different person. I'm a competitor, and so just try to attack and just rip the rim off. Honestly, it's the biggest thing for me.
Willard and Dibs standing by. We'll start momentarily. This is the introductory Warriors press conference of their two new draft picks, Brandin Podziemski and Trayce Jackson-Davis.
To the Warriors before you came here that, were able to get some intel or ask about the organization?
Both of us. I haven't really. I saw that Steph followed me on Instagram, so that was really cool. But other than that, not really. But I can't wait to meet him, and can't wait to get started with the process.
Yeah, same for me. Steph and Kavan followed me last night, so that was pretty cool.
Quick follow-up there, Mike. You actually, if my basketball reference researching is correct, you played half a season with Dale Davis on the Golden State Warriors. I'm curious what it was like playing with Trayce's dad. What you remember of that experience?
Oh, you're really dating me here. That was a long time ago. But actually, my dad coached him, and I played with him here at the Warriors. So it was a short stint, but Dale's a great guy, great teammate, and it's amazing the way this league comes full circle. So here we are today, and having the opportunity to draft his son is pretty neat.
Brandin, as a guy who likes to stuff the stat sheet and sees himself as a triple-double guy down the road, who do you try to mold your game after, and why those guys?
Yeah, I picked up basketball 7 years ago, and my favorite player was Manu Ginobili. And just seeing the way he plays and, his mentality towards things and how he's a winner, it's definitely someone I model my game after.
Got any other questions? I'll go ahead and ask one. Trayce, you mentioned kind of the impact that Mike Woodson had on you. Your first couple of years you played under Archie Miller, and I know coaching changes at the college level, they can be an adjustment. What was that adjustment like for you, and what did you learn from both of those guys?
Yeah, they both brought different values. They both coached a different way. Coach Woodson was more of a talker and explainer, and Coach Miller liked to yell, which I think honestly, I feel like I'm really coachable. So either of those ways are good with me. But honestly, just learning new things, just coming into college and having Coach Miller start me as a freshman and being able to play through mistakes was huge. And then Coach Woodson letting me bring the ball up and down the court, make passes, and start expanding my game, I thought was huge. And so I definitely got key things from both of them.
All right, the two new Warrior draft picks, Brandin Podziemski, Trayce Jackson-Davis, TJD, as we are now going to call him for the rest of our lives.
So, yeah.
TJD from Indiana, that one came later in the second round and was an add-in to the Wizards trade, the Chris Paul, Jordan Poole trade, as the Warriors sent Patrick Baldwin Jr. to Washington in exchange for that pick and made that pick later in the evening in the second round last night. Willard and Dibbs will get started on all this and hear from you. YouTube, Twitch, hello. Good afternoon. Comcast Business text line, and we'd love to hear from you at 888-957-9570. And first and foremost, hey, nice job.
Yeah.
You nailed it.
Thank you.
If you weren't with us yesterday, Brandin Podziemski, I think you even pronounced it right.
I was close enough.
That's a two-bagger. And, yeah, you nailed it. That's
Thank
not
you,
easy
Mark.
to do, 19 picks in.
I appreciate it. And I actually said to Raymond Ritter, the PR guy, I said, did I pronounce it right? And he said, I'll let you know if we pick him because, for now, he didn't know how to pronounce it.
I was going to say, that was his way of saying the hell if I know.
Totally.
Yeah.
So, and I'm still trying to find out who won the pool out there.
Not Jordan.
Right.
Anyway, go ahead.
Thank you, because I did get the 19th pick. I was perfect through 6, as was Lucas, and then my draft board got a little bit sideways, but I did get the 19 right, and thanks for pointing that out.
Well,
Mark.
I did the smart thing, which was not even take a picture of my pick, so I don't even know what the hell I picked, and I figured if a Starbucks card shows up, great, and if not, oh well, we'll move on with our day. Very easy entry fee of $0, so all good. But back with you now to present with regard to what the Warriors did yesterday. And we're going to get into this today because while these are just draft picks, and you know me, I'm not going to give the Warriors a draft grade. I don't care. I don't know. Stop telling me that it's a great pick or a bad pick.
I gave him an F, and then I changed it immediately to a B-, Mark.
I mean, there was.
Thank you.
I shared it with you earlier.
You did.
There was actually a blogger who, after one pick, gave the Warriors an F, and then after the second pick said, I changed my mind, it's an A. And I'm like, you're what's wrong with sports media. You are what's wrong with this whole thing. But here's what I noticed. It's not what they're going to do. I'm not here to tell you someone's going to be great or awful or anywhere in between. However, there was a very clear style to the day yesterday with the Warriors. And it was a very clear message I felt was sent because TJD, the guy they trade for, now this is an actual rare 4-year college player.
He's 23.
This guy, right. He's looking at Trey Lance and Brock Purdy and going, oh, look at you cute little youngsters. You're adorable. So this is an experienced, seasoned, pass-first, big man, not a center, but a big guy, 6'9".
Yeah.
Okay? Even go to Podziemski, their first-round pick, and look at just the way these people play basketball. He calls himself a triple-double type player as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you look, and he's a very good rebounding guard, when you look at what the Warriors did and add into that, trading Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, I thought yesterday was an admission. The Warriors admitted that last year they were a dumb team.
Yeah, and they got smarter yesterday.
And they went out to fix it.
And they got TJD, son of an NBA player who is already older than 5 or 6 of his teammates. When he walks through the door, he's older than Kuminga. He's older than Moody. He's older than Ryan Rollins. He's older than half the roster,
Kuminga,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so he's a guy who played 4 years in Indiana, comes in with experience. And Podziemski, who went from Illinois and wasn't used, went to Santa Clara and dominated and right to the draft. And he sees himself as a triple-double threat. That's pretty exciting to hear.
We're sponsored by Lucky California, and we're ready to hear from you. After a day of sleeping on it and hearing about it and learning about it, what do you think now about what the Warriors did yesterday? 888-957-9570. We'll take your phone calls next. Lucky California, this is Willard and Dibbs.
Lucky is helping to fuel your summer with free fuel for a limited time. Now through June 27th, earn up to $20.
Better days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I'm not into name calling, but that's the message I got yesterday, and I don't mean that across the board, but you know what was bouncing around in my head when everything that went down yesterday, and I'm a big believer in just especially when it's an emotional thing, go get a night's rest. By the end of yesterday, I was flat exhausted, and it had way more to do. It wasn't about basketball, for sure. But sometimes I hate forming opinions in the second half of the day because the day is beating you up, and you got all this stuff going on. So get a night's sleep, fresh in the morning. What do you think? And I started thinking and reading a little bit more about these draft picks they picked up, and we hope that they might be joining us here within the next couple of hours. It's Willard and Dibs. Glad you're with us. Remember when the Warriors lost to the Lakers? Draymond, Steve Kerr, and others went straight to the press conference afterwards and stated this was not a championship team. I think what they meant was this was not a smart team. We tried. Damn, we tried. Because we've been a championship team in the past. Just about everybody in this room, outside of the DiVincenzos of the world, right? A few pieces. Outside of that, these are all players who have been a part of a championship locker room before, but for whatever reason, we weren't a championship team this time around because we tried to get everybody to play smart, selfless basketball, and in the end, y'all, we couldn't do it. And so every move they've made since that point has been an effort to be a smarter basketball team, even though maybe less dynamic.
Well, smarter by getting one of the smarter players in the association in Chris Paul for a guy who is young and maybe more driven by his own agenda, Jordan Poole. And Jordan Poole's a great scorer and he's a great individual player, but I don't know if he necessarily fits with the way the Warriors are trying to play basketball. And the draft picks, we don't yet know. But one thing that I do like about the draft is they got a 23-year-old. And I was telling you before, I don't really care who they pick in terms of the draft, but I think that they're going to look for guys who aren't teenagers. And yes, they got Podziemski, who is 19 or 20. He's only 2 years out of college. He's a younger player. But then in the second round, you get a guy who is absolutely more established. He's 23, and he played 4 years in the Big Ten. So he's a guy who you could rightly plug in and say, all right, you are established as a person, and you can come in here and fit our system. And at 6'9.5", a guy who can rebound, he can block a shot. He is not going to be ball dependent in terms of trying to score. He's a little bit like Kevon Looney, maybe a little bit more athletic. I don't know if he has the same ability to set screens and be as much of a fit, but he strikes me more of a Kevon type of player.
It wasn't an accident. I agree with you. That's not an accident.
No.
When we hear the Warriors immediately say we need to get more experience, we need people who are understanding the team concept, pass, defense, rebounding, all of the things they talked about, and then they trade into the second round to pick up a 23-year-old. Not an accident. Not an accident. And so that's kind of why I struck the chord I did yesterday. Still don't love the trade. Not a Chris Paul fan. Was hoping for a different ball player in return for Jordan Poole. So I'm not like all of a sudden bullish on, this is going to work. But I understand the trade. There's the results, but there's also the concept. I really don't love the results. I do love the concept. And the concept for the Warriors was we need not just experience, we need willingness. We need people who are willing to do the things that we do here. And I've got new questions over whether or not Chris Paul is going to be willing to be a very different player, but they clearly think that he is. And so that is, for me, when people talk about, oh my gosh, Jordan Poole, a future star, and 20 points per game, and all of these things, it's all empty numbers. It's empty calories. It didn't work within the team concept. They were clearly rubbed raw by the whole thing by now. And so you go a different direction and grab people who you think are just going to get on board. Because when you have a core like they do, in some ways, that's all you need. That's all you need. You just need people who are going to get on board.
You need veterans, and I thought that when they decided that they were going to stick with Draymond Green, and they're hoping that Draymond Green signs, and we won't know for the better part of a week. In a week, they're have the free agency officially open, and Draymond Green can field all the offers he wants to field. I would imagine before next Friday, he will have a good idea of all the offers that are out there, and he'll be able to decide what he wants to do. He probably already knows right now what the interest level is of the Kings, of the Lakers, of the Warriors, of whatever other team is out there who might want Draymond Green to be a part of it. I don't think that he's going to go into next Friday blind, but I do think that the Warriors made all the moves they made yesterday, knowing pretty much with certainty that Draymond is going to be coming back. And if they offer Draymond 3 and 90 and somebody else offers him 3 and 100, I think that Draymond will at least give them the chance to match that and bring him back. I don't think that Draymond's going to leave them high and dry, because if the Warriors don't sign Draymond Green, they can't sign anybody to replace Draymond Green at that price point.
Yeah, I don't. There's an interesting dynamic being played up here with the whole Sacramento Kings angle. And he is, like Brian Windhorst, who said this earlier on ESPN, he's not wrong with the opinion that he's sharing right here.
Kings can now go hunting for Draymond Green if they wish. And that would be extraordinarily interesting, because it is the exact type of player that they need.
I love that it's not just opinion, but the minute it's shared, it turns into a fiesta. We got a full-blown rave that breaks out as soon as he mentions that Draymond Green and the Sacramento Kings might be a good fit.
Yes, it's a party. It's a party, and Brian Windhorst is not the host of it, but he's certainly a treasured guest, because Brian Windhorst got his job where he is now because he happened to know LeBron James when he was in high school. And LeBron James has an agent who he also has known, and I'm sure Brian's known the agent, Rich Paul, for as long as LeBron has.
For sure.
And they happen to also be Draymond Green's agent. So let's take this report with more than a grain of salt. Let's take it with a Costco-sized 15-pound bag of salt, because Windhorst is reporting on this, whether it's factual or not, and he's not saying that, hey, the Kings have reached out. It's not a factual report. All he's doing is casting into some question the fact that Draymond Green might go to the Kings.
I think
my friend LeBron, whose friend Rich Paul happens to be his agent.
I think the Kings absolutely. Brian's right. Draymond would be the perfect player for them.
Right, but
sure
Brian also is doing this. He's doing Rich Paul's bidding.
Right, they want to get a few more $1 million.
Right,
yeah. But would Draymond actually do that? I think no. Did you notice yesterday on social media, once the draft was done, there were a lot of the Warriors reporters that are like, okay, after today's moves, here's the roster. Here are the official players under contract for the Warriors. And every one of them had Draymond in there. I'm like, I understand where you're coming from an official perspective, which is that he can't opt out until he opts out, but he's opting out, and therefore he's actually not on the roster. But everybody had him on the roster. Every single person who covers the Warriors closely has stated the same thing. They'd all be shocked.
Yeah.
And I mean shocked if Draymond's not on the Warriors, and you can also hear it in the way the Warriors are talking. Why would they say out loud, we can't win a title without him, if they thought they were going to lose him? So I'm not knocked off kilter by this report, by this suggestion at all.
I'm not knocked off either, but I know exactly what it is. And, of course, the Kings would be interested in bringing in Draymond Green, because they are a defender away from being a top 3 team. And I know they were a top 3 team last year, but not really. But if they have Draymond Green, the only thing Sacramento didn't do last year was defend. And I just laugh at the notion of the report, because what do we know about Draymond Green in the Kings series? Well, he intentionally stomped on the torso of a Sacramento King by the name of Domantas Sabonis. And you could say, oh, where was he supposed to put his foot? We did a whole show on Stompgate He stomped the dude out.
They were both out of line. So was he.
Whatever. So he's going to go to Sacramento.
Hung on
he's
to him.
going to
Draymond
stomp onto Sabonis and, hey, Domas, let's be locker mates.
I don't know. We've seen
I'm not
weirder
buying
things.
the Windhorse report at all.
Chris Paul and Steph Curry don't like each other.
Right, but I don't think either one of them ever stomped on the other one in an intentional manner.
Not on a court.
Sure.
But who knows what's happening at a party.
Windhorst is doing Rich Paul's bidding, and I know that we all want to use it as content, and it is content, and he's right. Draymond Green could also go to the Oklahoma City Thunder, and they need a defender as well.
Wow.
He could go to Dallas. He could go to the Clippers. He could go anywhere he wants if he's a free agent.
Right, but those teams don't all have the cap space.
Sure.
Nor are all of them contenders.
Right.
Sacramento actually makes a lot of sense, except for one problem. They're not the Warriors. And that's the problem.
And LeBron doesn't play for Sacramento.
Yeah, I don't think there's much of a chance at all that Draymond's off the Warriors. Could be wrong, but I think I'm right about this. Brandin Podziemski is going to join us in about 3 minutes.
Good.
Okay. First round draft pick for the Warriors last night. Will be on with us here in just about 3 minutes. Get over to YouTube. Check it all out. YouTube.com/957 The Game. Let's take a phone call until Brandin calls. How about Joe in San Mateo? Hey, Joe, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing, Joe?
Doing good, guys. Just want to kind of chime in on the trade. I love the trade. I'm kind of actually surprised at some of the media people I respect in the Bay Area and kind of going the other way on this. I mean, Mark, you hit it right. Jordan Poole was he wasn't just an empty calories player. I mean, he had the lowest basketball IQ I've ever seen in my life. I mean, this guy is just he has to be off the team. And I think people are trying to pile on Draymond Green like you usually want to. Oh, he leveraged him. I think I heard like Larry Krueger on his podcast said that. But trying to leverage the Warriors, blah blah blah. But I mean, people need to ask themselves if Steph Curry or Klay Thompson, more like Curry, really wanted Poole on the team, will he be traded? No. And then and also the punch. People blame Draymond Green for it. I mean. Look, I mean, as close as Draymond and Klay and Curry were together on that team, I mean, I have a theory. I mean, I think it's kind of proven now. I mean, that punch was probably sanctioned by Curry and Thompson.
Well, no, I'm not going. We're not going that far, Joe. Thanks. Look, it was out of line. This is one of the hardest things to talk about all year long when it goes that direction. Where you can say, like I believe, there was much more going on behind the scenes with Jordan than we know about. And people go, you're blaming him for being punched. No. There's no excuse for Draymond doing what he did.
And you can't say that it was sanctioned, but you can look at the reaction of those in the gymnasium that afternoon.
There you go.
And there was not a ton of rushing at Draymond and trying to restrain him after the fact.
There's no excuse for it. But that also doesn't mean that there aren't reasons or different things that led to it, right? Like again, I don't think something like that happens, and that's the baseline and the starting point. It's not like there wasn't something from a relationship standpoint that led to that. So, but that's an overreaction at a minimum. All right, we'll get back to your calls on everything that took place yesterday, but we've been looking forward to this call, and he is the first-round draft pick of the Warriors for 2023 at number 19 overall out of Santa Clara yesterday, Brandin Podziemski, and he joins us now here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Brandin, I'd say welcome to town, but you were kind of already here, so just congratulations, man.
Yeah, super blessed for sure. Golden State Warriors, perfect fit for me, and I think I'm a perfect fit for them. Just everything they're about, their culture, they're winning. I think if you guys look at my track record everywhere I've been, whether I've played or not, I think my teams have won. And I think that's something I pride myself on because I find ways to win. But just, these past few days have been crazy. Obviously, like you said, getting the green room invite late and then, flying out to New York and being there with my family and my friends was super special. And something that, I'll remember forever.
So what was it like in the green room? And all eyes on Victor Wembanyama, and he goes one. It had to be cool to be in the room with a 7'5" guy, and then you're kind of waiting your turn, and you've got your eye on the Warriors because you played in Santa Clara, and you know you're a good fit. At what point did you think, maybe this was going to happen for you?
Probably after pick 18. honestly. But to go back to your other question, I liked having Victor there. I'm not a guy that likes the limelight, the spotlight, all the interviews and stuff like that. So it was cool being around him. I mean, he got all the attention, so I could just kind of scoot by and not have to deal with much, which was cool. But yeah, I think after pick 18, I think Miami really liked me. And it was between me and Jaime, between who they were going to pick, and they ultimately picked Jaime. And after that, I kind of knew, like, okay, I'm going to go to Golden State just because, my workout went well through the interview process. They showed a lot of interest, and then through my notes that I've had, I think I'm the best fit for them. And obviously, it turned out that they agree with me. So just super blessed to be a top 20 pick. A lot of people a year ago today wouldn't have think I would have got drafted. So just to see my journey over the past 12 months has been remarkable for me, at least.
Did you sell them on you being a good fit in that interview? What's that process like? Are you able to pitch to them, hey, by the way, I'd be a good fit for you guys?
I wouldn't say it's a direct pitch like that, but you kind of give hints and clues. Obviously, they do a lot of homework themselves. They came to watch me play a lot this year since I'm right down the road. And, but just seeing how I play, and they kind of ask me, like, how do you think you fit? What do you think? And, I just tell them, I mean, I'm a high basketball IQ player. I can pass, dribble, and shoot at a high level. I think Coach Kerr's offense is predicated on more read and react and just playing. And I think that's what I can do. I don't need a structure, to fit in and be successful. I can just go on the fly and adapt.
Brandin Podziemski, who was the Warriors' first-round draft pick, joining us here on Willard and Dibs. It sounds to me like there was maybe even something more to that. When you talk about a connection with a team, you get to number 19. Did you actually know right away the Warriors were going to pick you? And what about your connection before the draft led you to think that?
Yeah, I think, like I said, my interviews in Chicago went really well. I think just the connection and the relationship I built. Some of the teams, when you interview with them, it's more of like an interrogation. Whereas with the Warriors and a couple other teams, it was just a conversation, and it was just kind of get to know you, stuff like that, and it made you feel at ease. And so, with the Warriors and a couple of those other teams that really felt comfortable and I felt good with, I kind of knew they were going to be in the mix. And, coincidentally, they're all right around the same range in the draft, which was kind of ironic. But, it was just great. I really felt at home talking to them. I feel comfortable. I don't think I'm going to overstep. I just feel at home here.
Have you had a chance to talk to Steph or Clay or any of the other Warriors since you've been drafted, or did you have a chance to interact with them in your time in Santa Clara, maybe going to a Warrior game or having them pop by Santa Clara?
Yeah, I mean, I went to a lot of Warriors games this past year just because, I know Jalen from Santa Clara. I know Tyler Hero and Max Strus from Miami. So I got to go to quite a few games here, which is really cool. But obviously, ex-Warrior Patrick Baldwin, who just got traded, I played AAU with him for 2 years. So I know him a lot, talk to him about everything that, that you live in a rookie year. And obviously his path is a lot different than mine. But, yeah, I knew him. He's obviously not here anymore. Only me and Kavan are two left Milwaukee guys here. But Steph and Kavan both followed me on Instagram last night, which was pretty cool.
Brandin Podziemski, the Warriors' first-round pick, with us here on Willard and Dibs. You've mentioned fit a couple of times, and I'd love to hear more about what it was they said to you that makes you think it was such a good fit. Like, they made some moves yesterday, a number of them, not just drafts, that seem to suggest there's a certain type of player that they're going after. So what was it about the Warriors that made you think it was such a good fit?
Yeah, just their style of play. I'm a very unselfish guy. I think, my scoring numbers at Santa Clara were highlighted, obviously, as you see in most media coverage. But I think it was just because that's what I was asked to do. And if you gave me my choice, I'll take 0 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists all night. And I think that's kind of the player that Coach Kerr and his staff are looking for, just guys that are unselfish. If I'm open, I'm going to shoot it. If I'm not, I'm going to make the right play. And I think he likes guys that make basketball super simple. And I think all of his guys that he puts on the floor do that. And so, yeah, I mean, the trades yesterday, I don't know if that correlates with picking me, but, thankfully I'm here. And I can't wait to get started and go 8-0 in Summer League.
Yeah, I love to hear that. And the team definitely needs a little bit more scoring without Jordan Poole. I want to ask you about your dad's reaction. We're going to play a piece of sound from after your draft pick was announced, your dad on the stage, and then tell me what you think of Pops and the way he reacted to your selection.
A hard grinder, a dog. I mean, you're going to see some that just don't understand his work ethic. He went to a military school. Someone says jump, you don't ask how high you do it. He will run through a wall for this organization. He gets to have Steph with him. Priceless.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. Everything you said there is 100% accurate. And that's a military school. Kind of got brought up around the military culture. So, it's all business for me. But in terms of like the basketball play, being a dog, I think 100% describes me. And I think for me, I think that's kind of makes me who I am and makes me the great player I am. Because I do all those little things, like I said before, that don't necessarily show up in the box score, but impact winning at a high level. And I think when you have all-stars around you, you need guys like that that'll do the dirty work.
Courtesy ESPN on that sound clip that we played. Brandin, speaking of family, your team manager is the son of one of our brethren here at 95.7 The Game in Daryl the Guru Johnson. So little Daryl Johnson, he mentioned earlier that he came on the show. He came on with Steiny and Goo earlier, said that you just started playing basketball in the 8th grade. Is this the case? Like, did you just pick up a ball 6 or 7 years ago for the first time?
Yeah, 8th grade was the first year I really took it serious. Obviously, growing up in the kid, you play at recess and whatnot. But 8th grade was the year I was like, yeah, I really want to do this. So I kind of played baseball and basketball for a couple years, and then I kind of shut baseball out of my life, and I was like, this is what I really want to do. And so about the 10th, 11th grade, it was like, yeah, this is it. Like, this is what I'm going. This is all or nothing. I don't have no plan B, C, D, or E. This is my dream, and this is what I'm going to go for. And, nothing's been easy through my journey, as you guys have seen. But I found a way to get here, and I'm going to have to find a way to stay.
And is that kind of what motivated you to leave Illinois, because you were so in love with basketball and you weren't getting the shot? And how did you choose Santa Clara of all the destinations when you got into the portal?
Yeah, I think Illinois, I think it was more than that. Something's not given to me right away. My first instinct isn't to give up and try to go somewhere else. I think it was kind of the dialogue between me and the coach of what he envisioned my future being with the team, and it wasn't much. And for that, I entered the portal, and Santa Clara was the first school to call, and they knew they had a draft pick in Jalen. And immediately they told me, like, we need someone to fulfill Jalen's role. And for me, coming off a season where, I averaged, 1 point a game, for them to say, we want you to fill Jalen's shoes, I thought that was super special just because, he was a lottery pick, right, number 12. And that combined with the fact that Keyshawn Justice is from Madison, Wisconsin, and I kind of grew up around him and his family, it just kind of all made sense. The relationship, seeing what Jalen did, knowing that he could do it, so I could do it, and then the relationship with Keyshawn. I think everything just came to one, and we realized this was the best fit for me and my family to be successful. And look at now, here we are a year later, and, I'm on the Golden State Warriors.
Here you are, man. Congratulations. And you're only at Santa Clara 1 year, but do you consider yourself a local now, and what's your favorite part of the area?
Yeah, 100%. I tell people all the time, this is my second home. Obviously, Milwaukee will always be my first home, but out here is my second home. I'm so glad that, I get to be out here, and all my friends that I've made over this past 12 months get to come watch me whenever they want to now. But, my favorite part of the area is just the people, honestly. People are so much different from back home. The atmosphere is just different. The vibe is out here different. And, the fans of the Warriors are great. No matter who they play, good or bad, they always show out. I think I was talking to someone, you guys have had 500 consecutive sellouts or something like that. And, I just can't wait to be a part of that. Because I remember going to Milwaukee Bucks games when, they were 15 and whatever, at the Bradley Center, and there's barely 5,000 people there. Even that got me fired up and wanted to play. So now just putting everybody in the Chase Center playing, I just can't wait for that.
What a story. Brandin, congratulations and welcome to the Warriors, and thanks for coming on, man.
Of course. Anytime, you guys let me know.
Okay, we will. We'll be in touch. There it is. The Warriors' newest draft pick, first rounder, Brandin Podziemski, out of Santa Clara. More on that because he had some very interesting things to say, and we'll continue to take your phone calls, 888-957-9570, reacting to yesterday's picks and trade. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
The following is an attorney advertisement.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, your turn, although we'll admit it's not going to last long because the man that we are just going to call TJD is going to join us here in moments. That is the other Warrior draft pick.
Nice.
And in some ways, I feel like he ended up getting a little bit more pub yesterday than even Brandin Podziemski did, because it was part of a trade, because it was part of later in the night a little bit of a surprise, and because he fits into a box that, quite frankly, had already been created as a narrative around the Warriors, which is they want more experience, more turnkey players ready to come in and contribute right away, and this is a 4-year player.
And more size, too, Mark.
Exactly.
And as we know from play-by-play man Bob Fitzgerald, size matters.
Yes,
and they've got some size coming in with TJD.
Well, and his full name, of course, is Trayce Jackson-Davis out of Indiana, and he is, I called Podziemski the newest Warrior. I guess that's not true. It's actually it's actually this guy, because he came after. Trayce Jackson-Davis joins us now here on Willard and Dibs. Trayce, welcome and congratulations, man.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's great to have you. And I think we've got all kinds of positives to talk about, because I think the Warriors and their fan base are excited to have you. But, absolutely have to ask you first about just the way the evening went. This had to be a surprise to you. Why do you think you were still available at number 57?
Sometimes things happen, and me and my camp thought that I needed a guaranteed contract, whether it be in the first or second round, and a lot of teams wanted to offer two-ways, and the Warriors were one of the teams that wanted me, and they don't want me on a two-way, and so just getting a guaranteed deal from them, they started searching from pick 35 on, and finally got one at 55, and at the end of the day, it's just a number. You got to still go out there, and all rookies start in the same place, and I can't wait to get started.
The Warriors have another former Big Ten player who also went in the second round in Draymond Green. How much will his journey inspire you? And it seems like, based on your Twitter feed, you're already putting that chip on your own shoulder, getting ready to go.
No, absolutely. Playing with a chip on my shoulder, that's what I do, even in college. A lot of people didn't like me very much, a lot of other universities, and so I'm used to it. I'm used to getting hated on a little bit, and I thrive off of that negative energy. So just coming in here to this organization, having the fans, having some of the best basketball players in the world, and getting to learn from them, that's going to be huge, and it's going to really help elevate my game.
Okay, so why a good fit for the Warriors in your discussions with them, both sides? Why'd y'all think it was such a good fit?
I think just the way that I pass the ball, be able to play out of the short roll, and then learning from Kevon and Draymond on the defensive end of the floor. I feel like my intangibles, my length, and my 7'2" wingspan, being right under 6'10", I'll be able to make it hard on defense, especially with my quickness. And so, just being able to guard 1 through 5, being able to switch, those are all things I got to work on and learn from Draymond and Kevon, and I feel like that's going to help expand my game.
How much did you follow the Warriors over the course of their run? I mean, you're 23, so you must have been about 15 or 14 when the dynasty started, and you're a son of an MDA player, so I know you follow the association, but how closely have you watched this team and the way they go about playing on both ends of the floor?
Oh, yeah, I've watched them growing up. My dad is a big fan of them, and so being able to watch Steph and Clay, Splash Brothers, I think that's so cool. Now being able to call them teammates, and Oracle Arena or Chase Center now. It's changed now. And so being able to be here, play for these fans, it's going to be a great experience. And I'm truly blessed, and I'm honored to be in this situation.
Trayce Jackson-Davis, who the Warriors acquired through the draft and a trade with Patrick Baldwin Jr. In the second half of the draft yesterday, our guest here, Willard and Dibs. Trayce, we understand that you just spoke to Steve Kerr, like literally minutes ago. How did that conversation go?
It went really well. Coach Kerr basically told me that I'm going to get my opportunity, and that's all I can ask for. Just being able to say, learning from those guys, learning from the veterans, and really trying to make an impact for the team. I'm just trying to do whatever Coach tells me to do, and I really, really am eager and anxious to get started.
Those of us a little bit older than you, and that would be Mark and I, my partner and I, remember the way your dad played, and I know his Pacers days were before you were around, but how much have you gone back to watch what your dad did with the Pacers, and how much do you emulate that sort of just tough, hard-nosed, two-way play that your dad embodied?
Yeah, I think that my dad was a huge two-way player, especially on the defensive end of the floor. They called him an enforcer. And I think there's guys on this team that are similar to that, like Draymond and Kavan, and those are dudes that I can learn from. Obviously, I have my dad in my corner, and he's going to help me to the best ways possible. But having all of this experience around me, I think it's just going to pay dividends to my game.
Trayce, you have some teammates who have used their draft position as motivation. It's why Klay Thompson's number is what it is. They've memorized all the players who were drafted in front of them. To what level do you think that's on your mind? And have you memorized all 56 names so far?
I haven't memorized all the names yet, but I definitely know about just about everyone that went before me. And so obviously I'm going to use that as motivation. I'm going to play with a chip on my shoulder every time I'm out on the court. But at the end of the day, it is just a number, but you got to make the most out of the opportunity. And I feel like this place, the Warriors organization, I feel like this is my best fit. I'm just blessed to be here.
4-year player at Indiana, didn't shoot the three much. That's just to say you shot 3 threes over your career, but it's kind of a shooter's league now. Is that a part of your game that you're looking forward to developing over time?
Yes, that is a part of my game I am really looking forward to developing. Just being in the gym, constant repetition. I shot it really well in these draft workouts, and that's just something that I'm going to have to continue to work on. Obviously, I'm not going to need to be 50% three-point shooters because I'm playing with two of the greatest shooters ever. So getting them shots and putting pressure on the rim is both things that I do extremely well.
TJD, you don't mind if we call you TJD, do you? I'm sure you get.
You can call me TJD.
Okay, yeah. TJD. You said a few minutes ago it's just a number. What about the one that you're going to wear? Why number 32?
Number 32, that was my dad's number, and the 23, obviously Draymond has that, and number 4 was my other number. They said that it wasn't available, and so 32 was the next best thing, and why not?
So what's next for you? It's back in the lab to put in work, and then summer league, and after that, you're probably looking forward to being a 23-year-old rookie, knowing that you're going to be older than like 6 of your teammates.
No, yeah, it's crazy how that works, but it's been a long process. So obviously, I'm going to stay here and get all this work in and get ready for summer league, and then after summer league, probably take a week just to see my family because I haven't got to spend very much time with them during this process, and then coming back and hit the ground running.
Trayce, can I make an observation? And we're not in the same room, obviously, but we just listened to your press conference, and we're having this conversation now. You sound very unfazed by all this. A whirlwind 48 hours, and you're now teammates with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, and there's a matter-of-factness to your voice. Am I misreading that, or how would you describe it?
No, honestly, just talking with the front office. I haven't met any of my teammates yet, but they chose good guys, and I know that this organization, they treat everyone like family. Even just talking to Coach Kerr, it's gonna be great, and so I'm already very, very comfortable here, and I just really, really can't wait to just get on the floor and start playing. So
we can't wait to see you on the floor and see you playing. Trayce, 4 years at Indiana, and based on all the metrics, it looks like you could have jumped earlier than now. What motivated you to want to stay 4 years at Indiana?
Well, so my first 2 years, I had that COVID year, my sophomore year, and so then Coach Miller got fired, and Coach Woodson came in, and I just listened to what Coach Woodson had to do, or told me to do. And coming back after my junior year, I was testing the waters, and I got COVID again, and so not being able to do the draft workouts or be able to participate in the combine, I just felt like it was the best opportunity to come back for my senior year. And I had a great senior year, and I'm truly grateful for it. And I felt like me and Coach Woody talking, we were saying it was time for the next step. And no better place to be than San Francisco with the Golden State Warriors. And I feel like overall, this 4 years, or the past 4 years, and then coming into this situation, I can't ask for anything more.
Trayce, speaking of listening to Coach Woodson, I'll use that as a clue. We actually have a mystery caller who wanted to call in and ask you a question. Let's go to Mike in Indiana. Mike, did you have a question for the newest Warrior, TJD?
Trayce Jackson-Davis. I couldn't be more proud of a young man than I am today, sitting here in this airport. Hey, love, you got it. How you doing? You couldn't have picked a better place, man. Great organization, hell of a coach in Steve Kerr, great coaching staff. Man, sky's the limit, boy. I'm so happy for you. I really am.
Hey, I appreciate that, Coach. Thank you very much. I miss you. I'm going to be back out there soon to see you.
Okay, no problem.
Trayce, Mike Woodson, head coach in Indiana, obviously, who coached TJD. You know what, Trayce? Before we let you go, let us let you listen to what your coach has to say as he answers this question. Mike, what did the Warriors just get? What makes the kid so special?
There's nothing he can't do on the basketball court, and if you're basing his game on a jump shot, you're foolish. You know, because he's worked his ass off this summer and shooting the basketball, but I look at all the intangibles. He blocks shots, he rebounds the ball, he initiates the break, he can pass the ball, he can finish at the rim with both hands. There's nothing this young man can't do. And I just think sky's the limit for him, man. I mean, he's going to be tutelage under a great coach in Steve Kerr, who I have the utmost respect for, he and his staff. And all Trayce Jackson-Davis got to do is come to work every day and listen and learn, and he's going to be just fine.
Yes, sir.
Trayce, what do you think about that?
Hey, that sounds like a plan to me.
Trayce, we're going to talk to your coach a little bit more about you, so your ears might be burning, but congratulations and thank you so much for coming on.
Nope, thank you for having me.
Thanks, Trayce.
Love you, my man. Talk to you. Tell the family I said hey.
Yes, sir. I got you.
There it is. That's a cool moment. Trayce Jackson-Davis, one of the newest Warriors, joining us, and now his college coach, Mike Woodson, with us. Mike, thank you for coming on, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I mean, I'm so happy, man, to be able, I'm new at this, to be able to sit in a draft room and watch, two of your players get drafted, man. I mean, it's just, for me, it's like a dream come true, because I didn't know going into this, it would happen so quickly, but getting Jalen Safino drafted by the Lakers, which is another great organization, and the Warriors speak for themselves. It's a first-class organization, always been that way, so I'm happy for Trayce Jackson-Davis. I truly am.
Yeah, it's kind of a neat reaction from you, Coach. It's like watching your kids go to a good university, that pride you get as a parent. But we were talking to TJD earlier, and Mark was mentioning the maturity and the poise. Is this just typical for this young man, well, this not-so-young man, to just be able to handle everything with such ease and aplomb?
Well, again, when he made the decision to come back, there was a lot of heat around that, meaning coming from me. I showed him a tape. You'll like this. I showed him I put a film together, about an hour-long film of all the things that he couldn't do. And we got almost halfway through it, and he said, "Damn, Coach, you didn't put anything on here I could do." I said, "It took you that long to, figure it out?" I said, "I wasn't interested in the good things that you've done." But he's shown that he can rebound and score the ball, but it was the other things, blocking shots, closing the hole when people got beat, when you switched out on guys, taking, responsibility of trying to keep the guy in front of them. I let him start rebounding the ball, initiating the break. Those are things that I did in Atlanta and in New York with our bigs. And he became great at that, and hell, led us in assists. I mean, it was just amazing. He listened, and he put the work in, and we benefited from it as a university basketball team. I mean, we couldn't have done and had the success we've had the last 2 years without him. He was our ace in the hole. And we rode him. I mean, and he delivered. And so I'm proud, man. I'm so happy for this young man.
I mean, Coach, it's clear through your words that you think he ended up in the right place. However, I'm sure everybody was surprised at when he ended up in that place. You mentioned being in the draft room. What are your thoughts as you're watching all of this unfold, and a player you think so highly of is continuing to be available so deep into the night?
Oh, I was struggling. I was sitting there in Brooklyn. I was struggling. I was like, what is going on, with Trayce Jackson-Davis? Why people can't see what I see. And, all I can say is the Golden State Warriors organization got a wonderful player. And Steve Kerr, with his coaching knowledge and the way they play, this young man, he's going to fit right in. So, I couldn't be more happy, for that selection. And even though it was 57, because I surely thought he was the first-round draft pick. The things that he did over the course of the 2 years we coached him, it was amazing. So he landed on his feet. He's in a great spot, boy, and I'm just proud and happy for it.
Indiana head coach Mike Woodson here on 95.7 The Game, talking about Trayce Jackson-Davis, his former player, drafted by the Warriors. You mentioned the jumper, and if teams are dwelling on that, they're missing the greater player. But what about the jumper? How much can he improve, and how good of a shooter can he eventually develop into?
He doesn't have a bad shot, guys. He just wouldn't shoot it with me. And again, I think his comfort zone, was around the bucket, and that's how we utilized it. But, he can do things out on the floor with the basketball. And I just think the NBA is going to bring some of that out. And I'm sure Coach Kerr will be patient with him and work with him. Only way you get better in that league or any league that you play in terms of basketball, may it be at the high school, college, or pro level, you got to work at it, man. And, I don't see that being a problem. So I just can't help but think he will get much better as he goes along.
Coach, are there any comps, or maybe a better way to say it, if you were to suggest to him any player in the NBA to sort of model his game after, who would you pick?
I don't know. I don't like comparing players, because he's so unique in different ways. He kind of reminds me of Sabonis a little bit, but he's more athletic than Sabonis. But Sabonis is probably a better shooter out on the floor right now than Trayce. But in terms of doing all the other things, that's what I look at as a coach, man. What else do you bring to the table? The guy rebounds, he blocks shots, he can guard and pick and rolls. He can hit open guys when they're open for shots. He can initiate your break. There are a lot of good things that Steve won't probably need him to do all of those things, but I did as a coach at Indiana. My staff and I, we needed him to do a lot of things, and he handled it very, very well. And again, we benefited from it. We won at a higher level than we've done in the past, and a lot of that had to do with Trayce Jackson-Davis.
The Warriors actually need almost all of that, and he becomes immediately, I think, their tallest player at 6'9", and certainly he's got the most length, so the shot blocking will be all great. Now, you mentioned the pick and roll defense. Is he the guy who can be as comfortable away from the basket defensively as he will be inside the painted area?
Well, where he was great for us guys, because we switched a lot, and then there's sometimes, you come in transition and you get caught in a bad way with the guy that's a great ball handler, and now you got to man up and see who's going to win that battle. And there were times he got beat, but there were times when he got beat and he ran it down and made tremendous blocks at the rim, to help us. And, he didn't quit on the play. So those are the things that I look at.
Coach Mike Woodson at Indiana, TJD, the second-round draft pick for the Warriors as part of a trade yesterday, and that's what we're talking about here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Coach, what keeps ringing in my head as I listen to you talk about him is coachability. And you may or may not know this, but this is a big discussion point around the Warriors this year based on not being as good this year as they were last year and the moves that they've now reportedly made. It sounds to me like they're actively looking for players who really want to buy in to a system, and it sounds like you're saying that TJD is the perfect kind of guy for that.
That team is perfect for him. the way they play, bringing Chris Paul over now, who I have a great deal of respect for, man, because I had him in L.A. with the Clippers. Doesn't get much better than Kerr and Thompson. They still got Draymond. I mean, they got a lot of nice pieces, and make no mistake about it, you don't win titles and not be competitive every year. And they are competitive, and they do it the right way, and that's why I think skies are the limit for this young man, Trayce, because they do play. Steve's done a great job in putting that team in the right position to play the right way every night. And, they're going to be in the mix when it counts in terms of having a shot at probably getting back to the finals and winning another title. And I just hope Trayce is a big part of that.
Coach, we will let you go. And I know you said you didn't like comparisons, but can I ask you real quick how often you get told you sound like Tone Loc?
Oh, I get that a lot.
Yeah, I had a feeling. And apologies to our audience in their 20s who are like, who the hell is that? But anyway,
Totally.
yeah, Coach, thank you so much. That was great.
Hey, guys, you take care, man.
Okay, you too. That's Mike Woodson at Indiana, who was obviously the coach for Trayce Jackson-Davis, the newest Warrior.
And always fun when you get that interviewer interviewing the interviewee to interviewee, and the coach and the player. That was a neat moment because it was clear that Mike Woodson, I don't believe he had talked to him yet. That felt like fresh congratulations from coach to player,
Yes, it did.
because he's back east and he's at an airport ready to fly out. So that pick probably wasn't made till about midnight last night.
And I'm sure for TJD, you know how this is. This is a whirlwind. You're sitting wherever you're sitting, looking for your name to pop up or having your phone ring, and then it finally does. And depending on where you are, as you just said, it could be incredibly late at night. But when that phone rings and that pick is made, boom, here come interviews. Here come people trying to contact you. Here comes the Warriors travel agent to be like, okay, you got to be at a press conference at 2:00 tomorrow in San Francisco. It's a whirlwind. So I would imagine there are a lot of his inner circle he has not had a chance to talk to yet.
Yes, and particularly the head coach and all the rest of it. And, for Trayce Jackson-Davis, he goes second to last, even though he was 57th because
Crazy.
Chicago and Philly both had to forfeit their picks. So he was almost in Brock Purdy land. And you heard him mention it in the press conference talking about how, the Warriors showed at least a little bit of a leap of faith to draft him and have his rights as opposed to bringing in an undrafted player after the fact.
We're going to get back to your phone calls here shortly after you've had a day of rest to react to now anything that you've heard from the draft picks and the Chris Paul, Jordan Poole reported trade, 888-957-9570. But Dibs, did you also catch the breaking news that was embedded within the conversation with TJD? Did you hear what he said when we asked him about his number 32? And he said, well, there's three numbers that have meant something to me. There's 32, which is I'm aware.
His dad,
Yeah, 23, which, not available, and number 4, not available. So you can go ahead
Anthony Randolph?
Go ahead and confirm that Moses Moody and Draymond Green will be on the team next year.
All right.
There you go.
All right. I heard
those
him say
numbers
4.
are not available.
I was racking my brain at who number 4 was, and I think Anthony Randolph won 4, and I don't know if he's still with the team. I'd have to Google it. But the Draymond piece I thought was maybe not to the level of breaking news, but it certainly made me feel even better about the fact that Draymond Green's going to be here.
And that is actually part of a discussion we can have next, because did you also see what Draymond Green did earlier today on his Instagram story?
I did not.
You did not?
I don't follow Draymond Green
You
on
don't follow
IG.
Draymond Green on IG?
No,
What are
I
you
don't.
doing? You follow me. He's way more interesting than me.
I'm more concerned and I'm more emotionally connected with you, the lovely Christy, and your children than I am Draymond Green.
Right, but we break a lot less news. You know what I mean?
But anything that I miss of any import will be repurposed in my 2 to 6 on-air shift.
Okay. I was just confirming that I follow him. I do.
Okay.
I do. I follow Draymond Green. And so therefore, I saw what he did on his IG story. And if y'all didn't, you're probably going to want to hear it because it's pretty darn interesting. So that's coming up next, and we'll get back to your calls. We're sponsored by Off from SC Johnson, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
This is Protection. Yep, Protection. The everyday skin protection ritual.
Everybody should get over to YouTube right now. YouTube.com/957 The Game for multiple reasons. A, you get to see dibs. B, if anybody cusses, you get to hear it when they don't. But C, we have got a fancy new feature today. I don't know if you've seen this, but it's fancy.
I saw something earlier that I thought was really fancy.
What'd you see?
I saw live video highlight packages during the break.
So if you'd like to know what the Warrior draft picks looked like and what their highlight packages are, because I know most of you have probably not seen either of these players play one time. That's the truth. It's college basketball in America. These are like a lot of you have not seen anything that they can do.
Yeah, it's a shame.
And during our breaks, we are now running the highlight packages for Podziemski and TJD. And so if you want to get to know them a little bit better, or like when you get to the office on Monday, you can go to the next cubicle and be like, check it out. 3-and-D guy, got a good left hand, needs to work a little bit on the 20-footer, but he's a guy, he's a grinder, rebounder. You want to sound like that at your office? YouTube.com.
You're talking about Podziemski there when you talk about 3-and-D, and I look forward to seeing the establishment of the offhand because he's got a nice little lefty. I don't even know if it's a jumper. It's a little bit of a push shot, but it goes.
It is a little unique.
It's a little bit of a lefty a lefty shot put.
Right. It's not Alonzo Ball. It's not a Sean Marion.
And it's thoughts and prayers for Lonzo Ball's career. I don't know if you saw that today.
I did.
Looks like he's out another 9 to 12 months, so out for a year, but
I don't know if he's ever going to play again, to be honest with you.
Podziemski, he's got a nice little when I'm open shot, and I'd like to see the right hand, his offhand, develop a little bit. As you'll see when you watch the highlight package during the next break on the YouTube feed, you don't see a lot of right hand finishing, but he's 20 years old. He's a very smart, savvy, high IQ player, and he can shoot it. And when you play alongside Steph and Clay and theoretically Draymond, and oh, by the way, Chris Paul, a guy who was 4th in the league last year in assists, you feel like as you are Bepo, as I will call him. Shout out, I had a guy on my team named Bepo many years ago. I love Bepo.
So this is not BPA, this is BPO.
This is Bepo.
Okay.
Bepo 2.0.
Okay.
If I was him, I would be drooling at the open threes that I'm going to get.
Oh,
drooling.
For sure. Although you heard what he said to us, which is that he's the type of player, he'd rather do 10 assists, 10 rebounds, and 0 points than the other way around. But
I'd love to hear it.
Scored a lot at Santa Clara because they asked him to. They needed him to fill that role. One thing was abundantly clear in the conversations with both picks, and Odyssey app or YouTube is your answer if you're looking to hear those. If you're just joining us, we just had both draft picks on. If you want to hear that, go to Odyssey app or YouTube, and you can scroll back and listen or watch those interviews. But one thing was very, very clear and not surprising. And I know they're just words, but they're backed up by, in one case, their coach, and in other cases, their video, their scouting report. These guys are pass-first team guys, coachable, looking to get in on a system and learn it and buy into it. It oozes out of every single word that they're saying. And so that's what stands out to me about the whole day yesterday, which is that the Warriors traded a guy who was disgruntled, and instead they potentially picked up 3 new people who are not going to be disgruntled. They are pass first players.
And they are gruntled for the most part.
Right.
And while the 2 youngsters we know are gruntled, we don't know if Chris Paul is going to be equally enamored with a new role, and I would imagine that new role will include him coming off the bench for the first time in his career in the association. He has never played a game in the NBA in which he did not start. So there will be an adjustment. Hopefully he's ready to make that. I would anticipate that they already have had those conversations, at least in brief,
right,
in terms of Chris Paul, unless Klay Thompson has finally said, I'll come off the bench, guys. I'm good. I can't imagine that happening.
I'll
but
boat in by the second quarter.
Exactly.
It'll be cool. Yeah,
I'll dock at tip time and get ready. And, 4 minutes left. Go ahead and tab me. I'll be ready to play.
I'll walk in with a 4 in the air, meaning there's 4 minutes left, as opposed to what it used to mean last year.
It used to mean 4 rings.
Yeah, exactly.
Now it means I got 4 minutes for you. But you mentioned the 2 youngsters, and I'm especially thinking about TJD as a 23-year-old And Mike Dunleavy Jr., MDJ, spoke about TJD and said, yeah, he's going to be on our 15-man roster, which tells me he probably won't be a back-and-forth Santa Cruz guy. They're going to look to him to maybe play in a Kuminga-like fashion.
Well, an experienced guy who will not cost a lot of money and can do some dirty work. I like nobody can argue that fits a few different needs for the Golden State Warriors. So we'll see if he's able to do it. More on that in a second, but we promised the Draymond IG story.
I need it, Mark, because I went to follow him, and I think he blocks me.
Well, here's the thing. He doesn't, does he? Okay. You never know. So Stephen A. Smith was quoted
3
earlier today saying, I think Draymond is easily worth another $100 million.
Easily.
Okay. Now, is that over 3 years? Is it over 4 years? We'll see. I don't know, because Draymond did say at one point that 4 more years is the target, but he's also reportedly wanted to line his deal up with Steph's. That's 3 more years. I think all of us have been thinking 3-year deal. So is he going to get $33 million a year? Is it a 4-year deal, $25 million? I don't know. But Stephen A. says that. Then there's a graphic that circulates on social media with a picture of Stephen A. and the quote underneath his picture. And Draymond, he put it on his IG story with a couple of prayer hand emojis followed by a fingers crossed emoji.
Man.
So
he's covering all bases.
Well,
he's playing on luck and God there by doing that.
Right, which I think those are both things to have in your corner.
Covering bases.
I'll take a little luck and a little God. Whatever you got.
Just in case God's busy.
Yeah.
Now you got the fingers crossed
God's
too.
got a lot of people to take care of.
Seriously.
Sometimes I think we're all a little narcissistic when we're like, hey, God, how about me? It's like, I don't know. It's like about billions of other people.
Literally.
Who are talking to him or her right now. So just can you wait your turn? But anyway, Draymond throws it out there with the prayer and the fingers crossed. And I think this is interesting on a couple of fronts. It means, A, he likes the number. It means, B, money is absolutely still a part of this conversation. Not that that's going to surprise anybody, but when he states publicly, I want to be a Warrior, I want to ride in or ride out with the guys I rode in with, meaning Steph and Clay, I want to stay with the Warriors. The Warriors are saying, we want you to stay. And so we're all sitting here going, well, how come it's not done yet? And maybe it is. Maybe it is a negotiation over a few $1 million. So Draymond feeling the need or desire to put this out publicly, I find that to be a fascinating maneuver between two sides that sound like they're perfectly on the same page.
Yeah, and I think that they are on the same page. And when Stephen A. Smith, who doesn't come about his information or his takes by accident, he never makes anything up. Everything that he says is founded and based in conversations that he has with various sources. And his sources, though, unlike most people in the business, agents, players, coaches, GMs, he touches all the bases, which makes his reports even more interesting because this one feels like it's coming from Draymond's camp. And when I hear $100 million, that makes perfect sense to me, with the 4th year being a player option.
Okay.
So you give Draymond 28, 28, and 28, which would be 84, and then the 4th year is a player option for $14 million. In other words, Draymond, we're going to give you $100 million, and if your career ends before then, you're going to get 14 on the back end. And he had already said, Mark, and I mentioned this to Larry when you were gone last week, Draymond had said that a 15-year career is his sweet spot.
Right,
and he's played 11.
Yep.
So it'd be 4 more. So you do 3 more to line up with Steph, and after 3 more, you line up with Steph. Maybe you line up with Clay too, ideally. Draymond would have a player option like he did this offseason, and Steph might be in the same boat thinking, you know what? We've only won 2 championships in the last 5. Let's try one more together, guys.
Yep.
And then at that point, it becomes Draymond's call again.
I mean, that all makes sense to me. But it does sound and feel like Clutch Sports is on the phone today, doesn't it? Because, again, I like your point. Stephen A's not making this up out of thin air.
Yeah.
That's based on a conversation. Meantime, Brian Windhorst is over here having his own personal rave on ESPN.
Kings can now go hunting for Draymond Green if they wish. And that would be extraordinarily interesting because it is the exact type of player that they need.
I tell you what, I mean,
the Kings, go hunting, go. I mean, that's just
like right when she's like,
I know,
which is
right?
kind of suggestive. Like it was almost like automatically, let's get some sexy music in there too.
Kings can now go hunting for Draymond Green if they wish.
Yeah.
And that would be extraordinarily interesting because it is the exact type of player that they need.
Look at the way Windhorst is soaking it in.
Extraordinarily interesting.
Every syllable just slows down for Brian Windhorst inside the club. Windhorst in the club sounds like an SNL skit.
Kinda. Actually, you may have just given him a freebie right there.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, it sounds like Clutch Sports is out there dropping a thing or two that are all pointing to the same thing. Hey, Joe, couple more bucks for the effort, huh? That's what it sounds like to me.
Are you still playing the under on 90 million?
Well,
because we did this yesterday, and you were.
I am going to, but based on what you just said, like if it's a player option, again, 90 million. That was based on 3 years.
Sure.
So it's more. It's more. Can we play the over under on is the AAV 30 or higher or lower than 30?
Yeah, don't change the bid.
No, but that is the bid.
No, the bid is I set an over-under on a total amount, and you went under.
No, 90
and so I was
million,
asking you if you wanted to change
90 million
that pick.
over 3 years.
Well, that was according to you. I had it 90 million over 6.
No, you didn't. Stop it.
I had him 6 years,
No,
90.
I'll take the under on 90 for 3 years. But if it goes to a fourth year, I'll take the over. How about that?
Well, unfortunately, that wasn't the play. So
then
you
I'm
can
out.
bet the over,
No.
and you'll have to pay the house the juice because you'll have both sides of the wager.
Unfortunately, I read the fine print. That wasn't there.
What about
so
this then? As
I'm
a
out.
follow-up wager to tempt you to try to get your money back now that you're in a hole, over under 3.01 years for the Draymond Green contract. And that would include
Guaranteed years or options?
Well, it's all guaranteed.
No, not if it's an option.
If it's a team option, it's not guaranteed, but if it's a player option, it is guaranteed.
Well, in a way, except for he just declined a player option, so he's not getting that money.
But if Draymond Green's leg was to fall off, he still would get that money.
I will. Well, if he opts in, yes,
You would if you had no leg.
I don't know about the option situation. Like if I'm Draymond, I don't even know if I want that. If you want it to align with Steph, align it with Steph. I guess the player option doesn't hurt. How could it? If you want to play with the Warriors one more year, because maybe Steph will too. Who knows what's going to happen with Steph in 3 years?
Exactly.
Maybe he's like, let's do the LeBron thing. I'll do a 1 year, $68 million deal. And Joe will be like, okay. And then Draymond will be like, and I'll take my player option for 20 or whatever that is. Maybe. But as far as guaranteed from both ends, contractual years, I will say 3.
You're still going to go 3.
I'll still say 3. Yeah.
I think that this 100 million notion and the fact that Draymond has said that he wants to play 15, I could see it being at the very least a mutual option for the 4th year, but I could see Draymond wanting to maybe bank a little bit on the back end with another one of his options. That way, after 3 years, if Steph decides, hey, it turns out I want to keep playing until Cannon's ready to join me, which that would be pretty cool if he'd be 50.
He's going to play to like 20,
40 something.
2048.
Because Cannon's like, 5 or 6. So,
little kid, yeah.
So Steph would, we're talking about Steph as a 50-year-old, but maybe Steph does say, you know what, we've been so close the last 5 years. Let's try it one more time.
You saying Riley can't play in the NBA? Is that what you're saying, Dibs?
No, but something about the father-son dynamic.
Yeah, exactly. I got a few things for you on this. I wonder what you think. First of all, interesting talking to the kids. The 2 draft picks for the Warriors come in. And I know that everybody listens to them, and we talked about how we're playing clips on YouTube, and oh gosh, he's got a left hand, and he can shoot, and they want to buy into the system. Rebounders, shot blockers, good attitudes, good people. Do you want to know what all of this adds up to so far for the Warriors? Bubkiss. And here's what I mean by that.
What?
Here's what I mean. These guys have got to go play and end up being good, and we're not going to know that yet. I am fascinated, curious, confused by why we get so enamored with the young, unproven talent. I feel like this is the thing that has split Warrior fans all year long. You got the group that's like Steve Kerr hates young people, and they are terrible at development. James Wiseman gone, Jordan Poole gone, Patrick Baldwin gone, Moody at times stuck on the bench, Kuminga in the Chronicle. And that's the resume for Steve Kerr and young players. And then you've got this other Warrior fan, and I'm one of them, who's like, do y'all see that Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green are covered in rings and still here? And don't you think we should put some of the onus on the young player himself in order to develop and force his way onto a roster? That is a disagreement point. And I'm on the side of the two people I just said. I'm on the side of number two. I'm a Steph, Klay, Dre guy. And the rest of you young players, you can force your way into this lineup. But for some reason, there are a lot of fans obsessed with young talent. And the second they see it, it's like, oh my God, that's the future of our organization. Even though I feel like Jordan Poole, he gave everybody 1,000 different messages that he could not be that one day. But it's ignored because we're obsessed. We're obsessed with this potential that may or may not ever even come to pass.
Well, it's the same with Giants fans and Luis Matos and Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey. You know, you're smitten with those guys, and Casey Schmidt has come back to earth, and Matos is off to a great start after 7 or 8 games, and Patrick Bailey, oh, boy, can he receive, and Buster was there the other night. So it's the same in every sport. The Trey Lance people have now been met at the pass by the Brock Purdy people because he's also young, and everyone wanted to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo. Even though he won more games than almost any Niner quarterback ever, you'd seen what you've seen from that player. And it's the same thing with the Warriors, where you've seen the veterans, and they've been around, and you love them or you dislike certain parts about them, but the young players, the rookies, you want to be ahead of the curve. So that's what hurts the Jordan Poole people so much, because you adopted Jordan Poole if you're a Warrior fan, and you love Jordan Poole, and you got his jersey before anyone else did, and then he became something, and you were that guy who said, I'm all in on Jordan Poole. And so it's the same with these latest draft picks and the PBJ people and the Ryan Rollins people and all of us who love Lester Quinones. Trust me, when he pops and he becomes something, I'm going to be able to say, I was there first, me and Kevin Dana.
Yeah,
so I do think as a fan, there is a lot of that. It's I was there first, and I bought in before anybody else bought in.
Yeah.
So when those players do come up, and right now, there's no warts on these two players.
But I'm not telling you not to be excited. You brought up the Giants. This is a great example. Okay, great.
Thank you.
You can be excited about it, but don't go to the ends of the earth when there's nothing tangible to see yet. Patrick Bailey is actually producing. Matos, it's been very short, but is producing. Casey Schmidt is a little bit more now of it was producing, now is not producing. There's a conversation there. You can be excited all you want. But, for instance, the Jordan Poole example, or even the Kuminga one, would be like if a year and a half from now, Casey Schmidt's OPS is still 6.5, and a Giants fan is like, you guys are morons for not putting him in the leadoff spot every night because you got to develop him.
Right,
well, at a certain point, he's got to play. He has to force his way in.
He's got to develop himself, and I love that. I love that point that you made. You're right.
Yes, and I mean, I love that you brought up the Niners. Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, what do we have? One is an idea. The other one has got tangible results. And there's a lot of people who will stick with the idea where they're like, he's got an arm, he's got legs, he's got draft pedigree.
He's got organs.
He was someone we thought was going to be great. But here's this other plucky thing that's actually 8-0. Don't you like that better? It feels like some people think coaches don't want people to develop. They don't want to put good players in their lineup.
Right.
They keep them on the bench just because they're old Grizzly vets and they don't like it when young people come into the system. I don't understand that.
And it's just categorically false. Here is a memo to all fans who've never coached. I've coached at the high school and the youth level, and in high school, when I had a freshman who was maybe my fifth best player on a boys volleyball team, he started. And the senior who started as a junior when this kid was in 8th grade,
bench that guy.
We had a conversation, and they realized, hopefully, and they saw it my way. I've had situations where they didn't, but you have that conversation. It's like, dude, this freshman is better than you. He's going to play. Now, if they struggle, be ready. And if there's an illness or an injury or whatever, be ready. And it's the same thing with these guys where, you always want to love the youngster because there's no warts and they've never done anything wrong. They haven't done anything to help the team, but they've done nothing wrong. So it's easy to dream about what they might be.
The other thing we talked about, and I'd really like to throw this out to Warrior callers right now, from inside Chase Center yesterday, it was very clearly explained to us that when the new CBA takes over after this upcoming season, owners are flatly going to say, we're not doing 4 players over $30 million. So to me, here's how I translated that. If Jordan Poole's on the roster after this year, Klay Thompson is not. Does that change your thought on this trade? Chris Paul, 1 year. Jordan Poole, 4 years. Would you be okay with Klay not being on the team after this year? Or does that change your thought on it? 888-957-9570, presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, Willard and Dibbs.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of them?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, glad you're with us. Willard and Dibs, Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube, Twitch chat, or 888-957-9570. What are your thoughts on that? Because the more I sat there and thought about the conversations we were having inside Chase Center yesterday, it was very, very clearly laid out after the new CBA provision. And let's be honest, we're all running around in life as huge NBA fans, and not a damn one of us knows anything about the CBA. We couldn't tell you about it. We couldn't explain it. We couldn't work it. We've never done a salary cap, blah, blah, blah. So I try to listen when people who do know this stuff have things to say. And one of them was this, and you can be mad at Joe Lacob for this, but I bet all of the NBA teams and owners would say the same thing. We're not doing 4 players over $30 million per year after this year because you just can't. It is a bad bet. It is preventative. It's all these negative things. And so it clicked. It clicked in a way that it hadn't to that point, which is, I didn't really want Chris Paul either. But the most important thing about Chris might be that A, the Warriors do think he can help a little bit by not turning the ball over. But B, he's got 1 year left on his deal.
Yeah.
So does Klay Thompson. And so if Draymond Green is making $30 million a year, which is somewhat anticipated, and Steph Curry's going to be making twice that, that means you can't have 2 more players making 30 or more after this year. And if Jordan Poole is one of them, buy Klay. Like, no offer.
Unless he wants to play for like
17 a year.
Exactly. Because Wiggins will be making 26.3.
Which means you already got someone who's damn close.
Steph will be at 55.7, and that's not this upcoming year, but the year after. The year after, 55.7. Wiggins is at 26.3. Draymond will probably be at 30. So there's 3 right there. Chris Paul will be gone. Klay would be the 4th one. So to your point, do you want Jordan still here, who would have made, or he will make, for Washington?
Right.
30.9. So there's your 4th.
There's your 4th.
You're not doing 5. You can't do 5 when that new league year kicks off.
And I don't even know if you could offer him 20 with all those contracts on the books.
Right.
So I do really genuinely wonder, Warriors fans, how would you have felt if it had been presented to you that way? Your response would have been what? And you can call in right now, 888-957-9570. If the Warriors had simply stated it that way, hey, Warrior fans, after this year, you want Jordan or do you want Klay? Because you only get one. I say Klay.
888-957-9570.
I vote Klay.
I also vote Klay, but I do know that there are a number of Warrior fans who would vote Jordan. These are the same people who had advocated, and I know people on our station were saying the same thing. Klay needs to come off the bench. You need to let Jordan cook. You need to let Jordan start and have Klay come off the bench. Because Klay, as you remember, Mark, in October and November and a good part of December, he was awful. He was not a very productive player. He was hunting shots. He was shooting too much. He was taking bad shots. Jordan Poole ended up being that player later in the year, but the team struggled not only because their young guys weren't getting it done, but Klay was bad early in the season.
There's no question. However, I'll state what I've stated many times, which I still think that we look at his last year through the lens of how we saw him last. He had a better year than you think. Yes, I'm with you. He was terrible against the Lakers. Of course he was. But that doesn't mean he had a terrible year. And for me, if we take the year as a whole, the year that Klay had versus the year that Jordan had, factor in their career-long resume. I know age. I get it. I
don't think you even have to factor in the career resume to make your point.
Yeah, for me, it is clearly Klay Thompson, especially when then you think about where they would be, in theory, in 3 years when Steph Curry's career may be over or his current contract comes off the books. The Warriors will have full flexibility to go into a market with absolute biceps drawn and do whatever they want to do. Not the case if Jordan Poole's contract is still on the books. So that's now the lens I use, and it helps me understand and maybe again wrap my head around.
Oh, you're getting there.
Chris Paul.
Don't roll your eyes.
Being on the damn team.
He's a Warriors.
I know.
CP3 and Jordan Poole's going to leave his jersey in his locker, and they're just going to take out a couple of vowels and reconfigure 2 O's into an A and slap in a U and then take out the E, and you got yourself from JP3 to CP3 just like that. Klay Thompson last year, Mark, you have to remember how bad it was for so long. And then, because to me, Klay Thompson had like 4 different years. His October and November and December were not good.
Nope.
December, he turned the corner. January and February, he was unbelievable. March and April, he came back to earth a little bit, but he still shot it at a higher rate.
Yeah.
He shot it at 35% in October, 42 in November, 40 in December, and he wound up with a better year, and he had the most threes in the league and all the rest of it.
Yeah, totally. So, again, from beginning to end, was it rocky? Sure. We all understand the Klay story. I still think that he was a good basketball player. I still think he's got a lot in the tank, and I still think he knows how to play Warrior basketball. Those are not all things that I can necessarily give a green check to with regard to Jordan Poole. Let's go to the phones here on Willard and Dibs. Glad you're with us. Dylan in Modesto. You're on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dylan, what are you doing?
I'm on the Bay Bridge. You guys can hear me?
Got you loud and clear, Dylan.
It's nice to talk to you. But, to be honest, I listen to you guys every day. I text you guys all the time. I know you guys got a lot of calls, but my opinion is there's almost like 3 timelines with the Warriors. You have before KD, and after KD.
Okay.
The team won that first championship because they were a good squad, togetherness. You had a lot of people buy in, and some veterans came into that squad. That's a good team that won that first championship. Then you go play with Kevin Durant. You basically get a steroid and kind of ride Kevin Durant's back. Everything at the job's easy, like Willard and Dibs. You make Dibs' job a little bit easier with your host. So then all of a sudden, too, you have Draymond Green and a lot of personalities. Nobody's going to really come and tell KD that he's a bad basketball player or get on him, because when Draymond tried to get on him, that's when he left. So then all of a sudden, you have Curry basically still as the leader, but he lets Draymond take the role. But like I said, when you had Kevin Durant, I feel like he kind of took his side of the room, and Draymond took his side of the room. Now all of a sudden you have your whole side of the room. And then now you have Klay coming back off an injury. A lot of people say Klay Thompson's lost a step. I don't really believe he's lost a step. I believe he's lost a step because he's not playing with Kevin Durant no more.
That's interesting, Dylan. I you know what? I don't know if I buy that. I sort of piece portions of Klay's game apart when we have that question. When people say, to what level is Klay Thompson declining beyond the obvious? Like when people move into their mid-30s, it's just they're not as athletic. I get it. I see it a little bit more on the defensive end. He's inconsistent offensively last year, but he'd been through that before. That's the way shooters go. I remember terrible stretches for Klay Thompson shooting the ball, even in quote-unquote his prime prior to the injuries. I think offensive Klay last year, pretty similar to what we'd seen in the past. Defensive Klay is where I start to see a little bit of a fall off. I just don't think that that's as big of a deal as we make it out to be when you've got other good defensive players on the team like Wiggins and Draymond.
Yeah, I do think it's a bigger deal because he used to be a great on-ball defender, and now he's not as good as an on-ball defender, so that falls to whom? And you're
Wiggins.
adding... Right, but
Wiggins.
when you're guarding a quicker guard. Wiggins is better against wings. Klay used to be able to guard 1s and 2s on the ball, and now you have to leave that to Steph Curry or GP2 when he's on the floor.
Yep.
Jordan Poole couldn't do it. Chris Paul can't do it, even though I'm in favor of the trade. So that's an area where Klay Thompson took a step back. Offensively, he's not the same player because he's not as dynamic in terms of all the different things he used to be able to do. Klay Thompson doesn't post up as much as he used to. Klay Thompson doesn't look to drive into the mid-range and pull up like he used to. He's becoming, and I'm not saying he's there yet, but he's trending toward being a spot-up three-point shooter.
It's just funny to me when people are so fixated on how many points Jordan Poole scores. because he was actually 50th in the NBA in the regular season in scoring. 50th at just over 20 points a game.
I had him higher than that. I thought
no.
it's 44th.
Nope.
I don't think 50 guys scored 20 a game.
I got the list right here.
What are you looking at? NBA?
I'm looking at ESPN.
Basketball Reference?
ESPN.
Okay.
2022, 2023, complete leaders in terms of scoring.
Okay.
And Jordan Poole is 50th at 20.4. And we get so fit. Oh, my gosh. What if he averages 22 next year for the Wizards? Well, he will. He will, and who cares? Because it's empty calories, and there are a bunch of guys who scored 20 points a game, and I bet you, not you, Dibs, but you listeners, couldn't even tell me what team they played for. Let me give you a couple names who scored more than Jordan Poole per game last year. Terry Rozier scored more than Jordan Poole per game last year. Darius Garland, Keldon Johnson, Jalen Green scored more. Jeremy Grant scored more. Jordan Clarkson scored more. You putting your future in any of those guys? They're good players. Jordan Poole's a good player. Is he a 1? When you go north of 25, now we're having a little bit more of a conversation. But let's continue that conversation at 888-957-9570. It's sponsored by Chilton Auto Body, and it's Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also active.
Podziemski from Santa Clara University.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
You know what? I want to golf clap Adam Silver.
Thank you.
No, I'd like to golf clap you two. You called it. You called it. And I'll be honest with you, man.
Call out of nowhere,
I'm
bro.
not a draft guy. Like, this was one of the guys rumored to be going to the Warriors, and I knew that. But when you said it, I'm like, I mean, yeah, sure. Like, but how do you say his name? So
I think I called him Podziemski,
you did,
which is the actual Polish pronunciation.
Right, and it's also the what's the movie? Come on, Rounders. It's the Rounders.
Thank you, Jenny KGB. Although he was Russian, and Brandin is Polish.
Podziemski. Oh, Podziemski, that man, his money.
It's a 4.
Yeah, okay.
You get a Friday payday 4.
Sure, I'm into it.
And Bipo reportedly wants to represent Poland internationally.
Okay, great. But I want to give Adam Silver a little bit of a nod for taking the time prior to these announcements to make sure that he got the names right. I will never forget when, for instance, Matt Leinart won the Heisman Trophy. And what was the one that Goodell did? It was Marcus Mariota. That's who it was. And he's like, Mariota. And then he had to re-say it, and he re-said it wrong again. And we're like, just exit stage left. Let the kid come up and get his jersey. Adam Silver did a great job. Podziemski, that meant his money.
Yeah, and it gets a little dicey in the second round of NBA drafts, and usually you kick it over to the deputy commissioner. As we ran through last week, some of the great names in second round history.
Totally.
It's usually a who's who of who's who.
European rights to people who aren't even going to come. Yeah,
one
NFL,
of whom has become a 2-time NBA MVP and now an NBA champion, Nikola Jokic. He was a second round who? And then he stayed overseas for a year, and then he came here and became the Joker.
You know what, Grandy? You should go find when Jokic was drafted, and find out what they called him, because I bet they didn't get the name perfect.
So it actually happened during a Taco Bell commercial.
Oh,
yeah.
So it didn't even.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, do you not? Is it? Wait, is this a bit?
Wait. What?
This is
Crunchwrap?
Big quesarito. That's what we call them.
Oh man. I wonder, some of the greats in NBA history, what was actually said when they were first drafted in terms of Manu Ginobili and Nikola Jokic and, Sharunas Marshallonis.
Right.
Whatever. I mean, I would love to hear what actually was said on draft night.
You want to hear what it sounded like when Jokic was announced to the Denver Nuggets?
Let's go. Pronounced it.
Two things you only dreamed would come together. A delicious cheesy quesadilla wrapped around a beefy burrito. The new quesarito from Taco Bell.
That's it.
Perfect.
It was the quesarito pick. All right.
I'm in. It sounds delicious, right? Nikola Jokic sounds like a drink, and then everything you just said is the food that goes with it.
The quesarito.
Yeah.
It sounds like part quesadilla, part burrito.
Go into a restaurant this weekend and order a quesarito, and when they come and say, would you like anything to drink? I'll say, I'll take a Nikola Jokic.
That's actually pretty funny.
Happens. Just see what you get. I'd love to.
Do you guys put gin in your Nikola Jokic or just rum?
Sorry, sir. What?
Right?
You have to do that as a server sometimes. I'm not kidding. If you can't, because I've done this, if you can't figure out what the hell's being said to you, after about 3 times, you're just like, I'd rather bring you something and have you tell me it's wrong, because I can't keep looking at you and going, I don't know what you're saying to me. I don't know what you just ordered. And it must have been worse when people were going
masks
with masks.
Yep.
Holy smokes. No clue. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. Jim in Santa Rosa here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Jim, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm driving back from San Jose right now, but I'm always listening to your show, so I appreciate the hit me up on the line here.
No, thank you, Jim.
Hey, 2 things hit me about. I want to first talk about Clay and then talk about Poole a little bit. If Clay comes into shape this year the same way he came into shape last year, you're going to have a lot of pissed-off Warrior fans.
Mm-hmm.
Fully admitted he didn't run any practice, pickup games during the summertime. Admitted he was out of shape, and it really showed in the playoffs. He was dead tired in the playoffs, had nothing left underneath him. And the Warriors are paying him $25-30 million a year to rehab. he owes the organization a little more respect than to come into camp out of shape like he did last year. And the second thing is, I think once everybody gets out of their feelings about Jordan Poole and sits back and looks at the reason why we traded Poole for somebody who's got an expiring contract, they're going to feel a heck of a lot better about it. I was pulling. I don't have any hair, but I was pulling it out during the playoffs last year. Every time Jordan Poole would run down the court, 110 miles an hour like his ass is on fire, and then turn the ball over, make a bad pass, dribble it off his foot, dive for a ball and miss it. I mean, there was so many times last year he was just so out of control. We're not going to have that with CP3, and I'm looking forward to that part of it.
Jim, you're spot on. We all were, and I have found it. Thank you, Jim.
Yeah,
I have found it bordering on disingenuous. Some of the takes that I've heard about Jordan Poole in the last 3 weeks, where everyone has suddenly decided once you're not watching him play basketball anymore, you've all decided that he's amazing, he's the future, he's 20.4 points per game, and we're all just going to lose.
Well, he is all that, Mark.
Yes, but you also were absolutely disgusted by him during the season.
That might be a little strong.
Okay, you were very frustrated by him, and again, not you, all of us.
No, you can speak for me because the way you just described it is perfect. Because at times it's like, oh my God, he's 20 a night. This guy's a bucket waiting to happen. He's so fun to watch. He's the third Splash Brother. And then 2 trips later, it's like, oh, Jordan?
Seriously.
Come on, Jordan.
Yeah, I thought I was, at least for my view, I was more patient with him than most of the people on my phone. But I can sit here and admit, while I loved there were great moments.
Yeah.
This sparked one of our discussions one day. When Joel Embiid was in town, the Sixers ran the Warriors up and down the floor, and Jordan saved their bacon in the fourth quarter.
Night.
I was there that night.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I got your social schedule down.
Lovely. Christy was there. Jude was there. Christy's daughter, Arden, was there. We had a great time, and it was an amazing basketball game, and Jordan saved their bacon. And the reason I remember it so well, lovely Christy has actually been ahead of the Jordan Poole story since like a year and a half ago. She looked at him, and she's not around the team. She's watching on TV. She's like, guy's attitude looks like a little bit of a problem to me. And I mean, this was before anything was going on.
And she's very perceptive.
This was way last year when they were winning a title.
She is pro-Wiggins, though. We have to inject that into the...
She's not just pro-Wiggins. She's like, she would leave me for Wiggins in a heartbeat.
I think we all would.
When he was like nowhere to be found, I'm like, dude, don't you show up at my house. Don't you come take my girl, because she would leave me for Wiggins. There's no question.
You better be careful.
But very perceptive over the Jordan Poole
She just didn't feel it.
Yeah.
She didn't feel it. And by the way, if you do want a little preview, she's like, it was smart for them to move on from Jordan. Chris Paul's probably going to be a problem too.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see.
And the beauty of the Chris Paul contract is it's an expiring and it's very tradable.
1 year.
They can't trade him until January. It might not be a year, Mark. If he comes in and he is either unhappy coming off the bench, or he's not gelling with the second unit, or he's trying to impose his arm fold. I'm a 38-and-a-half-year-old vet, and I'm not happy playing with whoever and this and that. You can trade him at the deadline next year. You can trade him and get another disgruntled vet who's on an expiring at the deadline. You're not married to this guy at all. You've agreed to date for at least, a year at the most, but both parties know this thing's not going on more than a year.
So 888-957-9570, after a night of sleep, how are you feeling about the trade? And passing along again that as it was explained to us, if an owner after the new CBA is not going to do 4 players at $30 million or more, you're essentially saying if you keep Jordan Poole, this is definitely Klay Thompson's last year with the Warriors. How would you feel about that? Essentially, who would you have picked, Jordan or Klay? I would definitely pick Klay. And then I want to go back to something else Jim just said. Think about it this way, because he said once we all get out of our feelings about Jordan Poole, you're going to see this a little bit more clearly, and I couldn't agree more. Think about this. He makes a fair point about Klay. I think a Warrior fan and a teammate would have a right to be a little angry that Klay Thompson's coming in. I know he's making 43 this year. What did he make last year? Same number?
No, it's a little bit less.
A little bit less? 40, 42? 41?
40.6, Mark. 40.6, which is about it's about $470 per game. Grand.
Grand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyhow.
So, I think you got a right to look at him saying, yeah, geez, sorry, just couldn't shoot in the offseason, came in out of shape, took 3 months to really get myself going. You got a right, and so does the organization, to be like, WTF, Clay. And then shot selection in the playoffs. If you're not going good, you're just going to keep shooting till you are, to the point where we get knocked out in the second round? WTF, Clay? That's fair. Now, if we were in any other city, this was well documented. Andrew Wiggins, what was he making last year? A little bit north of 30?
Wiggins is making 33.6.
All right. This guy's making 33.6 and absolutely for 2 months disappears, and we never find out why. Insert your own theory as to what happened, and what did the organization do with both of those players? In any other city, they'd have been torched sideways. This organization threw both of them into a Snuggie and said, we love you, and we cannot wait to pay you again next year. Yet Jordan Poole, they couldn't wait to get rid of him. So to me, I try to take my opinion out of this and
get out of your feelings.
Simply read what the organization thought and then deduce that there must have been some really hairy stuff that went on. If they're not mad at Clay and they're not mad at Draymond,
right,
and they're not mad at Andrew,
right,
but they're mad at Jordan, even though those three did three things that we can all see, and all of us are going, what on earth are you doing? And the organization still loves them, but they don't love Jordan. Can't we deduce that there was a lot that happened behind the scenes?
Yeah, there certainly was something, and it wasn't just a something between Draymond and Jordan Poole, because if that was the only issue that was existing on the team, then you could squash that, or maybe you couldn't, and that would be a breaking point. But when you see frustration from other players and you see reports that Steph Curry had to talk to the team before a Game 7 trip to Sacramento, and sources indicate that by the team, they meant Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga, the message was directed at those two individuals after a full season. And also your point, Mark, Jordan Poole, if you look at what he did last year, he averaged 20 points a night, and he played 82 games.
Yep.
So Jordan Poole, the basketball player, while not very effective as a shooter, he had a bad percentage, effective field goal. He was among the worst in the league. He showed up. He played hard. He tried to do what he thought that he could do to help the team. And yet and still, as you mentioned, Clay, Draymond, and Andrew had all these situations, and yet Jordan Poole's the one they felt like they had to get rid of. It's very telling.
Yeah, it's wild, quite frankly. It's absolutely wild.
And I wonder when we find out, and if we find out, if there's a Jordan Poole tell-all at some point.
Oh.
Because Draymond's going to go on his podcast, and Draymond's going to say whatever he wants to say about the situation.
I don't know if it gets really real. I don't know if they keep it real until like years.
Draymond is going to keep it real.
Years down the road, if at all. Because here's what I would say. I think that passive aggressive stuff is already out. It's already out.
But Draymond doesn't do passive aggressive. Draymond does aggressive.
No, he has Steve Kerr on the podcast and nods with a big smile as Steve goes, well, the Miami Heat are good because all of their bench players are on the same page and do what they're told to do.
So what happens when Draymond signs his deal and he stays at Warriors and then he comes out and he has a podcast? I think that he's going to come out and rat-a-tat-tat Jordan Poole not one last time, but just do it again and make reference to somebody not being here, or I'm happy with the new number 3 we have.
But that's all. That's all. Maybe a little less subtle, but still subtle. Like I don't think you get the tell-all until maybe even retirement. I mean, think of the whole Harrison Barnes is still mad at me. He didn't invite me to the wedding.
Sure.
How many years has Harrison Barnes been gone before Draymond shared that on the pod?
About 8. Yeah.
Yeah. Like this is. It's going to be too new. It's going to be too raw, and it doesn't help them. That's the most important thing. It is not going to help the Warriors.
And Draymond only does things that'll help the Warriors.
Well, no, I'm not going to say
I had to get that in there.
Yeah, but I would say this. Look, he won.
Right.
So you don't need to go dance on the grave again. You won.
Right.
You won.
And Draymond's always been humble when it comes to winning.
No.
Am I right?
No.
Is the Warriors Invitational
But that's different. That's not personal.
He's different.
But that's not personal.
I don't want to get locked up in this part of the conversation. I'm just going to say this. I'm very interested to see, from a public comment standpoint, how this summer plays out. Because at some point, Jordan Poole has every right to come out and say, look, this is my impression of the way things went in Golden State.
And what we know of Jordan is that he probably won't.
Yeah.
Like, let's be honest, for 3 years now, for all kinds of different reasons, we've been waiting for Jordan Poole to come out and just kick it on the mic, and he never
But
has.
now he's a Wizards, and now he has a little bit more freedom to say whatever he wants.
I would bet that the only thing he says into a microphone is not even into a microphone, and he's already done it. He went and unfollowed Draymond 2 seconds after the report came out, and that's all these players can do at this point.
Yeah.
We know that that's the way they send their messaging.
Yeah.
Right? Here's
That's the currency.
Debo Samuel. Well, I'm gonna scrub my Instagram of all the Niner
And
logos.
it worked. John Lynch saw that, panicked, and gave him $72 million.
Like, that's what they do.
Right.
That's what we do. And I bet with Jordan Poole, who, as we know, he does not really enjoy media attention. Draymond does. They're different guys.
Yeah.
And so I don't think we're ever going to get it. Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole, they vibed for a reason. I think if you ask both of them, how about if the media never talks to you again? They'd be like, sign us up. Sign us up right now.
Even if it means you get no endorsements.
Fine.
Yeah.
Fine. I don't need any more money. We already said it in front of a camera. We're going to get a bag. And they did.
Yeah.
Cool. Sunset. See you later. Some guys are like that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Buster
I get that.
Posey was like that. He didn't want,
and now he's like front and center everywhere.
I know, right? I mean, sometimes.
Sitting next to Larry Bear, you see that?
Sometimes in retirement, guys start to realize, well, now this makes a little bit more sense for the role that I want next.
But even at that, he had the hat on real low, and it's like, no, I'm not Buster Posey. You can't see me.
Exactly.
Totally.
Just a bumpkin from Georgia. He doesn't
just trying to catch a ball game.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be up in all of your stuff. You know, that's our business. This is what we do. They don't want to sit here and ignite all of the flames even further. Like, even to your point, if Jordan Poole were to do a Golden State Warriors, I actually hate you tell-all now, how does that help him? I mean, other than getting it off your chest, that feels like a short-term gain, long-term loss.
Yeah.
You don't want to be that guy
Especially
around
as a
the
young
league.
player, when you're hoping to get 2 or 3 more contracts after this one. You're trying not to burn bridges. I get that, but if I'm Jordan Poole, I'm privately steaming over the way this is all playing out, because many Warriors fans are, it's not, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you, but there's a certain sense of not really missing Jordan Poole, and his reputation's been dragged through the mud these past 18 hours on blogs,
18 hours.
the Twitter sphere. I'm just saying, since the trade went
6
down,
months,
Mark. But since the trade went down, it's been a lot worse in terms of, revisionist history on Jordan Poole's career. So if I'm Jordan Poole, quietly, I'm mad. I played all 82. I'm an NBA champ, and you're kind of throwing me out, and I'm cast out for a 38-year-old who was a broken down villain.
I agree with you completely, except I think it was already that way. Like, go back to that night where each and every one of us in the Bay Area media felt like, he might be partially talking about me when he had that great night. I think it was the Philly game, and he talked about slander on NBC Sports. Oh, I hear you all. I hear the slander. Of course Jordan's going to carry that around with him. And yes, he's going to take that with him to Washington. But isn't there also probably a part of him that's thrilled right now? Draymond's not a teammate. He doesn't need to deal with the fan base anymore. And he's going to start, and he is going to score 24 a night and all of that stuff. All of the things that he supposedly wanted, he just got. And I think that's the trick in life, right? Is like everything that happens, there's okay, this makes me angry and frustrated, but this over here is a huge positive. And the trick is to focus on the positive and not let that negative side overwhelm you. I mean, I'm not trying to suddenly act like I've got anything figured out or I'm a therapist, but I think that's what I try to do. And if I'm Jordan Poole, that'd be the exercise I would try to go through this offseason, because no doubt he's ticked.
Yeah.
And has a right to be, for sure. On the other hand, did he not just get everything he's been asking for?
Assuming he was asking to be elsewhere. He might have been asking for Draymond to be gone.
No, but he wanted, what did he want? He wanted a bag. Money time.
He got the bag.
Money time. He wanted to start.
He probably will start in Washington. I'd have to check their roster, but it looks like they might need him.
Anybody, I think he's the only one on it. PPJ's probably going to start for crying out loud.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So you're going to start. You're in a major market. You're going to score 25 a night. Money time. You got your bag. Draymond's not on your shoulders anymore. Neither is Steve Kerr.
Yep.
Neither's that crazy Bonte Hill. Like, it's all right. There's no Dibs going, you can't finish, right? There's no Festus making a big deal out of it, talking about it for 3 weeks. It's all gone, and he couldn't be further away.
Your chance at a championship is gone.
Sure.
Your need to play in April is gone.
The chance at a championship thing, in my opinion, when someone is 23 years old, is probably overrated.
24.
Especially when you already have one. You've already got one. I'm not saying he's not motivated by winning.
Depends on how you're wired.
I just think
some players, it was never a priority.
But the idea of, I've got to be somewhere where we can chase a ring, usually happens after your 30th birthday. Dame Lillard right now is like, yo, is this really the way the career is going to go? When you're 24 and you've already got one in your hip pocket, I think you're much more focused on my role. Where's my standing in the NBA?
How can I become the player that I want to become? And yes, he's got a championship, and he was a significant part of it. Dame Lillard's an interesting one because they draft Scoot Henderson to basically be the next Dame Lillard. So does that mean that Lillard's now going to go elsewhere? I'm really looking forward to next Friday when the legal tampering period opens, when free agents are able to talk to and potentially sign with other teams. This is a great season in the NBA.
It feels like it's going to be wild, right?
Yeah, next week, starting on about Tuesday or Wednesday, where you'll start to get some real rumors coming out, and all eyes on Draymond Green between now and next Friday. Will he or won't he really re-sign with the Warriors?
Well, that's the other thing. We have made all kinds of assumptions now based on what we do know about where this is going next. Even the comment that I've been making about you can't have 4 players on your team making north of $30 million. Well, when we're saying that, we're using as a premise that Draymond Green is one of those players. And as we sit here today, we actually don't technically know that.
Right.
And I do believe, again, the Stephen A. Smith comment about he's worth $100 million, the Brian Windhorst comment / rave, where he brings up the Sacramento Kings. I think that comes from Clutch. I think it's probably trying to drive a few more dollars. I do think the Sacramento Kings will come with everything they've got, and I also think in the end, Draymond's probably not interested in that. I don't think he wants to go start over with young players. That feels like not something he would want to do.
And it's tough because there's a certain amount of training he would have to do.
Totally.
And you're dealing with players that maybe don't want to take your advice or fall under your tutelage. And you're in a spot here where you've got 2 superstar Hall of Fame caliber players who are used to you in Steph and Clay.
Love you.
Well, not only that, Mark, yes, they love you, but I'm sure that he wears them out, but they know how to deal with them. They've been with him now for the better part of a decade. If you're De'Aaron Fox and Draymond comes to your gym and starts barking at you about how you need to play and I'm championship this and all that, it's going to be a little bit tougher to accept that tutelage than it is if you've been around it for 10 years.
Totally. And by the way, I know Barnes is a free agent too, but are you telling me that the Kings are going to call and Draymond's like, you know what? I've really been wanting to be teammates again with Harrison Barnes and Domantas Sabonis. That sounds like me. I think I'll pick Steph. I think I'll pick Steph. Thanks. All right. We're presented by...
I almost had a spit take there. That was good.
All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Okay, TJD, by the way, among the things still coming up, very special appearance on this show by Trayce Jackson-Davis, one of the newest Warriors, when his coach, college coach, called in and surprised him. That's among the things you'll hear coming up next. But after a night of sleep, what do you think about the Jordan Poole, Chris Paul trade now? 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs. And
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Giants news real quick. A corresponding roster move, TBD, but is on the way prior to first pitch tonight because Isan Diaz has been called up. Young second baseman, and he will start at second base tonight. Appears to be a night off for the great Tyro Estrada. But Lamont Wade back to the lineup. Giants welcoming the first-place Diamondbacks to town, and they can cut into that lead this weekend.
They can reverse the division, can they not, with a sweep? Or I don't think they're 3.5 back, are they?
I can't remember what the Diamondbacks did yesterday when the Giants lost. They are 3.5 back. The D-backs won, so they're 3.5 back, so they can get to within a half game if they were to broom this thing this weekend. But I'd take 2 out of 3. I'll take 2 out of 3.
Exciting, and get a chance to see Isan Diaz with a minor league career total of 119 home runs. This is a guy who's spent some time in the minors.
Yeah, yes, he has.
119 minor league bombs.
And some time in the majors where he has 9.
Yeah.
9 in the majors.
Not bad,
and only a 185 batting average, but that is a very young player for the Miami Marlins. This will be his Giants debut.
Isan Diaz. If Farhan likes him, Mark, then I like him, darn it. Farhan we trust.
I feel like I've trudged through a million miles to get to that point.
Right.
This makes me cry. Except for I know that we're all going to change our opinion on that in probably 5 more days.
You get swept by Arizona, you're back in the hot seat.
Get out of here. Exactly right. All right, it's Willard and Dibbs, 888-957-9570. After a night of sleep, how about now? Anything that you've heard that changes your thought about the Jordan Poole Chris Paul trade, or you're feeling exactly like how you felt yesterday. And also now we've seen the draft, and the Warriors added 2 young players, Trayce Jackson-Davis, and then also Brandin Podziemski. Both of them joined us earlier. In about 15 minutes, you will hear from Trayce Jackson-Davis, 4-year player from Indiana, who was part of the trade with Washington in the end, 57th overall pick. But not just will you hear from him, you will hear when his college coach jumps in and surprises him on the conversation. So that was a fun moment earlier today.
Yeah, former NBA coach Mike Woodson. And if you want to hear that full interview, it's available on the Odyssey app. And he has some great things to say about this organization and this head coach and Steve Kerr. And Mike Woodson, a former NBA coach himself, so he knows of what he speaks when he talks about the association.
A birdie tells me that the full interview will also be heard with Mark Grandy in the best of hour coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. But let's keep
It's Grandy.
Of course. Had to get one more in before the weekend. Let's go to George in Half Moon Bay. Hey, George, what are you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, George.
I just wanted to comment on Poole. I wish him the best. However, I'm so glad he's gone. He was not a team player. I think that the kerfuffle, as you called it, between Draymond and him was probably due to that. And as far as Clay goes, don't worry. He's around, and he's good, and he'll stay good. He may not have been as hungry this year after last year, but he's a good player. And CP3, you know what you're getting. It's like you guys said, you can trade him if you want, but at least you have a proven entity. He can fall down, do whatever the hell he wants. I don't really care. He's a good player. He's been around for a long time and beats the socks out of Jordan Poole as far as I'm concerned, being a team player. So I'm glad he's gone. Wish him the best, but glad he's gone.
George, thanks. Yeah, I don't know if I'm ever going to have a warm, fuzzy feeling about Chris Paul being on the Warriors. But I get it. I just
want you to not retch every time or make that face you've been making every time you talk about it. Because when you mention it, you don't know that you're doing it, but you're making a little bit of a sour face.
Well, dude.
Yesterday you were retching.
Yeah.
Today you're just sour.
Yeah.
Today's a sour face. I hope by the time we get to October, you can say it with a straight face.
I doubt it. You know why?
You're getting there.
No. You know why?
Tell me.
Because Chris Paul is a freaking Warrior.
Oh, it's so good the way you say it.
Are you kidding me? No way. There's no way Chris Paul is a Warrior. but he is.
Oh, and he's a Warriors. He's always going to be a Warriors.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if they win a championship and he goes into Springfield in the Hall of Fame, does he go in as a Warrior?
Don't start.
No, I got a bunch of them that I'm gonna pace out throughout the course of the summer. I'm gonna hit you with CP3 bombs.
What else?
I got a couple more. I've scripted my first 15 jabs at you over this because I also historically have not liked Chris Paul. Our boss Matt Nahigian, look, kind of took a cue for what I said on the air and actually went and he's like, guess I got to scrub my Twitter. And so I actually searched my Twitter as I mentioned yesterday I would do. I'm CP3 slander free. I've got no tweets that I have to delete about CP3.
I don't, but either.
The boss had 3 or 4.
Well, he did. He's like, I literally hate Chris Paul.
Despise is the word he used.
All I have are Barfy emojis, and I can plausible deniability. Yes, the timestamp lines up with it being right after the news broke. But I can tell him that, no, my kid was in the back of the car and was feeling ill. I can do that. I would be lying, but I can do it.
You're not a good liar either, so you're probably slander-free in the timeline, but you're going to get used to it, and it's, the next big hurdle for all of you CP3 haters, and I'll put myself on the camp disliker, although I liked him more and more of late because he lost all the time. And I did mention to you that I take a certain amount of pleasure watching Chris Paul teams lose, and it was Phoenix the last couple of years, certainly in Houston when they couldn't get by the Dubs. And I've always kind of liked, because he gets the hands go up in Iguodala fashion, and he gets a real sourpuss on his face
Which
as
you
well.
hate. It's like the number one thing you hate in basketball.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But now, here we are. He's 38 and a half, and we need a little bit of what he's got. And I know you think he's washed, and I think that he's not the same player he was.
Yeah.
He can get you 24 minutes a night of veteran stewardship, and I'm here for it.
We did have, and when I say we, not necessarily you and me, I think Steiny, we had a little bit of, not even a disagreement. The definition of washed, I think for some people, when they hear washed, it's like,
over.
Like he cannot put a uniform on anymore. Maybe. I don't necessarily look at it that way. All-time greats can always give you something. They can give you, like Willie Mays with the Mets had good at-bats.
I'll have to Google those numbers. They were pretty bad.
But he was washed. And Chris Paul, is washed too strong of a word? Maybe. But my larger point, and I don't know, I can't remember if I actually used the word washed or not. What I stated was he's not Chris Paul. Like, yes, that's still his name.
But you said he's nowhere near. And I think that's where
I don't think he is. I don't think he is. I don't think he's anywhere near the player he was 5 years ago.
I think he still can see the player he was 5 years ago without having to use binoculars.
Yeah.
So I think that he's not that same player. I'm not going to pretend that he is, but with the proper usage and the right amount of rest, and I don't think that Phoenix did a very good job of managing an older player, to be honest.
Maybe not. And I'll also say this. It's not, my current opinion, it's not like I think he's going to come in and just fumble and bumble every time he comes in the basketball game. Yeah. If you want him to come in and play 22 minutes and he's willing to take a bench role, which I assume has already been confirmed, I'm not here to tell you that every minute's going to look awful. I think there will be some. Except for he's replacing a player who often came in and looked awful. And sometimes he came in and looked great. So, yeah, there'll be some of that. For me...
We need him to be better than Willie his last year with the Mets.
Okay.
He had 6 home runs in 209 at-bats. So that's akin to Chris Paul playing about 20 minutes a night.
Every 35 at-bats?
Basically, he played 66 games. So
What'd
he
you
played...
say?
I said that's
6 home runs in how many at-bats?
6 in 209.
209 at-bats.
So every 35 at-bats.
34.8 at-bats, yeah.
Right, you nailed it. OPS of 647.
Okay, that's not good, but that's what Casey Schmidt is right now.
Right. So we're going to need Chris Paul to be a little bit better than the 42-year-old Willie Mays as a Met.
Yes, but...
Now, if he's the 41-year-old Willie as a Met, he had 8 homers in about the same at-bats, but an 848 OPS.
That's very, very good.
In similar usage, because Willie played about a third of the time, and you're looking for Chris Paul to play, let's call it a third of the time, let's say 20 minutes a night. If Chris Paul can be 20 minutes a night, 14 and 7 with maybe 2 turnovers, you'll be
Yeah.
happy about that, Mark.
Look.
You will be no more vomit for you, Marky.
Well, again,
You'd be thrilled.
Again, we don't have a choice. We don't have a
You
choice. No, you
We
don't.
had a caller yesterday say he's going to go to the beam.
Oh, God.
He's defecting to the beam.
All right, so yeah, you have a choice. That's not on my multiple choice board.
Defection
of how I'm going to handle this.
Okay.
My one of my multiple choice is not leave and never live here again and start rooting for the Mavericks. That's not what I'm doing. I'm a Warrior fan. And so when he shoots the ball now, I got to root for it to go in. I'm not going to be happy when he falls over when no one touched him, though. I refuse. I'll be sheepish because it'll help, but I hate it. I don't like it when Jordan did it. I don't like it when Draymond does it. And I can still root for them when they were playing, right? So
I'm really enjoying watching you work your way through this in real time because it's now been it's been about 30 hours, 29 hours since Steiny shouted and broke the news, and he was so excited to break it. I was proud of him. He nailed it. From then to now, you're slowly working your way in real time through the reality of it.
I don't have a choice.
Yeah.
There's no choice. I can still feel the way I feel. I don't think there's any scenario that will lead me to the point where for the rest of my life, I will always say, I wish Chris Paul was not a Warrior. I doubt I will ever feel differently.
And if they win a championship and he hits game-winning Kyrie step back to win Game 7 on the road, you'll feel differently.
Maybe, but I mean, that's one hell of a scenario. You know what I mean? There are certain players where I wish it hadn't happened. It did. I can live. I can still go to sleep. I can wake up.
Yeah.
If Oral Hershiser never had a Giants hat, I would have preferred that. I would have preferred that, but it happened. Do you know what I mean? Richard Sherman became something a little bit different. I don't think I actually ever felt about him the way I do about Chris Paul. To me, this is very Russell Westbrook-esque. Like, no, I don't want that. That is bad. Don't want that on the team. But if it happens, the hell are you supposed to do about it?
It's your team.
Yeah. What do you do? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1, San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Mohammed in San Jose with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Mohammed, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, just picking up my son from Bellarmine and heading home on the 101.
Nice.
I had a question. So first of all, I just want to say I'm a big fan of Dibbs, man. I just think you're a comedic genius.
Thank you, Mohammed. I agree.
I just want to get but my comment, Willard and Dibbs, is I'm just curious if the punch doesn't happen, right? And I'm not trying to be revisionist history, but if I could be a fly on the wall, trying to understand, the Warriors always plan out into the future. Would we be talking about a trade of Poole out of the team? Just if we think back, to that punch, or just because of that punch, they decided to kind of blow up the team. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I'll take your comment offline.
It's a good question. It is. It's a good question.
But it's also a stupid question.
It's also a stupid question because there's no way to firmly answer it.
Right.
But my guess, we still are talking about a Jordan Poole trade. And it goes to the larger point that I've been trying to say.
Yeah.
The punch was not ground zero. The punch was not day one of whatever it was between this team and Jordan Poole. The punch was an overreaction, but also a reaction to whatever it was that had denigrated that relationship.
It was a culmination.
Sensation.
That's a buck, and I'll take it. It was. And I think you're right, Mark. It wasn't a one-time incident, flashpoint, and he just lost his cool. There had to be something that had built up over days, weeks, months, and years that led to that happening.
This is Draymond Green. He's overly emotional. We know this. But of all the things that have happened in a basketball game where he's livid with other players, has he ever hit one of them?
Not to my knowledge.
So, again, this idea...
He slapped a Michigan State football player once, allegedly, at a party.
I don't believe that this was a one-time, impulsive, for no good reason thing. Now, when I say that, again, I'm not justifying it, and I'm not blaming Jordan for it. I simply believe that there were a lot of things that were a reaction to a denigrated relationship, and that one was the worst and the biggest overreaction and an awful way to handle it, but also a product of something.
Right.
Something.
Yeah.
It's not nothing.
It wasn't a nothing, especially the way that he casually strolled over and, had things escalate in the way they did. This was not a flashpoint temper tantrum where somebody undercuts you in a pickup game out at Mosswood Park and you turn around and you throw a haymaker at somebody because you're that mad. This felt a little bit more calculated. It's probably not a fair way to describe it, but built up from previous incidents. And so I'm also interested, Mark, to Mohammed's question, what if the video never got out? Would we still be looking at a situation? We all would feel differently about Jordan Poole being gone had the video never come out.
Well, what's interesting, I guess, here's a different way to ask it. If the punch never happens, do the Warriors get more for Jordan Poole? That's what would interest me.
Yeah, wow.
Because I still think the Warriors' relationship would probably be what it was, but the rest of the world, A, would not know that there was a problem, and B, Jordan might have played a little bit better this year, and so his value might have been higher.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder if he would have played better had they chosen a different punishment route for Draymond Green.
Also
Again, it's
question.
a question that we will never be able to answer, but while we're playing revisionist history radio.
Yeah. This is a funny one from Loco Moco on YouTube. Wait till CP3 is a guest on Willard and Dibbs. He's absolutely welcome on the show. I understand that this is about basketball. I don't have like a personal vendetta against Chris Paul. I don't hate the human being. I don't know the man.
I can't wait to hear that interview.
You don't know Chris Paul?
Seriously.
I don't know the man.
Chris, this is Mark. Is there anybody you hate in your life as much as I hate you?
I would talk to him. Hey, Chris, why do you play the way you play? Because actually, and this is what I have said about Chris, even before he was a Warrior, okay? He is a great player. And my question for Chris is, why do you resort to that?
Because it works.
But you're a great player.
Right.
Harden and Paul, you don't need to do that. Like Russell Westbrook, I literally am like, I don't like the way you play. And I also don't like the way you've treated some people in the past.
DeMarcus Cousins is another
being one
great
of them.
example. Yeah.
Yeah, like
the Bonte incident was a classic.
That's actually, and I've watched him do it to other media brethren. Like I'm not big on Russ the person. Chris, it's not about that. It's like, dude, why do you're a great player. Why are you falling down when no one touched you?
We all compete in different ways. And, I unfortunately will admit that I would compete closer to Chris Paul than I would Klay Thompson in terms of by any means necessary. And, you get that edginess and, Draymond Green plays a certain way. Patrick Beverly, everybody played. Luka Doncic has now got a reputation for being that same kind of guy. And sometimes it's just your nature as a competitor.
Luka's just a complainer, though. Not like I'm going to just fall into the stands when no one touched me kind of a guy. At least that's my perception.
Yeah, but I don't think he's gotten to the level yet where that's going to work as often as LeBron James and others. And look at Dennis Schroeder. He tried it, and he didn't get the same results that LeBron was getting.
Don't tell me tomorrow that the Warriors are going to get Dennis Schroeder. Then I might go for a vacation. Anyway, Trayce Jackson-Davis in just a minute, a special moment when one of the new Warrior draftees joined us earlier today on Willard and Dibbs. But real quick, let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hey, Rich, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm here at the 99-cent store picking up some stuff because I told I was going to help my wife this weekend with the gathering she's having for some of our friends.
That's a good place to do it.
Yep. So, but Willard, I'm like you, man. I'm waking up today, and you're right. Oh, my goodness. Are you serious right now? Chris Paul is a Golden State Warrior? Really? It's like, is this a dream or is this a nightmare? It's like, okay, right now it's a nightmare, but like Dib said, if it gets down to Game 7 and he pulls up and hits that mid-range and it goes in and they win the series for the title, then it'll be a dream come true. But, man, right now, I'm like you, Willard. I'm like, I can't. I'm trying to stomach this.
Yeah.
If he puts that jersey on, I'm still going to go, what?
Well, that's the thing. Rich, that's the moment for me. You talk about the Chris Paul head snapback. That's what mine's going to do when I see him in this jersey for the first time in October.
Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, or acceptance. Where are you right now? 888-957-9570.
One of the words before acceptance.
Well, I think yesterday you were
again
with these are the 5 stages of grief in no particular order. We all experience them at different times. Shout out Kubler-Ross with the great model. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and then acceptance. I'm in acceptance, and I've been there a long time.
Bargaining. That's where I am.
So when you're bargaining...
I'm not denying that it happened.
Right. When you're bargaining, you're still kind of like, well, what if this can still happen? And you haven't fully accepted it. You were angry. You had some anger yesterday. A little bit sports anger.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it wasn't going to ruin your day.
Yeah.
You got a nice week coming up, but...
I do.
Bargaining, okay.
That's where I'm at right now. It only took 24 hours to move 2 words down the list.
And they don't go in order, you know. At different times, you
Fine.
experience different stages. Because I'm in acceptance, and come on in, Chris. Let's go.
We absolutely want to continue to hear from all of you. So those of you who are holding to chat with us, we really want to chat with you. Stay right where you are at 888-957-9570, but also a special moment earlier in the show when one of the new draft picks, second rounder, PBJ, gets traded for TJD. That's Trayce Jackson-Davis, 4-year player at Indiana, who joined us earlier today, and then a special moment developed while we were talking to him. So take a listen. Trayce Jackson-Davis, we started out by congratulating him and welcoming him here to the Bay.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's great to have you. And I think we've got all kinds of positives to talk about, because I think the Warriors and their fan base are excited to have you. But, absolutely have to ask you first about just the way the evening went. This had to be a surprise to you. Why do you think you were still available at number 57?
Sometimes things happen, and me and my camp thought that I needed a guaranteed contract, whether it be in the first or second round, and a lot of teams wanted to offer 2 ways, and the Warriors were one of the teams that wanted me, and they don't want me on a 2-way, and so just getting a guaranteed deal from them, they started searching from pick 35 on, and finally got one at 55, and at the end of the day, it's just a number. You got to still go out there, and all rookies start in the same place, and I can't wait to get started.
The Warriors have another former Big Ten player who also went in the second round in Draymond Green. How much will his journey inspire you? And it seems like, based on your Twitter feed, you're already putting that chip on your own shoulder, getting ready to go.
No, absolutely. Playing with a chip on my shoulder, that's what I do, even in college. A lot of people didn't like me very much, a lot of other universities, and so I'm used to it. I'm used to getting hated on a little bit, and I thrive off of that negative energy. So just coming in here to this organization, having the fans, having some of the best basketball players in the world, and getting to learn from them, it's going to be huge, and it's going to really help elevate my game.
Okay, so why a good fit for the Warriors in your discussions with them, both sides? Why'd y'all think it was such a good fit?
I think just the way that I pass the ball, being able to play out of the short roll, and then learning from Kevon and Draymond on the defensive end of the floor. I feel like my intangibles, my length, and my 7'2" wingspan, being right under 6'10", I'll be able to make it hard on defense, especially with my quickness. And so, just being able to guard 1 through 5, being able to switch, those are all things I got to work on and learn from Draymond and Kevon, and I feel like that's going to help expand my game.
How much did you follow the Warriors over the course of their run? I mean, you're 23, so you must have been about 15 or 14 when the dynasty started, and you're a son of an MDA player, so I know you follow the association, but how closely have you watched this team and the way they go about playing on both ends of the floor?
Oh, yeah, I've watched them growing up. My dad is a big fan of them, and so being able to watch Steph and Clay, Splash Brothers, I think that's so cool. Now being able to call them teammates, and Oracle Arena or Chase Center now. It's changed now. And so being able to be here, play for these fans, it's going to be a great experience. And I'm truly blessed, and I'm honored to be in this situation.
Trayce Jackson-Davis, who the Warriors acquired through the draft and trade with Patrick Baldwin Jr. In the second half of the draft yesterday, our guest here, Willard and Dibbs. Trayce, we understand that you just spoke to Steve Kerr, like literally minutes ago. How did that conversation go?
It went really well. Coach Kerr basically told me that I'm going to get my opportunity, and that's all I can ask for. Just being able to say, learning from those guys, learning from the veterans, and really trying to make an impact for the team. I'm just trying to do whatever Coach tells me to do, and I really, really am eager and anxious to get started.
Those of us a little bit older than you, and that would be Mark and I, my partner and I, remember the way your dad played. And I know his Pacers days were before you were around, but how much have you gone back to watch what your dad did with the Pacers, and how much do you emulate that sort of just tough, hard-nosed, two-way play that your dad embodied?
Yeah, I think that my dad was a huge two-way player, especially on the defensive end of the floor. They called him an enforcer. And I think there's guys on this team that are similar to that, like Draymond and Kavan, and those are dudes that I can learn from. Obviously, I have my dad in my corner, and he's going to help me to the best ways possible. But having all of this experience around me, I think it's just going to pay dividends to my game.
Trayce, you have some teammates who have used their draft position as motivation. It's why Klay Thompson's number is what it is. They've memorized all the players who were drafted in front of them. To what level do you think that's on your mind? And have you memorized all 56 names so far?
I haven't memorized all the names yet, but I definitely know about just about everyone that went before me. And so obviously I'm going to use that as motivation. I'm going to play with a chip on my shoulder every time I'm out on the court. But at the end of the day, it is just a number, but you got to make the most out of the opportunity. And I feel like this place, the Warriors organization, I feel like this is my best fit. I'm just blessed to be here.
4-year player at Indiana, didn't shoot the three much. That's just to say you shot 3 threes over your career, but it's kind of a shooter's league now. Is that a part of your game that you're looking forward to developing over time?
Yes, that is a part of my game I am really looking forward to developing. Just being in the gym, constant repetition. I shot it really well in these draft workouts, and that's just something that I'm going to have to continue to work on. Obviously, I'm not going to need to be 50% three-point shooters because I'm playing with two of the greatest shooters ever. So getting them shots and putting pressure on the rim is both things that I do extremely well.
TJD, you don't mind if we call you TJD, do you? I'm sure you get...
You can call me TJD.
Okay, yeah. TJD. You said a few minutes ago it's just a number. What about the one that you're going to wear? Why number 32?
Number 32, that was my dad's number, and the 23, obviously, Draymond has that, and number 4 was my other number. They said that it wasn't available. And so 32 was the next best thing, and why not?
So what's next for you? It's back in the lab to put in work, and then Summer League, and after that, you're probably looking forward to being a 23-year-old rookie, knowing that you're going to be older than like 6 of your teammates.
No. Yeah, it's crazy how that works, but it's been a long process, so obviously, I'm going to stay here and get all this work in and get ready for Summer League. And then after Summer League, probably take a week just to see my family because I haven't got to spend very much time with them during this process. And then coming back and hit the ground running.
Trayce, can I make an observation? And we're not in the same room, obviously, but we just listened to your press conference and we're having this conversation now. You sound very unfazed by all this. A whirlwind 48 hours, and you're now teammates with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, and there's a matter-of-factness to your voice. Am I misreading that, or how would you describe it?
No, honestly, just talking with the front office, I haven't met any of my teammates yet, but they chose good guys, and I know that this organization, they treat everyone like family. Even just talking to Coach Kerr, it's going to be great, and so I'm already very, very comfortable here. And I just really, really can't wait to just get on the floor and start playing. So
we can't wait to see you on the floor and see you playing. Trayce, 4 years at Indiana, and based on all the metrics, it looks like you could have jumped earlier than now. What motivated you to want to stay 4 years at Indiana?
Well, so my first 2 years, I had that COVID year, my sophomore year, and so then Coach Miller got fired, and Coach Woodson came in, and I just listened to what Coach Woodson had to do. Told me to do. And coming back after my junior year, I was testing the waters, and I got COVID again. And so not being able to do the draft workouts or be able to participate in the combine, I just felt like it was the best opportunity to come back for my senior year. And I had a great senior year, and I'm truly grateful for it. And I felt like me and Coach Woody talking, we were saying it was time for the next step. And no better place to be than San Francisco with the Golden State Warriors. And I feel like overall this 4 years, or the past 4 years, and then coming into this situation, I can't ask for anything more.
Trayce, speaking of listening to Coach Woodson, I'll use that as a clue. We actually have a mystery caller who wanted to call in and ask you a question. Let's go to Mike in Indiana. Mike, did you have a question for the newest Warrior, TJD?
Trayce Jackson-Davis. I couldn't be more proud of a young man than I am today, sitting here in this airport.
Hey,
love, you couldn't. You got it. How you doing? You couldn't have picked a better place, man. Great organization, hell of a coach in Steve Kerr, great coaching staff. Man, sky's the limit, boy. I'm so happy for you. I really am.
Hey, I appreciate that, Coach. Thank you very much. I miss you. I'm going to be back out there soon to see you.
Okay, no problem.
Trayce, Mike Woodson, head coach in Indiana, obviously, who coached TJD. You know what, Trayce, before we let you go, let us let you listen to what your coach has to say as he answers this question. Mike, what did the Warriors just get? What makes the kid so special?
There's nothing he can't do on the basketball court. And if you're basing his game on a jump shot, you're foolish. You know, because he's worked his ass off this summer and shooting the basketball. But I look at all the intangibles. He blocks shots. He rebounds the ball. He initiates the break. He can pass the ball. He can finish at the rim with both hands. There's nothing this young man can't do. And I just think sky's the limit for him, man. I mean, he's going to be tutelage under a great coach in Steve Kerr, who I have the utmost respect for, he and his staff. And all Trayce Jackson-Davis got to do is come to work every day and listen and learn, and he's going to be just fine.
Yes, sir.
Trayce, what do you think about that?
Hey, that sounds like a plan to me.
Trayce, we're going to talk to your coach a little bit more about you, so your ears might be burning, but congratulations and thank you so much for coming on.
Nope, thank you for having me.
Thanks, Trayce.
Love you, my man. Talk to you. Tell the family I said hey.
Yes, sir. I got you.
How cool was that? Trayce Jackson-Davis. We're just going to go with TJD, one of the newest Warriors. And by the way, we did then talk to his head coach, Mike Woodson, and he had a lot more interesting stuff to say about the fit and about the story and about the Warriors franchise. And if you want to hear all of that, not only Odyssey app or YouTube, but Mark Grandy will have that in the best of hour coming up here, which will start in just 39 minutes.
Those are always my favorites, where you get a guest on and then a surprise guest, somebody who knows him well, especially for a young person, because I'm sure he's overwhelmed today with all the media attention. He's trying to sort out what he's going to do. Forget where he's going to live and all that, but it's like, I'm on the Golden State Warriors now.
Seriously.
I got to think about Summer League, and are we in the Sacramento one and Vegas and all these things, and to have his coach come on and give him that kind of love, it was awesome.
Summer League, rumblings of a potential Willard and Dibbs on-site performance. Just saying.
All right, wait a minute. Are you
just saying
rumblings?
Rumblings.
I love rumblings.
Unconfirmed at this hour. Like, I'll handle that the same way the Warriors are handling the Jordan Poole trade.
I love it.
It doesn't exist until we say so.
And I would love for it to exist, but, especially if it was a Las Vegas Summer League.
Unconfirmed rumblings.
I love a rumble.
Whispers.
No, I'm into whispers and rumblings. I've actually been a couple of times, including with John Dickinson and Kerry Keating, friend of the program.
Hey!
It was me, JD, and Double K's. I was in the power chair.
Look at you.
You talk about some fun shows. Hey, John, what do you think of this player? 5 minutes later, hey, Kerry, tell me a story about college hoop.
I'm just
6
saying.
minutes later, all right, coming up. I get some aspirin for this damn headache.
Ever since you didn't invite me to Vegas for your first and last March Madness performance
too soon.
in Vegas, I've been wanting to go there with none other than Dan Dibley. And so maybe this is our opportunity, but then again, maybe not. You know, this is kind of like Yahoo Sports is reporting that 95-7 the game, the Warriors and the city of Las Vegas are having conversations.
Okay. It's just conversation. Just conversation.
Conversation.
I like it.
See where it
Start
goes,
somewhere.
right?
I'm looking forward to that.
Jordan Poole might get traded to the Boston Celtics. Why not?
Well, now that we're friends with both of the new draft picks, friends of the program,
That's a good
I don't
point.
see how the station and the team can't team up and send us there, knowing how good we are for both these young men.
It would be a crime.
Yeah.
It would be a crime.
We've already given Podziemski a nickname, BPO. BPO's in the building.
Brian and BPO? No. Just BPO. Good one.
Thanks.
TJD, BPO. We've shortened both draft picks all the way down to 6 letters. We're efficient on 95.7 The Game.
If nothing else.
That's right. Definitely nothing else. All right. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Let's get back to your calls with regard to Chris Paul, Jordan Poole, the financial side of this, the draft picks, wherever you want to go. Jay in Oakland. Hey, Jay, what are you doing?
Trying to get through traffic.
Yep.
But I just wanted to say I appreciate Jordan for what he did, and I wish for the best for him. His lack of defense never really made him all that invested to me. And as far as CP3, if it wins, it wins. That's all I'm concerned about is getting dubs.
Well, Jay, that's really, in the end, I've actually joked about this a number of times with regard to experiences I've had with friends who root for certain teams, and you do the, how can you root for that guy thing? I've told you the story of my buddy who's a huge Cincinnati Bengals fan and all the controversy around Joe Mixon, and he showed up at a girls' youth soccer game the very next morning after the Bengals drafted Joe Mixon when no one else would, and he walks up and looks at me, and I'm like, dude, what do you think? And he just looks at me and goes, can he help us win? I mean, we're sports fans, and maybe that's not the most honorable reaction by any stretch. And I'm not comparing Chris Paul to Joe Mixon's situation.
No.
My point is that when there's somebody who may not be your favorite who ends up on your team, I do think there is a line. I'm not saying that there's not a line.
Of course.
You can say that guy can't play for our team. I think, for instance, there would have been a number of 49er fans, let's say 2 years ago, they had been Deshaun Watson's team. I think there would have been a number of 49er fans who have been like,
well, we did
I'm
that
not
debate.
doing this.
We did those shows.
Right,
and,
right.
Even after they courted him the first time, before they didn't get him the second time, when all the scandal stuff came out, we all had those discussions, and more people than I thought were saying, it's okay. Can he help us win?
Yeah. But I will say largely, at least when it comes to some, Chris Paul is well short of anything in the legal realm.
Of course.
You don't have a choice. Yes, you root for your team.
Richard Sherman to me is the best comp because I think that there was more distaste for Richard Sherman. Seattle had the Niners number, and Richard was very quick to point out that Seattle had the Niners number, and they famously had turkey at the 50-yard line, and he had a big old turkey leg, and he took a gigantic gnashing bite.
Well,
so there was more heart feeling. Yeah,
it was more direct.
And
Richard Sherman, the Niners.
more brash, and much more like, I own you.
Well, he had won. Chris Paul's never beaten the Warriors.
Which is why this, to me, is less offensive.
Right.
Because he's since they were at Lob City Clippers, that was the last time they beat the Warriors.
Every time I say when Chris Paul shoots, I'm going to root for it to go in, I have a hard time finishing the sentence. I still can't visualize it. Chris Paul dribble, shoot, and I got to root for it to go in. But I will.
You'll get used to it.
I know.
Now, I just hope that you show the same tolerance for his mistakes as you do for other Warriors' mistakes. So when he comes down, dribble, and he falls down like a number 3 used to for the Golden State Warriors, I hope you're not overly critical of the new guy just because you got a history.
But we were critical of the last one. And so...
I just don't want you to be overly critical because
I reserve the right to say what we say based on how he plays. And if this doesn't go well, then I think it's sort of double egg on your face. Like you brought in a guy we don't like and then it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So
then you got to go after Dunleavy Jr.
I'm not going to like that. But I also acknowledge that Jordan Poole's story this year led to probably limited options in terms of who the Warriors could get back. That's part of the story.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's more about the way he played and the way he didn't play well when the lights were the brightest. I think that had more bearing than what happened with Draymond back in October.
No, I said Jordan Poole's story. That includes everything.
I agree.
Everything.
But I think the story that hurt him more was the way he played over the course of April and May.
I agree.
As opposed to the way things started this year.
No doubt. Tom in Sonoma with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Tom, what you doing?
Hey, Willard. Hey, Dibbs. How you guys doing?
What's going on, man?
Hey, I called you yesterday, and I had to call back, man, because, in 2014, Chris Paul beat us in the playoffs, and I was so upset at that game and his attitude and his arrogance that I went straight up to my room and I prayed to God that he never wins a ring. And he hasn't won a ring, and he's gotten very close. Now I got him on my team, and I've kind of jinxed him. So I'm in a conundrum kind of thing because
you still got God's number, right?
Yeah, you can unprayer your prayer, right, Tom? Can't you just reprayer or something like that?
Does God do mulligans?
I don't know. See, I've never done anything this vicious in my life, so I don't know if I can retract it now. I mean, it's been,
Tom,
9 years.
if this is the most vicious thing you've ever done, you're a pretty sweet guy. I'll say that.
I disagree. He's basically telling Joe Lacob, you got no chance to win a chip this year because I prayed to the big fella, or whatever, the non-binary being in the sky. I'm trying not to genderize anymore, but it's on Tom now. He prayed, and his prayers thus far have been answered. CP3 does not have a ring. CP no ring. And now he's CP 2.5. And thanks to Tom, we're done.
Is it?
Tom, you better get down and you better make this thing right. Does God do mulligans? I got nothing from that.
By the way, does God do mulligans? No, you do. I actually have a story. I don't think that he or she does. And
no breakfast ball?
Dude, my most recent round of golf, we played in Tahoe last week. And
where'd you play?
Lake Tahoe Golf Course. Okay. The kids wanted to bet, and I'm like, all right, that'll get in on the bet with you. And I said, we got to have ground rules though, because I don't like to do mulligans. I want to know how I played 18 holes.
Yeah.
But the kids are like, for the purposes of this, one mulligan for the round. If you want to redo your drive,
that's what we do in our tourney. One mully, one toast at the banquet.
I hit one drive really, really well, but left, and I thought it was into a hazard. Turns out it wasn't, but hold that aside for the story.
Okay.
I'm like, all right, I'm going to use my mully here. And I reared back. Almost missed the ball. I almost missed the ball. I had a ground ball that went about 25 yards, which, no ego here, but I don't do that. Like, that's not, right? That doesn't,
anytime you start a sentence with no ego, but.
I'm not like,
go ahead.
I'm not a great player.
Play.
I'm a 9. Like,
You're above average.
I don't miss the ball.
You're above average.
I don't miss the ball. And I was like, okay, got it. We don't do mulligans. I think it was God.
And you played the second ball.
Well, no, because I went and found.
Oh God, that's dirty.
I did not have my mulligan anymore. But I went and played the first ball. That was part of.
See, we're not doing that.
No, but this was the rules that had been stated.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Normally, in tourney rules, when you declare mulligan, that first ball no longer exists.
I get it.
Okay.
Actually, normally in a tournament, you would not have a mulligan at all.
Again, this is a tournament, 35th annual Cal Pacific, where the rules are in place. One mully, one toast. Somebody tried to give a second toast famously about 8 sheets to the wind.
I always have a second piece of toast. Why would you only have one piece of toast?
You can have as much bread as you want.
Thank you.
One mully, one toast. And once you declare I'm using my mully, that first ball doesn't exist.
We weren't playing a tournament. I was playing with 16-year-olds.
Did you win?
The match ended up getting scratched out for a variety of reasons.
Okay.
Yeah, not my fault at all. 16-year-old emotions went sideways and things got all.
That's the way that always goes.
Plus, the pro shop was supposed to be the winner gets a hat from the other two. I think the pro shop was closed by the time everything was locked up by the time we were done. It was like 8:30 at night. Anyway, Mike and Marin. Hey, Mike, what are you doing? Thanks for calling Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, guys. Oh, my gosh. Great show. Love you guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller. So
thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. First and foremost.
Thanks.
Just to get it out of the way, I can't stand CP3, but I'm a Warrior fan, first and foremost, so I will have to find a way not to hate him. I may not love him, but I will find a way to deal with it. And I could probably relate, because if Dre was on a different team, I'd hate him too. So
that's true. Mike, I think that's a fair thing to say. We've all got to admit that from rooting for Barry Bonds or Draymond Green or whatever, we've all rooted for players that the rest of the country hates. That's true.
That's exactly right. But, hey, I wanted to share one perspective, rolling back a little bit. You guys had talked about what are people's fascination with these unproven young players.
Yes.
And I think there is and that played out this year in a huge way, right? Everybody clamoring for Kuminga or Wiseman to, get more and more in the lineup. And I have an interesting perspective that I think is maybe a little additive. I grew up in the Midwest, grew up in Minnesota, and went to semi-pro hockey right out of high school. So very akin to these guys. And what I would say, what I learned from that experience that I think the average listener probably can't relate to, I couldn't, is that the game is easily 10x faster. The complexity of the game is easily 10x. And every single player at every single position is 10 times better than you've ever competed against before.
Yep.
So I think, this fascination, you think of a Kobe, a Kevin Garnett, a LeBron. Yep, those are 1% of 1%. They somehow crack the code. But for the other people, without logging those miles, without doing those 10,000 hours in college and really gutting it out, the leap is just, insurmountable in many cases for these guys. And I think the average listener, you just don't face that in life often, to go to something and have it be literally 10x harder than it ever was before, and you're expected to perform. So I think that's a little bit, and I can relate and feel for those young guys trying to crack into this.
Well, Mike, I wonder. Thank you, Mike, so much. What if I threw this at you, just to further that conversation? How surprised would you be if Wembanyama was just an average guy?
Not that surprised.
Neither would I.
And I said this about Chet Holmgren when he was taken by Oklahoma City. I am scared of the long, tall, big, lanky guy in general, let alone the one playing like a guard. Yep. And you've seen the history of these guys. Kristaps Porzingis, he's turned out to be more ordinary than you would have thought when he got drafted, and he was one of these unicorns.
Well, kind of. What number did Kristaps go? He was maybe 6 or 7, I want to say. Remember that famously, the moment on social media was when Rappaport went crazy when they drafted Kristaps. What number was he, Mark? 4? He was 4th. Okay, he was 4th in the draft. So it's not like he wasn't Wembanyama. He wasn't like, oh my gosh, that's the guy. But he was 4th overall. Rappaport goes crazy. Kristaps Porzingis, you did what? And he freaks out and gets famous all over the internet and everything. And then for a minute, Rappaport was like, dude, I was totally wrong, because Kristaps looked great right away. And he's turned into a very good NBA player. Not a great one, but that's my point. I don't care who you're picking. It makes me laugh every year when we come back for the draft again next year and go, well, that guy's a sure thing. No, it doesn't exist. No one's a sure thing.
There have been a few. It's a short list.
Well, but
LeBron James was a sure thing.
A sure thing for what, though? It was
to be great.
To be very good, yes. Like, I don't think Wembanyama is going to, not be able to play in the league. But there's a difference between that and he was truly great and lived up to number 1 overall. And there were questions about that with LeBron or anybody. It's like, do they stack up to what you think they're going to be? The answer is always, I don't know.
Well, it's going to be tough for him
100% of the time.
Well, if you look at Victor Wembanyama and all the hype, and they're saying he's the best prospect in the association, maybe since LeBron James. Yep. So the expectation is already be one of the 7 to 10 best players that have ever played this game.
That's insane.
But isn't that
I agree with you. Yes.
Like 10 All-Star games minimum for Victor Wembanyama right now. That's where the bar is being set, which is an obscene thing to say.
It's crazy. And this was Wembanyama light for sure. No one talked about him like Wembanyama, but I think a lot of us forget. Do you want to know who was for a full year? No doubt about it. This guy is the dude. That's the number 1 overall pick. Everyone's freaking out about him, and he's going to be a star.
We did a show on him when he ripped through his Nike at Cameron Indoor.
Okay. Well,
Zion Williamson.
See, now that's not even who I was thinking of. You're right, but guess who I was thinking of? I was thinking of Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins.
It was not. It was not nearly Zion levels.
Oh, I disagree. We knew about him a year ahead of time. I remember I remember, because by the way, I was hosting with Michael, and he was the one who introduced me to him.
Rappaport?
No, Thompson.
Oh,
he pulls it up on YouTube. He's like, wait till you see Wiggins. The NBA's freaking out over Wiggins, and this was a year before the draft. And so, did Wiggins play? I mean, he made an all-star team. He's a very, very good player. Did he live up to the hype? I'd argue no. So you have no idea what the Scoot Henderson. I know you love him. Could he be a bust?
Of course.
He could be. He absolutely could be.
Look at the Wiggins draft. Wiggins goes 1. He's been an all-star. Jabari Parker goes 2. How's that working out?
Not good.
Joel Embiid goes 3.
MVP.
Aaron Gordon goes 4. His career is on the uptick, and he's an NBA champion.
But if you had asked 3 months ago, people would have been like, yawn.
But it's a mixed bag.
Yes.
Dante Exum goes next. Marcus Smart, Julius Randle, Nick Stauskas to the Sacramento Kings, Noah Vonleh, and Alfred Payton. To your point,
Dante Exum.
Teach me how to Dougie win 11, Doug McDermott. But to your point, if you look at the Warriors pick at 19 and anyone 10 ahead or 10 below, you just don't know. It's a crapshoot.
Right, and I put a lot of it on the player to develop and become great, not always the team. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body, and we got more time for your phone calls. Coming up next at 888-957-9570, it's Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com. The Bay Area.
I'm a very unselfish guy. I think, my scoring numbers at Santa Clara were highlighted, obviously, as you see in most media coverage. But I think it was just because that's what I was asked to do. And if you gave me my choice, I'll take 0 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists all night. And I think that's kind of the player that Coach Kurt and his staff are looking for, just guys that are unselfish. If I'm open, I'm going to shoot it. If I'm not, I'm going to make the right play. And I think he likes guys that make basketball super simple. And I think all of his guys that he puts on the floor do that. And but yeah, the trades yesterday, I don't know if that correlates with picking me, but thankfully I'm here, and I can't wait to get started and go 8-0 in Summer League.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That is Brandin Podziemski out of Santa Clara. He joined us earlier, and I'd like to highlight that if you were passively listening. Did you hear what Brandin just said?
Bet the Warriors in Summer League. That's what he said.
He did. So that's one thing. He also stated, I think that's the kind of player Steve Kerr is looking for, and within the next 4 words, used the word unselfish.
Yeah.
I just, my takeaway from yesterday, to get a player like Podziemski, who says, I don't even want to score. I will if you ask me to, but I'd rather get assists and rebounds. Then you go trade for a 4-year player from Indiana in Trayce Jackson-Davis. And all of that follows what you had done earlier in the day, which is flipping Jordan Poole and some future assets for Chris Paul. Hello, the message is very clear. We want people who are thinking about passing the ball. We want people who will get on board with regard to a system. We want people who will play the game in a smarter way.
The right way.
That's
quote
the message.
Unquote. The Warrior way.
Yeah.
And you heard the discussions from the 2 youngsters about the way the Warriors play with ball movement and free-flowing and not needing to have things run for you. And that's what you get with Podziemski in terms of the way he likes to play. He doesn't need to be on the ball. He can shoot from distance, and he's going to get a lot of open shots playing with Steph, Clay, CP3, Draymond Green, an elite passer. So he's got to be licking his chops at the way that he can score. He doesn't have to score. And I loved him saying, I'd love to go 0, 10, and 10 in a game. And that would be pretty impressive to see from a rookie.
Yeah, that'd be great. Go 10, 10, and 10, though, while you're at it.
Sure.
Why not? Go ahead and get a triple-double.
He said that. I see myself as a triple-double guy.
Yeah.
That's big talker, Betty Crocker.
For guards, he's one of the best rebounding guards in college basketball last year. No doubt about that. But I also think this, when I hear all of this stuff, we go for the soap opera too often. I don't believe they traded Jordan Poole because he and Draymond Green don't like each other. I think they traded Jordan Poole because they don't like the way he plays. I don't think they could get him, last year at least, to play the way that they wanted him to play. The Warriors are not doing this in an emotional way. They're doing this in a basketball way. It's a financial way also.
Right.
They're running a business. There's finances and there's basketball. And yes, there are relationships, but I think if it was just that, then you get them in a room and say, guys, we got to figure this out because this is the best thing for our organization. But it wasn't. And so if you do want to know maybe a little bit of a window into why the Warriors handled Draymond the way he did, and people were upset about it, and I get it. You're upset that he wasn't suspended. Feels like you sold Jordan Poole down the river. I totally understand it. But maybe the reason why is because at the end of the day, the Warriors are trying to win basketball games. And they looked at this and went, Draymond wins more basketball games for us than Jordan Poole does. He's more important to us. And so that's why we're going to handle it the way that we handled it.
And you handle it that way going back a year by giving Jordan Poole that contract so it becomes tradable and that salary slot becomes replaceable. And you may not love the fact that it's Chris Paul coming in to be that player for 1 year. I happen to like it. He's a good veteran presence. I think that will do many things that Jordan Poole didn't do, which is play the right way and look to pass first. And he's not going to be clamoring or unhappy if he's not getting full minutes, I don't think. Now, Chris Paul doesn't come to the Warriors expecting to start and play 38 minutes a night. I don't think that he believes that he's that player anymore. You said he's not the same player that he once was. I think that he knows that he's not that player. You come here, you play with Steph, Clay, and Dre, who he's known for a heck of a long time. He's been in the league longer than all 3 of them, so I look forward to seeing what his role becomes as they try to play the right way.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. There's no doubt about that. Let's go to Mark and San Mateo here with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mark, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up? Hey, driving home, but first of all, let me tell you, if you guys went on the radio, I'd go crazy driving home. I would go crazy.
Well, if you weren't listening to us, we would totally go crazy too. I just want you to know that.
So just to give this heads up first. One is, I'm like you. I wish Chris Paul, I'm not a big fan. I don't think anybody hates him more than me, to be honest with you. I followed his career when he played the Warriors and things like that. I'm just like, the man does not do good. But I got to say this. As far as everybody knows, it's Steph's team, okay? So if we trust our team and we trust Steph, Steph's going to say yay or nay like he did LeBron. No, I'm good. So if Steph's good with it, I trust him to say, hey, there's Chris Paul. I trust him. He's a good friend. I know what he can do. I know what he has left in the tank, even though they played on the Family Feud anyway. So I'm going to go with Steph and say, okay, you know what, Steph, I trust you. It's your team. Now, on the other hand, because like you said, he could have been like, okay, yeah, I'll let LeBron play with us, and he didn't. So that tells me a lot, right? So, but also, too, as far as Jordan Poole, I'm kind of glad they let him go because he has still a lot to grow up. And when he does grow up, I'm pretty sure the Warriors will welcome him back with open arms, which they will. They brought, Gary Payton back and stuff like that, which was good. And once he grows up a little bit, they'll be like, hey, yeah, welcome back, man. Now you're part of the team again.
Yeah, the Steph-Chris Paul dynamic, Mark, is a very interesting one. Thanks for bringing it up. Appreciate you listening and calling. Because I personally think we overstate it when we go, oh, my gosh, I saw them trash-talking each other 3 months ago. Well, yeah, that just means they're competing with one another. Like, I don't know. Have you ever
That's the NBA.
Have you ever grown up in a house with brothers? Like,
Draymond Green punched LeBron James in the genitals, and then they went to Paris.
Now they're in France together.
I mean,
it's a great point.
Honestly,
thank you.
Thank you. Can we just look at things? And sometimes you've kind of shown me to do this more often, where you take a step back and you look at things in a more global perspective. And Draymond and LeBron are just yucking it up in Paris right now.
Matching bucket hats.
Seriously, they're supposed to be these bitter rivals where one guy teabagged the other one, I punch you and all the rest of it, and now they're sharing a croissant. So
they are good.
I think Steph and CP3 are going to be able to get along.
They're going to figure it out.
Yeah.
Yes. Listen, I'll probably raise my voice at one of my kids later on tonight when I get home. Still love them. That's just usually the way it works. I hope not. But,
yeah.
That's most nights.
Supper and I have a rule that any fight that happens between midnight and 5 a.m., it doesn't count.
Oh, that's a good rule.
Because this baby had gotten us into some spots where it's like, you change. No, you change it. No, you change it.
I told my daughter a few months ago, we're not doing this after 11 at night because they
don't count.
You're irrational.
Yep.
And I probably am too.
No doubt.
We're exhausted. Go to bed. And everything will be fine in the morning. I promise you.
Talked about mulligans. Yeah.
Yeah. Drew Down and Tracy, one of our favorites. Hey, Drew, what's cooking? What are you doing?
What's going on, Willard? What's up, Dibs? Long
Double
time
D's,
no talk.
what's going on? Yeah.
Well?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Friday. Got a IPA in my hand. Talking to a couple of great guys. Just wanted to obviously comment on the Poole CP3 trade. First of all, everyone needs to calm down. Relax. I hear a lot of talk about the fit. I don't understand how he doesn't fit, especially off the bench. He's a floor general we haven't had since Sean Livingston, in my opinion. I think he'll do wonders for the young guys. So I think the fit thing is being completely overblown. Also, the winning factor. How many times did the Warriors personally deny him a chance at the final? So a lot of reason he didn't win was because he was going up against this group. So we need to take that into consideration. And then also, other point was the health. Obviously, I think Rick Celebrini is going to be a big key here. I think the Otto Porter Jr. template is going to come into play. I was looking. The guy played 14, 28 games before he came to the Warriors, played 63 games as a Warrior, and then immediately signed with Toronto and played, I think, 6-8 games. So it could have been a coincidence, could have been a stroke of luck, but I think there is something to the Warriors training staff, so I think I trust in Celebrini to, keep him healthy. I think that's a big part of it. And then as far as Jordan Poole goes, everyone feeling bad. Oh, poor Jordan Poole. The kid won a title. He got 120+ million. He goes to Washington. He can be the man, take his shots. He's going to be fine. I know people are upset about the value. I think people are overestimating Jordan Poole's value. Why didn't we get a wing, a big? Not a lot of teams want to trade a good wing or big for a guard.
Drew, he'll be fine. We got a boogie, man.
Yeah,
but thank you for the call. As far as the fit, I think people are talking about pace. Chris Paul's not a pace player, and the Warriors were number 1 in pace. So I wonder, does he speed up, or maybe the Warriors want to slow down a little bit?
They want to slow down.
I think they
Mark.
might.
They played so fast this year that their defense suffered. So slow it down, fellas, and maybe beat a team 118 to 117.
You want to do this again on Monday?
I do.
You got to think about it.
Well, it's going to be a special one because then it's Willard or Dibs for a while.
For a little while. Summer is here. And so is the best of the game. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Yeah, here comes the best of the game. And again, those conversations with the new draftees and much more with our own Mark Grandy is coming up next. Everyone have an awesome weekend, okay? For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It is all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
We're BMO, the bank coming to California. Now, you might be thinking, why should I trust a bank I don't even know? Fair question. For one, we've been around for over 200 years, through the best and worst of times. And because Global Finance Magazine ranked us in the top 5 safest banks in North America last year, rest assured, we're not going anywhere. So if you haven't heard the name BMO, it's only because we haven't met yet. We're new to California, not new to banking. Learn more at BMO.com. Banking products are subject to approval and are provided in the United States by BMO Harris Bank N.A., member FDIC.
At Pennzoil, we have one job. Pioneering a motor oil so advanced, you don't have to think about your motor oil. Instead, you can think about how your engine sounds, how your stomach feels as the RPMs build, how your wheels hug the curves, and how, with the Pennzoil Platinum up to 15-year, 500,000-mile protection guarantee, your adventures will be many. Pennzoil. Long may we drive. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details.
It's Jeep 4x4 season. Make your next adventure epic and hurry in now for great deals. And now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Jeep Wrangler Willys 4xe for $399 a month for 36 months with $4,399 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 7/5. Jeep is a registered trademark.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California is home to most award shows, we've prepared a thank you speech.
To Californians everywhere, we've been proud to help you plan, budget, and save smarter. Our goal tracking and budgeting tools would have no place to shine if it weren't for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. And thank you to our real-life humans who go above and beyond for our customers every day.
Bravo, U.S. Bank! Bravo!
For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Member FDIC.
Turn your home into restricted airspace. Tell incoming flights you want them diverted. The new Raid Essentials Light Trap plugs into the wall and uses light to attract, then trap flying insects like fruit flies and mosquitoes. Its 24/7 continuous attraction provides insecticide-free protection that's people and pet-friendly. Consider air service interrupted. New Raid Essentials Light Trap. Insecticide-free protection.
Red, white, and dew savings are happening now at the Home Depot. Prep for all the summer guests and gatherings with up to 60% off select patio sets now at the Home Depot. Shop and save on a wide variety of sets and styles to find what suits your patio best for another season of hosting with the most. Find the perfect pieces for your space with up to 60% off select patio sets. So sit back and relax into red, white, and dew savings happening now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Did you see that?
No. What?
Something just ran across the hall and it wasn't the dog or the kids. I think it was a rat, a mouse, something, rodent. We need to get ahead of this. I can't wait another second. You need to call ATCO Pest Control now. They're local in the Bay Area and use natural, eco-friendly methods that will keep the kids out of harm's way.
All right, I'm on it.
Where do I go?
To book an appointment or learn more about pest control management, go to atcopestcontrol.com today.
New crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver has only 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories, and a taste that has no bitter endings. It's like enjoying a summer night.
Oh no, mosquitoes! Why am I wearing shorts?
Without mosquitoes.
I love summer.
Like if Dracula decided blood's not really his thing anymore.
I'm vegan.
Get all the taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing